Chapter 641 Alice's first trial of the formation. Tao Tai and the others really had something important to do with Jiang Zhuxiang. At least it was something related to their training. Today, when they were doing the adaptive training of the power of bewitching, they were seen by many people from the local forces. Some people ignored them directly, and some people wanted to intervene. So, they looked for Jiang Zhuxiang to avoid trouble. After all, if these people saw Tao Tai and the others training every time, they would definitely notice it. At that time, the forces of this fragment would definitely take action, which would be very troublesome. After listening to Taoya's explanation, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that this was also a problem. So he asked seriously, "So what do you want to do?" Jiang Zhuxiang felt that they must have a solution. Otherwise, they would not come to discuss with him. It was probably because they needed to do something. As expected by Jiang Zhuxiang, Tao Tai said, "We want you to prepare a maze array and a concealment array. In this way, if they can't see us, it will save a lot of trouble. Even if they accidentally break in, they won't find us." Jiang Zhuxiang carefully glanced at Kunpeng. This person should be very knowledgeable about these two arrays. How could it be his turn to do such a thing? Tao Tai saw Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts and said with a smile, "This person can only use the previous spirit stones to arrange the array. It is reluctant to let it use the remaining spirit stones to arrange this low-level array. So you have to do it." Tao Tai knows Kunpeng quite well, even though Kunpeng is much older than everyone else. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Kunpeng inquiringly, and Kunpeng admitted, "This formation is indeed not worth my wasting spirit stones. After all, this kind of thing is used a little bit less. So it's better for you to do it. After all, you are better at using the energy of this era." Kunpeng still admired Jiang Zhuxiang's ability to flexibly use the energy of this era to arrange the formation. After all, he couldn't do it. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. "Are there any other things? If not, I will go over and prepare first." Jiang Zhuxiang used to arrange this kind of small formation on the spot, and the formation plate was rarely made. Now it needs to be rushed out temporarily, which still needs some time. After all, the effective range of this formation is still very small, and it can only maintain the distance of one person. So a large number of them are still needed. Tao Tai and the others didn't have anything else to do, so they asked Jiang Zhuxiang to do this first. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his room, he began to take things out of his personal space and prepared to work overnight. Alice was a little surprised to see that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't go to the bathroom to take a shower when she returned to the room, but sat at the desk instead. So she came to see what she was doing. Seeing the strange things on Jiang Zhuxiang's desk, Alice still didn't understand what Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to do. So she just asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Alice still couldn't let Jiang Zhuxiang be busy while she was sleeping soundly, unless Jiang Zhuxiang had something he didn't want her to participate in which case Jiang Zhuxiang would take the initiative to avoid her. This time, Jiang Zhuxiang obviously didn't think of avoiding her. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You go to sleep first. I'll do it myself. You can't do these things." Alice is absolutely a layman in the formation. Jiang Zhuxiang can't help even if he wants her to. It's better to let her go to sleep first than to let her watch. Jiang Zhuxiang is still very persistent about this. However, Alice had left Jiang Zhuxiang to sleep last night, and she still wanted to accompany Jiang Zhuxiang today. Even if she couldn't help, "I can't sleep now. I'll accompany you first, and I'll go to sleep when I want to sleep." Today's training was indeed easier than yesterday, so Jiang Zhuxiang did not say anything. Alice moved a stool and sat opposite Jiang Zhuxiang. She found an old movie from the communicator and started watching it. After all, it was boring to wait in vain. Seeing that she knew how to find something to do, Jiang Zhuxiang ignored her and focused on her own things. One by one, the array plates took shape in Jiang Zhuxiang's hands. Jiang Zhuxiang still had a strong sense of accomplishment. Alice glanced at Jiang Zhuxiang during the break of the movie and found that she could not see her clearly. She suspected that she was dazzled by watching the movie. She rubbed her eyes and found that Jiang Zhuxiang was still looming. Alice was a little surprised. "Xiaoxiang, what are you doing? Why can't you see suddenly?" Jiang Zhuxiang had no intention of hiding it from them. After all, this thing was for them to use, and he would have to explain it to them when he used it. So Jiang Zhuxiang explained it to Alice directly. "This is a formation, a way to use energy to assimilate oneself, thereby deceiving the eyes of others. We will probably need it when we go to train tomorrow. You should have seen traces of other people's activities around our training site today. I did this to prevent others from seeing us. Alice was still surprised by Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation. After all, this thing was too magical. She was not that surprised by the purpose Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned. After all, their training must be kept secret. Alice said, besides this formation, do you have any other interesting formations? Jiang Zhuxiang, today we have prepared a maze formation, which will make anyone who approaches us get lost. Do you want to try it? This formation has no lethality, so it's okay for Alice to try it. Alice was a little surprised. Can I really do it? After all, this kind of thing seems to be a bit troublesome to make. Alice also saw the materials on the table before, and a lot of crystal cores were used, which looked very precious. Jiang Zhuxiang, it doesn't matter. This is not a disposable product. It doesn't matter after you try it once. Alice couldn't resist her curiosity and nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Alice to stand up and move a little further away from him. Then he activated the maze and said, "You can come to find me." Then Jiang Zhuxiang stopped talking. After all, some people can identify directions by sound. Alice began to approach Jiang Zhuxiang with great interest. Even if she got lost, she didn't feel depressed. It seemed like she was playing an adventure game and kept wandering around Jiang Zhuxiang, even though they were only 2 meters away. Jiang Zhuxiang waited until Alice had enough fun before putting away the maze and urged Alice to rest. Chapter 642, Staying Up Late and Supper. At this time, Alice touched her stomach. I'm a little hungry now. Are you hungry? I ate a lot for dinner today. If I rested at a normal time, I would definitely not feel hungry. But after accompanying Jiang Zhuxiang for so much, the food was consumed a little too fast. Alice felt that Jiang Zhuxiang must be hungry after being busy for so long. Jiang Zhuxiang really felt hungry after hearing what Alice said. So he said, "Then let's go downstairs to get some food before going to bed. It's already so late. It doesn't matter if it's later." Alice nodded in agreement. The two of them didn't change their clothes and went downstairs directly. There must be no one downstairs now. It was indeed quiet downstairs now. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice walked down the stairs carefully, trying not to disturb them. Unfortunately, no matter how careful they were, they couldn't hide it from Lei Jun and Luo En, who had been paying attention to them. Every night, they would make sure that they were asleep before going to bed. As soon as they opened the door, Lei Jun and Luo En noticed it. They quietly opened their own door and planned to see what they were going to do. Seeing them go downstairs, they also went downstairs quietly. Seeing them go into the kitchen, they knew that they were probably going to cook something to eat. Lei Jun and Luo En said that they could eat a little more. After dinner today, they didn't see their partners again. It would be good to seize the time to see them now. Alice saw Lei Jun and Ron coming in, and pushed Jiang Zhuxiang's hand speechlessly. Do they have dog noses? We haven't even started cooking yet. Can they smell it? Jiang Zhuxiang looked back at Lei Jun and the others. Do you want to eat too? Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Lei Jun had a big appetite, and he had eaten supper with him before. But he didn't know if Ron had the habit of eating supper. So Jiang Zhuxiang still had to ask clearly. Lei Jun naturally answered yes. Although Ron didn't have the habit of eating supper before, mainly because there wasn't so much food for him to eat supper. Since he had the opportunity this time, it wasn't impossible for him to try. So he nodded and said he wanted it too. Jiang Zhuxiang took out some things from the refrigerator again and started working with Alice. When it was time to eat, Lei Jun and Ron were already very hungry. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice still considered their own health, and each of them ate only 50% full. So they finished the rest. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them burping and said helplessly, "Do you need hawthorn water?" They would definitely not be able to sleep if they went up like this. Jiang Zhuxiang regretted letting them stay for a midnight snack before. Jiang Zhuxiang still valued the health of Lei Jun and others. Lei Jun and Ron didn't want to go up and not sleep, so they followed Jiang Zhuxiang's advice and planned to drink some hawthorn water before going up to sleep. Jiang Zhuxiang chopped a few hawthorns and boiled a pot of hawthorn water for them. It was really late when he looked at the time, so Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice went upstairs to sleep first. After Lei Jun and Luo En drank the hawthorn water, they went upstairs and passed by Jiang Zhuxiang's room. After confirming that they were asleep, they went back to sleep with peace of mind. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was still awakened by his biological clock. Although he didn't get enough rest, Jiang Zhuxiang still got up. Seeing that Alice was sleeping soundly, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't force her to get up. It was better to wait until he prepared breakfast before calling him. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely did not prepare breakfast first, but went to exercise first to cheer himself up before going into the kitchen. After all, things in the kitchen also require a clear mind. When Jiang Zhuxiang was making breakfast, Ron and Leijin came down. Ron found that Jiang Zhuxiang was the only one in the kitchen. So he said with a bit of amusement, "Is Alice unable to get up today?" Jiang Zhuxiang saw them coming and heard Ron's teasing, and said with a smile, "Yes. You guys help me light the fire first. I'll go up and wake her up." Jiang Zhuxiang was about to leave the kitchen after saying that. Ron asked, "How about I go up and wake her up?" Ron hadn't done this kind of thing to wake up his partner for a long time, and he still missed it now. Besides, he could ask for some benefits when he woke Alice up. Now it depends on whether Jiang Zhuxiang is willing to give him this convenience. Ron looked at Jiang Zhuxiang pitifully. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Alice didn't tell me about this last night. If I put you on it without her consent, she probably wouldn't be very happy." Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't intend to hinder their intimacy, but unfortunately, he couldn't control Alice. Ron knew that what Jiang Zhuxiang said was true, and could only watch Jiang Zhuxiang leave the kitchen. Leijin looked at the fire calmly, and was very satisfied with his little Xiang's reaction. He didn't get this benefit, so how could he let Ron enjoy it alone? Leijin said that he didn't sympathize with him at all for his loneliness now. Jiang Zhuxiang opened his door, and found that Alice still had no sign of waking up. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the curtains in the room, hoping to use the brightness of the outside world to wake Alice up naturally. However, Alice's reaction made Jiang Zhuxiang's plan fail. She covered her head with a quilt and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing that this method did not work, Jiang Zhuxiang had to go up himself. Jiang Zhuxiang made up his mind and took away Alice's quilt directly. Although there was heating in the room, it had begun to cool down. Therefore, under the dual effects of light and temperature, plus Jiang Zhuxiang's voice, Alice still woke up. Alice, with a messy hair, was pushed into the bathroom by Jiang Zhuxiang, who asked her to wash up first and clear her mind. He returned to the room and started to clean up. Alice was a little helpless, and used cold water to wake up her mind. Looking at her slightly swollen face in the mirror, it seems that staying up late and eating supper at the same time in the future should not be done at the same time. Otherwise, her health will be in trouble. When they went downstairs, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little helpless. In order to make up for as much sleep as possible, Alice walked with her eyes closed. Jiang Zhuxiang could only helplessly hold her hand to prevent her from falling. Jiang Zhuxiang's patience was exhausted when he sent her to the dining table. He put her directly next to Ron and asked Ron to serve this sleeping cat. Anyway, he must be very happy. Chapter 643, completed the bewitching training. Ron saw Alice, who was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes, and said with some concern, "Will she continue like this today? Can she stay and rest?" Ron found a suitable angle for Alice to lean on to catch up on her sleep. It's better to wait until she is completely awake before giving her breakfast. After all, it's easy to choke when eating in this situation. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how to deal with this situation, so he could only turn his head to look at Tao Tai. After all, only they had this experience. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Tao Tai say, "I mentioned this situation before. It's easier for people to resist the temptation of bewitching power when they are not too awake. As long as she ignores those illusions and falls asleep, she will be free from the control of bewitching power. She can participate completely. If you are worried, you can let her lean on you at that time, and you can see her situation directly when you wake up. However, if she falls asleep in the wild, you still have to let her wear warmer clothes." Tao Tai went back to Ron's question carefully and made effective suggestions. Ron nodded in agreement. This was a rare opportunity. He could be so close to his own Alice. It was rare that she and Jiang Zhuxiang could not act together. However, although Alice closed her eyes, she still heard the conversation between Ron and Tao Tai. When Ron was about to make a decision, she still said aloud, "I want to be close to Xiaoxiang." After saying that, she tried to sit up straight, obviously wanting to eat breakfast by herself. Alice still knew what Jiang Zhuxiang disliked the most. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about this. But Ron was very sad. "Alice, you can tell me what I did wrong. I will definitely change. We should be the closest people. Right?" Ron still hoped that he could be Alice's support. After all, every man has some male chauvinism. Alice smiled at Ron a little embarrassedly. This was not for any special reason. It was mainly because Jiang Zuxiang's body was softer. So Alice liked it more. You have too many muscles on your body. It's uncomfortable to lean on. If you also have soft flesh, then it's okay for me to lean on you. After Alice said this, Ron was not angry anymore. Lei Jin became angry. This woman actually coveted his Xixiang's body. Lei Jin felt a little uncomfortable and looked at Jiang Zuxiang in protest, hoping that she would refuse. Jiang Zuxiang looked at Lei Jin helplessly. They were all women, so they wouldn't lose anything even if they were close together. Why did Lei Jin react so strongly? After Jiang Zuxiang looked at him, he took out the array plates he had prepared last night, distributed them to everyone, and explained the usage of the two arrays. One of these two array plates is the mystery array, which is the silver-white array plate, and the other is the concealment array, which is the silver-blue array plate. In order to prevent us from being noticed by local forces, I made these two arrays last night. Before you are bewitched, use your energy to activate them. As long as the array plates are on you, you will not be seen by outsiders. However, this array plate cannot be hidden from people who are stronger than me. It would be normal if it was discovered by those strong men. However, generally speaking, strong men are not interested in things like ours. After Jiang Zuxiang finished speaking, he asked Lei Jin to help him divide the concealment array, and he distributed the maze array to everyone. After everyone got it, they looked at it curiously. Although Lei Jin's team members had seen Jiang Zuxiang use the array before, they had never touched it themselves. So this array was quite attractive to them. Jiang Zuxiang said, "This array has the ability to protect itself. You can't see how it is formed. Put it away first. When you activate it, you will still be able to see its true face. It's just that the time is very short. Whether they can catch it at that time will test their eyesight." After hearing what Jiang Zuxiang said, the others hid the two palm-sized array plates in their bags, obviously cherishing them very much. After Jiang Zuxiang finished his explanation, he started to eat breakfast by himself, and the others naturally did the same thing. However, Alice put away the array plates directly after getting them, because she had already learned about the two array plates last night. And now she was not so curious, so she ate breakfast directly, and now she was full. When Ron saw the scene, he also put the array plates directly, and carefully took care of Alice to eat breakfast, for fear that she would choke. So, when Jiang Zuxiang and the others started to eat breakfast, Alice and Ron were free, and Ron and Alice began to talk in a whisper, mainly because of the topic that Alice had just mentioned. Ron wanted to get some explanation and comfort from Alice, except for Jiang Zuxiang himself. Everyone else at the table was disgusted by the tone of Ron and Alice's conversation and almost couldn't eat. A breakfast passed in such a cloying atmosphere. Jiang Zuxiang and his team set out again and arrived at the place they had been to for 2 days. According to what Jiang Zuxiang said, they activated the array plates on their bodies before waking up, and then let themselves enter the bewitched mode. Of course, Jiang Zuxiang and his team were tied up in advance. This training also ended smoothly. The following days repeated this process. One thing is that Lei Jin and Luo En were awake from beginning to end with their eyes open in that place. Cao Tai announced that they had conquered the bewitching power of this position, and said that they could continue to advance inside. While continuing to advance inside, Tingsha temporarily stopped taking Jiang Zuxiang's pills and planned to see how they were doing. After all, their awake time was getting faster and faster. Jiang Zuxiang and the others followed Lei Jin and Luo En inside. Without the pills, they were all awake. Lei Jin and Luo En began to struggle again after advancing 50 meters. Tingsha checked the concentration of the bewitching power here. Seeing that the people who should have reacted at this position did not react, he knew that when they trained with their own pills, the effect was still the same. Tingsha continued to feed them pills with confidence, under the strict control of Cao Tai and the others. Half a month later, they finally gradually approached the center of the southern fragment. The bewitching power here almost condensed into fog. Cao Tai and the others led Jiang Zuxiang and the others to walk in without changing their expressions. Chapter 644 Worry-Free Fei Fei. Jiang Zuxiang and the others were also quite sober and followed Cao Tai and the others. Jiang Zuxiang took out a bottle leisurely and tried to put some of this bewitching power in it, wanting to see if she could make the same pills as Tingsha. Tingsha saw her action and silently took out a container from his body, saying, "Your bottle can't hold this kind of thing. If you want to try, use this. This is a magic weapon that collects this kind of invisible power and can control them from running around. Tingsha crushed the bottle in Jiang Zhuxiang's hand and handed over the magic weapon in his hand. Jiang Zhuxiang frowned a little distressed when the bottle broke. But because it was Tingsha, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't say anything. So he had to take the magic weapon Tingsha gave him as compensation. Tingsha naturally saw Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction, blew away the jade dust in his hand, and explained, "This kind of bottle has been contaminated after being filled with the power of bewitching. You can't use it to hold other things in the future. Moreover, this contaminated bottle itself has become a magic weapon that affects people, even if it has no effect on you. As long as you carry it with you, other people close to you will be bewitched. It's hard to say what will happen at that time." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything after hearing Tingsha's explanation. After all, Tingsha was also considering himself. And the price of this jade bottle was not very high, which was completely incomparable to the magic weapon Tingsha gave him. Jiang Zhuxiang let go of the matter and concentrated on collecting the power of bewitching, while keeping walking forward. After walking in for about a morning, Tao Tai looked at the vaguely visible beasts and listened. "Let's replenish our energy and adjust our state before facing that person. Otherwise, I'm still worried that you won't be able to bear it." After all, no one dared to stay with a person inside for a long time, because staying with it for a long time would easily be completely controlled, and then they would not care about anything but it. Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions had also felt its strength during this period, so they followed Tao Tai's advice without objection and found a sheltered place to prepare lunch. Originally, there shouldn't be any animals near the center, but because of its existence, there were more and more animals along the way. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Lei Jin out and casually caught enough mutant beasts for lunch. These mutant beasts were dazed, with a dreamy expression on their faces, which was similar to the way they looked when they were bewitched. Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions were a little worried and showed them to Tingsha. Can this bewitched animal still be eaten? After all, it was near the center, and their food reserves were a little insufficient, and they had to consider food on the way back. So Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions went out to find food. But they still had to consider the safety of the food, so they took it to Tingsha for review. Tingsha took a look and said, "As long as you don't eat their brains, there will be no problem." After all, the influence of the bewitching power on these mutant beasts without mental power is only in the brain. If you are still worried, don't touch the internal organs or their bone marrow. There is no problem if you only eat the meat. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Tingsha explained it so clearly, and he estimated that it had eaten animals bewitched by the bewitching power before, so he was at ease to deal with it according to the method it explained. Dismantle the bones, and let Lei Hui deal with the head and internal organs to avoid any accidents, and then began to prepare lunch. After a hearty meal, they continued to move forward, and then they saw the true face of the giant beast that had been affecting them. It had a white tail and a mane-like mane on its neck, and looked a bit like a raccoon. The moment they saw it, everyone felt that they had no worries at all, and just wanted to go forward and touch it and get close to it. Fortunately, the Tao Tai had anticipated their reaction, and had prepared ropes before, tied them up around the waist, and then tightened the rope to prevent them from moving forward. When they felt that they could not move forward, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others also woke up and heard the fi-fi sound from the beast in front of them, S cry, and saw how far they were from it. The cold sweat on his forehead instantly flowed down. He thought he had been able to control himself, but now it seems that it is too early. He was defeated after a face-to-face encounter with it. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know where its ability came from, so he could only try to control his desire to struggle and look at Tao Tai and others, hoping to get an explanation. Tao Tai said, "Its name is Fifi. Someone raised it to relieve worries in the past, but their masters didn't end well. They couldn't control themselves and completely abandoned themselves. So after their masters died, they didn't end well. This one is probably the last one of their species. It was also because it didn't find a master for itself that it was able to survive. So it is a little older now, and its skills are stronger. It is full of charm, and you can't resist it." Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "What should we do? Are we going to be held by you like this?" Tao Tai said, "Don't worry. We can let you go. It's okay for you to stay with it for a while, as long as you don't stay with it all the time. It used to live with us, but it just lived far away from us. When we were cubs, we liked to stay with it because we were carefree. After we grew up, if we encountered any problems when we went out, we would go back to see it to adjust our mood. It is still very useful. If you have cubs in the future, You can give it to take care of them. It is still very good at taking care of cubs. After saying that, Tao I untied Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others tried to control themselves at first, but they couldn't control their feet. They walked to its side and grabbed its fur without moving. If they were conscious, the expressions on their faces would probably be the same as those of the mutant beasts they had seen before. Tao Tai didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang and the others for the time being, but walked in front of Fei and greeted him. How are you recently? Just like the greetings between the younger generation and the elders who have been away from home for a long time. If Jiang Zhuxiang was interested, he would definitely be surprised. Chapter 645 The Charm of Humanoid Fei. Fei looked up at Tao Tai and the others and said, "It's okay. I have so many cubs to play with. You grow-up things can't attract me at all." The tone was full of hypocrisy. Although he missed them very much, he still wouldn't say it. After all, they didn't think about him, and he didn't want them to know that he missed them. The Qilin behind Tao Tai said a little sadly, "Really? But we miss you very much." Qilin was one of the cubs that Fei got along well with before. After all, they were one of the species with the same troubles. Fei was also very attentive in teaching Qilin. Otherwise Qilin would have been caught and eaten by other creatures long ago. After all, Qilin is a great tonic for other fierce beasts. When Fei heard Qilin talking, although his expression softened a little, he was still very angry. "I thought they didn't come to see me until now. And they still said they couldn't find my location. Can't you feel my location?" Fei had a lot of resentment towards Qilin, which was also because of the feelings he had invested in the past. Qilin said a little aggrievedly, "Although I can feel your location, I couldn't leave my fragment before, so I came here only now." If Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't found him, he would definitely still be trapped on the Australian fragment. Qilin was still very grateful to Jiang Zhuxiang. Kuipeng walked up silently. "Okay. Don't bully the little guys. You are so old and still love to act like a spoiled child. It really makes the beasts have no eyes to look at." Kuipeng rarely spoke so harshly, and the other beasts were surprised. When Fei heard Kuipeng speak, his hair stood up, and he said in a shrill voice, "I just like to act like a spoiled child. What does it have to do with you? An old man who doesn't even change his expression all year round. You have no right to say anything about me." Fei saw that Kuipeng's whole beast was in a bad state, and he was completely in a fighting state. Tao Tai and the others were stunned. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were choked by Fei's suddenly standing hair and coughed, and finally sobered up a little, and then found that Fei was competing with Kuipeng in staring at each other. Of course, Fei had big eyes and Kuipeng had small eyes, and birds' eyes are naturally smaller. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless. It turned out that he still couldn't change his fighting character even at his age. Others were able to control their minds and watch them bickering curiously. However, after Kuipeng found that Jiang Zhuxiang was awake, he consciously shut up. He didn't want to lose face in front of the younger generation. Fei was a little surprised when he found that Kuipeng stopped talking. After turning his head, he found that some humanoid creatures were looking at them curiously. Fei asked Qilin a little speechlessly, "Why did you bring them here? You have a grudge against them, right?" Fei instinctively stayed away from the crowd and tried to reduce his attraction to humans. This was because he knew that he was too attractive to humans and that humans were too easily addicted to comfort. So Fei thought that Qilin had a grudge against Jiang Zhuxiang and others. Qilin said helplessly, "No. You can tell they are conscious if you look at their eyes." Qilin reminded Fei to pay attention to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others' eyes. Fei's round glass eyes stared at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others curiously. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others smiled at Fei's eyes and greeted, "Hello." Being able to speak is the standard for them to be conscious. Jiang Zhuxiang still likes Fei's appearance very much, even though she is the legendary Fei who makes people lose their will. Maybe this is the charm of Fei. Fei was a little surprised to find that they were indeed conscious. Is the will of human beings so strong now? Qilin took the initiative to explain to Fei the changes in humans over the years, so that Fei would understand that in this era, they, the fierce beasts, no longer need to worry about affecting humans. Fei listened to the vicissitudes of human beings over the years, but was not as optimistic as Qilin. The more chaotic the world is, the more humans like to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others are just an accident. However, Fei would not pour cold water on Qilin now. Fei put his big head close to Jiang Zhuxiang and said with a smile, "Little guy, How about you sit on my master? It's rare to meet such an interesting little guy. And Fei Fei still wants to tease her. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the Qilin and the others, and they all shook their heads wildly. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a little helplessness, "Not very good. You are the predecessor of the Taotai predecessors, and naturally my predecessor. How can I be your master? Isn't this a mess?" Fei Fei muttered unhappily, "Little old-fashioned." Then he glared at Kunpeng fiercely. Kunpeng didn't even look at Fei Fei, and maintained the expressionless face that Fei Fei hated the most. Fei Fei gently pushed away the cubs around him, and then he turned into a human form. If the human form of Qilin is self-contained with holy light, then Fei Fei's human form is self-contained with charm. The slightly upturned fox eyes seem to have eyeliner drawn on them, which makes people want to pounce on them. It feels that the human form of Fei Fei is more attractive. Jiang Zhuxiang silently pinched his nose to control the urge of nosebleed, took a few steps back, and hid behind Lei Jin to avoid losing his composure. Although Lei Jin was a little sad that Jiang Zhuxiang only remembered to hide behind him now, he couldn't say much. After all, she still remembered him. Alice had completely forgotten the existence of Ron, and was still staring at Fei Fei. Ron was furious, and wanted to rush up to duel with Fei Fei. Lei Jin silently pulled Ron, and said softly, "Calm down. Any of them can crush you with one finger. Alice is just temporarily unable to get rid of Fei Fei's charm. If you are really worried, you can pull her over, and wait for her to wake up after a while." Fei Fei's looks were really good. Even the men couldn't control themselves. Not to mention the women. Lei Jin was still a little proud of his Jiang Zhuxiang's self-control, although it might be because she had seen too much. Ron followed Lei Jin's advice, pulled Alice over, covered her eyes with his hands, and waited quietly for her to wake up. After Alice woke up, she smiled at Ron a little embarrassedly, saying that she was just bewitched just now, and hoped that Ron would not blame her. Ron would naturally not blame her, but just blocked Alice's sight with his body. Alice knew Ron's intention, and stayed behind Ron obediently, exchanging glances with Jiang Zhuxiang. Men are indeed prone to fussing. Chapter 646. Fei Fei recognizes her relatives. Jiang Zhuxiang was actually a little curious. It is actually very difficult for a mythical beast like Fei Fei to transform. Their talents bring them too many causes and effects, making the way of heaven particularly strict with them. After all, the lethality of Fei Fei after transformation will increase exponentially, just like the one in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully leaned out to look at Fei Fei. Fei Fei felt Jiang Zhuxiang's realization and smiled. Her charm increased dramatically. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly closed his eyes. Qilin said a little helplessly, "Don't tease her anymore. This is our benefactor. She helped us solve the problem before. We brought her here this time to help you solve the problem." Although Qilin and Jiang Zhuxiang have not been together for a long time, he still knows what kind of personality Jiang Zhuxiang has. Although Fei Fei's previous performance did not make Jiang Zhuxiang dissatisfied, it did not make her have too much good impression. Now Qilin only hopes that he can restrain himself a little, at least not to completely anger Jiang Zhuxiang. Fei Fei said a little disapprovingly, "What problem can I have? Even if there is a problem, what can she do as a young cub? You said before that she is your benefactor. Do I know this benefactor?" Qilin said a little seriously, "The benefactor of all of us animals who can still survive now is naturally Shenong. The cub you look down on now is her offspring. Shenong's secret technique is in her. Do you think she can solve your problem? And it is difficult for you to control your own bewitching power now, right? Do you really not need help?" Qilin still knew that the so-called saints sealed them underground to repair the earth that was riddled with holes caused by the war they provoked. Their power was extracted and released by them in a special way. So when they woke up this time, they would lose some power, or reduce their control over their bodies. Fei Fei's fox eyes were wide open. That guy Shenong actually has offspring? Didn't he find a partner? How did the offspring come out? Did he give birth to them himself? Fei Fei and Shenong knew each other very well before. It can be said that his ability to transform was largely related to Shenong. If Shenong hadn't refined a transformation pill for him, his practice would not have been so smooth. So he was still very concerned about Shenong's offspring. Qilin said, "I don't know. It probably happened after we were all sealed. And if Shenong really wanted to give birth himself, it was not impossible. After all, he had developed a pregnancy fruit before, and there were other ways for cultivators to leave offspring, such as putting their own blood into the belly of an ordinary woman, and then providing for her well. They could also get a good offspring." Fei Fei said, "I still don't quite believe it. Let me check it myself. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Zhuxiang, put Jiang Zhuxiang in front of him, stared at her for a long time, and took a drop of Jiang Zhuxiang's blood to taste it, and then looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's expression and changed, becoming much gentler, and no longer bewitching her. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little stunned watching Fei Fei's actions, and seemed to be frightened. Tao Tai and Lei Jin were a little speechless. This guy was too willful. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang frightened, they all felt a little distressed. However, Tao Tai and others were still able to control their feet, while Lei Jin rushed forward directly, trying to snatch Jiang Zhuxiang back. Fei Fei held Jiang Zhuxiang's armpits and turned around, making Lei Jin miss, and then continued to look at Jiang Zhuxiang with a smile, as if he saw a big treasure. Jiang Zhuxiang was frightened at the beginning, but he woke up later. After all, Fei Fei didn't hurt him. Seeing Lei Jin behind Fei Fei, Jiang Zhuxiang blinked his eyes, signaling him to calm down and that he was fine. After staring at Jiang Zhuxiang for 10 minutes, Fei Fei let Jiang Zhuxiang go, motioned Qilin to come up, and asked, "Will the method you mentioned before not harm her?" Fei Fei still attaches great importance to Jiang Zhuxiang's health. If there is any impact, she would rather not solve her own problem. Anyway, she has already gotten used to it. At most, she will not move away in the future. Qilin was also frightened by Fei Fei's actions before. After all, she was still worried that Fei Fei would irritate Jiang Zhuxiang. Then Fei Fei did something so surprising to both humans and beasts, which completely surprised Qilin. Now Fei Fei asked this question, which could help Jiang Zhuxiang's favorability recover a little. If it values Jiang Zhuxiang's health, it will not intentionally harm Jiang Zhuxiang's body. Qilin said, "In fact, I don't know exactly what to do. At that time, I was confused and finished the matter. Then I was able to follow them everywhere. I'd better let Tao Tai come to explain it to you. They are more clear about this kind of thing. After all, they are the first group of people to accept Jiang Zhuxiang's help. In fact, it is also possible to ask Jiang Zhuxiang himself. But Qilin intentionally or unintentionally wants to protect Jiang Zhuxiang in front of others. After all, they are not Jiang Zhuxiang's close relatives. Sometimes close relatives will hurt each other. Not to mention these team members. Tao Tai and others were called by Qilin. Hearing Qilin's request, they signaled Jiang Zhuxiang to use the soundproofing sound. Jiang Zhuxiang intended to let Lei Jin know a little about his own affairs, and the soundproofing sound also covered Lei Jin. Tao Tai and the others looked at Lei Jin and didn't say much. After all, Lei Jin is now considered Jiang Zhuxiang's closest relative, and under the constraints of the marriage contract, Lei Jin can't do anything to betray Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai directly said what Fei Fei needs to do. This feeling is like removing a part of your body that is not harmonious. As long as you feel something is wrong, just apply force there. It may take a moment or a while. You will find that a crystal will separate from the uncomfortable part. Then you can expel it and give it to Jiang Zhuxiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang gets it, you will basically have nothing to do. This strange thing was injected into their bodies by the saints in order to squeeze them. Only those who practiced Shenong's secret technique could solve it. They were so bold to make such a thing at that time because they knew that Shenong had no descendants. They never thought that Shenong actually had descendants. Sure enough, the way of heaven still gave them a glimmer of hope. After so many times, Jiang Zhuxiang also realized the importance of Shenong's secret technique on his body, and perhaps it would have a more important role in the future. Chapter 647 Snow Survival Test. After knowing the method, Fei Fei said that they could relax around him first, and he would go into seclusion. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others expressed their understanding. Tao Tai and the others had the same experience, so they could understand it even better. They just let Fei Fei relax and go into seclusion, and asked him if he needed someone to protect him. Fei Fei said with a smile, "Did you need a guardian at that time?" He didn't believe that Tao Tai and the others would need a guardian at that time, especially since Tao Tai was said to be the first to do such a thing. Fei Fei absolutely believed that he was reluctant to let Jiang Zhuxiang protect him, because if you protect a cultivator in practice, you need to be absolutely sober and can't relax at all, because your relaxation at this moment is likely to bring danger to the cultivator in practice. Therefore, the guardianship is always done by the senior brothers or masters for their junior brothers or sisters or disciples. After all, only people with such close relationships are willing to protect each other. And of course parents are definitely willing to do this for their children. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang is actually very willing to protect them. but they have never agreed. Just like this time. Fei Fei pushed Jiang Zhuxiang into Lei Zhen's arms, and asked him to take Jiang Zhuxiang to have a good time. Jiang Zhuxiang was pulled away by Lei Zhen a little helplessly. Is it true that he is still unable to twist his arms? Lei Zhen looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's sad expression, and quickly comforted him. The elders did this to take care of you. Xiaxiang. Don't forget that you don't just belong to yourself. You belong to all of us. You take good care of yourself is what we all want to see most. Lei Zhen comforted Jiang Zhuxiang and stroked his fur, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang would be happy. Jiang Zhuxiang was comforted by Lei Zhen's rare gentle tone. He was just confused for a while. But now there was no problem at all. Jiang Zhuxiang turned around to see what Tao Tai and the others were doing. Lei Zhen saw Jiang Zhuxiang's purpose and took Jiang Zhuxiang to see what Tao Tai and the others were doing. Tao Tai and the others were playing in the snow. Only at this time could they completely let themselves go. After all, in other places, they had to pay attention to Jiang Zhuxiang's safety and guard against other humans. Now in Fei Fei's sphere of influence, humans were refused entry, so they could relax so much. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless watching them rolling in the snow or sliding down from a height. Without any tools at all. Just relying on their control of their own bodies. Jiang Zhuxiang was infected with the advantages, and was ready to make a move. After all, there were not many such opportunities. Jiang Zhuxiang looked back at Lei Zhen and said, "Let's make a snowboard." Although Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Zhen, he had already started looking for materials in his personal space. Lei Zhen said a little helplessly, "Okay, I'll do it with you. Can you make one for me too? I want to try it too." After listening to Lei Zhen's words, Jiang Zhuxiang naturally said, "No problem." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice, who had appeared behind him at some point. "Do you want it?" Alice said, "Of course. I haven't skied yet." After saying that, Alice looked at Ron, who said helplessly, "Give me one too." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I only provide the materials. You can do it yourself. As for the method, you should be able to find it on the communicator. You can find a method that you can do yourself. We don't necessarily have to do it the same way. After all, everyone has different abilities. Jiang Zhuxiang is not a stereotyped person. And this is just something to play with." Jiang Zhuxiang distributed the materials to everyone, and put the extra materials aside. If Lei Zhen's team members also want to try, they can come and get the materials themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang found a tutorial on the communicator, turned on the mute mode, watched and did it, and chatted with Alice at the same time. Alice and the others handled it in the same way. Alice looked at the time and asked curiously, "Aren't we going back to sleep tonight?" After all, they used to start rushing back at this time. But there didn't seem to be a place to sleep here. So Alice was still a little worried. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "We can build a snow house by ourselves after we have enough fun. It is also a rare experience. I have built a small house for Tao Tai before, and the snow house should not be difficult." Alice nodded to show that she knew. With so many people working together, it shouldn't be too slow. There is no night here, so it doesn't matter when they go to bed. And there is plenty of time for them to build. The skis in their hands gradually took shape with their efforts. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't wait to try it out. He fell down countless times at the beginning. Fortunately, the skis were quite sturdy. Otherwise, they would have been broken apart. It was an hour later when Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were able to slide down the valley smoothly. This was the result of Jiang Zhuxiang's light body technique. Lei Zhen and Luoyin. Boys were more suitable for sports than girls. Later, they were almost the ones who taught Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends. After they sweated a little, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends stopped. After all, sweating too much here is not a good thing, which can easily lead to loss of body temperature. Jiang Zhuxiang called on Tao Tai and the others to make snow bricks together to build the snow house. Jiang Zhuxiang provided the size of the snow bricks to avoid the problem of different sizes and difficulty in building them. After making some snow bricks, Jiang Zhuxiang led people to start building them up. After all, it was not too early now. After being busy for more than 2 hours, the 2 snow houses were finally completed. Jiang Zhuxiang stood in front of them and felt very accomplished. Although the place was not very big, it was still habitable. The partitions inside were also made of snow bricks. Everyone could be assigned a small room. There was only one bed in the room, but it was enough. As for taking a bath, you don't have to think so much in the wild. At most, you can boil some water to wipe it later. There is still a kitchen in the snow house. Everyone went into the house to prepare dinner, considering that so many people need to eat. The kitchen and the dining room are separated into one space, which can be regarded as saving space. It is rare to see people huddle together to prepare dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang put the table and other things in place, and then assigned tasks to everyone. Everyone quickly finished dinner and returned to their own small room to rest, even though the space was so quiet that they could hear each other when they turned over. Everyone still rested well. It was Feifei who woke them up the next morning. Chapter 648. Collect all amber crystals. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Feifei's face, which looked even more attractive, and asked in confusion, "Did you succeed?" Feifei took much longer than Tao Tai, so Jiang Zhuxiang was suspicious and thought it was just taking a break. Feifei stretched out his hand, and in his palm was a crystal that looked familiar to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly found the box where these things were originally placed, and put the last one in it. Looking at these 7 amber crystals of different shapes, Jiang Zhuxiang asked in confusion, "Do you know what these are used for?" After all, Jiang Zhuxiang only knew that these crystals should have come from the hands of those saints, and they had a suppressive effect on Tao Tai, and he knew nothing else. Feifei didn't know what these things were for, so he signaled Jiang Zhuxiang to ask Kuinping. Kuinping said, "This kind of thing is not something we can touch. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been suppressed for so long. You should keep it for now, and you will know when you should know it. When you get the complete inheritance of Shenong, you should be able to recognize what these things are." Kuinping actually had a vague feeling, but he was restricted by the way of heaven and couldn't say his guess, so he could only remind him in this obscure way. Jiang Zhuxiang has always let things take their own course. If he doesn't know now, then just leave it alone. The most important thing now is to ask Feifei if she is willing to live in another place. Feifei said, "I heard that you are living with your adoptive parents now. I'd better not trouble you. After all, my physique is special, and Tao Tai can still help Jiang Zhuxiang do some things. If I say so, I can only hinder them." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally knows Feifei's concerns, so he directly said, "It was like this before. But now I am married, and I am preparing my own house. When the time comes, I will leave the academy and have my own territory. When the time comes, Tao Tai will follow me. If you also go, we will be perfect." Moreover, Feifei doesn't have to worry about affecting the Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang had considered moving out when signing the marriage contract, but he had to come to the South Fragment, so Jiang Zhuxiang put it on hold for the time being. Although he doesn't know how the progress there is now, he thinks it should be no problem. If it can't be the master by then, let it temporarily live in the small house where the Tao Tai originally lived. Then everyone can take turns to accompany it. It is also a solution. When I go back, I must check the progress there first. Feifei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's sincere invitation and couldn't help but agree. Even if he couldn't avoid being abandoned by his master in the future, at least he could restore his current life. And then the Tao Tai would not ignore him. Seeing Feifei agreed, Jiang Zhuxiang immediately said happily, "Then let's pack up today, take a rest, and go back tomorrow." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that the time they had been out was almost the limit of what the dean's wife could tolerate, so he should consciously go home by himself. Lei Jin was sober when Jiang Zhuxiang invited Feifei to his house. He put on his clothes and came over. Just then, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang with Feifei about to go out. Lei Jin hurriedly asked, "Why are you going now?" Lei Jin was still a little dissatisfied with Feifei for causing Jiang Zhuxiang to have such a reaction so early in the morning. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he smelled vinegar, looked at Lei Jin, stretched out his hand, and touched Lei Jin's head, saying, "I'm not going to do anything. I just want to wake people up. We will take you to our current place of residence first. By then, you will be able to initially feel the current human concept, and then you won't be too worried." The latter words were said by Jiang Zhuxiang to Feifei. Feifei's ability can be regarded as a psychic ability user. By then, Jiang Zhuxiang only needs to get a reasonable identity for Feifei, and then it will definitely be easier for him to get along than Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang is not worried about this at all. What he needs to do most now is to untie Feifei's knot. Jiang Zhuxiang still thinks that Feifei is unwilling to get close to humans because he has seen the tragedy of his tribe before. As long as he can see all aspects of humans, Feifei will not care too much about these things, and he should be able to deal with humans calmly. Although Lei Jin is very satisfied that his Xuxiang is willing to move out of the Academy of Sciences and live in their home, He is still not willing to accept so many elders coming together. Will he have a chance to get close to Xiaoxiang at that time? Lei Zhen's worry is still reasonable. After all, with the realm, it is no problem to deal with him. At that time, getting married is equivalent to not getting married, or even worse than not getting married. After all, at that time, the Taotai will still know how to be polite. However, Lei Zhen was unwilling to go against Jiang Zhuxiang's wishes in the end. However, Lei Zhen insisted on one point. I will ask the people who are currently constructing to prepare a separate house for them. It will be built next to us. Xiaoxiang, if you want to see them, you can go directly through the middle door. Normally, I still hope that we can have private space. Lei Zhen strives for a more normal living environment for couples. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Taotai and others inquiringly. It is better to ask their opinions on such matters. Taotai and others naturally have no opinions. Even if there is a house, the time they will stay in the house is estimated to be limited. After all, they are more accustomed to living in the wild. Therefore, they didn't care about Lei Zhen's implicit rejection. If he did it again in the future, they would at most take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Lei Zhen was a little surprised that Taotai and the others were so relaxed. If that was the case, he wouldn't mind having dinner together. After all, there was definitely no beast among them that could cook. After solving the housing problem, Lei Zhen called all his team members and asked them to pack up and prepare to go back. Breakfast and other things would be eaten when they got back. Ron and Alice were the first to get ready. Alice handed everything to Ron and stood in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and stared at Feifei. After staring for a while, Alice said mysteriously, "Is your senior married? If he wasn't married, it would definitely be a disaster to let him go." Chapter 649 Vegetable Supplier. Although Alice had just felt the power of Feifei, under the temptation of beauty, Alice still dared to joke with Feifei. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless about Alice's courage. In response to Alice's question, he said, "He is still the same even if he is married. He can't stop his charm unless he scratches off his face." However, Feifei's charm is not only on its face, so this method is still useless. Seeing Alice's performance, Ron was a little upset and handed all the things to Lei Kong, who came later, asking him to put them away first. After all, he was a little tired carrying them. Then he covered Alice's eyes to prevent her from looking at Feifei's face again. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice struggling in Ron's arms with a bit of amusement, while he looked at Feifei openly for a while, and said with admiration, "You look really good like this. It will be a bit troublesome to go out. I will help you to do this a little. Otherwise, I really dare not take you out to meet people. If you don't cover up this kind of appearance that others will fall for at first sight, it will definitely be difficult to move." Feifei also knew this situation, and signaled Jiang Zhuxiang to be happy and bold. "You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't let me destroy my face. Everything else is up to you." Feifei also knew Jiang Zhuxiang's ability, so he said so. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Feifei sitting there quietly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, indicating that she was still a little uneasy. So he patted Feifei's shoulder in a soothing manner, indicating that he was going to start. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a lot of bottles and jars from his personal backpack and began to apply them on Feifei's face. Seeing Feifei's face gradually become a normal face, Jiang Zhuxiang felt a great sense of accomplishment. Others witnessed this scene of Feifei and were a little shocked. Even if Feifei's face became ordinary, her temperament was still very attractive. However, this was not something Jiang Zhuxiang could change. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the brush in his hand and said, "Okay, there are no other questions. Open your eyes and take a look yourself." Jiang Zhuxiang found a mirror from somewhere and asked Alice to stand it in front of Feifei so that he could see the fruits of his labor. Feifei opened his eyes and saw his unfamiliar face in the mirror. For the first time, he felt grateful. For Feifei, he was naturally fond of humans, but their faces and characteristics often caused them to not have a good ending in humans. Now that he could change one of them, it was enough for Feifei to feel relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang put away all his bottles and jars, hoping that the next time Feifei could meet humans with his true face, by then, humans would definitely be able to accept an alien like Feifei. After Feifei's excitement passed, he calmed down and watched the people around him busy packing their things. Feifei also planned to go to his own residence to take his belongings away. Feifei had no personal space, so he put all his things in Taotia's space. Taotai suddenly felt that he was carrying a lot of expectations. He just hoped that there would be no problems along the way. Otherwise, Tao Tai didn't know what kind of reaction Fei Fei would have at that time. After everyone stood on the snow again, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a handful of nutrient supplements and asked everyone to drink a tube to temporarily replenish their energy. After all, for them, the way back was still a little far. If they really waited until they got there to eat breakfast, some people would definitely be too hungry, and they would not have the strength on the road. The others drank the nutrient solution without saying a word. But Fei Fei took the nutrient solution in front of her and looked at it carefully. It contains basic energy, which is a bit similar to the big pills made by Shenong in the past. Xiaxiang, do you know what the formula of this thing is? Fei Fei thought that this should be the formula passed down by Shenong. Otherwise, they would definitely not dare to pour it into their mouths. After all, it would be bad if this kind of thing had any harm. Jiang Zhuxiang still had some plans. Lei Zhen took over her work and distributed the nutrient solution one by one. After everyone replenished their energy, they hurried back. They really missed the snow house where they had lived for so long, even if they only stayed outside for one night. After returning to the rented snow house, it was almost lunchtime. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to take everyone to the noodle shop for the last time, which was also an explanation and farewell to the boss. Jiang Zhuxiang still took out a large basket of vegetables as before. After all, for him, no matter what Jiang Zhuxiang said, the vegetables that Jiang Zhuxiang made were the most attractive to him. These things were enough to represent Jiang Zhuxiang's intentions. A group of them walked into the noodle shop. Some people had already started eating at this time. The boss came over and saw Fei Fei's face and said, "Do you have a new member?" This person's face was really unfamiliar. It was not a human on this fragment that the boss had seen. So the boss asked this question. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in acknowledgement, then placed a whole basket of things in front of the boss, signaling him, "Please move a little faster. They haven't even had breakfast yet." Jiang Zhuxiang was no longer polite to her, and urged him openly. The boss looked at the faces of others who all looked hungry. So he went to work first, intending to come over and chat after the dishes were served. After 15 minutes, the boss brought all the food, and the boss's wife squeezed next to Jiang Zhuxiang and whispered, "Are you leaving?" This time, there were still a lot of vegetables that could be left, and the boss felt guilty. So he could only guess Jiang Zhuxiang's purpose. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to keep it secret this time. After all, he was a little familiar with the boss. So he told him directly, "Yes, we are planning to leave. If you still want vegetables recently, you can tell me through the communicator. I can also send vegetables back when I am on the way. At that time, you will definitely still regard vegetables as one of the selling points here. Although the ingredients of a noodle shop are regular, it is not enough to rely on this alone." Jiang Zhuxiang did not say anything extra and began to concentrate on eating. The boss looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little surprise. In this case, do I need to pay any price? After all, when waiting on the road, he still couldn't send the prepared noodles over, so it was okay to pay a certain amount of contribution value. Chapter 650 Reinspection of Site Personnel. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with the noodle shop owner, so he didn't cheat too much in terms of price. Just slightly higher than the current price at the Academy of Sciences, and the boss must be able to afford it. Hearing the numbers from Jiang Zhuxiang's mouth, the noodle shop owner was still a little satisfied. It seemed that his goodwill during this period was not without effect. At this price, he could only buy a few bundles of cabbage. After discussing the supply relationship with the boss, Jiang Zhuxiang took people back to the snow house. Most people chose to go to their rooms to rest. Although they slept well last night, there was still a little deficiency. That is, they fell asleep too late. It is normal to make up for the sleep now. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised to see Lei Zhen not going up. "Don't you need to catch up on some sleep? Your dark circles are so heavy that they look like they were drawn by a pen." Jiang Zhuxiang rarely saw this kind of situation when upgrading psychics. After all, their physical constitutions have changed, and they need less sleep. This time is a bit strange. Lei Zhen said, "No need. If you need me to do anything, you should tell me as soon as possible." Lei Zhen obviously knew that Jiang Zhuxiang still needed help before leaving. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang met some familiar people in this fragment and probably needed to say goodbye to them. Lei Zhen still had to follow Jiang Zhuxiang all the time at this time. This was also a time to show that they had a good relationship. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with Lei Zhen's self-awareness. I'm planning to go to the Science Academy site. As I promised before. I don't know how their health is now. Jiang Zhuxiang gave them all medicine when he left before. But he didn't know if they took it seriously. Jiang Zhuxiang looked behind Lei Jin. Alice and Ron were right behind him. So Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Do you still want to go with me this time?" Alice still admired the people at the Science Academy site. So Jiang Zhuxiang asked this question. Alice said, "I want to go." "Will Fei Fei go?" Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "As long as he is willing to meet people." After all, the people at the Academy of Sciences were relatively sensible, and should be nice to strangers like Fei Fei. If it wanted to go, it was okay. But Fei Fei obviously had no intention of going over to meet people. "You go. I'll wait for you here." Fei Fei planned to take the opportunity to learn from Tao Tai what the real Academy of Sciences is like, and what kind of people the dean and his wife are. After hearing what Fei Fei said, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay. Then you stay and do your homework. We will go there by ourselves and come back soon." When the people around saw this scene, Lei Jin and Luo En immediately said, "Then let's go with you. It's still a bit dangerous for two girls to go out." Lei Jin and Ron were very determined, and would never let them go out alone. Jiang Zhuxiang packed up his things, so that he could leave with the main group immediately when he came back. Alice also packed up her things, and handed them to Ron at Jiang Zhuxiang's reminder. Ron put their luggage with Lei Kong. The four of them went straight to find a sled. After all, they had consumed a lot of energy before, and now they also needed to save energy. The sled put the three people at the entrance of the station smoothly and quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang gathered the clothes he was wearing and took them in directly. The station staff who saw Jiang Zhuxiang appeared rushed to tell each other, leaving one person to take them to the living room. Jiang Zhuxiang was somewhat satisfied with this. It seemed that they had not forgotten him during this period. After sitting down in the living room, he wanted to take his pulse first. The man obediently stretched out his wrist and reported, "We all drank the medicine, and we should be fine now." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, "You don't have the final say. I will talk to you after I check it out. Now please be quiet." "Okay." When people talk, it will affect the doctor's judgment. So Jiang Zhuxiang still wants him to keep quiet. The man calmed down, and Jiang Zhuxiang carefully changed his left hand to his right hand. After letting go, he showed a relaxed smile on his face, and said, "There is no problem. Just be careful not to stay up late in the future." The man also relaxed a lot. But he was still a little embarrassed about Jiang Zhuxiang's request. It is still difficult to have a regular work and rest schedule here. Is there any other way? Jiang Zhuxiang stared at him silently, and knew that he was telling the truth. So he put the health pills in a porcelain bottle and handed it to him. "Take one pill every other day to relieve the damage caused by staying up late. It is best to go to bed early." He nodded to show that he understood. And then other people came over. Jiang Zhuxiang was caught up in the greetings of a group of people. After greeting everyone, he signaled them to line up for him to check, which was one of his main tasks this time. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished this task and told them the results, he also told them the importance of regular work and rest. However, there were very few people who could do it. Jiang Zhuxiang silently contributed the remaining health pills to them, and said helplessly, "Tell me when you have finished eating. Health is the most important thing when you are away from home. You are still young now, and you will suffer when you are older." They all nodded obediently, and said that they would take the medicine on time. After solving this problem, Jiang Zhuxiang began to ask about the number of vegetables prepared for them before, saying, "Don't save. I will replenish it for you now. When we go back, I will ask the dean to give you vegetables on time every week, and then you will be able to eat vegetables every day." The dean couldn't contact them before, but now that he can, he naturally has to keep up with all the benefits. They took Jiang Zhuxiang to the cellar, and when Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the basket was still full, he repeated what he said before. Jiang Zhuxiang once again used up his wood-type ability, and replenished them with other vegetable varieties. Then he was helped by Lei Jin back to the room where he originally lived when he came here. Lei Jin helped Jiang Zhuxiang sit on the bed, and asked a little worriedly, "Do you want me to find you some wood-type crystal cores?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No. You helped me sit down at the window. Let me recover by myself. You can go and do your work first." Chapter 651 The Actions of the Demons. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Lei Jin must have his own purpose when he came here, as they had not stopped exploring before. He knew that they should be looking for what they wanted, but he didn't know if they found it. Lei Jin shook his head and said, "Nothing is more important than your coming now. I can leave other things to others. I believe that Lei Kong can understand my choice now. After all, he knows our true relationship. In fact, their mission to come to the South Fragment, this time, is just to find a place with sufficient resources to build a station. After all, when it is really stable in the future, this place will definitely be welcomed by many people." This task had been almost completed in their previous exploration missions. Now the only thing left was the integration of the data, which had always been the responsibility of Lei Kong. So Lei Jin was not really worried. Seeing that Lei Jin did not listen to his advice, Jiang Zhuxiang had no other choice for the time being. After all, he did not have so much energy now. He could only wait until he recovered. He could only apologize to Lei Kong for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang sat cross-legged at the window, temporarily ignoring Lei Jin, who was still sitting in the room. Lei Jin would know about his own cultivation sooner or later, and it didn't matter if he saw it now. After Jiang Zhuxiang entered the cultivation state, Lei Jin began to wander around Jiang Zhuxiang's room. There were obviously many traces of Jiang Zhuxiang's previous residence. Lei Jin looked at the information on the desk and felt a little helpless that he could not understand it. So he could only let it go. At this time, Lei Kong sent a communication. Lei Jin quickly covered the communicator with his hand, hoping not to disturb Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin carefully looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, and then ran directly to the bathroom to connect the communication. Lei Kong saw the scene behind Lei Jin's communicator and said with a little surprise, "You can actually get into the house?" Jiang Zhuxiang was able to let his captain in so easily. Lei Kong said that he was still a little bit unbelievable, and Lei Kong's tone was full of doubt. Although Lei Jin wanted to rush to the big head, Lei Kong and Jiang Zhuxiang had a good relationship. When the time came, Lei Kong only needed to ask Jiang Zhuxiang, and his lies would be exposed in minutes. So Lei Jin still honestly explained, "Xiao Xiang is practicing to recover. I just sent her back to the room. I hadn't left when you sent the communication, in order not to disturb her practice. I hid here. Lei Kong, I think you can just leave the room and answer my call. I don't mind waiting for you." Lei Kong directly pierced Lei Jin's skin. Doesn't this guy just want to stay with Jiang Zhuxiang for a while? What's there to hide? He even saw the process of their signing the marriage contract. Other things are no longer surprising. I just hope that he will not be kicked out by Jiang Zhuxiang. After Lei Jin heard what Lei Kong said, he didn't say anything more and said directly, "The rest of the team's affairs will be handed over to you. After I finish my work with Xiaoxiang, I will come to meet you and help you fight for benefits." The benefits Lei Jin mentioned were naturally related to Xiaoxiang. After all, Lei Kong and the others still liked some of the medicines made by Jiang Zhuxiang. And Jiang Zhuxiang's ancient medical skills were also very useful. Just like Lei Hua, he had successfully upgraded with the help of Jiang Zhuxiang before. Now when Lei Jin is not around, he can fully take on the firepower of the team. Lei Kong was quite satisfied with Lei Jin's promise. Now in the eyes of the team members, Jiang Zhuxiang's popularity was definitely higher than Lei Jin's captain. He hung up the communication without saying much. Lei Jin was not unaware of this situation, but she also liked this situation. After all, their attitude toward Xiaoxiang was not very good before, which led to a great hindrance to her progress in pursuing Xiaoxiang. Lei Jin did not want this situation to happen again in the future. After Lei Jin turned off the communicator and washed his hands in the bathroom, he returned to Jiang Zhuxiang's training room. Lei Jin stared at Jiang Zhuxiang's motionless figure and the energy that emanated from her body, which was very similar to the Wood-type supernatural power. He was a little curious about what supernatural power his Xiaoxiang had. After all, he seemed to have never really received a positive response from his Xiaoxiang on this matter. However, his Xiaoxiang had many small tricks, such as formations, medicines, etc. Lei Jin suspected that his Xiaoxiang had obtained a legacy. After all, only ancient things like inheritance would leave so many useful things. Moreover, only inheritance could explain why Xiaoxiang had never explained what supernatural power she had. After all, this kind of thing was too precious. If it was known by others, Jiang Zhuxiang might not be able to keep it. Lei Jin decided to let things take their own course in the future, lest his daughter Xiaoxiang think that he coveted her things. For Lei Jin, Jiang Zhuxiang was much more precious than those inheritances that he might not be able to use. Although Jiang Zhuxiang was in the state of cultivation, the demons in her dantian could still help her keep an eye on Lei Jin's movements and use their abilities to broadcast live to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang was forced to watch Lei Zhen's performance and had no other ideas. He would not deliberately tell Lei Zhen what he had obtained. Like Lei Zhen, he chose to let things take their own course. The demon said, although this man's aura is a bit scary, he is full of a sense of righteousness. He should be an upright human being. Xiaoxiang, can we appear in front of him in the future? For the demons, being willing to appear in front of a human means that the person is trustworthy. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. Jiang Zhuxiang, as long as you are not afraid of being treated as a ghost by him, you can just show up. Lei Zhen is not going to deal with these little ghosts. After all, Lei Zhen still has integrity. For him, only enemies of equal level are worth his attack. At that time, he will probably come to attack himself. The demon said, we will try to appear in front of him with the plant body first. At that time, he will think we are demons or mutant plants at most. As long as we don't attack him, there should be no problem at that time. Maybe we can help you ask him some questions. The demons expressed full confidence and absolutely did not want to give up this rare opportunity. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, well, as long as you are happy, I will not practice tonight. You can do whatever you want. Now I am going to end. If any one of you has not eaten yet, please tell me. Chapter 652, Preparing to Move. Jiang Zhuxiang always feeds these little guys while practicing. It feels like feeding his own pets. But they don't need him to worry about them. He just needs to keep practicing. The little guys who were too excited to pay attention to absorbing the energy Jiang Zhuxiang gave them shouted, "We!" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and gave them some of the last energy that was still running in his veins. They would distribute the amount by themselves. So he didn't need to worry about whether they were not full. After watching them burp and spill some plant essence, Jiang Zhuxiang silently stopped his practice, opened his eyes, and found that Lei Zhen was still sitting by the bed without moving. He said helplessly, "Didn't I ask you to take care of your own things?" Jiang Zhuxiang really had no good way to deal with Lei Zhen's practice of often leaving his own affairs to others. He would not listen if he was told, and he might get annoyed if he told him too much. Lei Zhen knew what Jiang Zhuxiang cared about, and quickly said, the rest of the things were originally Lei Kong's responsibility. Even if I was with him, I couldn't help much. At most, I could help Lei Kong. Now that I'm not here, maybe they will be happier. After all, they always think that they can only mess up when processing data. Lei Zhen explained to Jiang Zhuxiang a little aggrieved about his treatment by Lei Kong and others. Obviously, he wanted to win Jiang Zhuxiang's sympathy. And at the same time, he wanted his little Xiang to ignore his actions this time. After all, he was still a little guilty this time. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't really believe Lei Zhen's words about this matter. I will ask Lei Kong. I hope his statement is consistent with yours. If a captain never takes his team members to heart, it is easy to lose his authority. Lei Zhen smiled and said, no problem. But, Xiaoxiang, do you have time to check the bodies of our team members? They also want some pills you prepared. Jiang Zhuxiang, there is no problem with the physical examination. You can ask them to buy pills directly in my virtual store. I will notify them to give you a discount. The pills there are also prepared by me. So you don't need to worry about the problem of different efficacy. Jiang Zhuxiang would carefully check the quality of the drugs every time he put them on the shelves, and would never put unqualified pills on the shelves. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think they needed to specially prepare the medicine for them. Lei Zhen said, okay. You can tell them when the time comes. Lei Zhen helped Jiang Zhuxiang up while chatting with him. After all, Lei Zhen didn't know whether Jiang Zhuxiang had fully recovered. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up with Lei Zhen's strength and moved his body. He didn't feel weak at all. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Zhen out of the door. This time, Lei Zhen's team members also came. After all, they had already returned the snow house they had booked before, and expressed their gratitude and said goodbye to the person who arranged their accommodation before. The person said that if they come again next time, he will invite them to his house. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others said they would meet again next time. Lei Zhen felt a little guilty when he saw his team members busy in the small meeting room here, and quietly hid behind Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang reached out and pulled Lei Zhen out speechlessly, then knocked on the door gently to remind the people inside that they had arrived. Lei Kong raised his head and looked over here, and said helplessly, why are you here now? We are busy here. Xiaoxiang, take the captain to play somewhere else for a while, and then come over. If you agree to check our health, we will only have time when we go back. Now we can't take care of our health for the time being. After all, They had to submit the materials as soon as they returned. So their time was a bit tight. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't come here to make trouble. It was obvious that they really didn't welcome Lei Jin to come. So he quietly left, closed the door, and looked at Lei Jin with a smile and said, "So what you just said is true. Then let's go to the kitchen to help them prepare some good things." After confirming that Lei Jin didn't lie, Jiang Zhuxiang's mood was still subtle and a little good. Lei Jin felt a little wronged. How could his own Xiuxiang not believe what he said? However, when he heard her say that she had something to do for Lei Jin, his little grievance was not important, and he followed Xiaoxiang to the kitchen. Someone was already preparing dinner in the kitchen. When Jiang Zhuxiang came in, the man was a little surprised. "Are you hungry? You can eat in a little while." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, "Not bad. I came here to make some medicinal tea. Do you have a kettle for boiling water?" Now the electronic stove obviously has no space. After all, they are still a little busy preparing dinner for so many people. The man looked at the situation here and handed the only kettle for boiling water to Jiang Zhuxiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang filled the kettle with water, he put the prepared medicinal tea bag in it, covered it with a lid, turned on the switch, and waited for it to boil slowly. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang as usual, chatting with him from time to time, mainly about when they could move after returning. Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion was that the sooner the better. After all, he couldn't let Fei Fei live alone after taking her home. If he did, she would definitely feel excluded. Lei Jin was quite satisfied with Fei Fei's influence. There was basically no problem with his own home. He was just afraid that the dean's wife would not let him go. As for the house, they had been busy before. When Lei Jin asked about it, they had already prepared it. They had always considered the possibility that someone would want to live next to Lei Jin in the future. So there was no problem with Fei Fei's residence. They just hadn't put the furniture in yet. This kind of thing can be done after they go back. After all, everyone wants a different style. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that they needed to reveal that they had signed the marriage contract. After all, if this was the case, they would be relieved and the reasons would be more legitimate. It was just that Lei Jin might need to suffer a little. Lei Jin said that he was absolutely willing to suffer this kind of hardship. After all, it couldn't be better to suffer first and then enjoy the sweetness. Jiang Zhuxiang glared at Lei Jin unhappily. Moving out didn't mean that she would really live with him. This man was too happy too early. Chapter 653 Alice is following. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had prepared the medicinal tea, he asked Lei Jin to deliver it to Lei Kong and the others. He just took the opportunity to send a message to the dean's wife to report the time he would go. After the dean's wife answered the call, she was very satisfied with the news Jiang Zhuxiang told her. After all, it was rare for her to remember to report this matter to them. She said, "The dean and I will come to pick you up at that time." Okay? The dean's wife rarely had the urge to pick someone up in person. But this was Jiang Zhuxiang's last time out. So she had to be more serious. Jiang Zhuxiang's face twitched. "That's not necessary. I have my own communicator. I can come back by myself. But this time I brought another little friend back. It's not suitable for staying with humans for a long time. I may need to settle it down before I can come back." Jiang Zhuxiang told him a little about Fei Fei's situation. It would be better to talk to the dean's wife face to face when the time comes. The dean's wife was used to Jiang Zhuxiang's ability to find his friends who were away from home. She said with understanding, "Okay, but you should be able to go back home for dinner tomorrow. I will prepare dinner for you by then. Remember to come and eat." The dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang still had a tacit understanding and did not ask about Fei Fei's origins in the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang was able to guarantee that they would have dinner at the academy. "Then you must prepare more delicious food. We can eat a lot. When you are out, you can make do with anything. But when you get home, you hope to eat what you like." The dean's wife said with a smile, "No problem. When have I ever disappointed you?" Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife chatted for a few more sentences, and then hung up the call. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the progress in the kitchen and planned to go in to help. The people in the kitchen didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang's intervention. After all, she was more skilled. Dinner was on the table, and Lei Jin hadn't come back yet after delivering the medicinal tea. Jiang Zhuxiang invited the gluttons to eat first, and he went to call people to eat. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming, and he stood up with a relieved look on his face. Although Lei Kong and others disliked Lei Jin for dragging their feet, when Lei Jin took the initiative to deliver to the door, they would still order him without hesitation. Lei Jin was really in pain when facing a pile of data. At this time, seeing Jiang Zhuxiang, he felt that he was saved. Lei Kong snorted in annoyance when he saw Lei Jin like this. But he didn't say much. Jiang Zhuxiang saw their eye contact this time and said helplessly, "Everyone, don't be busy yet. Go out for dinner and come back. If you are really too busy, you can ask Tao Ai to help. Although they haven't systematically learned data, they can still do rough work." Jiang Zhuxiang's words aroused their hunger. Everyone stood up with Lei Jin and went to the restaurant for dinner. Tao Ai occupied half of the seats, and the rest of the seats were filled with them. Probably because they were eating outside. They couldn't grab food in front of the station staff. This meal was extremely harmonious. Jiang Zhuxiang began to consider that they still needed outsiders to be present when they ate together in the future. After the meal, not only Tao Tai and the others went to help, but Jiang Zhuxiang also went to help Lei Kong share the work. Originally, the staff of the site also wanted to help, but Lei Kong did not let them join. After all, this was also related to the secrets of the Lei family. Even if the staff of the site were excellent in mathematics, Lei Kong was not at ease to let them participate. Fortunately, Lei Kong was still willing to trust Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, she was already the official captain's wife. She would not reveal their information to the hostile forces. He assigned part of his summary work to Jiang Zhuxiang, and he was responsible for another part of the summary work and the final suggestions. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless and busy. She said that she was not very clear about the data. Jiang Zhuxiang kept busy with them until midnight. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the people around her, who were still energetic, and sighed a little helplessly. Women's energy is still not as good as men's. Lei Jin just walked to Jiang Zhuxiang's side. Hearing Lei Jin's words, he said with a bit of amusement, "They are just holding on now. Don't you know your own physical condition? You can definitely surpass them by a large margin. The fact that they are still so awake is entirely due to your medicinal tea." Jiang Zhuxiang yawned and said to Lei Kong that he would go to rest first. If it was too late, he would not be able to get up tomorrow. Lei Jin did not force it. After all, the work had been done. Lei Jin did not follow Jiang Zhuxiang out for once, but stayed to talk to the team members. Lei Jin was mainly concerned about the matter that Jiang Zhuxiang had been concerned about before. Whether the place to live was ready. Lei Kong had just decided on a few locations and sent them to the clan leader. Although the clan leader must have fallen asleep by now, and would have to wait until tomorrow morning to see the analysis. Lei Kong just liked the feeling of being completely done. Hearing Lei Jin's words, he said helplessly, "Didn't I tell you? Everything is ready." After that, Lei Kong showed Lei Jin the decoration effect of the house, and finally coaxed Lei Jin to go back and rest. Lei Kong felt exhausted physically and mentally. The other team members looked at Lei Kong with a little sympathy. This kind of thing has happened too many times, and they have no way to stop their captain from turning back. They can only pay more attention to Jiang Zhuxiang in the future, hoping to take a deeper route. The next morning, Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang woke up together. Jiang Zhuxiang had already told Alice about his plan and asked Alice whether she wanted to go home or stay. In this matter, Jiang Zhuxiang still respected Alice's opinion, even if her opinion was a little conflicting with his. Most of the compromises were made by Alice, which made Lei Jin and Ron very helpless. Why were they so indifferent when they were against each other before? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what they were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely say, "That's because you don't know how to restrain yourself." Jiang Zhuxiang still appreciates people who can control their emotions. After all, this also means that they can encounter more emergencies without panic. Alice didn't want to go back so urgently. Unlike Jiang Zhuxiang and others, they still had parents waiting for them. Alice simply planned to follow Jiang Zhuxiang to visit the Academy of Sciences. After all, Alice was still quite curious about the place that nurtured talents like Jiang Zhuxiang. Chapter 654 Feifei and Qilin. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Alice with a smile, "Don't you need to ask Ron before making such a decision?" Jiang Zhuxiang had seen Ron's face of despair, and it was obvious that he was still not very accepting of being abandoned by his girlfriend. After all, their previous plan was to go back after seeing this with Lei Jin and the others. Ron had already talked to Einard. If he said he would not go back now, his boss would definitely not let him go. Ron looked at Alice with a bit of resentment. "Are you really not going back with me?" Alice nodded. "I really wanted to follow Xiaoxiang to her home to see the scenery of her home. You go back first. I believe Jiang Zhuxiang can take good care of me, and I will be obedient." When I want to go back, I will send you a message. You don't need to pick me up at that time. I will ask Jiang Zhuxiang to take me back. After Alice finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and asked with her eyes, "Is it possible?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to agree at first, but under the gaze of Alice's big eyes, he couldn't resist and nodded. Alice immediately rushed over happily and hugged Jiang Zhuxiang. She couldn't think of anything about Ron for the time being. Ron's face immediately darkened. According to their intimacy, Ron doubted whether Alice would be willing to come back one day. But Ron really couldn't spare the time to follow Alice. There were still some things in Einard that he had to go there to solve personally. Ron could only go to Leijin and ask him to keep an eye on them. He and Leijin were now on the same front. They both wanted to bring their wives back to their side. Leijin nodded in agreement. If Alice didn't want to go back, he wouldn't mind knocking her out and sending her back. It was time to leave soon. Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to the people at the station again, and then walked with Leijin and the others in the direction they came from. Only there could they use the aircraft openly. Alice followed Jiang Zhuxiang closely, occasionally looking at Ron and then quickly looking away, obviously feeling a little guilty. Ron followed Leijin carelessly. It seemed that he had not been completely forgotten. Before taking out the aircraft, Jiang Zhuxiang looked around, but didn't find the people he had seen before, so he was a little curious. In fact, the people they had seen before were still watching them, but they also had rules. They were not allowed to rob people who were leaving. After all, if someone was robbed before leaving, no one would be willing to come here in the future. Who would send them supplies and vegetables then? Jiang Zhuxiang was still sighing at his good luck when he got on the aircraft, and he was very smooth when operating the aircraft. Others felt that they had just found a good seat and closed their eyes for a few minutes before they arrived at the destination. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very happy with their surprised expressions. Of course, this destination was the fragment where Ron was. After all, it was agreed before to send him back first. Before getting off the aircraft, Ron asked Alice again, "Are you really not going to go down with me?" Alice shook her head firmly. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice helplessly and said apologetically, "We will take good care of her. Don't worry. Jiang Zhuxiang will definitely take Alice with him at all times. Even if there is danger, the two will face it together. Even if they are surrounded, there may not be no way to escape." Ron nodded, got off the aircraft, and on the way back to the shelter, he thought most about when he would find time to go to Leijin and others to find Alice, or find a mission to go to their fragments, so that he could bring her back. Jiang Zhuxiang's speed was obviously faster when he set off again. After all, everyone was eager to return home. Even if the stability of the aircraft decreased a little at this speed, no one cared much. The landing place this time was on the top of the house prepared by Leijin for them. Most of the people busy here were ordinary people of the Lei family. Seeing Leijin bringing people over, a man who looked a little older came up to greet him. "Hello, young clan leader. Are you taking people to see the house now?" They always knew that this was the place where their young clan leader would live after marriage, and they were particularly careful when building it. Although it could be inspected at this time, they were still a little nervous. Leijin nodded. "Take us to see a place where people can live first. They came here mainly to settle Feifei, and other inspections can be done later." The man took them to a place that Leijin was very concerned about. Leijin had sent a message saying that a relative would live here first. So while leading the way, he was still curiously looking at the group of people behind him, wondering who they were. The place they prepared for Feifei was a neutral style, because they didn't know whether the guest who would live here was male or female. And it looked very refreshing. Feifei was very satisfied with this clean and neat feeling, and immediately said, "There is no problem. You can go back first. I'm waiting for your good news here." The man was also stunned when he saw Feifei's appearance. He didn't expect that she would be so beautiful. No wonder the young patriarch wanted to let someone live here first. Otherwise, she would definitely be chased by those shameless women. Of course, their young lady was definitely a surprise. Jiang Zhuxiang still felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Feifei's reasonable appearance. In her opinion, it was still too lonely to be alone. "Can you accompany her here for a while?" Jiang Zhuxiang said to Qilin. Before, only Qilin had no problem with Feifei, so Jiang Zhuxiang asked his opinion. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely stay to accompany her in person. Qilin thought about it and agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's request. After all, there was nothing to do at the Academy of Sciences. She was not good at fighting, and did not understand much about the various things in the Academy of Sciences. So it was also in her heart to stay and take care of Feifei. Seeing that Feifei had someone to accompany her, Jiang Zhuxiang went back to the Academy of Sciences with peace of mind. The aircraft had been loaded up, and now they needed to walk there. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin and his group. Do you want to go back to the Lei family first? After all, they should go to see the leader of the Lei clan and report to him about the southern fragments. Chapter 655. The sense of security in the small room. Lei Jin originally wanted to go back to the academy with Jiang Zhuxiang, so that he would have a helper when Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife talked about moving out. But now that Jiang Zhuxiang reminded him, he really couldn't go with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, if he still let Lei Kong take people back this time, his father would definitely teach him a lesson when he went back next time. Lei Jin could only say cautiously, then I will take them back first. Don't mention you're moving out to the dean for the time being. I will come and face it with you after my business is settled. Lei Jin was very conscious as a husband in this matter, and knew that he should not let Jiang Zhuxiang face the questioning of the dean and his wife alone. Jiang Zhuxiang did not agree, and directly urged, you go back quickly. I will take care of other things myself. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, it would be easier to bring up their affairs when Lei Jin was not around. If Lei Jin was around, it would be more difficult for the dean and his wife to deal with it. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't do such a thing as acting like a spoiled child in front of Lei Jin. Lei Jin could only walk away, looking back every few steps. Lei Kong, who was following behind Lei Jin, was speechless. If you are so reluctant, you should not leave. Lei Jin immediately seized the opportunity. Can I? Lei Kong rolled his eyes. Dream on. Who is the captain? Lei Kong was speechless that Lei Jin, who wanted to escape all the time, was the captain. When he went there later, he must suggest to the clan leader to set up a deputy captain, so that it would not matter whether Lei Jin was there or not. Lei Jin could not have imagined that Lei Kong was already trying to divide his power. Otherwise, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing in front of Lei Kong. However, even if Lei Jin knew about this, Lei Jin would not have any idea. It would be great if someone could help him share the burden. And the deputy captain would definitely be someone in the team. And he would not ignore himself as the captain. After seeing Lei Jin leave, Jiang Zhuxiang continued to walk towards the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. He had told the dean's wife when he would come back. When he arrived, he saw the dean and his wife waiting for him at the door. Jiang Zhuxiang took a few quick steps and hugged the dean's wife, who rushed out. The dean's wife's eyes were slightly red. She looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and kept saying, "You have lost weight." Lost weight. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the dean's wife helplessly and asked the dean for help. The dean said that you deserve this treatment for coming back so late, and don't expect him to save you. Jiang Zhuxiang could only helplessly stay with the dean's wife for 10 minutes. Jiang Zhuxiang peeled the dean's wife off him, and one hand still fell into the dean's wife's hand. Jiang Zhuxiang used the other hand to wave Alice to come over. Alice stood in front of the dean's wife, and Jiang Zhuxiang introduced her. This is a good friend I made in other fragments. At the same time, he introduced Alice. This is our dean's wife, and also my adoptive mother. You can call her Auntie. Jiang Zhuxiang directly decided on the name of the dean's wife, so that Alice would not be confused about what to call her. Alice obediently called her Auntie, and the dean's wife nodded. Welcome to come here. Let's go home first, and talk about other things after we sit down. The dean's wife thought that Alice came here for some task to do, and it was not easy to talk about things outside the door. So the dean's wife decided to go home first. Jiang Zhuxiang used his free hand to hold Alice, and the three of them entered the house together. The dean followed them in. As for Tao Ai and the others, they consciously found a place to play. When it was time to eat, Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally call them back. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were driven back to their rooms by the dean's wife to take a shower, and she went to the kitchen to work. Jiang Zhuxiang reluctantly took Alice back to her room. Alice's luggage and other things were in her personal space. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would have to prepare clothes for her. Jiang Zhuxiang took out all of Alice's things and put them away. Alice found her clean clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower first. Jiang Zhuxiang packed up the things he brought back, and also packed up the things he brought back specially to give away. So when Alice came out, she saw Jiang Zhuxiang busy packing things. Alice asked curiously, "What are these?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "They are all things that can be found in the South Fragment. I planned to bring them back as gifts before, Now is the right time to pack them. If you are tired, you can take a nap now. I will call you when it's time to eat. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that with the personality of the dean's wife, it would take a long time to prepare this meal. After all, it was a welcoming party, and Jiang Zhuxiang brought a female friend back for the first time, so the dishes were rich. In this way, it would definitely take a long time. So Jiang Zhuxiang suggested that Alice take a nap. Alice was not very sleepy now, but a little annoyed. I didn't prepare anything. What if I don't have anything to send when I go back? Jiang Zhuxiang was not too worried. With Ron's carefulness, he must have thought of this matter. Don't worry. Ron must remember this. I saw him go out to buy things before. He will definitely help you send them when he goes back this time. Moreover, Ron and Alice are now husband and wife, so Alice doesn't need to worry about this kind of thing at all. On the contrary, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know whether Lei Jun would find the packaged things he put in his suitcase when he went back. He hoped that he would remember to send them to others. Meeting such a careless person like Lei Jun, Jiang Zhuxiang could only worry about these things by himself. Alice thought about it and felt that it was right. Ron would definitely be able to solve this kind of problem. In the past, Ron had helped her solve this kind of problem. Alice was still very confident in his ability to do things, so she began to check Jiang Zhuxiang's room. After experiencing the small room in Nan fragment that could only accommodate one bed, Alice felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's room was a bit too empty. Xiaoxiang, your room is a bit too big. Don't you feel scared when you sleep alone at night? Now Alice feels that a small room can give people a sense of security, and she is a little worried about Jiang Zhuxiang's sleeping problem at night. Jiang Zhuxiang has always been accustomed to a relatively open space. I'm not scared. Are there any strange things? Don't you think the small room is too depressing? You don't have to worry at night. We live together, so you don't have to be afraid. Chapter 656 Wu Jing's Troubles. Alice was relieved when she heard Jiang Zhuxiang say that. Alice was really afraid that the dean's wife would arrange for her to sleep in a room alone. If so, she would definitely not be able to sleep at night. There is also a balcony in Jiang Zhuxiang's room. The area of the balcony is not small. Jiang Zhuxiang brought back all the plants that were fostered in the farm before, and now they are all kept here. Jiang Zhuxiang said, if you don't want to sleep, let's go to the balcony to sit. It's still early to go out now. Jiang Zhuxiang hasn't seen the plants there for a long time, so it's just right for the demons to feel the situation of their bodies up close. Alice was still very curious about the plants that could be grown in pots. After all, there were mutant plants everywhere outside. Only Wood-type superpowers dared to grow plants. Although she knew that Xiaoxiang was a Wood-type superpower, she had not taken care of these plants herself before. It was said that they were handed over to ordinary people to take care of. Alice couldn't wait to see what the plants made by ordinary people looked like. Opening the door to the balcony, Alice saw the plants of different sizes. Some almost touched the top of the balcony, and some were still short grass. Alice asked curiously, are these all ordinary plants? Didn't you catalyze them? Now there are very few plants that can survive without being infected. So Alice was so surprised. Jiang Zhuxiang was lying on the recliner at this time, and said lazily, it can be regarded as an ordinary plant. I cultivated it with parts of normal plants, but they can also be regarded as mutant plants because they already have their own souls. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled the spirits to play with Alice to prevent her from being bored. Alice was a little confused. What is a soul that belongs to oneself? Then she saw the plant in front of her twisting, and the leaves and paper on it twisted to form two words, hello. Alice thought she was dazzled, so she blinked her eyes and found that the words were still there. Alice finally understood what Jiang Zhuxiang meant. Next, no matter which plant Alice looked at, she would be greeted, and some plants even spelled out the word hello. Alice was almost stunned, seeing that the demons were playing a little crazy. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly used his mental power to signal, don't go too far. If you expose yourself, I will not be responsible for you to clean up the mess. The demons restrained themselves a little. Otherwise, they would have started a conversation with Alice. Seeing that Alice was having a lot of fun, Jiang Zhuxiang could only remind herself, lunch is almost ready now. We have to go downstairs to eat. Can you go downstairs? Our dean's wife is a very good cook. Jiang Zhuxiang had only drunk nutritional supplements on the aircraft before, and now he felt very hungry. I believe Alice should be the same now. Although Alice was a little reluctant to leave these magical plants, she was still looking forward to the lunch that Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned. So she followed Jiang Zhuxiang down. The Taotai had already prepared food next to the table. They were at a separate table, and the dishes prepared by the dean's wife for them were all served in bowls to prevent them from not eating enough. As for the other table, Jiang Zhuxiang saw his senior brother. Jiang Zhuxiang took Alice and walked over quickly. After greeting Yin Lei, he introduced Alice to Yin Lei. "This is my friend." Yin Lei carefully examined Alice's appearance and expression. If she was not qualified in the slightest, Yin Lei would probably isolate her from his junior sister. Alice felt Yin Lei's knife-like realization and leaned towards Jiang Zhuxiang. Did Jiang Zhuxiang's senior brother dislike her? Alice thought helplessly that even if he didn't like her, he didn't have to show it so obviously. If she was really a bad guy, she would definitely stir up trouble between their senior brothers and sisters in a minute. Yin Lei nodded. This one had no problems except that she was a little timid. It was no problem for her to play with her junior sister. They had been worried that Jiang Zhuxiang had no friends of the same sex before. But now they were relieved. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang might not be willing to talk to the dean's wife about some girls' topics. After Yin Lei examined Alice, he introduced himself. "Hello. I am Yin Lei, Xiao Xiang's senior brother. Welcome here." Alice smiled and nodded, but still didn't dare to say anything. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang heard the knock on the door again, and hurriedly stood up to open the door. Looking at Wu Jing outside the door, he was a little surprised that he actually had time to come. Although the autumn harvest is over now, it is a busy time for statistics, and he also has to deal with the previous legacy issues. He should be so busy that he doesn't even have time to sit down and rest. Wu Jing looked at Jiang Zhuxiang standing at the door and said with a smile, "What? Junior sister, don't you plan to let me in?" Wu Jing's face was originally a tough guy's face, but now he forced a smile, which made Alice take a breath and carefully pulled Jiang Zhuxiang's sleeve, thinking that this person was here to mess up the place. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly stepped aside. "No. I just thought you were very busy now and didn't have time to come out for dinner. I'm naturally happy that you came. I haven't thanked you for taking care of my plants for me yet." Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door and walked Wu Jing inside. Yin Lei saw him and stood up to greet him. Wu Jing took a breath after sitting down. "Wu Jing, I really don't have much time to come out now. If I hadn't come to report to the dean this time, I guess I still wouldn't have time to come. But it's okay to be busy during this period. By then, it will be winter, and I will be bored and find something to do by myself." During this period, Wu Jing has been facing the issue of replacing someone with a new position. Those who don't want to leave have been looking for Wu Jing to plead for mercy. Wu Jing is so annoyed that he came here today to let the dean decide this matter. When everything is handled, he will not be annoyed anymore. Jiang Zhuxiang waited until the dean and his wife brought out all the dishes. The dean's wife signaled to start eating. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the next table to eat with her for 2 chopsticks before returning to sit next to Alice and accept the dean's wife's questioning. Such as, did you eat well in Nan Fragment? Did you sleep well? Did you encounter any danger? Jiang Zhuxiang picked out the answers he could answer. Seeing that Wu Jing and the dean had something to say, Jiang Zhuxiang signaled the dean's wife to be quiet. If there was anything, they could talk about it privately later. Chapter 657 Showdown. The dean's wife naturally saw that Wu Jing had something to say to the dean, but he had never brought it up. So the dean's wife thought that his matter was not urgent. So she kept asking questions to her daughter. Now that she was reminded by her own Xiaoxiang, the dean's wife did not say anything more and left the opportunity to Wu Jing. The dean was a little surprised to hear that his wife did not speak. "Why don't you ask?" The dean's wife motioned him to look at Wu Jing. For her daughter was back anyway, so she could ask any time. And she had already asked the basic questions, so she was not in a hurry. The dean glanced at Wu Jing. He finally got to hear his wife say a few more words at the dinner table. It seems that he should have a good talk with these people who often come to his house for dinner. They are not allowed to report things at the dinner table. Wu Jing naturally saw the displeasure in the dean's eyes and shrank his neck. But he still had to report things. "Wu Jing, the autumn harvest of the farm has been completed. I said before that those people would be adjusted to their jobs. Now they have become anxious and come to me to beg for mercy. Can you directly order those people to change their jobs? Otherwise, this matter may be delayed for a long time. It is better to be tough in this matter. Otherwise people will not take your orders seriously." It was also because the Academy's consistent gentle style that made them a little too arrogant. Otherwise, they would not do such a riot. After listening to Wu Jing's order, The dean was naturally a little hesitant. But he was only hesitant about whether to send military forces to assist. After all, it was still a bit difficult for Wu Jing to handle such a thing alone. In terms of military power, the highest in the academy is the combat robot. But there is no need to send out combat robots just for such a small matter. After all, they are ordinary people without superpowers, which is a waste of resources. The dean cast his eyes on the table of Tao Tai. Their military power is also very scary, and the only thing he needs to pay to send them out is some food. So the dean is still willing to do so. The dean smiled and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, Xiao Xiang. Are you willing to do me a favor? Although it was not good to ask her to do something right after she came back. This matter really could only be done by Jiang Zhuxiang, and no one else could command the Tao Tai group. After hearing what the dean said, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that this was also an opportunity to negotiate with the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang did not agree so readily, but only said, I need to think about it. The dean nodded to show his understanding, but just wanted to confirm the time. When can you give me an answer? Jiang Zhuxiang said, in the evening. After all, he still had to communicate with them, so that if the dean came to ask for their opinions, it would not be exposed. The dean said he knew, and that they were already having dinner, and it wasn't too far from the evening, so he could still wait. After dinner, the dean took Wu Jing into the study, and Jiang Zhuxiang went to find Tao Tai and the others. Tao Tai and the others were walking outside after dinner, so it was easy for Jiang Zhuxiang to find them. Jiang Zhuxiang told them about the dean's visit, hoping that they could cooperate with him. If we handle this matter well, we might be able to solve the problem of us moving out. When the dean comes to ask you if you need anything, you must remember to say that you want to move. Tao Tai will still listen to Jiang Zhuxiang's words. After all, this matter is not a lie. They really need a place that belongs to them completely. Some things are not suitable for people in the Academy of Sciences to know. After all, there are crazy scientists in the Academy of Sciences. Tao Tai said, no problem. You can tell the dean when the time comes. Although they don't know what the dean wants them to do, it has been asked of them, which must be a bit tricky. At this time, they can still negotiate the conditions. After all, it is a seller's market. After Jiang Zhuxiang dealt with him, he went to find the dean. Wu Jing was still with the dean. Obviously, he didn't plan to go back without a satisfactory result. Even if he went back, he couldn't solve the problem. Jiang Zhuxiang sat down on the sofa and said with a smile, they said they can help, but they also have conditions. They need a home of their own and asked me to go and take care of them. The dean frowned. It's not a problem to find a home for them. But why do you have to take care of them? If I agree to this condition and can't get a suitable reason, my wife will probably be annoyed to death by then. And the dean doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. Jiang Zhuxiang said, after all, they are my elders. I can't not go. Right? After all, they are still not good at handling some things. If I don't go with them, they are likely to have problems, and it will be too late to deal with them by then. Jiang Zhuxiang took a breath and continued to persuade the dean, and we don't need to prepare their home. It is said that they have already found someone to build a house. When the time comes, we just need to move with them. The place is not far away, right in the middle of Lei's house and here. It will be convenient for you to come and see me. The dean didn't understand what was going on when he heard this, so he asked directly, is Lei Zhen going to live with you? The dean didn't know whether he should be relieved or sad that his daughter finally played tricks on his parents. However, if his wife knew about this, she would definitely be very sad. The dean said directly, are you going to tell your mother? Are you ready to listen to her nagging? When Jiang Zhuxiang heard the dean say this, he knew that the dean had seen through his tricks. So he said directly, I originally planned to kill first and report later. Now that you already know, do you have any good way to convince my mother? The dean said unhappily, this is your business. Do you still need me to give you advice? I don't need to teach you the principle of leniency for confession. Although the dean did not directly say what method, he still pointed out a clear way for Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little hesitant, not sure whether the dean's wife would be very angry. If she was very angry, it would be better not to tell her. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's hesitation, the dean reminded unhappily, you'd better tell her now, while she is still reluctant to beat you. If this period of time has passed, your mother will also be cruel. Chapter 658, Convincing the Dean's Wife. The dean tried his best to remind Jiang Zhuxiang, and his purpose was very simple. during the time when Jiang Zhuxiang was not back. The dean's wife mentioned Jiang Zhuxiang too many times. After she came back, his wife was too enthusiastic about Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean said that he was a little jealous and wanted Jiang Zhuxiang to die by herself to lower his wife's favorability towards her. If she was really willing to let her go, he would definitely give her a generous subsidy. He had wanted to return to the world of two people for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang was persuaded by the dean and walked out of the study to find the dean's wife. Wu Jing watched the whole process and was a little speechless looking at the dean, who he originally thought was above board. He was obviously forcing his little sister to jump into the pit. He hoped that his little sister would not be taught too badly by the dean's wife. The third brother was silently cheering for Yu in his heart, and he could not do other things. The dean saw Jiang Zhuxiang leave, so he sent Wu Jing away. Tomorrow I will let Xiaoxiang take the list to the farm, and you will announce it at that time. If anyone is dissatisfied with the assignment, you can let them take action. But then they will have to lose the job assigned by the Academy of Sciences, and they can forget about the house. If they want to survive here, they have to rely on themselves, and the welfare will be halved at that time. The dean also knew that Wu Jing had a close relationship with those people, so he told him his attitude in advance. After all, if there was any estrangement because of these things, it was not worth it in the dean's opinion. Wu Jing nodded to indicate that he understood. This treatment was relatively mild. At least, he was not driven out directly. As long as he stayed in the scope of the Academy of Sciences, he could at least have a bite of food to eat. Although it is much safer outside now, there are still mutant animals and plants, and occasionally there are advanced zombies. Ordinary people can never survive in the wild. When Jiang Zhuxiang found the dean's wife was still cleaning the kitchen. Jiang Zhuxiang did not talk about the matter directly, but got busy with the dean's wife. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's hesitation, the dean's wife said with a bit of amusement, "Just say it directly if you have anything to say. Will you become a sawmouth gourd after going out?" In order to make Jiang Zhuxiang relax and speak his mind, the dean's wife took out a small bottle of fruit wine. "Otherwise, we mother and daughter can drink a few glasses to give you courage." The dean's wife prepared 2 side dishes, and then took Jiang Zhuxiang to the rooftop. In this area of the Academy of Sciences, you can still vaguely see the stars at night. Drinking under the stars is a rare experience. Jiang Zhuxiang considered his alcohol tolerance and was pulled up by the dean's wife. The dean's wife poured a glass for Jiang Zhuxiang and half a glass for herself. She really used wine to give Jiang Zhuxiang courage. After all, isn't it normal to speak the truth after drinking? Jiang Zhuxiang drank it in one gulp. He drank too quickly. After coughing twice, he took a chopstick of food to suppress it. Then he said that he was going to move out with Tao Tai and the others. He explained the cause and effect, including that he and Lei Zhen had signed a marriage contract, and Lei Zhen would move out of the Lei family this time, etc. The dean's wife didn't expect that she would hear such a shocking secret. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. When she reacted, the first sentence was, "Does the dean know?" The dean's wife was not so angry about this matter. After all, a girl should get married when she grows up. It is very difficult to find a good partner in the end times. Lei Zhen has seen him countless times, and is very clear about his character. Even if her daughter Xiaoxiang lives with him, she will not suffer any loss. They can accept it if they settle down. I just don't know if the dean will agree. After all, this matter is too sudden, and I don't know if he can accept it. Seeing the attitude of the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved. The dean already knows, and he asked me to tell you, saying that as long as you agree, he will agree. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, he looked at the dean's wife with pitiful eyes. The dean's wife cursed the dean fiercely in her heart. That person didn't want her to be the bad guy. After complaining about the dean's little thoughts, the dean's wife said directly, "Your future life belongs to you. As long as you are happy, tell me when you want to move, and let me see what your new house looks like." Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally agree to the dean's wife's request. He wanted to move as soon as possible. After all, Fei Fei and Qilin, the 2 guys who can't cook for themselves, would run away by themselves, and the world would be in chaos. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I will take them away after helping the dean deal with things tomorrow. If you don't have time, you can wait until we are officially settled before coming. After all, if you go with us tomorrow, you will definitely not see anything. We still have to clean up after we go." Although Lei Zhen had asked for his request and was already renovating, chaos was still inevitable. Jiang Zhuxiang really hoped that the dean's wife could go there after a while. The dean's wife glared at Jiang Zhuxiang. If I don't come to help you at this time, when do you expect to be able to help you? You young people don't know the taboos of many things. It's just right for me to go over and help you, so that you won't mess around. Jiang Zhuxiang had no way to refute the powerful glare of the dean's wife. He silently felt that he seemed to have won back a game. Jiang Zhuxiang now figured out the dean's previous thoughts. At that time, he would definitely be muttered by the dean behind his back again. After the dean's wife had divided the last of the wine, she and Jiang Zhuxiang returned to their own rooms. The dean saw the drunken look of the dean's wife, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth secretly. This little girl must be deliberately against him. She dared to drink with his wife just after returning. Sure enough, he should let them go. Jiang Zhuxiang's alcohol tolerance was still better than that of the dean's wife. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, he sent a message to Lei Jin. The matter is settled. I will move tomorrow. As for help, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need him. After all, he had the sea fish and the others, and there was no shortage of manpower. It was a pity that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mention it, but Lei Jin still had to do it. After all, it was rare that his little Xiang was willing to move. If his family didn't help, it would be a bit too unreasonable. No matter what happened tomorrow, he would take time to help. Lei Jin secretly made up his mind. Chapter 659. The morning after being drunk. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about Lei Jin's reaction. He searched in the address book and found a communication group he had set up specifically for Tao Tai. He edited a message and sent it to inform them about tomorrow's event. Tao Tai hadn't fallen asleep yet. Looking at Jiang Zhuxiang's message, they said excitedly, "Is there any reward for tomorrow's event?" This matter was not a troublesome thing for them. They probably just needed to stand there and use force to deter others. If someone wanted to escape, they would just grab them. However, even if it was such a simple thing, it was always bad to let oneself work for nothing. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally knew what they were concerned about, and replied unhappily, "The reward is that you can move out of the academy, and you can do whatever you want in the future, as long as you don't kill yourself." After sending this message, Jiang Zhuxiang went to rest directly. After drinking, Jiang Zhuxiang absolutely did not dare to practice, and there was a high possibility of going astray. Tao Tai and the others were still very surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang's reply. It turned out that it was not so easy for them to leave. It seemed that this junior was always working hard for their financial freedom. So they also stopped sending messages to disturb Jiang Zhuxiang. However, they were busy in the communication group they created for most of the night, all discussing what to do after leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang woke up early the next morning, touched his slightly aching head, washed up and went to the kitchen, and started to cook the hangover soup. After all, he had the same reaction, and the dean's wife would only react more violently. The second person to enter the kitchen was the dean, who said with a stern face and a bad tone, "Who told you to drink last night?" Now his wife was lying on the bed and complaining about a headache, and she didn't want to get up. The dean had to get up and find a way for her. Seeing the pot that was already smoking, he wanted to uncover it to see what it was. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "The wine was found by my mother, and I didn't know that my mother's alcohol tolerance was so poor. I'm cooking the hangover soup. When it's ready, you can bring her a bowl. If Shinzi has a severe headache, you can help her massage these acupuncture points, which should be relieved." Jiang Zhuxiang demonstrated it on himself after he finished speaking. The dean looked at it carefully and hurried back to the room to relieve the pain of the dean's wife. As for the hangover soup, the dean still planned to let her get up and drink it by herself. How could she be so delicate at such an old age? Although the dean felt a little distressed, he still had to train her well. While Jiang Zhuxiang was watching the pot of hangover soup, he also made breakfast. The Tao Tai must eat breakfast in the morning. Otherwise, they would definitely go on strike. When Jiang Zhuxiang was halfway through breakfast, the hangover soup was ready. He poured out 2 bowls and put them aside to cool down, intending to drink them later. The dean's wife was still dragged out of bed by the dean. This was because her headache had been relieved a lot. Otherwise, the dean's wife would definitely stay in bed. When the dean's wife walked into the kitchen, Jiang Zhuxiang only had to serve the dishes. Jiang Zhuxiang pointed to the remaining bowl of hangover soup. "Drink this first." Although he handed over the acupuncture points to the dean, it was just a relief. Jiang Zhuxiang specially added medicinal materials to the hangover soup. Although the taste was not very good, the effect of removing headaches was obvious. Jiang Zhuxiang gave a shot of prevention. Don't spit it out. The dean's wife just took a sip and felt that it was more difficult to drink than medicine. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, she could only hold back her face and pinch her nose to drink it in one breath. She rushed to the refrigerator and opened the refrigerator, trying to find some candy that could remove the bitterness. The dean's wife was a little helpless to find that there was no candy in the refrigerator. It seemed that her little Xiang had taken it away in advance. She could only endure the strange taste in her mouth and work with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, she was an adult and could afford this little hardship. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the breakfast and left the dean's wife to distribute the tableware. He went to wake up the people. The dean was also helping. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to worry at all. After Jiang Zhuxiang woke up the Taotai one by one, he urged them to wash up and eat breakfast quickly. If they were too late, Wu Jing would probably be anxious. It took them only 5 minutes to finish a breakfast. The dean's wife had just taken a sip of soy milk and was shocked by their actions. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Is it really okay to eat breakfast like this? The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled awkwardly. He didn't know they would get up so fast. He could only speed up silently. It was not good to let them wait too long. The dean's wife watched Jiang Zhuxiang and his men leave in a hurry and asked the dean, "What on earth did you ask them to do?" Xiaoxiang couldn't even have a good breakfast. The dean's wife admitted that she was just angry. Her little girl was leaving, and she didn't allow her to accompany her at the table for more time. The dean said helplessly, "I didn't ask them to do anything. They just went to the farm to help. If you are worried, you can go over and take a look later." Anyway, the dean didn't believe that the people on the farm were still threatening, so it was okay for his wife to go and take a look. The dean's wife thought that her little Xian was leaving today, and she really planned to follow the dean's advice and go to the farm to watch her little Xian work. The dean made this suggestion for his wife's sake, and now he was not surprised to get such a result. Just asked her to bring weapons just in case. The dean's wife urged the dean to go out to work, and she communicated with the person in charge of the bakery first. The store will not be open today. Just say that the owner has something to do, and the opening time tomorrow will be postponed. You can let them go back and rest. And you can go back too, leaving someone to watch the things in the store. The person in charge was recommended by the dean to the dean's wife. She is a girl of about the same age as Jiang Zhuxiang, but she is the eldest daughter in the family. She works for her younger brothers. The dean's wife usually takes good care of her, and hopes that she can become Jiang Zhuxiang's right-hand man in the future. If Xiaoxiang is unwilling to take over the bakery, it is also a good idea to let this girl help manage it. When the time comes, Xiaoxiang will just wait for the money. The person in charge said, "Okay, madam. I will stay to look after the store. If you need anything, please let me know." Chapter 660. The Aggressive Team. The dean's wife said, "Thank you for your hard work. If your brothers come to see you, you can let them go in and play. Don't be too restrained." After the dean's wife finished her business in the store, she hurried to the farm. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai had already arrived at the farm. Wu Jing was waiting at the door of the farm. Jiang Zhuxiang took a few steps quickly and said apologetically, "Sorry for the long wait. You can wait inside for us to go in." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he still didn't get up early enough. Breakfast should be brought here directly. Wu Jing looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's frustrated expression and felt a little amused. "I didn't wait long. Let's go in now." Wu Jing was still not very familiar with coaxing girls, so he could only use work to divert her attention. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang was also quite receptive to Jiang Zhuxiang's tricks. Otherwise things would be troublesome. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for the Tao Ai to follow behind Wu Jing, and looked at the ordinary people who became a little anxious as they approached with a little amusement. The autumn harvest was very busy, but they were always thinking about this matter, and there was no day when they slept peacefully. Now that the decision was finally made, they were a little relieved. After life and death were confirmed, they could decide how to work hard in the future. Wu Jing was reading out the names of the names one by one in front, and the people below began to make a commotion. Those who were expelled from the farm wanted to squeeze to the front to ask for an explanation, but the Tao Tai and the others released their aura and prevented those people from moving. Wu Jing finished reading the list smoothly, and then told them the decision of the president of the Academy of Sciences on how to deal with them, and then signaled that they could go back and pack their bags. As for the others, they were naturally left behind. And Wu Jing also asked them to go back and help other families. And do some ideological work by the way, so as to prevent them from having any improper thoughts. The dean's wife hurried but still couldn't catch up with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. After the people on the farm left, the dean's wife approached the farm and was discovered by Wu Jing. She was a little surprised and said, "Why are you here?" The dean's wife said, "I'm here to find Xiaoxiang." After that, she waved desperately at Jiang Zhuxiang, who turned around, wanting her to see her. Jiang Zhuxiang waved to indicate that she saw it too, but it was not easy for her to go over now. After all, she was still helping. Wu Jing was still a little nervous about the dean's wife's arrival. After all, if the dean himself encountered something dangerous, he would have a way out. If he injured his wife, the dean would never forgive him. So Wu Jing's first reaction was to persuade the dean's wife to go back. It's still a bit chaotic here. If you are waiting for Xiaoxiang to have something to do, you can go to the duty room outside the farm and wait. The defense measures there are very good. After I finish cleaning up the things here, I will let Xiaoxiang go over to accompany you. Of course, it will be safer if you go back home to wait. The dean's wife refused. "No. I came here today just to act with Xiaoxiang. Just let me go. I don't believe they can't protect me." Wu Jing found that the dean's wife looked very determined, and it was difficult to say anything, so he could only let her go, hoping that Xiaoxiang and the others could really leave the dean's wife unscathed. Because of this sudden incident, the people who were about to leave came over to ask if they could stay for another day before leaving. But Wu Jing righteously rejected their request. Seeing their indignant look, Jiang Zhuxiang became more vigilant, hoping that they would not recognize the dean's wife. Those people were still cursing as they turned around and left. Some of them glared at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, obviously thinking that they were here to make Wu Jing so unkind. Jiang Zhuxiang blinked innocently, feeling a bit amused. After sending the last person out of the farm safely, Jiang Zhuxiang began to talk to the dean's wife. "Why did you come here? They must have to go back at noon." And Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused about the dean's wife's trip. The dean's wife said confidently, "To accompany you for a while longer." The dean's wife felt that she had become more shameless during this period, and she didn't feel embarrassed at all when she said these words. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Then we can go back now. You don't have to cook lunch. Let's go and call senior brother Yin to have a big meal together. After all, there are still things to do in the afternoon." Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't want to spend energy to cook at noon. Besides, eating out doesn't cost much contribution points. Jiang Zhuxiang also turned to ask Wu Jing, "Are you free at noon? Do you want to go with us?" After all, eating is more lively with more people. And Jiang Zhuxiang still hopes that Wu Jing can agree. It's just a pity that Wu Jing has to finish the rest of the things and can only refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation. "You go to eat. I still have to arrange the scope of responsibility of each of them next year, so that they can turn the soil before the soil is frozen and prepare for next year's farming. I heard that you are moving out. You must invite me when you hold a warm-up wine. Let's get together again then." Jiang Zhuxiang had no other options. If he was busy, he would understand. He could only say, "Okay, I will definitely invite you when the time comes." Originally, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to invite anyone, but now it seems that he can't be lazy. Jiang Zhuxiang took the dean's wife and Tao Tai and his group to Yin Lei's laboratory in a mighty manner. People in the surrounding laboratories thought something was going to happen and stuck their heads out to see. Yin Lei was also amused and helpless about their big show. "What are you doing? Xiaoxiang, you didn't even tell me that you came back. Are you going to cause trouble for me now? And, madam, does the dean know that you were making such a fuss?" Because Yin Lei had been in the lab these days, Jiang Zhuxiang had never seen him. Yin Lei had no idea that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to move today. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang's move would not have been so easy to get support. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled slightly. "We invite you to have dinner with us. I heard from the dean that you haven't been out of the lab these days. It's a good time to relax now. I have something to tell you later." Jiang Zhuxiang completely ignored Yin Lei's previous blaming attitude, only said what he wanted to say, and then pulled Yin Lei's sleeve and didn't let go. The dean's wife glared at Yin Lei fiercely. This dead boy didn't know how to save face for others. And where did she make trouble? Chapter 661. Prepare the warm house wine. After receiving the look from the dean's wife, Yin Lei nodded helplessly and agreed. Fortunately, His experiment has come to an end for the time being. Otherwise, he really has no time to go out. Jiang Zhuxiang walked beside Yin Lei with a little joy, and sent a message to Alice, who was still resting at home, asking her, "Do you want to come out and have dinner with us?" Because of the jet lag in the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang did not wake her up, and did not know whether she had breakfast by herself now. They put the remaining breakfast in the pot. Alice sent a communication, and her lazy voice came out, "You go and eat. Just remember to bring me a portion back." After saying that, he hung up the call without waiting for Jiang Zhuxiang to react. His tone and actions were very natural. Yin Lei frowned. How could his Zhuxiang make friends with such a person and bring him to his home? It seems that he had been too relaxed about her circle of friends before. However, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't do much about the friends she had already identified. After all, this situation would cause Jiang Zhuxiang's dissatisfaction if she was not careful. Yin Lei still planned to find out what kind of person this person was before making a decision. I hope she is just so arrogant to her little sister temporarily. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know Yin Lei's plan at all. Since Alice didn't come, he had more room to consider. After all, Alice's taste was still a bit picky. In the end, everyone decided to go to the barbecue restaurant they had eaten at before, which was the one Jiang Zhuxiang had eaten at before leaving. After everyone finished their lunch in a flash, they slowly held the tea prepared by the store, and Jiang Zhuxiang began to talk to Yin Lei about the previous things. I plan to move out of the Academy of Sciences later, because two seniors cannot often appear in front of people, and I still have something to learn from them. So I need to find a house to move out. Don't worry. I will find time to come back to see you. If you are free later, you can go with me to see my new home. Jiang Zhuxiang invited Yin Lei to go there because the environment there is relatively quiet. If Yin Lei wants to move out, it is also a place he can consider. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's reasons, Yin Lei did not blame Jiang Zhuxiang for being ridiculous. He also knew the true relationship between her and Lei Zhen. If the young couple wanted to continue, they would always need to get along. Yin Lei would not disturb them so tactlessly. Besides, the dean and his wife would need someone to take care of them after Jiang Zhuxiang left. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw Yin Lei refused, she was still relieved. After all, Lei Zhen might go there in the afternoon. So Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried about what would happen if Yin Lei said he wanted to go there, and they got into a fight. Yin Lei was actually only concerned about Jiang Zhuxiang's laboratory. Do you plan to move your laboratory there? Jiang Zhuxiang's personal workshop cannot be transferred. So Yin Lei is so worried. Jiang Zhuxiang silently said, I haven't thought about it yet. It depends on whether it is troublesome to move. If it is too troublesome to move, I'd better not move. If I have any experiments to do, I will come back directly. I can still see you then. Yin Lei heard Jiang Zhuxiang say this, and the answer that it was not troublesome was taken back. Then you'd better not move there. Some things are safer here. I hope you still remember there is such a place. According to Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior of not remembering to come back once she went out, Yin Lei still thought that the probability of Jiang Zhuxiang coming back to do experiments was very low, and it was estimated that they would have to call her back at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't guarantee this. He could only say he would try his best. Looking at the time, Jiang Zhuxiang called the waiter to come over to settle the bill. Can you pack me a portion of the food you have for takeout? There's someone waiting at home. Alice didn't know if she had woken up yet. Jiang Zhuxiang still had to prepare lunch for her. The waiter said, which do you like? Dumplings or noodles? They're both cooked with our bone soup. The waiter was obviously used to Jiang Zhuxiang's request, and it seemed that someone had done this before. Jiang Zhuxiang considered that noodles were easy to get mushy, so he chose dumplings directly. Don't overcook them, because I don't know if the person has woken up, and if they're left in the box for too long, they'll go bad. If it is a little raw, it can be put back in the pot and cooked. The waiter wrote down Jiang Zhuxiang's request, confirmed whether the contribution value Jiang Zhuxiang transferred was correct, and then quietly went to the kitchen in the back to place the order. Jiang Zhuxiang saw her go down, and said to Yin Lei, Big brother, if you have something else to do, you can go back now. We will move after returning home. I will invite everyone to come and see when we have a warm house wine. I hope you can take time to come and see it then. Yin Lei has a lot of things on his hands. Recently, the dean has been squeezing him more and more. In addition to insisting on completing his own experiments, Yin Lei also has to help him take care of some trivial matters of the Academy of Sciences. It can be said that if it were not for Jiang Guxiang's invitation, he would never come out to eat this time. At most, he would solve the problem with nutritional supplements, or go to the dean's wife's bakery to buy a loaf of bread. In short, he would save time in any way he could. Hearing Jiang Guxiang's words, Yin Lei said goodbye to the dean's wife and promised Jiang Guxiang that he would definitely go to the warm-up wine. Jiang Guxiang took the dumplings that were cooked to 7/10 and returned home with a large group. The dean's wife brought people to help Jiang Guxiang pack things, and Jiang Guxiang went to wake up the person who was still sleeping. I didn't expect that she could really sleep so well. She had been fucked for 12 hours. Alice was forced to wake up by Jiang Guxiang, although she was a little reluctant to leave the big bed under her. She also knew that she had stayed in bed for too long today, so she was obediently manipulated by Jiang Guxiang. Jiang Guxiang placed her in front of the dining table and brought out the dumplings that had been processed again, motioning her to eat a little, and then went back to the room to pack her own things. Alice ate while listening to the ping-pong-pong sound, and couldn't help but speed up. She had to follow Jiang Guxiang, and she also needed to pack her luggage after eating. Fortunately, she didn't take anything out last night. Now she just had to put her toiletries and pajamas back, so she wasn't too anxious. Chapter 662 New Home completed. Half an hour later, Jiang Guxiang put all the luggage he had packed into his personal space. Of course, he still left some things here and there. After all, he might have to come back to live in the future. If there was any conflict between him and Lei Zhen, he could come back and hide for 2 days. Lei Zhen would definitely not be able to come in at that time. After all, the authorization he obtained from the Academy of Sciences was absolutely temporary. While thinking about this, Jiang Guxiang went to find Alice to see how she was preparing. After all, it was getting late. If he delayed any further, he would definitely not be able to pack a place to live today. So when Jiang Guxiang saw Alice pulling out the suitcase, he was still silently relieved in his heart. After all, this way they could set off on time. Alice saw Jiang Guxiang and followed him consciously. They joined the Taotai led by the dean's wife and walked out in a mighty procession. In order to save time, the dean's wife also specially found a land vehicle from the Academy of Sciences to take them there, and even equipped a driver. When they passed by, the carriage of the land vehicle was consciously opened. The group of people just filled up the land vehicle and drove forward along the bumpy road. Jiang Guxiang was still discussing with the dean's wife on the way how to decorate his room. Half an hour later, the group saw 2 independent buildings surrounded by mutant plants, as well as some relatively short building communities around them. When the land vehicle approached, someone at the door asked them for the passcode. Jiang Guxiang was a little confused. Lei Zhen had never told him about this before, so he took the initiative to pull down the window on his side and said, "Can I use my ID card?" Jiang Guxiang's first reaction was actually whether he could scan his face. The guards at the door were from the Lei family. According to seniority, they were Lei Zhen's nephews. Of course, their blood relationship was not too close, but of course not very distant. At least they were from the same clan. They were released to contact the society recently, and the Lei family arranged this kind of guard work for them to hone their ability to treat people, so that they would not fall into these things when they really entered the society independently. They were trained before they took up their posts here, and naturally they knew who the main owner here was. When they saw Jiang Guxiang's face, they knew that their previous behavior might be inappropriate, and they could only smile and say, "Of course, in the future. And tell us the license plate number of the car you often ride, and you will be able to enter and leave here freely in the future." I just hope that their attitude can make Jiang Guxiang forgive their previous rudeness. Jiang Guxiang doesn't really care about this kind of thing, unless Lei Zhen asks them. Otherwise, their rudeness this time will not have any consequences. Seeing Jiang Guxiang and his car drive in, the 2 young people of the Lei family at the door finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. It seems that this young ant will not be a light bulb in the future. They should just live a tight life. Jiang Guxiang looked at the convenient roads between the buildings, as well as the corresponding facilities and shops around. It seems that Lei Zhen was very careful when building this place, so Jiang Guxiang is not worried about life here. Stopping in front of the building that Lei Zhen had mentioned before, Jiang Guxiang pushed open the door and found a bustling scene inside. The faces were obviously familiar faces. Jiang Guxiang was a little surprised and asked, "Lei Kong, why are you here? Shouldn't they report the news they had received to the head of the Lei family? Could it be that the matter was resolved so quickly?" Lei Kong said unhappily. Someone wants us to work for nothing. And we can't beat him. So we can only come here. After saying that, he glared at the upstairs with a bit of hatred. Obviously, the culprit was upstairs. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised and said, Is Lei Zhen here too? Jiang Zhuxiang walked up while talking, and said, I will pay whatever you want. After all, this is where we will live in the future. There is no reason for you to work for us for free. Do you like the medicine? Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't like Lei Zhen's way of doing things. For Jiang Zhuxiang, the way of paying in cash is more suitable for the relationship between himself and Lei Zhen's team members. Of course, Lei Mu is an accident. Lei Kong feels that Jiang Zhuxiang is indeed more reliable than his captain. Lei Kong is not fighting for his own interests, but mainly to balance the emotions of the team members and reduce the chances of conflicts between Jiang Zhuxiang and the team members. Jiang Zhuxiang's medicine is still very precious, and as a reward, it is definitely worth the money. Lei Kong nodded to show his satisfaction. The team members who heard their conversation also expressed their satisfaction and worked harder. Tao Tai and the others also joined in. Only the dean's wife followed Jiang Zhuxiang upstairs. Jiang Zhuxiang pushed open the room reserved for him, and saw Lei Zhen and Lei Mu discussing something. He knocked on the door gently to remind them that someone had arrived. Lei Zhen found Jiang Zhuxiang coming, and said with a little surprise, You are here so early? I thought you would come in the evening. We are discussing the decoration style of your room. The other decorations have been completed. Now that you are here, you can grasp the general direction yourself. Tell me if there is anything you need me to do, and I will definitely help you find it. After Lei Zhen finished speaking, he realized that the dean's wife had also come, and he hurriedly greeted her. Why are you here? I can do everything here. Just sit and watch. Lei Zhen obviously did not intend to give up the right to decorate Jiang Zhuxiang's room, even if the dean's wife came. The dean's wife smiled and said nothing. It was naturally good to be able to rest. Jiang Zhuxiang could only watch in silence as Lei Zhen cleaned up his room and replaced the small things that he had consulted about one by one. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife were only responsible for talking the whole time. After they finished their work, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a dozen packaged medicine sets from his personal space and asked Lei Zhen to take them back to Lei Kong and others as a reward. After all, they had been busy all afternoon, and he just hoped that they were still satisfied with the reward he gave. In fact, Lei Kong and his team came over in the morning to help clean up. Of course, they did not just clean up Jiang Zhuxiang's place. They also made some simple renovations in another building reserved for the Lei family. Of course, the time they spent was less than half of that on this building, which is why Lei Kong and his team had such a bad attitude before, and they directly raised the issue of remuneration with Jiang Zhuxiang. Chapter 663, Find a Backer for Feifei. Lei Zhen was a little surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang actually prepared a reward. Although he was not unhappy, he was still a little surprised. I asked them to help me. Even if they need to be paid, I will pay them. Xiaxiang, don't spend money. Lei Zhen also knew that it was a bit too much for him to let Lei Kong and others come to work as cleaners without paying them. But he didn't need Jiang Zhuxiang to help him clean up. He could use the contribution points as a reward for them. And there was no need to waste the potions that Jiang Zhuxiang had worked so hard to make. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless at Lei Zhen's stupidity. But this was also his own choice. Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, We are husband and wife. The potions I made are exactly what they need. Don't be polite to me. Besides, this kind of thing is not that valuable to me. If you still feel bad, you can pay them yourself. Jiang Zhuxiang had already planned that if Lei Zhen didn't want to, he could take the things to them. However, when Lei Zhen heard Jiang Zhuxiang mention husband and wife are one, he had no other ideas at all. He nodded repeatedly to agree with Jiang Zhuxiang's approach, and happily took the things Jiang Zhuxiang gave him and went outside, saying, This is Xixiang's reward for you. You can come up and get it yourself. Lei Zhen spread the things on the table and let them pick whatever they wanted, one set per person. No more. Lei Kong was the first to run up to get the things, and after getting them, he opened them directly to show everyone the configuration inside. There were hemostatics, medicines for minor illnesses such as colds, and animal repellents. The most important thing was the health pills that could be used to strengthen the body, which was particularly useful for people with supernatural powers like them. Jiang Zhuxiang also thoughtfully prepared a whole bottle for them. Lei Kong silently felt that he had made a fortune. The people behind heard Lei Kong's explanation, and they were very satisfied after getting the things. The original dissatisfaction with Jiang Zhuxiang disappeared, and the only impression of Jiang Zhuxiang was the captain's wife is really generous. Lei Kong was very satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's way of handling the situation. So he took the initiative to talk to Lei Jin. Should we go back today? Or stay here for one night before going back? Obviously, his captain would choose to stay. And Lei Kong's suggestion was also to give him an excuse to stay. After all, although his captain succeeded in moving out with Jiang Zhuxiang, looking at the current arrangement, they obviously still cannot live together directly. If possible, Lei Kong still hopes that his captain can get more benefits, so that he can be more stable. Lei Jin naturally followed Lei Kong's words and said, "It's getting late now. Let's stay for one night. Anyway, the room is ready, and there shouldn't be anything going on at home. With his father in charge of the Lei family, others can play outside without any worries." Lei Jin had already informed his father that he would stay outside in the future, so he didn't need to worry about his father's opinions. As for his mother, she naturally hoped that he and Jiang Zhuxiang could get married as soon as possible, and it would be even better if they had children. Unfortunately, it was still difficult for him to fulfill his mother's request. When Jiang Zhuxiang was walking around the room with the dean's wife, he had no idea that the people outside had already decided to stay. He just commented on them one by one with the dean's wife. "This one is good. That one is also okay. This one is a bit too rough, but it's still comfortable. If you want to change it, I will prepare it for you after I go back." The dean's wife loved Jiang Zhuxiang without any opinions, so she didn't worry about not being able to take out something when she wanted to change it. She just respected Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion and didn't bring a full set of things directly. Jiang Zhuxiang himself felt that Lei Jin's dressing was quite to his liking. After all, Lei Jin had been thinking about him for so long, and he had agreed to dress like this before. So he said directly, "No, I think it's okay. Do you want to stay here tonight to try it out? I guess you will be quite satisfied by then." After all, Lei Jin paid attention to the comfort when he arranged the room. So without having lived there before, the dean's wife would be a little dissatisfied. The dean's wife wanted to stay for one night. But just when she was about to agree, the dean's call came. After the dean's wife answered the call, she heard a somewhat resentful voice. "You are not going to live with your daughter, are you? Are you going to let me sleep alone at night? And there is no food you prepared." The dean did not have the nerve to act like a spoiled child with the dean's wife, just because he did not want her to plan to stay away. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the dean's words with a bit of amusement. It was enough that an old man could act like a spoiled child. No wonder they were always so sweet. It was a bit hard for Jiang Zhuxiang to imagine such a scene between himself and Lei Jin. Finally, the dean's wife agreed to go back at night, and the dean hung up the call happily. I believe that the dean's wife will not regret it, seeing that the dean's wife had made such a plan. Jiang Zhuxiang took her to meet Qilin and Feifei, whom she had not had much contact with before. Jiang Zhuxiang originally planned to introduce them at dinner in the evening. Now it seems that it is not certain whether the dean's wife will stay for dinner, so it is better to introduce them to her in advance. Feifei and Qilin were quite surprised when they saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over. After all, they were a little sad when they saw everyone busy and couldn't even go out and could only hide in the room. They just didn't know what Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to say to them. They looked curiously at the dean's wife standing behind Jiang Zhuxiang. This was the first time they saw a stranger since they arrived here. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that he had wronged them a little, but they still had to keep this situation for a while before Feifei could solve her own troubles. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would not completely isolate them from the news. He would let them know what they should know, such as telling them that the dean's wife was his mother. "This one is my mother. If you can't find me in the future, you can go directly to her." After consulting the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang gave the dean's wife's contact number and asked them to add it. There was no problem for others. Jiang Zhuxiang indicated that they could go out for a walk when there were no outsiders. Chapter 660 for the wonderful use of Feifei and Qilin's abilities. Jiang Zhuxiang was not afraid that they would affect others and would not let them go out. Feifei and Qilin were still very happy. However, Qilin still raised a question: if someone has any problems because of us, how should we solve it? Feifei and Qilin are relatively friendly to humans, and there is a junior like Jiang Zhuxiang, so they still want to be more cautious in contact with humans to avoid any problems. Jiang Zhuxiang said, as long as their lives are not in danger. You can leave directly after feeding them the potion I provide you. If there is any problem, you can bring the person back without making sure that others can't see your face, and I will help you solve it. Of course, the solution Jiang Zhuxiang mentioned was to cure them, and then send them away quietly, without exposing their identities. Jiang Zhuxiang had been thinking about how to quickly awaken the consciousness of people who were bewitched by Feifei, and he had gained a lot, so he could say the above words. Feifei and Qilin were very happy after hearing this. After all, they didn't like to stay at home all day, especially when other people in the family could go out freely. The dean's wife was listening to her daughter's words, and she was not scared at all, but a little curious. What are the abilities of Feifei and Qilin? Why can't they go out at will? Jiang Zhuxiang carefully looked at them, and seeing their smiling faces, he whispered to the dean's wife about their special features. One is that they are worshipped as holy objects, and the other is that they can make people die in peace. Although their strength is not very high, humans will still be more afraid of them than animals with strong strength. Jiang Zhuxiang did not tell the dean's wife directly about this because he was afraid that the dean's wife would not like their abilities, and refused to provide them with shelter. The dean's wife was a little surprised by these. This ability is actually quite useful to relieve the anxiety of humans after the end of the world. Those people who have been in the laboratory for many years in the Academy of Sciences, and have not had any results for a long time, are definitely willing to get close to Feifei to relieve their troubles. As long as the time is set, it will be fine. The dean's wife thought so, and she directly made a suggestion. Feifei, do you want to come to the Academy of Sciences as a special doctor? At that time, you can work in the medical room where Xiaoxiang used to work. The people there are very friendly, and Xiaoxiang gets along well with them. Do you want to try it? In the Academy of Sciences, you absolutely don't need to worry about someone having any unexpected situations because of you. After all, they are all brain power people. Their most successful thing is to control their own thinking. They are definitely not so easily confused by Feifei to the point of giving up their careers. Feifei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang in doubt. Did this lady really not realize the disaster she would bring? The dean's wife understood Feifei's eyes, and added fuel to the fire. If there are any problems, I will take the responsibility. Of course, I still believe that they will never come to me. The dean's wife still knows the people in her academy very well. Even if there are any problems at that time, her husband will definitely be able to solve them. As for Qilin, its auspicious power is good for people's luck, as long as it is not excessive. The dean's wife thinks it can follow people in outdoor activities to gain experience first. I believe that if it stays in a team for a long time, its valuables will always be discovered by its team members. The dean's wife told Jiang Zhuxiang her inference. Although Jiang Zhuxiang still agreed, there was no team that needed to go out for the time being. They could only go out again when Lei Jin had completely mastered the family affairs. Jiang Zhuxiang always felt that there was something that had not been resolved, but he could not remember what it was for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Let them go out when there is a chance in the future." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time and said, "Can you stay here for dinner? If you want to stay, you need to prepare the ingredients for dinner now." The dean's wife looked at several messages from the dean on her communicator urging her to go, and the content of each message was the same. When will you come back? The dean's wife clicked it directly and showed it to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly, "Okay, I'll take you out now. The driver should still be downstairs. Do you need me to ask Lei Jin and the others to loosen you up?" After all, although the driver of the Academy of Sciences is a little more powerful than the average person in the Academy of Sciences, he still can't deal with two fierce attacks. So Jiang Zhuxiang proposed to let Lei Jin and the others escort him. I believe Lei Jin is also willing to do this. The dean's wife said, "No. I have a combat robot in my space. If there is any situation, I will still have the strength to fight. Moreover, the defense ability of this land vehicle is still very good. There is absolutely no problem in holding on until rescue." The dean's wife still didn't want her little Xiang to rely too much on Lei Jin. After all, if he got used to relying on Lei Jin, he would lose the ability to stand independently, which was definitely not in line with the dean's wife's requirements for her children. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't disobey the dean's wife's wishes, so he could only watch her go away. When he turned back from the door, he saw someone next door. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped and looked for a while with a little curiosity. He didn't find anything wrong. He thought it was his own hallucination. So he turned back to the house and started preparing dinner. The people next door were relieved when they saw Jiang Zhuxiang leave. and slowly stood up from under the courtyard wall. They were busy here before, wanting to open a door here. Of course, this request was made by Lei Jin, and the other team members were completely coerced. They were almost discovered by Jiang Zhuxiang just now. If they were discovered, Jiang Zhuxiang would never allow such a thing to happen, and there would definitely be a dispute at that time. Lei Kong flicked the dust off his body expressionlessly and said, "Why don't we do it at night? It's too obvious to do this during the day. If Jiang Zhuxiang comes out again, do you still want to roll on the ground?" Lei Kong was coerced by Lei Jin to strike. After all, his captain is definitely capable of doing such a thing. So now Lei Kong's attitude towards Lei Jin is almost a cold war, and there is no emotional fluctuation in his tone. As for the others, Lei Jin used the medicine made by Jiang Zhuxiang as bait to get them to help him do things. Even Lei Mu, who is on good terms with Jiang Zhuxiang, is unwilling to give up the opportunity to get Jiang Zhuxiang's medicine from Lei Jin. Chapter 665. Lei Jin opens the secret door. Lei Jin looked outside the courtyard wall and found that he could no longer see Jiang Zhuxiang. He settled down a little disappointedly. After hearing Lei Kong's words, he thought about it. It's okay. But if we work with the lights on at night, it will be too obvious. Do we have to work in the dark? Will there be any accidents? Lei Kong rolled his eyes. Do you think we are all ordinary people? Will there be accidents because we can't see at night? Lei Kong's tone was very sarcastic, and it was obvious that he had a lot of opinions about Lei Jin. Lei Jin blinked and stopped talking. While they were plotting to open the small door, Jiang Zhuxiang was already discussing what to eat with Tao Tai and the others. This was their first meal here. Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted everyone to have a good meal, and the most important thing was that everyone could participate. Tao Tai and the others said directly, "The only things we can do by ourselves are barbecue and hot pot." After all, these two things are relatively easy to season. In simple terms, they are delicious no matter what, and are more suitable for rough players like Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice and asked, "What do you think? Which one should I choose?" Alice had not spoken much before, and Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried. So at dinner, he would pull her out to see her no matter what. Alice actually didn't have anything to do, but Lei Jin and the others were too hard-working, so she had nothing to do all afternoon. So she was a little lazy. Now Jiang Zhuxiang discussed the issue of eating with her, which was exactly what she wanted. "I have eaten barbecue. But what is hot pot? I haven't tried it yet. Otherwise we can do both, and then let them choose what they want to eat." Anyway, Alice had seen the good appetite of Tao Tai and others, and Alice didn't think it would be a waste to prepare two things. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and agreed. If it was just a hot pot, it would be like a small hot pot. Put a grill in the middle of the big dining table, and everyone could grill what they wanted to eat. Of course, large items still had to be grilled in the oven. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang brought all the pots and other things for the small hot pot in his personal space, as well as the grill and the oven. Jiang Zhuxiang took them out one by one, and Alice directed Tao Tai and others to put everything away. Now that we have the tools for eating, we need to prepare the ingredients. Tao Tai and Xiongqi said, "Let's go out and take a look. If we haven't come back in an hour, you can use the things in the refrigerator first." With the abilities of Tao Tai and Xiongqi, if they still can't catch anything suitable to eat after an hour, they don't have to wait any longer. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that he understood, so they could prepare vegetables first. Jiang Zhuxiang found a few baskets and began to catalyze vegetables, while Alice was responsible for assigning the rest of the people to wash and cut vegetables. Although the catalyzed vegetables were actually very clean, long-standing habits still made humans prefer to eat washed vegetables. Tingsha and the others were doing the tasks assigned to them slowly. Plates of freshly cut vegetables appeared on the round table in the restaurant. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped his work after seeing that they occupied half of the seats. He looked at the time and found that only half an hour had passed. He didn't know if Tao Tai and the others could come back in the remaining half an hour. While waiting, Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to the dean's wife, asking her if she had returned smoothly. The dean's wife replied, "I'm home now. Remember to prepare meals and take care of yourself. I'll come to see you when I have time." The dean's wife was still a little worried about her daughter Xuxiang leaving her to live independently, and she hadn't enjoyed the life of a raised daughter for long. Only at this time did the dean's wife feel the same as the dean. Lei Jin, that stinky boy, was really annoying. Lei Jin, who was disliked by the dean's wife, sneezed and touched his head inexplicably. Was someone thinking about him? In less than half an hour, Tao Tai and Xiongqi came in carrying a mutant beast each. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the two mutant beasts, and they seemed to be mutant wild boars and mutant bison. It was rare for them to find these two animals in half an hour. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice walked forward and hurried to deal with them. Throw away the inedible parts. And the remaining meat was enough for them to eat. Everyone waved knives together, breaking up the large pieces of meat into pieces, and putting them on the remaining empty plates. Because the mutant beasts they caught were too big, the oven was abandoned this time, and all were grilled on the grill. Jiang Zhuxiang marinated the meat to be grilled first to avoid it being tasteless. An hour later, all the meat had become thin slices. Jiang Zhuxiang had boiled the hot pot soup and prepared the dipping sauce. They could finally start eating dinner. However, it was already dark outside. Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door so that they could have a warm dinner. However, the door could not block the smell of their dinner. Lei Jin and his friends, who came out to work after dark, almost wanted to climb over the wall to eat. However, they were still a little rational. If they went there now, their failure to leave would be exposed immediately. They could only work while smelling the smell like a self-abuse. They silently decided to persuade Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends to make a meal like today again. This possibility was all placed on Lei Jin. Even Lei Kong said, "If you can get Jiang Zhuxiang to cook us a dinner like this, we won't ask for any other reward." Lei Kong also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang's cooking skills were very good, but it was the first time he faced such an unbearable fragrance. Lei Jin looked at the wolf light in everyone's eyes, and nodded a little bitterly. He didn't know what his Xiuxiang did tonight. If he asked specifically, wouldn't it expose the fact that he didn't go home tonight? Lei Kong was really taking revenge on himself. After seeing Lei Jin nod, Lei Kong and others' work enthusiasm was greatly improved. Before Jiang Zhuxiang's dinner was over, they successfully opened a secret door in the yard. They stood in Jiang Zhuxiang's yard for a long time through the secret door before silently returning to their own house. This secret door was well made. When it was not opened, no one could see that there was a door here. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that the wall of their house was broken through. Their dinner didn't end until 7 o'clock. Of course, everyone ate until they were full, and no one wanted to sleep. Chapter 666, Change the Way of Cultivation. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time and decided to go outside to digest the food. After all, he didn't know what would happen tomorrow, so he had to rest well tonight. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Alice for her opinion, and the two of them went out together. The Tao Tai just wanted to stay quietly and feel the feeling of being full. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction, they couldn't stay in the house anymore. They all stood up and followed Jiang Zhuxiang out of the yard. When Lei Jin built these two houses, he specially prepared some stone benches and tables in the yard. Jiang Zhuxiang lazily lay on the slightly cold table, looked sideways at the night sky, and asked Alice, "When do you think we can see a clear night sky again?" The starry sky now seemed to be covered by fog, so the stars looked like smudged lights, not as bright and clear as Jiang Zhuxiang had seen before. Alice had never seen the real starlight, but she had read the descriptions of starlight by literati in the past, and she felt a little sad about what Jiang Zhuxiang said. "I don't know. Unless the fragments now split together to form a complete Earth again. Otherwise, the atmosphere cannot be restored, and we still can't see that kind of bright starlight." The two had nothing else to say for a while, and the atmosphere became quiet and depressed. At this time, Fei Fei and Qilin came over, and seeing the two girls being so quiet, they asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? It's not right to be so sad when you have enough food." Jiang Zhuxiang told Qilin and the others about the topic he had just talked about with Alice. Fei Fei said with a bit of amusement, "Don't be so sad. This kind of thing has always been about God's will. As long as God has not completely abandoned humans, the place where humans live will recover sooner or later. You just need to be patient. Moreover, the current situation is much better than before. After all, the threat from humans has been reduced a lot. If the situation of humans was not so critical, I think they would not go back to think about these romantic things." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and felt that it was true. It seems that he has been too idle recently. From tomorrow on, he should make a study plan for himself. He can't give up the practice of Shinon's secret technique. Some of the subjects he has only learned are just the tip of the iceberg. It is necessary to study them well. Then maybe he can make a starry sky. He has seen the Zhou-Tian Xingdou formation in the formation chapter before. Fei Fei was relieved to see Jiang Zhuxiang no longer dwelling on this matter. These ancient beasts had a much clearer perception of the heavenly Tao than humans. They could clearly feel that the key to the recovery of this world was in Jiang Zhuxiang. But none of them could tell Jiang Zhuxiang. All they could do was to slowly guide Jiang Zhuxiang's own search. The most important thing was not to let Jiang Zhuxiang stop her progress. Decadence should not appear in Jiang Zhuxiang at all. Qilin and Feifei smiled at each other. It seemed that they would need to follow Jiang Zhuxiang more in the future and guide him when necessary. By then, the heavenly Tao of this side should be able to sense it. It would be even better if the heavenly Tao could give Jiang Zhuxiang some hints. As for the Tao Tai, they have always had the same idea. To ensure that Jiang Zhuxiang will not be threatened is their mission. At this critical moment, they need to be more careful. The potential danger here has not jumped out. And the Tao Tai are still a little irritated. As for the little tricks Lei Jin made in the yard, the Tao Tai will just treat it as a little surprise for Jiang Zhuxiang. Anyway, it seems that the younger generation has not yet focused on love. And Lei Jin's little tricks are just to make Jiang Zhuxiang smile. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were enlightened by Qilin and Feifei, they were taken to move around in the yard. Jiang Zhuxiang had set up a formation in this yard while Lei Jin and the others were busy. No matter what the people inside did, it would not affect the outside. The outer edge of the formation was on the outer wall of the yard. And the secret door that Lei Jin and the others had made was also included. The reason why Lei Jin and the others were not blocked by the formation before was because they did not attack the formation. Therefore, the secret door can also be used as an exit through the formation in the future. Apart from this, if you want to enter and exit the formation at will, you can only rely on granting permission to the main line. Tao Tai and the others have always had the authority to use most of the arrays that Jiang Zhuxiang has developed. Lei Jin also has this authority because he was bound to Jiang Zhuxiang's ID card when he signed the marriage contract with Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin will also automatically have the authority to use the arrays that Jiang Zhuxiang has developed in the future. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang has unknowingly given Lei Jin a lot of authority. As long as Lei Jin can find it. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were walking along the courtyard wall. In the middle of the courtyard, Tao Tai and Qiongqi were sparring. Alice couldn't bear to leave. She really envied their power. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a bit of amusement, "Do you want to become like them? Although it is impossible to be completely consistent, it can be infinitely close." Jiang Zhuxiang has the body training method she found in the Shenong secret technique. It's just that after Alice practices it, she will have to give up her power-type superpowers. I don't know if she is willing to give it up. Alice said with a little surprise, "Can I really do it?" She is very pursuing strength. Otherwise she would not have power-type superpowers. Now she can pursue higher levels of strength, which is a great surprise for Alice. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Of course you can. But this method is different from the method of practicing superpowers. It will change your physical constitution. At that time, you may not be able to rely on absorbing power crystal cores to improve. Everything depends on your own body's muscles and bones. Can you accept it?" For Jiang Zhuxiang, the cultivation of superpowers is like a castle in the air. How much power can a superpower crystal core in the brain contain? If there's a problem with the crystal core, all the power will be out of control. Moreover, this way of improving superpowers is too similar to zombies, which is not a good thing for humans. Alice nodded immediately and said, "No problem. What should I do?" Jiang Zhuxiang still asked, "Don't you need to talk to Ron?" After all, Ron and her have a close relationship. On such a major event of changing the cultivation method, the two still need to communicate, which is also a respect for Ron. Chapter 667, Power and Offspring. Alice said, "It's okay. Don't tell Ron. This kind of thing related to one's own cultivation has always been only related to oneself. If Ron encounters such a thing, he will make his own decision. At most, he will tell me when he finds it. If he doesn't find it, he won't tell me specifically." So Alice felt that she didn't need to tell him now. Seeing Alice's attitude, Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that the culture and concepts between the two fragments were indeed different. So he didn't force it, and motioned Alice to follow him. The environment here was not suitable for what he was going to say to her next. It was too informal. Alice followed Jiang Zhuxiang into the house without any objection, and found the place here specially used for conversation the study. Jiang Zhuxiang was about to close the door, and Tingsha, who was following them, held the door with his hands. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious. "What do you want?" After all, Tingsha had never interrupted his own business before, so he just hoped that it was something important. Tingsha said casually, "Are you going to let this person practice?" Tingsha carefully looked at Alice's body. She looked thin and weak. How could she be suitable for physical training? Jiang Zhuxiang, yes. What's wrong with that? She is also willing. And she can help solve the hidden dangers of her current practice. It is also good for her ability to improve. Isn't it? In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, there is absolutely no problem. But he doesn't know what Tingsha cares about. Tingsha, no problem. I just came to take a look. If there is anything you can't solve, tell me. You can talk about it first. Tingsha closed his eyes and rested on the side, obviously not intending to leave. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Tingsha's arrogant look, obviously because he was worried that something might happen to him. So Jiang Zhuxiang had to pretend that it didn't exist and talk to Alice about the things that need to be paid attention to in physical training. I just happen to have a set of physical training methods suitable for girls. And a matching medicinal bath. I will show you now. You record a video yourself. And then practice it for me. I will also prepare the medicinal materials for the medicinal bath used for physical training. And you can boil it yourself and put it in the pot when the time comes. Alice had seen Jiang Zhuxiang's way of boiling medicine before, so she shouldn't have to worry too much. Alice was very moved to see Jiang Zhuxiang thinking about her, and said silently, "How about we abandon them and live together?" Alice had forgotten all the things Ron had done for her before, except for the clips of Ron making her angry recently. Alice didn't think it would be a pity to abandon Ron. Jiang Zhuxiang twitched and pulled the corner of his mouth. "No need. I'm quite satisfied with Lei Jin at the moment. Just watch me and remember to learn." Alice was just joking. With Ron's personality, if he knew that he was going to abandon him and be with a woman, he would definitely not let himself get out of bed. Alice thought about Ron's powerful ability and couldn't help blushing, seeing Jiang Zhuxiang start to move. She watched attentively. Different from the set of moves that Jiang Zhuxiang often practiced, this set of moves added a lot of fierce moves, as if to tear the muscles and bones of the human body. Although Jiang Zhuxiang did not use his own energy, it was still very destructive. Alice became quiet as she watched. Although the camera function in the communicator in her hand was always on, it did not arouse Alice's interest at all. In the end, Alice even followed Jiang Zhuxiang to make gestures. Tingsha looked at Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly as she chose this set of movements. This was a set of movements that Shenong had prepared for Jiang Zhuxiang and other female family members. Unexpectedly, it ended up being a benefit to an outsider, who just had a better relationship with Jiang Zhuxiang. Tingsha hesitated whether to tell Jiang Zhuxiang about the side effects of this set of movements. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and walked over to help Alice save the video, patting her shoulder to bring her back to her senses. Unfortunately, Alice was now completely immersed in this set of movements, so Jiang Zhuxiang could only give up temporarily, and then saw Tingsha's expression of wanting to say something but not being able to. So he walked over directly. "Is there anything wrong?" For Jiang Zhuxiang, Tongue Snake is a trustworthy elder, and Jiang Zhuxiang will still listen to its opinions on some things. Tongue Snake considered again and again, and decided to tell Jiang Zhuxiang about it. It was up to her to decide what to do. If you girls practice the set of movements you just did for a long time, you will lose your ability to reproduce. You should still talk to Alice. If she finds something wrong in the future and comes to make trouble with you, you will have a headache. After saying this, Tongue Snake left directly. He had no way to solve this problem. This was completely a limitation of the way of heaven on humans. If you improve your cultivation, you will lose your offspring. For these beasts, the purer the bloodline, the less likely it is to have offspring, which is the same as the situation of humans. Jiang Zhuxiang was aware of this, and he did not intend to hide it from Alice. He only planned to tell her when she calmed down. After watching Tingsha leave, Alice finally woke up after a long while. After all, the pain of muscle tearing caused by this set of movements was still very severe. Without a medicinal bath, it would take a long time to recover. Jiang Zhuxiang directly handed the medicine he had boiled to Alice and asked her to repair it first. When she came out, Jiang Zhuxiang formally talked to her about this matter. After all, this was something that was closely related to them. Hearing the consequences mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang, Alice did not frown. There was no chance to have a child in the first place. And it is not bad now. At least I can accompany Ron for a long time. In their fragments, there are still many couples who choose not to have children. Alice had thought about having a child before, but she was a little discouraged after being disappointed again and again. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang had said that he would give Alice and her pregnancy pill, Alice refused it. Alice did not want a child that was forced. Now when power and children were placed in front of her, Alice chose power without hesitation. And even Ron did not intend to tell him. Jiang Zhuxiang still admired her attitude. After all, there are still very few women who can do this. Motherhood is like a natural instinct for women, which is also one of the reasons why women are increasingly dependent on men. Chapter 668, The Haunted Man. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice solved the problem, they finally decided to rest. The others had returned to the house, because there would definitely be a lot of things to do tomorrow. When Jiang Zhuxiang's house fell into darkness, Lei Jin was discussing what excuse to use to go to Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends tomorrow. Lei Kong said expressionlessly, "Whatever excuse you use today, you will use the same excuse tomorrow. What's there to think about?" Lei Kong didn't believe that Jiang Zhuxiang would not see through their excuses. She didn't say anything today because she was too lazy to care. Only the captain, a fool, thought that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see anything and even made a secret door. Lei Kong deeply felt that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends had definitely seen through their little tricks when they were in the yard just now. Lei Jin naturally saw Lei Kong's disapproval, but he didn't care. Even if his daughter Xiao Xiang saw it, she still didn't point it out, which proved that Xiao Xiang didn't care about his tricks. Maybe she was willing to see him do this for her. Lei Jin also knew the reason why Lei Kong was so passive. So he promised, "If Xiao Xiang agrees to live here, then you can concentrate on your work, and I won't bother you with the team's affairs anymore. What do you think?" Lei Jin thought that his concession was already very big. If Lei Kong continued to be upset, he would have no way to deal with it. Lei Kong was slightly moved after hearing Lei Jin's words. His previous communication with Lu Yi made him realize the true charm of space power users. He no longer wanted to be a mobile warehouse. Now Lei Jin's promise was almost timely for him. So Lei Kong became active. Lei Kong, in fact, recruiting is not afraid of old age, as long as it is useful. Xiao Xiang will definitely not refuse us to help. Captain, if you want to live here, you can actually tell her directly. She just didn't want to live in the same house with you before. Being neighbors is also a good experience, isn't it? Lei Jin seemed to be awakened. He really remembered the attitude of his own Xiao Xiang. If he told her his thoughts openly, she might not have a reason to drive him away. Lei Jin looked at Lei Kong with a little relief and nodded. It seems that the theoretical experience of the housekeeper Kong is quite good. Lei Mu said a little boredly, "I wonder if Xiao Xiang has found new plants recently. I'll go plant some flowers in her yard tomorrow." Lei Mu was actually reminding Lei Jin what Jiang Zhuxiang likes. Gifts should never be underestimated. Lei Jin silently noted this, and turned to look at the others. Others racked their brains to think about the relationship between their captain and Jiang Zhuxiang in the car. Lei Hua suddenly said, "Captain, you seem to have never asked Jiang Zhuxiang for a physical examination. Did you encounter any problems when upgrading?" Lei Hua had received treatment from Jiang Zhuxiang before because of his anger, so he naturally knew her attitude towards patients. At this time, he reminded Lei Jin that he didn't expect him to play the old trick of the self-torture trick, as long as Lei Jin was willing to entrust his health to her. Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude towards Lei Jin would definitely not be too bad. The others couldn't think of any useful ideas, so they could only say, "Why don't you use it first, and come back to us when you're done? We will definitely think about it carefully during this period, and we will definitely be able to find a suitable method by then." They will definitely find ways to pursue girls in the communicator during this period, so that they can give advice to their captain at that time. Lei Jin felt that it was enough for the time being, so he didn't make things difficult for the rest of the people, and asked them to rest first and get up early tomorrow to help. The lights in this area finally went out. Jiang Zhuxiang still shared a room with Alice. Before going to bed, Alice showered several times, but there was still a bitter smell on her body, so she was a little afraid to climb onto Jiang Zhuxiang's bed. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind it, and said directly, "I'm used to this smell. You don't need to be so careful. Come up and sleep quickly. We have to do a thorough cleaning tomorrow. Don't dawdle any longer." Alice then put on her pajamas and laid down on the bed with peace of mind. The two of them fell asleep quickly, without thinking about the two men who were waiting for their communication. Lei Jin was determined to stay, and Ron was planning to apply to come to this fragment to discuss cooperation. Recently, their testing station found that the fragment was moving again, but their equipment was not enough. Yin was still talking about cooperating with others today to solve this problem. If I really apply, no one will come to compete with me. After all, no one knows what will happen after leaving their fragments. So it is better to stay where you are. If Ron hadn't gone to the South Fragment for Alice, his attitude would have been the same as these people. Now Ron is still looking forward to going to different fragments, especially the place where Alice is. The two people in their dreams didn't know that they were being remembered so closely. They sneezed, wrapped the quilt tightly, and continued to sleep without knowing anything. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang still dragged Alice up early. After breakfast, the two of them exercised for an hour each. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished, he directly organized others to clean up. And Alice soaked in the medicine soup again. Half an hour later, Alice came out of the bathtub and gently pinched the shower head to wash away the smell of medicine on her body. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, no water came out. Alice looked at the shower head and found that it had been flattened by herself. The corners of Alice's mouth twitched, and she carefully put it back, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang would not be too angry when she found it at night. Alice wiped herself hastily, changed her clothes, and went downstairs to help. When she went downstairs, someone knocked on the door. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have time to open the door, Alice went over and opened it herself. Seeing Lei Jin and his group outside the door, Alice rolled her eyes speechlessly. Why are you here again? She had clearly stayed here for a day yesterday, and she was not afraid of being disliked by Jiang Zhuxiang when she came here again today. After all, her bestie was not someone who liked others to cling to her tightly. Lei Kong stepped forward and said, Alice, we are here to help. As long as Xiaoxiang didn't drive us out, you have no reason not to let us in. Right? Lei Kong still had some respect for Alice. Otherwise, he would have rushed in directly. Chapter 669, A Chaotic Cleaning. Alice shrugged. Open the door and let them in, okay. As long as you are not afraid of angering Xiaoxiang. Lei Jin said seriously, I will only try to make Xiaoxiang happy, and will never anger her. After Lei Jin expressed his views strictly, he walked past Alice and walked inside. Lei Kong and others quickly followed without saying much to Alice. Alice smiled and said nothing, just followed behind them. She only believed what she saw. Lei Jin first found Jiang Zhuxiang, who was cleaning the kitchen. Xiaoxiang, I brought people to help. Do you see if there is anything we can do? Lei Jin looked at the sweat on Jiang Zhuxiang's forehead and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe it for her. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the soft touch of the handkerchief, turned her head, and looked at Lei Jin, saying, You ask Lei Kong and others to watch over the Tao Tai outside, and tell them not to use too much force. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to let the Tao Tai participate in the general cleaning, but at that time, he couldn't find anyone else, so he could only teach them what to do as much as possible, and repeatedly told them to use less force. Lei Jin and his arrival was a timely rain, so Alice, who followed in, didn't see Jiang Zhuxiang's angry look. After Lei Jin received the task, he and his people passed by Alice without even a glance at Alice. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about their temper at all. After all, the focus now was not here, but to clean the house first. Jiang Zhuxiang threw a rag to Alice and asked her to help him clean the kitchen. Last night, they only cleaned the places that could be used for cooking. Today, it would be better to clean every corner. Alice took the rag and worked while muttering, Xiaoxiang, are you just letting them go? Alice was still a little unhappy with Lei Jin and the others' reaction. She hoped that Jiang Zhuxiang could help her vent her anger. Although she knew that the possibility of doing so was small, she still tried to make an effort. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, What should I do then? Drive them away? Then no one will help us work. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Alice was not a person who only saw her own emotions, so he used other things to divert her conflict. Alice thought about it carefully and felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's words made some sense. So she said viciously, Then they will not be paid for their work today. Alice knew that Jiang Zhuxiang would pay others for their help every time, and they were all homemade medicines. Alice felt a little distressed every time. As for Lei Jin and others, Alice still didn't think they needed to be paid before they would work. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice's insistence and had nothing to say, neither agreeing nor refusing. Compared with the relatively smooth cleaning process in the kitchen, the cleaning outside can be described as a mess. Things were either torn apart or scratched. Lei Jin led the team members to rescue in the back, and finally understood why Xiaoxiang agreed to let them help so easily. It seems that these elders really have no experience in cleaning. If they are left alone, Lei Jin feels that the house he is prepared for his Xuxiang with great difficulty will become a disaster scene. In the end, Lei Jin helplessly winked at Lei Kong, asking him to persuade them not to do it again. It would be faster for them to clean up. At least there would be no need for another repair. Lei Kong had this idea long ago, but he could only endure it until Lei Jin spoke up. Now that Lei Jin spoke up, he immediately took action, politely asking the Taotai to take a break first, and leaving the rest to them. The Taotai had no way to deal with these fragile things, and if someone was willing to take over now, that would be great. They all fled to the side as if relieved. Even Fei Fei and Qilin did the same, making Lei Kong feel cheated. However, after no one made trouble, Lei Jin led Lei Kong and others to complete the cleaning work outside. When Jiang Zhuxiang came out to check, he was quite satisfied and didn't say much. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Is it okay for you to come out so often? As a future heir of a family, shouldn't you stay in your family all the time to prepare? Is it really okay to spend so much time here?" Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't want to be a beauty who brings disaster, and then give others the opportunity to throw dirty water on herself. Lei Jin said, "It doesn't matter. My father is in charge of the family affairs. I have also completed my own part. I guess I will live here in the future. Then we can be neighbors. What do you think?" Lei Jin still couldn't help it, and told Jiang Zhuxiang about his plan directly. He originally planned to stay here for a few days to let Jiang Zhuxiang find out by himself. Lei Kong looked at Lei Jin a little speechlessly. His captain couldn't keep a secret in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang was not very interested in his secrets. Otherwise, Lei Kong would definitely complain to his family leader. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and had no objection to him being neighbors with his family, and even expressed welcome. "That's great. Let's help each other in the future. You can come here for dinner." Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin even slept in the same room before, so this kind of thing is nothing compared to the big witch. Jiang Zhuxiang's face didn't even change. Lei Jin was very satisfied with his little Xiang's reaction, and it seemed that there was still a great possibility for him to go further. He smiled and said, "If you have anything to clean up here, you can come and call us. We will definitely be able to do it as well as today." Lei Jin felt that it was necessary to take credit appropriately. Otherwise, how would others know what you have paid for? Jiang Zhuxiang looked at their results today and was quite satisfied. Although she had been busy in the kitchen before, she was still relatively familiar with the situation outside, and also knew what the Taotai had done. She felt that Lei Jin and his friends had worked hard today. So she said, "Why don't you stay here for lunch today? You have worked hard this morning. It's just that they have to eat a simpler lunch." After all, Jiang Zhuxiang has been busy all morning and has no extra energy to prepare a big meal. I hope Lei Jin and his friends can accept it. Lei Jin naturally saw Jiang Zhuxiang's fatigue, and quickly said, "We won't bother you today. When are you going to hold a warm-up party? We'll bother you again then." Chapter 670 Invitation to the Warm Home Wine. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't insist after hearing what Lei Jin said. "We plan to take a good rest today, and do it tomorrow night. It's estimated that we can't make any preparations today. If we do it tomorrow at noon, it will definitely be too late." So Jiang Zhuxiang decided to do it in the evening. "It's just right that we can send text messages to invite people this afternoon. I just hope they are all free tomorrow night." Lei Jin nodded to show that he understood. "Then we will bother you tomorrow afternoon. You guys should take a good rest first. By the way, do you need us to help prepare materials tomorrow?" Lei Jin is trying to spend more time with Jiang Zhuxiang every moment, hoping that he can get Jiang Zhuxiang's consent this time. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No need to come so early. If I need help, I will tell you myself. You just stay as guests tomorrow." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think that so many people would not be able to prepare a warm-up meal, so he politely rejected Lei Jin's request. Lei Jin left with a little regret, and Lei Kong and the others followed him. Jiang Zhuxiang yawned and asked the Taotai, who looked a little depressed, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Make it yourself. I won't eat." "What about you, Alice? Do you need a nutritional supplement?" "I plan to drink it and go to rest directly." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he had used up all his energy for the day when cleaning the kitchen just now, and now he just wanted to lie on the bed. Alice was not much better than Jiang Zhuxiang. When she heard Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal, she quickly said, "Yes." Jiang Zhuxiang took out 2 tubes of nutrients, handed one to Alice, and drank it all up. Taotai and the others were not interested in the nutrients at all. They said, Then let's go out to find food and bring back some meat for tomorrow. What do you think? Tao Tai and the others felt a little guilty about the disaster they caused today, so they were thinking about how to make up for it. Jiang Zhuxiang said lazily, if you have any left, just bring it back. I actually want them to eat more vegetables. After all, eating meat all the time is not good for the body. Tao Tai pretended that they hadn't heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words and started to prepare to go out. They also brought compression bags for carrying things and the herbal atlas that Jiang Zhuxiang had compiled before. They still noticed that their young people had consumed a lot of herbs during this period, so they would bring some back if they could. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally noticed their little actions and was a little moved. He watched them leave and close the door. And then he and Alice supported each other and returned to the room. The two fell on the bed and fell asleep. It was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Jiang Zhuxiang woke up dazedly, looked at the time, sat up a little dazedly, and went to the bathroom to wake himself up. When he came out again, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go down and prepare some simple food for himself, such as a bowl of noodles. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice, who was still sleeping, and decided to prepare only his own portion. As for Alice, he would let her prepare it herself, mainly because Jiang Zhuxiang was not sure whether Alice would wake up tonight. When he came downstairs, Jiang Zhuxiang did not find any traces of Tao Tai. It seemed that they were still very happy outside, and did not remember to come back. Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Tao Tai to confirm that they would not come back for dinner, and then concentrated on preparing his own dinner. He took out the noodles he had prepared before, boiled them in water, added salt and green onions, and Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy to eat alone. After filling his stomach, Jiang Zhuxiang began to send invitations to people he knew, inviting them to come to his house tomorrow night to drink warm wine. The first person Jiang Zhuxiang invited was naturally the dean and his wife. The dean's wife said, "We will come tomorrow morning." The dean's wife naturally wanted to help Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends prepare what they needed, and the warm wine was a bit particular. The dean's wife was afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't understand, so she planned to go so early. The next person was the eldest brother. The eldest brother was just finishing his experiment. Hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation, he asked, "Do you need me to come over early to help?" Although he didn't know what he could help with, Yin Lei still had this intention. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "The dean and his wife have agreed to come early. It doesn't matter if you come later than the appointed time, as long as you don't eat." Jiang Zhuxiang still knew that his senior brother was still very busy, especially now that the dean has further delegated power. Yin Lei said, "Don't worry. I will definitely not be late. Then I will come 10 minutes earlier." Yin Lei did have a lot of things to deal with, and he really didn't have extra time. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and then hung up the call directly, followed by Shuiwen. Shuiwen had completely mastered the power of the Shui family, and was still very surprised to receive the call from Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had not contacted him since he returned to the Shui family. Shuiwen originally thought that Jiang Zhuxiang would never contact him again. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Shuiwen's aggrieved tone and said helplessly, "I was out before, and I don't know if you have any other problems. I didn't contact you because I was afraid of disturbing you. Well, I'm going to have a warm-up party tomorrow night. Do you have time to come?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have time to spend on this kind of mutual complaints, so he went straight to the point. Shuiwen said with a little sarcasm, "Even if you don't have time, you can squeeze out time. Our Xiaoxiang is finally going to be independent. I must be there to celebrate." Shuiwen and Yin Lei are still in contact. She knows that Jiang Zhuxiang moved out of the Academy of Sciences, but she doesn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang moved out with Lei Jin. Otherwise, Shuiwen's tone would not be so relaxed. Jiang Zhuxiang silently rolled his eyes, hung up the call, and then contacted Wu Jing. Wu Jing had previously expressed his intention to come to the warm home wine, and now that he received Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation, he naturally agreed without saying a word. It happened that the farm had been sorted out and officially entered the winter idle period. Wu Jing felt that he could pick up the laboratory's affairs. Wu Jing said, "Xiaoxiang, will the dean and others come tomorrow?" Jiang Zhuxiang, "Of course. If you have something to discuss with him, you can come in the afternoon. He should be free at that time." Wu Jing nodded to show that he understood. These are the people Jiang Zhuxiang is close to. Jiang Zhuxiang sent invitations to the rest of the people. Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't care whether they come or not. Considering Alice, Jiang Zhuxiang also sent an invitation to Ron. Chapter 671 The Lake Clan Leader and his wife planned to come. When Ron received Jiang Zuxiang's invitation, he was applying for an overseas assignment with Einold. Einold was a little hesitant, so Ron sent the invitation to Einold. Einold said with some emotion, "Is that little girl going to be independent now? She didn't even send me an invitation. In this case, I won't give her my gift. If you want to go, go. Anyway, your efficiency is very low if you stay here now. Your heart has been taken away by Alice." Einold thought of the recent complaints from his subordinates and decided to let Ron solve his personal problems first. Ron said gratefully, "Thank you, boss. I will definitely come back as soon as possible." Einold said, "Don't worry. Didn't we detect that the fragment we are in is moving again recently? When we have a definite moving path, I think we will all get together to discuss what to do. And you can represent us outside. After all, people from subfragments are better at this kind of thing." Ron nodded to show that he understood. When Ron turned to leave, Einar threw something to Ron. "Give it to that little guy as my gift." Ron put it away and turned to leave. Ron returned to his residence and sent a message to Alice. Alice was still sleeping at this time, but Ron kept calling her, and finally woke her up. Alice answered the call angrily, looking at Ron with a grudge. "You'd better find me for something important. Otherwise I don't mind our divorce." Alice's eyes were not fully open, and her hair was like a chicken coop. Ron almost couldn't help laughing. But when he heard Alice's words, he was still a little serious. "Don't talk about divorce casually." Alice didn't know if she heard it, but she nodded randomly. "I know. What's the matter with you?" Alice still wanted to continue sleeping, hoping that Ron would finish his story as soon as possible. Ron looked at Alice helplessly, but still told her his story. "I'm coming over tomorrow. Do you have anything you need me to bring to you? Send me a list when you wake up." Ron still considered that Alice might like the things in their fragments more, so Ron sent this communication. Alice flipped through her communicator in a daze. She had planned to buy the things in her fragments on the virtual network before, but she had never found the time to buy them. Now it was just right to send them to Ron and ask him to bring them to her. Ron received Alice's shopping list, nodded, and hung up the call, asking her to continue sleeping. She should get up very early tomorrow if she started sleeping at this time. After Alice hung up the call, she continued to fall on the bed, covered herself with the quilt, and hoped to sleep until dawn. After Jiang Zhuxiang sent all the invitations, she simply cleaned up the kitchen, closed everything that needed to be closed, and returned to her room. Because she had slept enough in the afternoon, she couldn't sleep now. Jiang Zhuxiang simply went to the bathroom to practice. It happened that she didn't practice these 2 days and could make up for it. When Tao Tai came back, the two houses were already very quiet. They cleaned up the things in their hands and put them in the refrigerator so that Jiang Zhuxiang could see them tomorrow. The next morning, Alice woke up earlier than Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang had practiced for half the night. If it wasn't for Alice not finding out that he had practiced all night, Jiang Zhuxiang wouldn't have stopped. So Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't get up in the morning. Alice was very surprised to see Jiang Zhuxiang still sleeping. She looked at the time and went to wash up first, planning to wake her up after washing up. When she came out of the wash, Alice found that Jiang Zhuxiang still hadn't gotten up. She was a little happy and threw herself directly on the bed. Alice planned to use her whole body to wake Jiang Zhuxiang up. Jiang Zhuxiang felt like she was being pressed down by a stone in her sleep. She woke up a little terrified and found Alice on her body. Her hand was still trying to reach her neck. Jiang Zhuxiang grabbed her Lushan hand, flipped Alice over, and used his remaining hand to tickle Alice fiercely. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't let Alice go until she begged for mercy. However, after such a commotion, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from Alice's body and went straight into the bathroom. Alice sat up helplessly, tidied her clothes, and ran to the bathroom to see if there was anything wrong with her hairstyle. At the same time, Alice asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Did you send an invitation to Ron yesterday?" Jiang Zhuxiang spit out the toothpaste foam in his mouth, rinsed his mouth, and said, "Yes. Don't you want to see him?" Jiang Zhuxiang thought he was meddling in other people's business, so he turned his head to look at Alice. Alice said nonchalantly, "Of course I want to see him. But he sent me a message when I was sleeping yesterday, and I was a little angry. So I sent him my shopping list. I hope he can still keep the money in his wallet now." Alice was going to buy those things with her own money. Her things were scattered and looked like they were not much, but they were actually very expensive. Jiang Zhuxiang then turned back to continue washing up. This kind of thing depended on whether Ron was willing or not. He should not get involved in the interests of the young couple. At least Lei Jin and himself had a clear account of the property. Lei Jin was the first one to come in the morning. When Jiang Zhuxiang and the others started to prepare breakfast, Lei Jin came alone. The others should not have gotten up yet. There was a reason why Lei Jin came so early. Because last night, he didn't know how his parents knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was holding a warm-up party today, and sent him a message saying that they were coming. Lei Jin could only come here early in the morning to talk to his little Xiang. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Lei Jin. Did you really not say that yourself? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little suspicious. Mainly because Lei Jin had too many previous convictions. Jiang Zhuxiang now habitually suspected that Lei Jin directed and acted out the incident himself. Lei Jin said speechlessly, "How could I have done this myself? If they had said something wrong, I might not have been able to stay with you. If you really don't welcome me, I'll send them a message now and ask them not to come." Lei Jin said that he felt wronged. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that Lei Jin's expression of grievance did not seem to be fake. So he had no choice but to comfort him. Okay, I believe you. Did they say when they would come? Chapter 672 An eyesore. If they come too early, I have to entertain them in person. But I really don't have the time. Fortunately, Lei Jin also knew this. And he agreed with his parents last night that they could come later. Lei Jin, I asked them to come in the afternoon yesterday. They may come a little earlier, but not much earlier. By then, our preparations should be almost done. So I will entertain them. Lei Jin took the initiative to take on this task. Also to avoid making it difficult for his own Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said, if they really come in the afternoon, then the dean and his family will have arrived. And it will not be your turn to entertain them. You should be careful whether the dean and his family will embarrass you. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, the Lei clan leader and his wife were relatively easy to get along with. They were also kind to him in the past. And he had already built up enough favorability before. If he really wanted to entertain them, it was not impossible. On the contrary, although the dean's wife was quite satisfied with Lei Jin, once their marriage contract was known to them, Lei Jin would definitely not get any good results. At that time, the dean might even teach Lei Jin a lesson. When Jiang Zhuxiang thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little gloating. Lei Jin thought about it, and realized that he was indeed the most miserable. He said pitifully, "When will my father-in-law come? Can I sneak out for a while?" Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, "They said they would come in the morning. Which means they will show up at any time from now on." Jiang Zhuxiang had no sympathy for Lei Jin's situation. After all, that matter was originally his responsibility. After knowing the specific time, Lei Jin was not so panicked. He helped Jiang Zhuxiang and others with their work while waiting for the movement outside. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with Lei Jin's performance and felt that he was responsible. After Jiang Zhuxiang prepared breakfast, he and Alice went to knock on the door one by one. Lei Jin was responsible for putting breakfast on the table. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang took out the ingredients in the refrigerator to deal with them. Alice and Lei Jin knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had to prepare vegetables. So they took over her work and moved the work location to the door so that they could see the people coming. Alice and Lei Jin were probably in the same mood now, waiting for the person who made them a little scared. Jiang Zhuxiang was in the kitchen, catalyzing the vegetables he needed one by one. And he found the two people outside a little funny. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the Tao Tai to prepare tables and chairs. After all, the tables and chairs they originally prepared were only enough for them to sit on, and they would need to prepare other people. Jiang Zhuxiang did not ask them to prepare good stools, just wooden stakes, as long as they would not prick people. The Tao Tai could still do this kind of thing. The strong ones cut wood, while the weak ones used tools to cut the wood into stakes, clean the thorns on them, and then arrange them one by one in the open space in the yard outside, hoping to dry them in the sun. The first to enter were indeed the dean and his wife. They parked the car in the garage. The dean was responsible for putting the snacks brought by the dean's wife on a plate and putting them in the refrigerator. The dean's wife began to work with Jiang Zhuxiang to formulate the evening menu, and put the dishes that needed to be stewed for a long time into the pot first, such as whole chickens. This kind of chicken was brought from the farm by the dean's wife and killed. Otherwise, there would be no normal-sized chickens in the wild. Jiang Zhuxiang wrote down the names of the dishes reported by the dean's wife one by one, and began to consider the ingredients needed. He could still do this kind of thing himself. The dean's wife pointed out some things that needed to be paid attention to, and the ceremony of warming the house wine to Jiang Zhuxiang, and then started to cut and chop. Jiang Zhuxiang also followed the dean's wife. As for the dean, after packing the snacks, he walked to Lei Jin and began to stare at Lei Jin working. Cold sweat broke out on Lei Jin's forehead, and his hands began to move with trepidation. Finally, Alice couldn't stand it anymore and looked up and asked, "Uncle, if you have something to say to him, just say it. If you keep staring at him like this, if he doesn't complete Zhuxiang's task, there will be trouble later in the evening." Alice couldn't understand the high requirements of the parents of this fragment for their children's partners. After all, in their place, parents would not interfere in such matters. At most, they would meet each other before getting married to get to know each other. Lei Jin was still a little grateful for Alice's words, but he didn't know if she would make the dean unhappy. Lei Jin glanced at the dean carefully. The dean walked away. Now was not the time to talk. The dean decided to let the boy relax for a while. Seeing the dean wandering around with nothing to do, Jiang Zhuxiang suggested, "We also have a study room here. Why don't you go there to deal with things? After all, the Academy of Sciences still has things for the dean to deal with every day, and Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't want to delay the Academy of Sciences." After the dean asked about the location, he plunged into the study room. The work rhythm outside resumed again. The second person to arrive was Ron, because he wanted to have more private time with Alice. Ron chose to get up early in the morning to buy everything on Alice's shopping list, and then asked someone to send him over. When he entered the door, Ron was also carrying a lot of bags. Fortunately, I met Lei Kong and his group at the door, who helped to share the burden. Alice was very happy to see Ron. She stood up and hugged Ron, and kissed each other's cheeks. If there were not so many people watching here, Ron would definitely be intimate with Alice. Alice instructed Ron to put all his things in the storage room next to her and Jiang Zhuxiang's bedroom. There were some things that she and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need for the time being. For Alice, these things were also temporarily unused. Ron went to put down all the things obediently, and stood next to Alice after coming out, not knowing what to do. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the people who came too early and signaled Lei Jin, "Take them to find a place to play. It's too crowded here. You should know where there are places to play. These people who came early will have to prepare lunch for them." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was a bit of a mistake. He should have asked them to come in the afternoon. Lei Jin was also a little helpless. His team members accounted for most of the people here. They all came here when they knew there was food. Lei Jin thought about it. He had arranged a game room for both houses before. It was used for relaxation. The area was not small. It was enough for these people to move around. There were virtual network terminals and fitness equipment inside. They could stay for a morning or an afternoon. After Lei Jin took the extra people away, Jiang Zhuxiang felt quiet. Chapter 673 Simple Lunch. The morning passed in a busy manner. Some dishes that require time have basically started to cook. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the dean's wife with a headache. "What should we eat for lunch? Now all the tools that can be used for cooking have been used, and there are no extra fires to prepare lunch for them." The dean's wife looked at the full kitchen and couldn't think of anything for a moment. She really didn't notice that everything in the kitchen had been used. The two discussed with each other and finally decided that lunch should be simple. "Bread and the snacks I made are the staple food. You could also prepare some vegetable salad for them. As for meat, find a place in the yard to make a fire and roast some barbecue. What do you think?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay. This will allow them to eat more vegetables, so I'll prepare some juice for them." After the two decided on the menu, they started to get busy. Jiang Zhuxiang also went out to call Alice to prepare vegetable salad, which she has always been good at. Alice looked at the fresh vegetables provided by Jiang Zhuxiang and vowed to Jiang Zhuxiang, "I will definitely make a vegetable salad that everyone likes to eat." Alice is actually very clear that many people don't like to eat vegetables, including her husband Ron, who has always avoided vegetables. So Alice is actually very satisfied with the situation at noon today. At least they will definitely try vegetable salad. After all, if they don't eat it, they can only choose bread and barbecue, which is too dry. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Ron, who was standing outside waiting for Alice to go out, and gave him a task: go outside and prepare the barbecue. After that, Jiang Zhuxiang gave Ron a big basket. "Just grill these, and come in if you need plates. Barbecue doesn't require too many skills. The key is still the seasoning." Jiang Zhuxiang has already applied seasoning to the meat, So Jiang Zhuxiang is still very confident that Ron will do this, as long as he can control the heat. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife were responsible for putting the bread and snacks on the table, each with a large piece of bread and a snack, and preparing the tools needed for the table. Jiang Zhuxiang went back to prepare the juice, and the dean's wife went out to call people when she was free. The dean and his wife were called out, just in time to help Jiang Zhuxiang take out the squeezed juice. Lei Zhen looked at the combination on the table and was a little surprised. Is Xiao Xiang taking revenge on him for bringing the team members here? They definitely don't want to eat such a simple meal. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Lei Zhen's thoughts. If they don't want to eat, they can make it themselves. Our kitchen has no space to prepare lunch. Those who want to eat can take a seat themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang took a seat after he finished speaking, leaving Lei Zhen a little amused and helpless. He hadn't said anything yet. Lei Zhen looked at his team members. It was up to them to choose. After all, such things still depended on their wishes. Even if he was the captain, he couldn't force them. Fortunately, the team members still gave face to the captain Lei Zhen, and they all chose seats and sat down. They didn't have much resistance to the things on the table. After all, they had eaten this kind of thing before, and there was really nothing to dislike. Although the style of lunch was relatively simple, whether it was bread, vegetable salad, juice, or barbecue, it showed the craftsmanship of the people who made these dishes. Everyone finished their own portion. Lei Zhen looked at others after he finished eating, and he was really a little surprised. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, when people have no choice, their requirements for food will be lowered. Because the lunch was simple, it was also easy to clean up. After washing the dishes, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You can take a rest now. If you want to help, you can come back at 2 o'clock. You don't need to come too early, otherwise you will have nothing to do." This is the same as the situation in the morning. Lei Zhen knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others would also take a nap, so he took his team members back to the next door without being polite, and took Ron with him. As for the dean, Lei Zhen would never dare to take him away. After 2 o'clock, Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife appeared in the kitchen again, and Alice woke up. But Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need her help, so he let her find something to play with. At this time, guests from other places should come one after another. Jiang Zhuxiang also told Alice, "You can play at the gate, and help me see what guests are coming, and then entertain them." Alice accepted the task, and sat at the door with a gadget she found in Jiang Zhuxiang's room, and played with it happily. When Yan Lei and Wu Jing came over, they saw the little girl at the door and asked, "What are you doing here? Where are Xiaoxiang and the others?" Yan Lei and Wu Jing had never seen Alice before, but those who could come here were either Jiang Zhuxiang's good friends or Lei Zhen's good friends, so they were quite polite. Alice looked up and saw that they were two good-looking men, so she spoke politely, "I'm helping Xiaoxiang guard the door and greet the guests. They are in the kitchen now. Do you need me to take you there? If I bring it over, I might even get their contact number." Yan Lei and Wu Jing looked at this little girl who was about the same age as their own Xiaoxiang, and the thing that looked like a toy in her hand, and shook their heads with a smile and said, "We can go there by ourselves. You just continue to wait here." It seems that their little apprentice sister is still childish, and even the friends she makes are of this type. Alice listened to them, and sat back down again with a little regret, watching them leave her seat. Yan Lei and Wu Jing found the kitchen as they were familiar with it, and after greeting the dean's wife and their own little apprentice sister, they returned to the living room again. The dean was waiting for someone to come in the living room. After Yan Lei and Wu Jing went in, they could just wait with the dean. Yan Lei asked curiously, "Has Lei Zhen not come yet?" The dean said, "Your junior sister thought he was too noisy, so she went to the next door." Yan Lei stopped talking and waited for other guests to come. Not long after, there was another commotion outside. They also heard the voices of the dean's wife and their junior sister. They looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering who was coming at this moment. Chapter 674 Exhausting Party. The dean listened carefully for a while, stood up from the sofa, and walked out directly. Yan Lei and Wu Jing couldn't stay here any longer, so they followed him out. At this time, Lei Zhen and his parents, the Lei clan leader and his wife, came over. No wonder there was a commotion outside. Although the Lei clan leader and his wife came alone, Lei Zhen's team members also consciously followed behind to protect them. The dean's wife didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to invite them. At this time, She had to entertain them first, and put the kitchen matters aside for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to stay in the kitchen all the time. At least, he had to see them before going to work. When the Lei clan leader and his wife saw the dean coming, they immediately greeted him. "You are here too. How do you feel about the academy recently?" The Lei clan leader and his wife would never neglect their in-laws. And they were uninvited this time, so they didn't know if they would have any objections. However, it seemed that they didn't know that they were uninvited. Otherwise, their attitude wouldn't be so good. It seemed that their daughter-in-law didn't say anything, and they were still a little satisfied. After all, sometimes talking too much is not a good thing. And this kind of emotional intelligence that knows how to measure is the most important. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little puzzled by their grateful expressions, and could only say, "Everyone go sit in the living room. I'll leave for a while. There are still a lot of things in the kitchen." Jiang Zhuxiang was not very good at dealing with his parents, so he chose to retreat. Lei Zhen naturally knew about his little Xiang's habit. In order to prevent his little Xiang from feeling more uncomfortable, he took the initiative to take his parents to the living room. He was familiar with the structure here. After the dean and his wife, and the Lei clan leader and his wife sat down in the living room, they sent the others out. They just happened to talk about something, and even drove Lei Zhen away. Looking mysterious, Yan Lei and Wu Jing were a little amused. What was there that they couldn't hear? They went to the door to see if anyone else came over. Ron and Alice were already playing together at the door. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Zhen back to the kitchen, and asked him to do what Lei Zhen could do, while he started to prepare the dishes, which would also make it easier for him to cook later. At about 3:30, Xue Wen also arrived. Jiang Zhuxiang did not expect the others to come, so he started cooking first. Anyway, today was almost a self-service style, so even if they came late, they didn't have to worry about not having anything to eat. Put the cooked dishes on the cabinet with insulation effect. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the dishes that had been stewed in the pot for a whole morning, cut them simply, and put them on the cabinet. Most of the dishes and drinks on the table were taken by themselves, and they were not placed in front of everyone's seat. Jiang Zhuxiang took out some things for the ceremony. Now it was almost time for the ceremony. Jiang Zhuxiang went to the living room to invite the dean's wife out. He really didn't know what the warm home wine ceremony here was like. The dean's wife put the dishes on the incense table in an orderly manner, put a small incense burner in front of it, inserted a stick of incense, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to kneel in a specific position, saying that it could pray for peace in the house. Jiang Zhuxiang followed it helplessly. And then the dean's wife asked the dean to set off firecrackers, which were of course improved and would definitely not cause environmental pollution, and could be reused. After a series of ceremonies, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others returned to the restaurant again, opened all the noisy things, and then everyone started to find something to eat. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time. It seemed that other people would not come. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little regretful, but he would not force it. Alice had already filled a plate with dishes for him, so Jiang Zhuxiang also took the plate to find his favorite food. On the table were drinks that no one knew who had brought them. Lei Zhen and the others poured some to taste. Fortunately, there were not many. Otherwise, if so many people were drunk, he really didn't know what to do. It turned out that Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation letter was still quite important. Yin Yang came over 10 minutes after Jiang Zhuxiang and the others started eating. Mumu also arrived at about the same time. This was also because it was safer during this period. At least no one would be worried or scared if they came out so late. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and exchanged a few words with them, and then directly asked them to find something to eat by themselves. They were not polite. The meal lasted until 8 o'clock. During this period, several people came one after another, and some left one after another. For example, Yin Yan and Mumu were not particularly close after all, and they were still far away from here. Jiang Zhuxiang gave them the things he had prepared before as a return gift. After all, they all came with gifts. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang had considered this situation again. Otherwise, it would be a bit too rude to let them go back empty-handed. The people who stayed were mainly Lei Zhen and his friends, and Ron also decided to stay, probably for Alice. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the people who stayed to clean up the remaining things. There was no leftover food, but there were still a lot of drinks on the table. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to collect them, and directly said, "If you want to drink, drink it up. If you don't want to drink, just pour it out later." Lei Zhen came back after sending his parents off. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang doing this, he went to pour himself a glass. Just because he was thirsty. Others couldn't drink for the time being. So they started to help Jiang Zhuxiang move the dishes to the yard to wash. After all, the space in the kitchen was too small, and it was really inconvenient to wash. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't wash so many things by himself. Lei Zhen asked Lei Shui to condense water to wash the dishes, while others were responsible for washing, wiping, and carrying back. After the division of labor was clear, the work was much faster. Before 9 o'clock, they completely solved the traces left by this big dinner. After doing these things, Jiang Zhuxiang lay on the sofa and didn't want to move. He felt that he didn't want to hold such a large-scale dinner for a while. It was too tiring. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen, who was sitting on the sofa and a little distressed. With a little curiosity, "Did your parents say anything just now?" After all, there should be nothing to make him angry here. And even the dean didn't make things difficult for him today. However, the dean might have said something to the leader of the Lei clan. If Lei Zhen got some lessons from this, Jiang Zhuxiang wouldn't find it strange. Lei Zhen was actually considering a request made by his parents before leaving, hoping that he and his little Xiang would come up with an heir as soon as possible. And it would be better to have two, one on each side, because the Academy of Sciences also had such a need. Chapter 675 Ron's Business. Lei Zhen knew that he couldn't be too anxious about this matter. After all, he hadn't even moved into Xixiang's room yet, and he didn't know how long it would take before he could move in. Although Lei Zhen had promised his parents at that time, he still made the time very vague. But now it was not easy to tell his Xixiang, so he could only blurt out, "Nothing." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at him silently. It was normal for men to be good at face, and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expose him. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay. Then let's go and see the others off." The others could almost go back. After all, it wasn't too early now. Jiang Zhuxiang turned and went inside, just in time to see others putting the finished beverage containers back into the kitchen. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Are you going back?" Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that they were going to stay here for one night. After all, there shouldn't be anything to do when they go back. And there are quite a lot of rooms here. The dean and his wife said, "Something happened in the hospital, and I wanted to stay. Remember to come back and see us often in the future. My bakery is still waiting for you to inherit it." The dean's wife was still a little reluctant to let Jiang Zhuxiang go, but the child had to be sent out when he grew up. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless. "Mom, you should hire someone else to run your bakery. I don't think I have the time to do it." Jiang Zhuxiang still didn't want to accept the dean's wife's things, but the dean's wife couldn't find a suitable person for the time being, and it was difficult for her to refuse explicitly. The dean's wife said, "I recently found a young girl to help. When the time comes, let her manage it. You just wait to collect the money." The dean's wife still knew what kind of character Jiang Zhuxiang was, so naturally she didn't expect her to manage it herself. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay. Let's do this for now. Can I let Lei Zhen take you back?" After all, his eldest and third brothers didn't have much martial arts value, and if something happened on the way, they couldn't be relied on. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen. "Are you willing?" After all, it was unknown whether Lei Zhen could support the round trip by himself, and it was late now. Lei Zhen naturally said, "Okay. Then we'll set off." Lei Zhen looked at the dean and his wife, not knowing where the car was. The dean looked at the time and took the dean's wife, who still wanted to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang, away, and Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly followed. After arriving at the parking garage, the dean gave Lei Zhen a temporary authorization, and Lei Zhen got into the driver's seat to prepare. The dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang stuck together for a while before being pulled into the car by the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang watched them leave and went back by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang went back by himself, and seeing that Lei Kong and the others were still helping to pack up, he said, "You guys go back first. Come over tomorrow if you have time. And don't come if you don't have time. We can pack up by ourselves." Jiang Zhuxiang was still not used to asking them for help. It was easier to help Lei Zhen before, but now it was better to let them go back. Lei Kong naturally knew Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns, and did not insist. Anyway, they would definitely report tomorrow morning. Lei Kong, "Okay. We'll go back first and come back tomorrow." After saying that, he put the tools and other things in their original places, and took the team members back to the house next door. Jiang Zhuxiang looked for Alice and Ron, wondering where they went to be intimate. In fact, Ron was just telling Alice in the study that he would stay here for a while, and asked her if she could clean up a room for him. Alice was a little surprised. The boss is willing to let you out? Or did you pay a price? In Ian's opinion, she would never let her husband out so easily. Ron said, I have official business. Otherwise he would not let me out. The boss is definitely not the kind of person who would let him out easily. Alice asked, what other tasks are there now? Can you tell me? Ron used to tell her directly about the tasks. So it was natural for Alice to ask now. Ron did not hide it. It is related to our fragments. It seems that there are some unusual movements. The boss asked me to come here to explore the bottom first, and see if any measures should be taken. After all, the level of the Academy of Sciences here is relatively high. There really wasn't much selfishness. If it was the Academy of Sciences of their fragment, they would definitely make many demands on them. After all, most of their academies prioritized interests. Alice was a little worried. It hasn't been a few days since the peaceful days. Is there going to be another wave? Ron didn't know how to answer Alice's words. After all, he also felt that his future was uncertain. However, Alice was only disappointed for a while. And then she cheered up again. According to what she had seen and heard these days, she knew that there were still many people hiding in this fragment. Just like in their current room, there were many people who couldn't bear the pressure. And what she had been learning recently was also very powerful. They would definitely be able to come up with a solution by then. Alice briefly mentioned to Ron that she had changed her cultivation method, giving him confidence to the greatest extent that they were still very strong. When Jiang Zhuxiang found Alice, they had already calmed down. Alice was still thinking about asking Jiang Zhuxiang, Xiaoxiang, when will you go back to the academy to see the dean? Ron said he wanted to visit the dean, but no one introduced him. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, is there anything urgent? If not, I will go back on the weekend. And it doesn't matter if I take you with me. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see that they were anxious. So he said that. Ron said, then take us with you on the weekend. Thank you. Before Ron came out, the boss reminded him not to leave too much trace. And it was more appropriate for him to visit with Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said, it's just a little help. So you stay here first. Alice, do you plan to continue living with me or go with Ron? After all, they are not nominally married. And sometimes Jiang Zhuxiang still has to take care of their married life. Especially in this situation where a short separation is better than a new marriage. Alice is indeed a little bit Ron. But she doesn't want to live with him all the time. So she said, I'll stay there tonight. And I'll still be back tomorrow night. Xiaoxiang, you are not allowed to take out all my things. Looking at Alice's arrogant look, Jiang Zhuxiang could only nod helplessly. And then pointed out where there were empty rooms for her to choose. Chapter 676 Premonition in a Dream. Jiang Zhuxiang followed them with some concern and gave them instructions on how to use the measures here. When he saw that they had no problems, Jiang Zhuxiang left their room. As for the sound he heard when he left the room, Jiang Zhuxiang pretended not to hear it without changing his expression. Considering that Lei Jin had not come back yet, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the living room to wait for a while. He wondered if Lei Jin would come to talk to him when he came back. Jiang Zhuxiang found something to do so that he would not be too bored waiting. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely wanted to organize his personal space. Recently, his personal space has been a little too full. So it was a good time to clean it up. Jiang Zhuxiang used his spiritual sense to take out the things bit by bit, sorted them into categories, and then put them back one by one. Finally, there was a box emitting light. Jiang Zhuxiang opened it with a little curiosity, intending to see what was going on. Fortunately, the light was relatively soft. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would not dare to open the box. The amber crystals lay quietly in the box, emitting a soft light. There seemed to be a vague attraction between them. But Jiang Zhuxiang felt that they seemed to be a little weak and could not be fully formed. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried and a little distressed, always feeling that something unhappy would happen to this thing. Jiang Zhuxiang slammed the box shut. He sat there a little uneasy for a while. Suddenly, he didn't want to wait for Lei Jin anymore. He needed to look through the Shenong secret technique to see if there was any record of this. It was just a coincidence that Lei Jin saw that the light was still on. So he came over and knocked on the door, asking, who's still awake? Although Lei Jin hoped that it was his Xuxiang who was waiting for him, he didn't dare to take it for granted. So he asked who it was. Jiang Zhuxiang calmed down temporarily when he heard Lei Zhen's voice, and responded, "It's me. You're back? Is everything okay?" Jiang Zhuxiang naturally asked if the dean and his wife were safe on the road, but Lei Zhen naturally thought that his Zhuxiang was concerned about his own safety. "Lei Zhen, it's not bad. The dean and the others have gone back smoothly. You can also go to rest. If there is anything you can't figure out, you can come and talk to me tomorrow. After all, staying up late is too painful for girls." Jiang Zhuxiang rarely listened to Lei Zhen's words, and went back to her room where she was alone to sleep. She occasionally got some signs in her dreams before, and she hoped that it would be the same this time. Jiang Zhuxiang fell asleep quickly, but she didn't sleep well. She always felt that someone was calling her in her ear, but she couldn't wake up. After opening the door, Jiang Zhuxiang struggled hard and felt that the fog in front of her eyes was finally clear. Jiang Zhuxiang saw a person in the image that used to hang in her master's room. He looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a serious face, as if he had something important to explain. Jiang Zhuxiang was able to guess the origin of this person. It seemed to be Shenong, the master of Shenong Valley, and the founder of the Shenong secret technique that he was practicing. Jiang Zhuxiang bowed to him respectfully and asked, "What do you need me to do, ancestor?" After asking, Jiang Zhuxiang lowered his head and waited for instructions. Shenong looked at Jiang Zhuxiang a little speechlessly. Is he so scary? Now it is important to look people in the eye when talking. However, Shenong stared at Jiang Zhuxiang for a while, but still didn't let her raise her head. So he didn't force it anymore. He cleared his throat and said, "Whose disciple are you?" Jiang Zhuxiang reported the name of his master, the name of his master's master, and the name of his master's master's master, so that the ancestor could recognize him. Shenong silently supported his forehead. This person turned out to be his direct descendant, but her teachers were really not good enough to teach her to be like this. However, since she was his descendant, it would be easier to talk to her. Shenong waved his hand, "Come closer." Jiang Zhuxiang took a few more steps and stood 1 meter away from Shenong. He said helplessly, "What do you want me to say so close to you?" Shenong said softly, "The general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unity. And after a long period of unity, there will be division. If there is no unity for a long time, it must be that the accumulated strength is not enough." Jiang Zhuxiang said a little confused, "What are you talking about? Can you explain it again?" Jiang Zhuxiang never liked to guess these roundabout things, and he didn't like people who liked to guess in roundabout ways. Shenong said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to say it more clearly, but I can't reveal more now. You need to find the rest yourself. I believe that with the wisdom of Shenong's descendants, you will definitely be able to understand the mystery." After Shenong said this, he never spoke again. After all, he was absolutely not allowed to reveal other information. When Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to ask, he felt that his head began to feel dizzy again. Jiang Zhuxiang could only watch his unreliable ancestor disappear. Jiang Zhuxiang slowly opened his eyes. It turned out that he had just dreamed. He had never expected that his ancestor would come into his dream to give him instructions. Although the instructions were useless, he had no idea how to work hard. Jiang Zhuxiang rubbed his temples and temporarily gave up thinking about it. He looked at the time and found it was still early. It was too early to make breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang got up a little helplessly and planned to practice and make up for the lessons he had learned last night. However, when practicing, Jiang Zhuxiang's mind was always lingering with the words his ancestor said last night, disturbing his mind. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped his practice a little helplessly. It seemed that if he didn't solve this problem, he would not be able to improve his cultivation. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up, washed up briefly, and took advantage of the fact that it was a little bright outside to exercise. As for breakfast, it was too early, so he would wait until he finished exercising. Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door and planned to exercise. But the door opened again. Jiang Zhuxiang retracted his posture and looked inside the door with a little curiosity, wondering who would get up so early. The door was completely opened, and he found that it was Alice, who was still a little confused inside. She staggered out, as if she didn't see Jiang Zhuxiang, and posed shyly, and was about to start moving. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at her posture with a smile or tears. If she continued to practice in this posture, she would fall to death. Jiang Zhuxiang walked up and patted her shoulder gently, trying to wake her up. Chapter 677 Jiang Zhuxiang misses his family. Alice jumped up when her shoulder was tapped and almost screamed. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly covered her mouth and said helplessly beside her, "It's me." Then he said, "If you don't scream, I will let you go. Everyone else is still sleeping now. Don't disturb them." After confirming that Alice nodded in agreement, Jiang Zhuxiang let go of his hand covering her mouth and took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. As a doctor, he needs to keep his hands clean at all times. So he is more or less a bit of a germaphobe. Alice felt that she was released, so she turned around to see who was scaring her so early. After all, there was no one when she went out to exercise at this time in the past. When she turned around, Alice's eyes were about to fall out of her eyes in surprise. "Xiao Xiang, why are you out at this time?" In the past, Xiao Xiang would wait until breakfast was ready before exercising. So the two had never met before. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "You came out because you couldn't sleep. What about you? Aren't you sleeping with Ron? He actually let you have the energy to exercise in the morning. Didn't you do anything last night?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice with a scrutinizing look. Could it be that Ron's ability has declined? Alice blushed when she heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said. "Nonsense. We had a pleasant physical exchange last night, but we went to bed early yesterday. Ron already knew that I had to exercise every day, so he didn't completely drain my physical strength." Okay. Alice thought of what Ron said last night while talking, and the smile on her face couldn't help but become shy. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little helplessly, "Then do you still want to go back to my room? If you don't want to, go and move all the things in my room today." Jiang Zhuxiang could still understand the emotions of the young couple. He was more used to living alone. After all, living together required accommodating each other's habits, and they would definitely chat at night. So the sleeping time every night could not be guaranteed. Alice said helplessly, "No, I still have to go back. Otherwise, I might not be able to get up every morning in the future, which would be a bit sorry for this set of exercises and your hard work. So I still have to go back." Alice was not the kind of person who would forget friends for the sake of beauty. So it would take some time for Jiang Zhuxiang to drive her out of his room. Jiang Zhuxiang accepted this fact helplessly, and only reminded, "You should wait until you are fully awake before exercising in the future. Otherwise, you will be easily injured." Although the essence of this set of exercises is to break before you build, it is only on a small scale. As long as the movements are standard, it is still easy to repair. Alice said energetically, "Okay." The sound can be used to wake people up. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice finished chatting about these, he temporarily ignored Alice's affairs. His own training has not started yet, and Jiang Zhuxiang still doesn't want to waste time. The two of them found a good place and started to train again. Their movements were much more standard. After Alice finished her exercise, she went to take a medicinal bath, and Jiang Zhuxiang went to prepare breakfast. The time was just right. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang called Tao Tai and the others a little helplessly, and told them what his ancestor said last night, hoping that they could give him an explanation. However, Jiang Zhuxiang overestimated them. They had never come into contact with such flowery things. Even if they guessed, they could not guess anything. Tao Tai and Qiongqi directly admitted, "We can't guess this either. Shenong is completely different from us when talking. He will not use such flowery things. So you are really wasting your time asking us." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally believed what they said, but if he didn't discuss it with them, he didn't know who to ask for advice. Jiang Zhuxiang frowned directly. Tingsha said, "Although we can't guess it, you should ask other people, especially those in the Academy of Sciences. Their IQs are very high. Let them try to see if they can solve it." Tingsha was still a little unhappy about her intelligence being doubted. When she was unhappy, she liked to drag other people into the water. It seemed that she was targeting the people from the Academy of Sciences this time, as if to prove that this thing could not be completed. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that he could not ask anything, so he stopped making things difficult for them. He could indeed ask them this question when he went to the Academy of Sciences, but the hope would not be too great. After all, they were people who had never been exposed to ancient culture. Jiang Zhuxiang did not think they could guess such obscure things. Jiang Zhuxiang let them move freely, and then began to contact the person in charge of management at the dean's place, saying that he was going back and asked him to remember to inform the dean when the time came, and he did not need to take care of other things. After solving this problem, Jiang Zhuxiang was no longer anxious and waited for his free time to go there. He had agreed with Ron to go together before, so Jiang Zhuxiang told Ron what he had discussed and asked him to remember to meet up with him. After these days of busyness, Saturday and Sunday finally ushered in a rest. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little excited early in the morning. I don't know why. When Ron and Alice went over, Jiang Zhuxiang was still smiling happily alone. Ron and Alice came over to ask Jiang Zhuxiang if he wanted to have breakfast. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang like this, Ron took a step back and let Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice communicate. Alice said teasingly, Xiao Xiang, what are you laughing at? Don't you need to eat breakfast? Are you full like this? If you don't eat, we still want to eat something. Can you move aside so that I can come in and make breakfast? Alice thought that Jiang Zhuxiang would not think of making breakfast today. After all, she was now caught in an inexplicable smile for no reason. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was laughing because she was going to see the dean and his wife. She didn't miss them so much when she was outside before, but now she officially lives outside. After a few days, Jiang Zhuxiang began to miss them. She was naturally very happy to be able to see them today. However, after being teased by Alice, Jiang Zhuxiang still woke up, moved aside, and started to work with Alice. Ron saw that she had returned to normal, so he didn't go in again. Originally, Ron was going to go in to help Alice. Chapter 678 Ron's Cold Treatment. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice finished making breakfast, Lei Jin, who would come to eat breakfast every day, appeared in Jiang Zhuxiang's restaurant on time. By the way, he was very considerate to help Jiang Zhuxiang wake up Tao Ai and the others. Of course, there was also a lot of chaos. Lei Jin straightened his clothes and followed Tao Tai and the others into the restaurant last. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin's still a little messy hair, and threw a comb to him with a bit of amusement so that he could comb his hair a few times. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice had already divided breakfast for everyone. After Lei Jin fixed his hair, he was finally able to start eating. Looking at the breakfast that was a little simpler than usual, Lei Jin said a little puzzled, Xiao Xiang, do you have anything to do today? According to Shi Xiang's consistent principle, breakfast is a meal that cannot be neglected. Only in special circumstances will Xiao Xiang solve it so simply. Jiang Zhuxiang remembered that he had not told Lei Jin what he was going to do today. After stuffing the last bite of breakfast in his hand into his mouth, he said, I plan to go back to the Academy of Sciences today. If you have time, you can also go back to the Lei family. After all, you just moved out, and your parents probably miss you a little. Jiang Zhuxiang also didn't want Lei Jin to revolve around him all the time. After all, if that were the case, Lei Jin's parents would feel like their son was taken away. Lei Jin originally planned to go with Jiang Zhuxiang, but after listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, he also planned to go home to take a look. Although Lei Jin didn't think his parents would miss him much, Jiang Zhuxiang turned his head and looked at Tao Tai and the others. Do you want to go with us? After all, you haven't been back for a long time recently. Although Tao Tai and the others don't have a good impression of most researchers, they still have one or two friends who play well with them. Of course, the only ones who can play well with Tao Tai and the others are those who like to go out to the wild. Tao Tai and the others thought about it and realized that they have been staying at home too much recently. It's not bad to go out and take a look. After all, they belong to the wild. If Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have the last step to complete, they wouldn't dare to leave. Otherwise, they would definitely be living freely in the wild. Tao Tai nodded and agreed to the trip. After talking to Jiang Zhuxiang, he went back to his room to get something as a gift for his friend. Jiang Zhuxiang had prepared the gift last night. After Tao Tai and the others came out, he went out to prepare the car. Although the journey was not very far, Jiang Zhuxiang still prepared the car considering the special circumstances of Alice and Ron. Ron volunteered to drive, and Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice sat side by side behind Ron. Tao Tai was in the passenger seat. If there was any unexpected situation, Tao Tai could handle it immediately. The group soon arrived outside the wall of the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang pointed out the location of the parking garage to Ron. As for the access control of the wall, his car itself was a car that could pass automatically. Of course, the premise was that he was in the car and conscious. The access control of the Academy of Sciences was quite comprehensive. Ron parked the car, and the group got out of the car. When they walked out of the parking garage, they saw the dean and his wife waiting there. They felt it when Jiang Zhuxiang entered the door, so they came to greet him. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Why aren't you waiting in the room? I'll be in soon. Have you had breakfast?" Although Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy that they came to greet him, he still felt a little sorry for their health. After all, they were not young anymore. The dean's wife said with a little smile. Don't worry. We have finished breakfast, and we're planning to go out to work. We heard the garage notify you that your car was coming. So we came to wait for you. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little embarrassed. Am I here at the wrong time? Are you busy at work today? Then I'll go to the house first. And we'll talk when you're free. Although Ron had something to discuss with the dean. In Jiang Zhuxiang's mind, the work of his own dean was more important. After all, they all had their own responsibilities. The dean's wife glanced at the dean. Her own affairs were not very urgent. But her husband probably didn't have much time to spend with her daughter today. The dean's wife signaled that her husband could leave early. Jiang Zhuxiang also persuaded the dean's wife together. Ron and the others were also more sensible. After all, if they insisted on their own ideas in this situation, it would probably not have the effect they imagined. After the dean was driven away by the dean's wife and Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife returned home with a group of people behind them. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife introduced Ron and Alice. This is a good friend I made in other fragments. And that is her husband. They came here this time to find the dean. Can you talk to the dean about this matter in the evening? Jiang Zhuxiang did not give Ron a chance to speak before. Now it is better to mention it to the dean's wife, and let the dean's wife talk to the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang is still very concerned about Ron's affairs. Ron was still a little surprised after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's words. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude before was still not going to help him. But now, he started to help him make connections. Sure enough, all girls are as changeable as Alice. And you should never try to guess their thoughts. The dean's wife took a look at Ron. As expected, he was not one of her fragments. His skin color and hair color were different. As for what Xiaoxiang said, it was not a big deal for her. So the dean's wife agreed. As for Alice, the dean's wife had heard from Xiaoxiang before. It was said that her cooking skills were also good, especially in Western food. The dean's wife was quite fond of her. After all, people who love food are not bad at heart. The dean's wife got up and went to the kitchen, brought some snacks, and invited Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice to sit down and drink tea. As for Ron, the dean's wife didn't know if he could eat it. Although she prepared his share, she would not force him. Ron felt relieved when he saw the dean's wife's attitude towards Alice. After all, it is common to love someone's love for him. Ron felt that he just needed to keep quiet. The dean's wife paid attention to Ron's movements while chatting with Jiang Zhuxiang and others. She was quite satisfied to see him sitting there quietly without interrupting. After all, there were still cultural differences between him and her, and she probably couldn't find a suitable topic. Chapter 679, An Accident at the Bakery. The dean's wife actually had something to do today. After chatting with them for a while, someone sent a message to urge them. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Do you have anything to do today? Do you need my help?" Jiang Zhuxiang simply didn't want to be too far away from the dean's wife. After all, he came back this time to see them. The dean's wife looked at the time. "I really have something to do today. Xiaoxiang, it would be great if you were willing to help me. But what about your friends? After all, they are guests. It's not good to leave them alone." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "If your matter is not confidential, it's okay to let them go over and see it. Right? This will also prevent them from being left out." The dean's wife thought about it, and felt that this idea was acceptable. There was nothing that she couldn't tell others about her affairs. And there was nothing wrong with taking them there. The dean's wife looked at Alice and the others and asked, "Do you want to go with us?" For such things, you still have to ask them what they think. Alice and Ron had already agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestions when they were listening to their conversation. So they naturally agreed now. The dean's wife led a group of people to her bakery. Today's matter was still related to the bakery. The dean's wife mentioned this to Jiang Zhuxiang on the way. "Didn't I tell you before that I found a young girl to help me represent this bakery? This young girl is also very capable. She proposed to open a virtual online store before. The store was opened 2 days ago. The young girl also did some promotional means. Look, the store has been busy these 2 days. This time I was called over because the baker in the store was too busy. So I was asked to go over to help. Now that you and Alice are here, this matter should be solved soon." The dean's wife is still very optimistic. Jiang Zhuxiang is not as optimistic as the dean's wife. He has experience in opening a virtual online store. After all, he also has a pharmacy on the virtual online store. Even if he doesn't do any promotional activities, he still needs to take out a certain amount of time every week to replenish the stock. If someone specially orders, he wants to work overtime. I hope the bakery is not in this situation. Otherwise, they will probably be busy for several days. After arriving at the bakery, although the front was relatively quiet, only one cashier was left there to look after it. When we walked to the back kitchen, everyone was busy, including the waiter who came in temporarily to help. Seeing the dean's wife and others coming, a little girl wearing a mask ran over and said a little embarrassedly, "You are here? I didn't expect that there would be so many people buying. I will pay attention to the intensity next time." The little girl lowered her head, and Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't see her face, only the top of her head. Jiang Zhuxiang thought silently. The dean's wife wouldn't find a minor. The dean's wife was obviously very tolerant of this little girl, and said with a smile, "Xiaoyan, you don't have to be like this. I brought your senior sister this time. And your senior sister's friends. I believe we can definitely solve this matter this time. After all, this little girl also wants to make her store famous. But she didn't control the strength properly. She will probably be able to take it easy after coming a few more times in the future. So the dean's wife will not discourage her enthusiasm. However, the dean's wife is still worried that Jiang Zhuxiang will not get along with her. So this time the dean's wife brought Jiang Zhuxiang here, hoping that they can get along." The little girl named Xiaoyan looked up at the people around Jiang Zhuxiang, her eyes full of curiosity. After coming here, she has been hearing about the great achievements of this senior sister, but has never seen the real person. Now that she has seen it, it is indeed worthy of the praise from those people in the past. Although she has restrained her ability very well, there is still a faint deterrent left, and no one dares to act rashly. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the little girl looking at him, smiled slightly, and softened his temperament. "Just tell me what tasks you have today, and I will definitely obey you." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally saw the purpose of the dean's wife, and did not intend to spoil it. After all, this was the good intention of the dean's wife. Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Then Xiaoyan will not be polite. The current senior sister looks much more friendly. Xiaoyan feels that even if she does something out of the ordinary, the senior sister will probably tolerate it. As for the senior sister's friends, their appearance is completely different from the people here. It seems that the senior sister's communication skills are also good. Otherwise, it would be difficult for friends of different cultures to be friendly enough to help each other at their homes." Xiaoyan trotted back to the place where the orders were placed, took out a small stack of orders, and handed it to the dean's wife. "Madam, this is half of the orders. Please take a look and assign them to the senior sisters. We will try our best to solve the rest." These are the orders with more complicated steps that Xiaoyan has specially selected. It is impossible for them to complete them quickly. Now they can only hope that the dean's wife can solve them. The dean's wife nodded to show that she understood. "Then you go and do it. We will assign them ourselves." After letting Xiaoyan go, the dean's wife began to check what these orders were, and asked Alice, "Have you ever been exposed to Western-style meals and cake making before?" If Alice had been exposed to it before, Xiaoxiang and I would be much less stressed. After all, there are many Western-style meals here. The recipe Alice got before did have a meals section, and she had tried it. "I have been exposed to it, but I may not be proficient enough." The dean's wife said, "Proficiency can be practiced. So let's start the distribution now. Alice is mainly responsible for Western pastry orders, and I am responsible for Chinese pastry orders. Xiaoxiang, you will handle those customized orders." This distribution also takes into account the scope of each other's abilities. Although Xiaoxiang has also learned to make some pastries, he is obviously not very proficient. Instead, he is very patient and talented in cake customization. So the dean's wife let Jiang Zhuxiang take charge of this area. After the distribution, they each found a place convenient for their movements and started to work. Xiaoyan occasionally came to see if there was anything she needed help. She was moved by their concentration and quickly returned to her post to work. Chapter 680. The Dean's Wife's New Favorite. After a busy morning, everyone simply filled their stomachs with bread that didn't look very good, and then continued their busy afternoon. Jiang Zhuxiang only handled 3 customized orders in the morning, so the afternoon's tasks were heavier. Speaking of which, customized orders are indeed the most troublesome to handle. After all, the requirements of each order are different, unlike Alice and the Dean's Wife's orders, which can be handled together and mass-produced. Fortunately, the Dean's Wife also took this into consideration and only gave Jiang Zhuxiang 8 customized orders. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would not be able to complete the task even if he worked overtime today. Jiang Zhuxiang posted the requirements for the afternoon's custom orders where he could see them at a glance, prepared the basics, and then began to perfect them one by one according to the requirements. In order to prevent his hands from shaking, Jiang Zhuxiang even used up his own energy. Even so, when he got the last one, Jiang Zhuxiang still scrapped one. Jiang Zhuxiang took a breath, put the failed product aside, picked up another cake base, and started making it. After carefully writing the last stroke, Jiang Zhuxiang freed his hands to wipe the sweat off his face. But he didn't notice that there was still cream on his hands. His face was inevitably stained with some cream. When she turned her head to look at others, she saw the expressions of others trying not to laugh. Jiang Zhuxiang touched her face a little inexplicably, and the others finally couldn't help laughing. Jiang Zhuxiang simply stopped moving, thinking that they would tell him the reason after they had laughed enough. Alice was more kind, and took out a small mirror from her small bag and put it in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang took it and looked at it, then silently took out a handkerchief and began to wipe his face, while silently glaring at those who laughed, successfully making them stop laughing. Only Xiaoyan laughed from time to time. After Jiang Zhuxiang returned the mirror, he stared at Xiaoyan for a while, and she couldn't stop laughing anymore. Jiang Zhuxiang gave up speechlessly and turned to look at the dean's wife. Don't they have anything to do? Why are they all here? Didn't they say there were a lot of orders? Have they all been completed? The dean's wife also glanced at Xiaoyan, wondering why this child loves to laugh so much. Is it because Xu Xiang is too intimidating? If that's the case, the dean's wife feels that she needs to consider whether to change someone to help Jiang Zhuxiang manage the bakery. After all, judging from Xiaoyan's current relationship with Xiaoxiang, the dean's wife feels that if she doesn't mediate in the future, they will easily get into trouble. However, the dean's wife still needs to observe and see. So she answered Jiang Zhuxiang's question. Today's orders have been rushed, and there will probably be more tomorrow. But that's tomorrow's business. We can take a break for a while. Xiaoyan, I'm going to entertain your senior sisters in the evening. Do you want to come with me? Even if there are orders, they will probably be placed after midnight. And you don't need to stay in the store all the time. The dean's wife still planned to let Jiang Zhuxiang and Xiaoyan spend more time together. After all, Xiaoyan was still a good girl in the eyes of the dean's wife. If possible, it would be better not to change her easily. Xiaoyan also knew that her behavior just now was not appropriate, but she didn't know why she couldn't control it at that time. Now that the dean's wife invited her, Xiaoyan naturally had to seize the opportunity. It would be best if she had the opportunity to say sorry to her senior sister. After all, she was still a little reluctant to part with such a good master and senior sister. Xiaoyan, okay. I will prepare dinner with you at that time, so that my senior sister can have a rest. She is also tired today. Xiaoyan silently showed her goodwill, hoping that her senior sister would accept it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the little girl expressionlessly. It was impossible for her to please him so easily. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to keep her dignity. Otherwise, who would be afraid of her in the future? Xiaoyan was still a little frustrated when she saw Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction. It seemed that her senior sister was not so easy to please. But she would not give up. The dean's wife walked in front with Xiaoyan. Jiang Zhuxiang deliberately fell behind and walked with Alice. Ron was robbed of his position, and could only fall behind. When he returned to the dean's house, Ron wisely went directly to the living room, to avoid being cannon fodder later. After all, there was obviously some conflict between them, and his own Alice had been involved. It would be better for him to stand outside the field. If Alice needed anything, he could also provide help. The dean's wife didn't care much about these things. After asking Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, she started to get busy. Xiaoyan went in to help obediently, which was considered to be the fulfillment of the previous promise. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care either. He still had time to spend with the dean's wife, and he didn't care about this little time. Jiang Zhuxiang found some things from the kitchen, and then found a place to drink tea with Alice. Xiaoyan was relieved for the time being. If her senior sister was here, she would definitely be very nervous, and it would be bad if she made mistakes. Now she can definitely concentrate on her performance and conquer her senior sister's stomach with delicious food. The dean's wife expressed her expectation for her ambition, but also reminded her in advance, your senior sister is still very picky. She won't say much about the things I made before. If she doesn't like what others make, she will definitely just taste it, and then not touch it with a chopstick. This is why the dean's wife did not correct her own Xiaoxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang is still picky. Xiaoyan was reminded by the dean's wife and worked harder. I will definitely try to get my senior sister to eat a second bite. The dean's wife said nothing more. And the two of them divided the work and started to get busy. On the other side, the dean came back. And Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice saw it. So they invited the dean to come over for tea. The dean was a little surprised. You won't go into the kitchen to help today? Jiang Zhuxiang said casually. Madam has a new favorite today. So I don't need to go in. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little jealous. It seemed that the dean's wife didn't care about him as much as he thought. A few days after he moved out, a new girl came to accompany her. The dean laughed and pointed out, You want to be lazy. Right? After all, his wife had always been thinking about Jiang Zhuxiang, and even wanted to move in with her. How could she just leave her like this? Chapter 681, Jealous Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a little dissatisfaction, Who said that? There is obviously no place for me in the kitchen. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, even if he wanted to be lazy, the dean's wife should pull him over. After all, the place next to the dean's wife used to belong to him, especially in the kitchen. The dean smiled and said he knew. Do you want me to talk to your wife? The dean said this as a provocation. He knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had always been a proud master, and would never accept such things that needed help from others. The dean just used it to tease her. After all, in the dean's opinion, his wife definitely did not have the situation that Jiang Zhuxiang said. Sure enough, Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, No, I'm not so stingy. And I've already moved out. It's my wife's business to have anyone around her. It was indeed Jiang Zhuxiang who gave up first. So even if Jiang Zhuxiang was a little jealous, she didn't make a fuss to the point of insisting that the dean's wife remain alone. After all, she was just an adopted daughter, not a biological daughter. Moreover, she never coveted the bakery. And Jiang Zhuxiang was still very happy to see the current situation. But she just felt a little jealous. And I believe she can overcome it soon. The dean saw Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction, and knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was holding on. This time he didn't expose her, and could only think silently, It seems that I should remind my wife to be careful. If I really make her alienated because of this little thing, my wife will definitely regret it. The dean knows his wife best. If it really comes to this, the one who is most sad will definitely not be Jiang Zhuxiang, but herself. While Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were drinking tea, the dean's wife had prepared dinner with Xiaoyan. Luolan was also notified by Xiaoyan to go to the restaurant. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were brought there by the dean. The dean is most familiar with how long it takes his wife to prepare dinner, so they don't need to be called when he is around. Xiaoyan has been carefully observing Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction when she approached the restaurant. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally noticed her scrutiny and concealed her reaction without being moved. To outsiders, Jiang Zhuxiang looked like he didn't care. At least, that was the case in Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown. It seems that it is still difficult to brush up the favorability of the senior sister today. The dean's wife naturally noticed Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior, but she observed more carefully than Xiaoyan. In her eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang's behavior was more like a way to hide his true reaction. However, the dean's wife still couldn't figure out Jiang Zhuxiang's true reaction. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any extreme emotions. He looked very polite, as if he wanted to show his perfect side. The dean's wife called Alice, You and Ron. Sit down quickly. Everyone else can find a seat. We are all family, so there is no need to pay attention to the arrangement of seats. The dean's wife did this to create opportunities for Xiaoyan. After all, she still wanted to see how they get along. Jiang Zhuxiang sat beside Alice without much concern. There was only one seat left beside him. The dean's wife immediately motioned Xiaoyan to sit over there. Otherwise, when Jiang Zhuxiang's elders came over, Xiaoyan would definitely not be able to grab the seat. Xiaoyan understood, and pulled the remaining seat beside Jiang Zhuxiang and sat down. At the same time, she quietly winked at the dean's wife in a position where Jiang Zhuxiang could not see. The dean's wife focused on Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction. Jiang Zhuxiang started to eat with a blank expression. Alice was a little speechless about this situation. Could this lady look at Jiang Zhuxiang's situation before making such an arrangement? It was too much of a stretch to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to accept someone replacing her position when she came back for the first time after leaving home. Alice felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction was still a little too friendly. If it were her, she would never sit down to eat this meal. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally noticed Alice's attitude, but he didn't care. If he couldn't be dissatisfied, Could he not allow his friends to be dissatisfied? He didn't show it because he didn't want to embarrass them. But he wouldn't ask his friends to hide her true reaction. Alice had this reaction. Jiang Zhuxiang only tasted the dishes prepared by Xiaoyan. The dean's wife roughly knew their attitudes. Xiaoyan also felt the attitude of her senior sister on the side. So she could only hold back for the time being. After all, her senior sister was just dealing with it coldly. If she had any overreaction, it would definitely provoke her senior sister's dissatisfaction. Xiaoyan could only rely on the dean's wife to deal with this matter. Everyone has different feelings about a dinner. Considering Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude, the dean's wife didn't keep Xiaoyan any longer, and sent her out directly, and then came back to chat with her own Xiaoxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were cleaning the table, and the dean's wife smiled and directed the dean, "You clean up first. I want to go and talk to Xiaoxiang." After that, she was about to pull Jiang Zhuxiang away. Jiang Zhuxiang followed her obediently, and Alice followed directly, and Ron couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. After the dean's wife found Alice's little tail, she didn't say anything. The place where she pulled Jiang Zhuxiang over was the place where Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice had tea before. After finding a place to sit down, the dean's wife began to consider the wording. After all, the current look of her own Xiaoxiang was definitely not a good reaction. And the dean's wife was also a little afraid that her own Xiaoxiang would be angry. The dean's wife, Xiao Xiang. "What do you think of Xiao Yin? Don't worry about my feelings. Just from her character. Do you think you two can accept the cooperation?" Jiang Zhuxiang, it's impossible to tell a person's character from a meal. But obviously, she is very good at pleasing you. In less than a week since I left, she has already occupied a certain position by your side. In fact, I have always said that I have no interest in your bakery. You can let anyone run it. Don't worry too much about my feelings. The dean's wife glared. "What nonsense are you talking about? Kid? If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? Others are not as important as you. Do you still think I will give you up for others?" Jiang Zhuxiang smiled non-committally. Didn't she make a choice in this situation just now? Otherwise, how could Xiao Yin stay for dinner? If she really cared about her feelings. Chapter 682, Ron's Mission Progress. The dean's wife carefully observed Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction and suddenly laughed. "Xiaoxiang, are you jealous?" The tone was firm and a little incredible. Jiang Zhuxiang refused to admit it, but the tip of his ears turned slightly red. He was obviously a little embarrassed. After all, he was not young anymore. He didn't expect that there would be such a situation of competing for favor in front of his parents. Jiang Zhuxiang turned his head away angrily, with an attitude of "I don't want to talk to you." But the dean's wife would not be deceived by Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction again. The dean's wife smiled. "I didn't expect to see a day when you, Xiaoxiang, are jealous of me. Has Lei Zhen ever had such treatment? I guess he didn't. Don't worry. I will always have only you as a daughter. Others are just to help you. If you don't want to see them, I will send them away. But you have to work harder in the future. And don't waste your mother's hard work." The dean's wife was originally quite satisfied with Xiaoyan. But after knowing her own Xiaoxiang's attitude, her appreciation of Xiaoyan became precarious. And at most, she could give her some other compensation afterwards. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with the dean's wife's attitude. After the jealousy subsided, Jiang Zhuxiang still considered the trouble of handling these things at home, and the occupation of her personal time. Jiang Zhuxiang finally said reluctantly, "I don't have that much time. If you want to find someone else, just find someone else. But you are not allowed to treat them better than yourself." Jiang Zhuxiang's words were full of childishness. And the dean's wife coaxed her like a child. "I promise I won't." He even raised his hand and swore. Jiang Zhuxiang was coaxed into submission. While Alice was stunned, the dean's wife couldn't help but smile when she saw Alice's reaction. This friend of hers was surprisingly innocent. While the dean's wife was chatting with Jiang Zhuxiang, the dean and Ron were also chatting. The main reason was that Ron couldn't bear to see the dean cleaning up alone. So he took the initiative to help. While the dean was doing it, he asked Ron the purpose of their coming. Ron took the opportunity to talk about his purpose, which was a good opportunity with the right time, place and people. "The dean, I heard that you didn't plan to come here before. What is your purpose for coming here this time besides Alice?" "The little girl?" The dean used a casual attitude, which made Ron feel more relaxed, and he didn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing. "Ron, recently, our monitors detected that our fragments have moved again. Our boss asked me to bring the test results here. I want to ask your opinion and see if there is anything we need to pay attention to. Ron didn't talk about other things, but directly stated his purpose, hoping that the dean could be so straightforward. The dean looked at Ron in surprise. This kid was unexpectedly straightforward. The dean naturally returned the favor. Okay. Bring your test results to my office tomorrow. I will have someone analyze the movement trajectory of your fragments first. Let them make an estimate, and then tell you how to deal with it. Do you think it's okay? It was really late today, and this kind of orbital analysis also takes a certain amount of time. The dean was not used to using his researchers so late, so he made this suggestion and hoped that Ron would accept it. Ron naturally had no problem accepting it. After all, the dean explained to him, okay, I will bring it to you tomorrow. This progress was already very fast in Ron's opinion. If it was on his fragment, he would definitely have to pull it several times before it could be taken seriously. The dean didn't say anything more and continued to do his work. Ron was a little worried about Alice's situation and couldn't help but secretly ask the dean, what do you think of their conversation? After all, Ron also felt the atmosphere at the dinner table before. Ron was a little worried about Alice's situation. After all, Alice's strength was not as good as Jiang Zhuxiang's. If a fight broke out, Alice would inevitably suffer some losses. The dean didn't know how to answer this situation. After all, women's hearts were as treacherous as the sea. The dean could only say, if they fight, we will be able to feel it at the first time, and it will be in time to stop them. Ron worked timidly while paying attention to the situation over there. After all, he would worry for a minute if he didn't see them. Fortunately, they came out. Ron saw that they didn't show any signs of fighting, so Ron was relieved and continued his actions. The dean's wife took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to take over the work, and the dean and Ron were free. The dean went directly to the study, while Ron circled around Alice, wanting to see if she was really unharmed. Alice saw Ron circling around her, a little dazzled, and said directly, you go out? I'm fine. We didn't fight. What are you worried about? Alice had thought that she needed to help Jiang Zhuxiang before, just like Ron. But the dean's wife had a way to smoothly resolve the key point of Jiang Zhuxiang's conflict without harming anyone's interests. At this time, Alice looked at the dean's wife with stars in her eyes, and she admired her very much. After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, Ron relaxed a lot and reported his situation. I have already told the dean about my mission. I will be able to go to his office with the results tomorrow. Do you want to go with me tomorrow? It's just right to see what happened to our fragments. The dean didn't say that he could only go alone, so Ron invited Alice to go with him. If possible, Ron also wanted to bring Jiang Zhuxiang. Alice didn't spend too much time with the dean, so she was a little worried about going with Ron to see the dean. Alice said directly, if Jiang Zhuxiang goes too, I will go. After all, the dean is quite serious when he is not smiling, but he is quite relaxed when Jiang Zhuxiang is present. So Alice has such a request. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally heard their conversation clearly. Even if they spoke in a low voice, he was still a little curious about the so-called fragments moving again. After all, there is such a thing in him that is changing. If Alice invites him, he will definitely agree. After all, it is a good opportunity to ask the dean some questions. After finishing the cleaning, Alice really came to ask Jiang Zhuxiang what he thought, and Jiang Zhuxiang agreed directly. Chapter 683 Ron was caught. Alice happily hugged Jiang Zhuxiang, looked at the time, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, where are we sleeping tonight? The dean's wife and the others had not mentioned the issue of their rest tonight, so Alice could only ask Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said, we still have guest rooms here. Do you want to sleep with Ron or with me? According to previous habits, Jiang Zhuxiang decided that Alice would most likely choose to sleep with him. After all, she is a girl, and she should be more reserved when she goes out. After considering it, Alice decided to sleep with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, if she wanted to insist on getting up in the morning to practice, it would be absolutely impossible to get up if she slept with Ron. Even if she could get up, it would be difficult to wake up and start practicing. Just like the situation Jiang Zhuxiang encountered last time. And Jiang Zhuxiang could not always meet her to help him wake up. So Alice felt that she still needed to restrain herself. If Ron knew that Alice had abandoned him because of the problem of cultivation, he would never agree to Alice changing her cultivation method so easily. After all, there was nothing wrong with Alice's previous cultivation method. Alice, I'd better sleep with you. Ron's room is over there. I'll go with him to take a look and help him clean up. Alice still has some conscience. At least she knows to take care of Ron. If Lei Jun comes with her, Jiang Zhuxiang will at most take Lei Jun there. And he will naturally do the cleaning of the room himself. Jiang Zhuxiang did not comment on Alice's behavior and led the way directly in front. Alice and Ron walked behind and looked at the surrounding scene. The decoration here is relatively simple. Alice and Ron still appreciate this decoration style. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped in front of a room and motioned them to go in and see for themselves. If they were not satisfied, they could change. Ron and Alice had just admired the simple decoration style outside. When they pushed the door open, they saw the more complicated decoration inside. They were a little overwhelmed for a moment. Alice asked curiously, "Why is there such a big difference between inside and outside?" Jiang Zhuxiang said expressionlessly, "The dean's wife said that the room should make guests feel at home, and the decoration should be more gorgeous. This is a relatively simple decoration I chose considering that Ron will live there. The other rooms will be more complicated. Do you want to take a look?" Ron was not curious about this action. Alice agreed to go with Jiang Zhuxiang and check the decoration of other rooms. After a round, Alice felt that her eyes were going blind. When she returned to Ron's room, she was quite thankful and said, "Fortunately you didn't go." Looking at the decoration in his room, it was much more pleasing to the eye. Ron knew that Jiang Zhuxiang would never lie, so there was no need to follow him to verify. So he didn't follow him. Now seeing Alice's reaction, it seemed that his choice was more correct. Ron didn't say much. "Alice, please help me clean up first." As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he was not someone he could invite. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the atmosphere between them was developing towards a sticky direction. And it seemed that the big light bulb, should withdraw. Jiang Zhuxiang only said, "Don't get up too late tomorrow morning. The dean will leave very early in the morning, and he doesn't like to wait for others." Ron probably understood the implication. Ron nodded and agreed, and continued to clean up with Alice. Jiang Zhuxiang left helplessly, hoping that Alice would remember that she was going to sleep with him tonight. Luckily, when Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't bear it anymore and was about to fall asleep, Alice came back. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at her, laid down and covered himself with the quilt, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. As for what she was going to do, it was not her business. Jiang Zhuxiang had marked the usage of the equipment here before, and Jiang Zhuxiang was not worried that Alice would not be able to use it. Alice did indeed finish her personal hygiene smoothly and returned to bed. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang had fallen asleep, Mao did not disturb her and went to sleep obediently. She also set an alarm in her communicator to avoid being unable to get up the next morning. Under these measures, when Alice got up the next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang had just gotten up. The two went downstairs to the exercise room to exercise together. Jiang Zhuxiang finished early and went to prepare breakfast early. As for Alice, she had to take a medicinal bath after the exercise. Jiang Zhuxiang also boiled the medicinal liquid needed for the medicinal bath, so that Alice would not have to go to the trouble later. After Alice finished her exercise, she was very touched by Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughtful action. She hugged Jiang Zhuxiang silently and went upstairs with the medicine, and vowed to repay Jiang Zhuxiang in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time, and Ron hadn't gotten up yet. Jiang Zhuxiang frowned a little worriedly. How could this man be lazier than Alice? In fact, Ron also got up early, but when he passed by the dean and his wife's room, he was sent by the dean to do something, which was to help him contact the researcher he needed today. Originally, this was the dean's own business, but because it was a bit cumbersome, the dean usually caught someone and asked him to help. And Jiang Zhuxiang was also caught. When Ron finished this work with difficulty, Alice had even finished the medicinal bath. Alice looked at Ron a little strangely. "Didn't I ask you to set the alarm yesterday? Why did you get up so late?" "He set the alarm yesterday by watching him." Alice felt helpless. Is Ron so lazy? Ron felt a little wronged. "I got up on time, but the dean just asked me to do something." Who knew that the dean would suddenly come out and ask me to do something? Otherwise I wouldn't be suspected by my own Alice. But this emotion can only be turned around in my mind. Otherwise, if the dean knew, I probably wouldn't be able to complete what I came here to do so easily. Alice looked at Ron doubtfully, and she would ask Xiaoxiang to confirm it later. Jiang Zhuxiang had already brought breakfast to the table, and the dean and his wife had come down. When the dean saw Ron coming down, he took the initiative to greet him. "Have you contacted everyone?" This also explained to Ron why he came down so late. Because she had asked him to do something. Ron felt that the dean was quite honest, so he didn't have to explain why he came down so late. Chapter 684 Virtual Online Arena. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice looked at Ron, and knew why he came down so late. Alice also apologized to Ron in a low voice. And Jiang Zhuxiang gave Ron a little more breakfast. After breakfast, the dean and his wife said goodbye and took Ron and the others to their office. The researchers who had been notified in advance were already in place. As soon as the dean arrived, they came forward to ask, "Dean, where is the data we need to analyze?" They only had work in their eyes, and they didn't care about the people following behind the dean at all. Ron silently sent the video in his hand to the dean. The dean looked at his communicator and forwarded it directly to these people, and then sat behind his desk, obviously to start the work of the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang was used to the dean's way of working, and he called Ron and Alice. They will be doing data analysis in the next laboratory. Ron, if you want to go with him, go ahead. If you don't want to go with him, wait here with me. As for Alice, she always followed Jiang Zhuxiang when she was outside. Ron thought about it. If he went with him, he would show that he took the matter seriously, but it would also make those researchers feel that he didn't trust them. Now they were still in their territory. Ron thought it would be better not to do so. So he said, "I will wait here with you. But is there anything here that can be used for entertainment? Otherwise, it would be too boring to just wait." Jiang Zhuxiang pointed to a virtual network port on a wall. "You can go up and play. If you can't understand the text here, I can download a translation software for you." Jiang Zhuxiang also decided to go up and take a look. He hadn't been online for a while, and didn't know what the current situation was. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Alice, "Do you want to go up and play first? It would be a bit boring if she was left alone here. You can go and play with Ron. I have some business to do while I'm up. I'll come to find you when I'm done. What do you think?" Jiang Zhuxiang never missed an appointment, so Alice agreed and sat with Ron, logging into the virtual network together using two adjacent ports. Jiang Zhuxiang randomly found a port to go to his virtual pharmacy. It was rare to run into Shuiwen in the pharmacy. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect you still have time to help me manage this pharmacy. I thought you were too busy to come up now." Jiang Zhuxiang had also found two new staff members before. Now they are all at the counter. Obviously, Shuiwen is still in charge of the store. Shuiwen said, "I still have this time, and I don't need to be busy all the time. The staff of the Shui family has been streamlined a lot. Some useless people have been sent away by me. I let those who are left useful give full play to their value. So I am actually quite free now. There are not many things that can be handed over to me, and most of them just need to make a decision. The Shui family is now far smaller than before. Shuiwen now adopts military management, and the efficiency is much higher under strict discipline. It is easy for Shuiwen to handle some things during his time here." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Shuiwen's ease, and didn't worry too much. He turned to ask the two people at the counter, "Is the store's drug reserve enough now? If not, I can replenish it while I am free in the next 2 days." The two people at the counter also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was their boss. They had discussed how old Jiang Zhuxiang was before. Seeing that she and Dr. Shui had such a good chat, she should be about the same age as him. It's a pity that she is a girl. I don't know if she is married. Otherwise, it would be nice to introduce the boys around her to her. The two people at the counter were girls. When Jiang Zhuxiang was looking for someone, he saw that girls were more careful. After a little thought, the two of them reported the information Jiang Zhuxiang needed. They didn't really understand why such a virtual pharmacy was so popular, but it didn't stop them from being proud of it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the data carefully, picked a few drug names, and then said goodbye to Shuiwen and went to find Alice and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang sent a communication request to Alice. The communicator can also be used in the virtual network. Of course, this is within the scope of the Academy of Sciences. The level of the virtual network here is much higher than that outside. It was just upgraded not long ago, and can fully support this function. Alice was startled when she heard the communicator ringing. She opened it with a little surprise when she saw the communicator on her wrist. Seeing that it was actually connected, Alice looked at Jiang Zhuxiang on the opposite side with a little surprise. When did the communicator become so useful? In their fragments, it was still a little difficult to bring the communicator into the virtual network. It seems that the technology here is better. Jiang Zhuxiang said proudly, "It was possible some time ago. This is the first time I do this." Where are you now? I'll come to find you. You stay where you are. Alice sent her coordinates here, and then waited for Jiang Zhuxiang to find her. After all, she was not very familiar with this place, and she didn't know where Ron had taken her now. Ron didn't turn his head at all when they were communicating. His attention was attracted by the fighting in the field. The arena here suited Ron's appetite very much. Even Alice was almost ignored by him. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the coordinates. This seemed to be an arena. Sure enough, Ron couldn't escape this attraction. But Alice was probably very bored now. In order to save time, Jiang Zhuxiang directly used fixed point transfer, which is also a technology supported by the virtual network. As long as there are accurate coordinates and enough energy, this transfer can be carried out. Alice saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over and rushed over a little aggrieved. Ron didn't care about me at all. He has been completely attracted by the fight here. Let's ignore him. Okay. Jiang Zhuxiang did not easily agree to Alice's request, but suggested, do you want to go down and try? Sometimes simple training is not enough. You still have to adapt to your own strength. Outside, you have to worry about whether you will hurt others. But here you don't have to worry at all. This is one of the reasons why the arena here is so popular. Chapter 685. Alice leaves the arena. Alice had been immersed in the fact that Ron would ignore her. Now that she heard Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation, she began to carefully check the situation below. Alice had always thought that the people below were not fighting with real guns and bullets, but a performance. Now that she was serious, she found that the people below were fighting without scruples, and would not even protect their vital parts. Alice had never fought such a fierce battle with others before. In the past, she had only fought to a certain extent. After all, they were all familiar people. Now that there was such a suitable place, Alice was still very happy and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, how can I participate? Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang is so familiar with the situation here, she must have participated in this kind of battle before. It is always right to ask her. Jiang Zhuxiang briefly explained to Alice the process of participating in the competition here. First, you need to register with your identity information, and then the arena will evaluate your strength. And then, they will select opponents with equal strength to you. If you want to improve, they will select opponents who are slightly better than you. After asking the opponent's time, they will arrange a match for you. When the time is up, you can go down to compete. The longest time for this set of processes is within 2 days. That is, people can definitely be arranged to compete within 2 days. If Alice goes to register now, if she is lucky, she can be arranged to a suitable opponent in the afternoon. If she is unlucky, she can meet her own opponent at the latest tomorrow afternoon. Alice immediately asked Jiang Zhuxiang to take her to register. Jiang Zhuxiang said something to Ron and took Alice there. Ron just said him at the time. He was probably still immersed in the battle below. I hope he won't be too surprised when he reacts. This arena is jointly opened by the Lei, Yan, and Jin families and the Academy of Sciences. Although there is no restriction on the identity of the people entering, there are still some privileges for the people from these 4 families, especially the people from the Academy of Sciences, because there are not many people coming. This arena will pay special attention to them every time they meet them, so as to avoid any accidents here. As soon as Jiang Zhuxiang appeared at the registration office, he was recognized. Someone came out from behind the table and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, you are from the Academy of Sciences. What are you doing here? This person also saw Alice beside Jiang Zhuxiang, and naturally thought that it should be this person who was going to compete, not Jiang Zhuxiang, and asked just to confirm. Jiang Zhuxiang's answer confirmed his guess. This person is my friend. She wants to experience our arena. You don't have to be too preferential to her. Just follow the general process. We still have plenty of time. After all, Ron will stay here for a long time to work, and Alice doesn't need to rush back. The staff at the registration office naturally did not dare to neglect it. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang did not want preferential treatment, the staff still arranged a match for Alice as soon as possible. This afternoon, Jiang Zhuxiang watched the staff enter Alice's admission information, and then took Alice away and explained to her how to use this admission information. Jiang Zhuxiang, this is your credential to enter the arena. Your opponent can see your basic information on it. Of course, you can also see your opponent's basic information. If you win, your access information will show the number of games you won and the corresponding points. These points can be exchanged for corresponding things in the arena, which are things that can improve personal strength. This is another reason why the arena is so popular. Alice began to protect her communicator carefully. The access information was in it. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything, but took Jiang Zhuxiang back to where Ron was. Ron also found out that Alice was gone at this time, and looked in this direction a little anxiously. But it was estimated that he didn't find it for a long time. Otherwise, he would definitely send a communication to Alice. He probably just thought that Alice just went out with Jiang Zhuxiang. Ron saw Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice walk in, frowned slightly and said, "Can you tell me when you go out next time? At least tell me the location. Although Jiang Zhuxiang is with you. If you two girls encounter something bad, I don't know where you are. At that time, even if I want to save you, I can't save you. Right?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Ron with a little amusement. If crimes can be committed on the virtual internet, then how perverted this person must be. Moreover, there is no feeling of life and death on the virtual internet, and the protection of people is also very strong. Once someone has a tendency to commit a crime, he will be forced to log off and his account will be blocked for a period of time. Therefore, even if a vicious person goes to the virtual internet, at most he will just talk nonsense, and he will never dare to take action. Jiang Zhuxiang reminded, "We told you before we went out, but you just didn't hear it at that time." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to listen to Ron's nagging anymore, so he just mentioned what they had said before. Alice also felt that Ron was a bit too much. It was obvious that he was too focused on watching before, and didn't pay any attention to what they said to him. Now he still blamed them for not telling him when they went out. It was only because Jiang Zhuxiang had a good temper. If it were me, I would never talk to me again in the future. After all, I and Ron are now one. Alice glared at Ron fiercely, turned around and comforted Jiang Zhuxiang. "Let's ignore him. Let's go down first. Do you want to come up to watch my competition this afternoon? If you want to watch, we have to eat lunch a little earlier." After saying that, Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang went offline together. As for Ron, who cares about him? Ron looked at the time. It was almost time for lunch. The dean had analyzed the information he had given before. Now he should be able to see the results. Ron went offline with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Ron was a little surprised at what Alice had just said about the competition. Alice didn't want to leave the arena. Did she? If so, he must persuade her. After all, the arena is a place that doesn't care about gender. What if Alice is left with a psychological trauma? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little too naughty. If Alice was alone, she would definitely not be able to find a way to leave the arena. Ron felt that he needed to talk to the dean. Chapter 686: The Truth About the Movement of Fragments. After they went offline, they were in the dean's office. The dean had just received the results of the analysis, and was very surprised by the results. He originally planned to force Ron to go offline. As for Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice, the dean said that it was okay to talk to them after returning. Now that they were all offline, the dean planned to talk to them all at once. The dean asked them to sit down. "The results are out. I'll show them to you all." There was a whole wall of screens in the dean's office, which was perfect for watching something. The dean turned on the screen and projected the analysis results sent to him by the researcher on the screen. There was a complete fragment movement map, as well as the possible future movement directions and the possible final results. Ron and Alice could understand it. The researchers knew who the analysis results were for, so they considered it so carefully. Otherwise, according to their habits, the results of the analysis would only be a string of data. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the bright possible result: Earth returns to one body, and was still a little unbelievable. Could it be that the amber crystals in his space before were also going to be synthesized into a complete shape? I just don't know if there is any relationship between the two. Jiang Zhuxiang only looked at the final results, while Alice was concerned about the possible future movement direction. The fragments have been moving towards the fragments where Jiang Zhuxiang and the others are, and the possible future movement direction is also to move to the vicinity of the fragments where they are now, and may eventually merge with this fragment. Alice is also quite satisfied with this result. In this way, it will be much more convenient for her to find Jiang Zhuxiang in the future. Ron naturally saw this result. His idea was that this was indeed a big deal. If this was the case in the future, they really needed to prepare in advance. If the fragments that were originally scattered were combined, then the forces that had no conflicts would also have conflicts. After all, there were only so many resources, and it was not certain who could use them. At that time, they would enter a new state of chaos. It was still necessary to form an alliance in advance. Only the dean saw a clue according to this speed of movement. It is too slow. I just don't know if other fragments are the same. Ron, wait here for a while. I will have someone go to other fragments to get some information back in the next few days, and then analyze it as a whole to see if all the fragments react in this way. A fragment can only be regarded as a special case or accidental. Only when other fragments have such a situation can the Dean draw a definite conclusion and show it to other forces to discuss a countermeasure. Ron said he knew I was going to stay here for a long time. You can verify it. When there is a result, just notify me. I want to ask if there is an arena on your virtual network. A friend of mine has signed up. I am more worried about her situation. Can you help me check the situation of her opponent? Alice was still very angry when Ron asked this question at the beginning. She thought Ron wanted the Dean to cancel her qualification and was ready to stand up and quarrel with Ron at any time. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuxiang holding her back, Alice would rush up. After hearing what Ron said later, her anger gradually subsided. But she still said a little dissatisfied, I don't need the opponent's information. I don't have to defeat him. What I need is training. Failure can let me gain more experience. The Dean looked at Ron with a half smile. It seemed that your little wife did not accept your kindness. However, the Dean also agreed with Alice's idea. Well, that's true. The experience gained from failure is indeed much more than that from success. Moreover, there is no real danger in the arena. Even if you die, it's just a one-day ban. You don't need to worry so much. Ron saw the Dean's reaction and had to give up the idea of using the back door. In fact, Ron asked this for another purpose, which was to see if he could replace Alice's opponent with himself. In this way, Alice's safety would be more guaranteed. But now it seems that if Alice knew about this, his fate would not be good. Ron could only be taken out for dinner by the Dean with some worry. The Dean went to eat at the Dean's wife's bakery. This was agreed in the morning. Jiang Zhuxiang came back this time to increase the time with the Dean and his wife. So in the afternoon, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to stay in the Dean's wife's bakery. The Dean's wife was very happy to see them coming. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had a little trouble with her before. Now she was willing to come here, and she was still very relieved. As long as she worked hard, she thought she could still recover her previous state. As for her husband and the other two people, the Dean's wife directly regarded them as accompanying gifts, and just greeted them by the way. The Dean accepted it as usual, but protested, we are hungry. Xiaoxiang, aren't you hungry? I believe that as long as Xiaoxiang also said that he was hungry, his wife would definitely prepare lunch as quickly as possible. So the Dean and Alice's eyes were very obvious, hoping that Jiang Zhuxiang would also say that he was hungry. As for Ron, although he didn't look at Jiang Zhuxiang, his stomach growled to express his same opinion. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little speechlessly, have you had lunch? If not, come and eat with us. I will go and prepare it with you. Jiang Zhuxiang still wouldn't let the Dean's wife prepare so much food alone. Although he was upset, Jiang Zhuxiang still knew the basic filial piety. The Dean's wife felt sorry for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others who hadn't had lunch so late. She had already eaten. So she said, I've already eaten. I'll ask them to prepare lunch. I'll bring you some snacks first. You can fill your stomachs and wait. The Dean's wife still wouldn't let Jiang Zhuxiang and the others wait. Jiang Zhuxiang could accept this suggestion. He took the initiative to follow the Dean's wife and to order food. The others stayed outside and waited. When Jiang Zhuxiang came out, he brought a tray of snacks and some fruit juice drinks. The Dean's wife also came out to eat with them. But she didn't let them eat too much. You won't be able to eat lunch if you eat too much. While watching Jiang Zhuxiang and the others eat, the Dean's wife also asked the Dean, what did you do in the morning? Zhuxiang's attitude has improved so much? Of course. This inquiry was conducted in a whisper. Chapter 687 The Dean's private room in the arena. The Dean said, I didn't do anything. I just analyzed the data brought by Ron in the morning. The three of them went online. Maybe something happened in the virtual network that touched her. Otherwise, the Dean really couldn't think of anything that would make Jiang Zhuxiang change so much. The Dean's wife gave up the idea of asking the Dean helplessly, because she knew that what the Dean said was basically the truth. It was just that she didn't go online with them. Otherwise, she could still observe what they experienced. In the virtual network, others are allowed to observe other people's lives. Of course, these others are relatives or friends. It is absolutely impossible for strangers to observe. The virtual network is still quite protective of privacy. Jiang Zhuxiang actually heard the whispers between the dean's wife and the dean. He knew about the onlookers. It seemed that he would need to make special arrangements for other things in the future to avoid being seen by others. The kitchen was still very fast. Not long after the dean and the others finished whispering, the dishes came up one after another. The staple food was pasta, which took a relatively short time to prepare. The kitchen was quite confident about the tastes of the people who came today. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were quite happy when they ate. After clearing the table, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice took the initiative to wash the dishes as a digestion exercise. After all, they would go online later and would remain motionless for a while, so they still had to digest in advance. Otherwise, they would suffer from indigestion. As for Ron and the dean, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others had already ignored them. After all, Ron had a criminal record before. To be honest, Alice didn't want Ron to go to the arena with them, lest he interfere with her competition. Ron naturally knew that his previous performance had made Alice a little upset. But there was no other way to eliminate her resentment for a while, so he could only stay away from her silently. Of course, he didn't plan to let them go up to the virtual network later, but it was impossible to go up together. Ron planned to go up after returning to his room. After hearing Ron's plan, the dean directly suggested otherwise. You can come and help. Just pay attention to the dynamics of the virtual network. You can also watch Alice's competition. Just be careful in case they find out that you have closed this function for you. It's better to change your name when you go up. Although there is only one account on the virtual network, thefts are still allowed, and ordinary people will not see other people's accounts. Ron said, okay. Just paying attention to the dynamics of the virtual network is still a very easy job for Ron. He can indeed work while watching the situation of Alice and others. The dean and the dean's wife said something and took Ron back. The dean's wife decided to watch Jiang Zhuxiang and others' activities later. After all, today's orders have been almost completed, and Xiaoyan has also taken a cold treatment on the previous promotion. In this way, the order volume has returned to the previous state. The dean's wife felt that this state was just right, so she didn't say anything more. Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang came out of the kitchen, and the dean's wife put forward her own ideas. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to the dean's wife's idea, as long as she did not affect them. She could watch as she pleased. The dean's wife sat at the same table with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and accessed the virtual network through the virtual network terminal on the table. Jiang Zhuxiang appeared in his own pharmacy first as usual, and immediately returned to Alice and the others through a fixed point transfer. The period would not exceed 5 seconds. For Alice and the others, they only thought that Jiang Zhuxiang might have been a little slow before. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang did not deliberately conceal the matter of his pharmacy, but felt that there was no need to say it specifically. After Alice and the others had their own understanding, Jiang Zhuxiang directly acquiesced. There was still some time before Alice's match. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Do you want to go and watch other people's competitions?" Alice definitely wanted to go, and Jiang Zhuxiang was actually asking the dean's wife. As long as the dean's wife was willing, the way they would spend the next time would be decided. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to do anything else before Alice's competition, so as not to be too rushed. So when asking the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang unconsciously used an expectant tone. Although the dean's wife didn't really want to see that kind of bloody scene, she still nodded reluctantly, but she was still thinking that she would adapt to the situation at that time, and there should be other things to play in the arena. Jiang Zhuxiang happily took the hand of the dean's wife and took her in. The dean's wife was not willing to squeeze in the stands with others. After entering, she went to the registration office to ask for a private room. The registration office originally wanted to refuse, but when entering the dean's wife's personal information, facing her identity as the dean's wife clearly displayed on her, the registration office knew that people from the Academy of Sciences should be treated preferentially, and the dean had a long-term private room here. So the registration office asked, "Do you want the private room that your husband has been using all year round, or do you want us to open another one for you?" The dean's wife said very calmly, "Just use my husband's room." For the dean's wife, whatever the dean has is hers, and she doesn't mind using his things. The dean is actually willing for his wife to use his things, which means she is willing to maintain a long-term relationship with him. Otherwise, the relationship between husband and wife is too clear, and their relationship must not be very good. The most important thing is that the dean's box must be the top-level box in this arena. If she wants to do something else, it will be difficult to find something to do. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised by this treatment. It seems that sometimes you still need to follow the elders. Otherwise, they don't know that there is such a thing as a private room. The registration office told the dean's wife the location of the private room and said, if you can't find it, you can ask the staff along the way and they will answer your questions. The dean's wife nodded and led Jiang Zhuxiang and the others inside. The people at the registration office reported the news. So after they entered the private room, the top management of the arena already knew that someone from the academy had come. Chapter 688 Alice's Battle. The senior management of the arena took immediate action and sent the corresponding information to the senior management of several other companies who were also in the arena. As for whether they would visit the dean's wife at that time, that was their own choice. The defense outside the dean's room was also increased to prevent others from breaking in and disturbing them. After all, people from the Academy of Sciences rarely appear in such occasions. If something unexpected happens, the arena will definitely be responsible. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others didn't know that they had been heavily protected. When they entered the dean's room, they were still a little surprised. The area here was about the same as a single apartment, and the facilities inside were also corresponding. There was even a small gym and a movie theater, which should be prepared for those who accompanied them. Of course, there was also a place to rest. The dean's wife was very satisfied with this situation. After all, she really didn't want to watch competitive games. After entering the private room, she said directly, I'm going to take a nap first. When Alice's game starts later. Xiaoxiang, you come and wake me up. Taking a nap every day is indeed the dean's wife's hobby. Unless the work in the bakery is urgent. Otherwise, the dean's wife will not miss this nap time. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew this habit of the dean's wife. So he didn't say much and watched her go into the lounge. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice began to watch the competitive scene below. Alice tried to learn from experience to avoid being thrown off the stage at that time. If so, it would be purely embarrassing instead of training. Jiang Zhuxiang also watched with great interest. After all, the moves they used between life and death were sometimes amazing. Although Jiang Zhuxiang could not use them himself, he could perform the moves and use them as his own skills. The arena was quite encouraging of such things, and the rewards for the emergence of new martial arts were also quite high. In the past, those fighting maniacs also relied on such things to survive. Jiang Zhuxiang did not have such an idea. She just planned to use it for herself. When they were concentrating, time passed quickly. The arena sent a notice to Alice, and Alice went directly to the designated place to prepare. Jiang Zhuxiang also went into the rest room to wake up the dean's wife. The dean's wife simply washed up to wake herself up, and then sat next to Jiang Zhuxiang and watched the competition off the field with her. The screen beside the arena showed the photos of the next players. One of them was Alice, and the other was a burly man. The gimmick used by the arena was Beauty and the Beast, and other people were allowed to bet on winning or losing. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little interested. Although it was Alice's first time in the arena, and she didn't know how strong her opponent was. Jiang Zhuxiang still found the corresponding page from the terminal in the private room, placed a bet on Alice with the contribution value, and asked the dean's wife if she wanted to try it too. The dean's wife said, just have fun. I don't need it. The dean's wife was still not interested in this kind of thing. After all, this kind of thing is very addictive, and it will be the source of the family's ruin. However, for young people like Jiang Zhuxiang, it doesn't matter if they try this kind of thing. Anyway, she has them to support her. She can make money, and she doesn't have to worry about the contribution value. It's also good to exercise her eyesight occasionally. Jiang Zhuxiang then closed the page and began to concentrate on the following situation. Alice was already on the field, and her enemy on the other side also stood on the field. He was burly and had a loud voice. He was very polite when he spoke. Little girl, if you can't bear it anymore, just admit defeat in time, and I won't make things difficult for you. If you insist on holding on and get hurt, I won't feel guilty. You still have to know yourself. Alice was quite satisfied with this kind of person. At least, he wouldn't insult her on the field. Alice said, this is my first time here. Please give me more advice. If there is any accident, it is my own fault. You don't have to feel burdened. Alice was ready to face the battle. Seeing that Alice was quite receptive, the man on the other side didn't say much and started to attack directly, with a wide range of moves, obviously also using strength. After Alice took his heavy punch, She knew that her strength was far inferior to his. If she wanted to last longer, she could only adopt a light and nimble strategy. Alice could only think of another set of moves that Jiang Zhuxiang had taught her before. She slowly adjusted her moves and used the method of using the opponent's force to fight against him. She lasted for half an hour under this man's hands. In the end, the man was no longer willing to waste time with Alice and used his strength to knock Alice off the arena. Alice was knocked off the stage without checking. She didn't expect this guy to be so fast. It seems that he was really taking care of himself before. It seems that his previous opportunistic actions made him a little annoyed. So he solved himself directly now. When Alice was lying on the ground, she could only think of these. She should not have suffered any serious injuries. And she was not in a hurry to get up. It was a good opportunity to review her previous actions. The one who stayed on the stage came down directly from the stage. After all, the girl's attitude was pretty good before. He didn't want to see her go astray, so he planned to give her some pointers. Alice saw him coming to her side and sat up quickly. It was still a bit difficult to stand up for the time being. Fortunately, he didn't care about his rudeness and said directly, "I thought your strength was pretty good among women before. You should also be a power type. If so, don't rely too much on those strange moves. You must know that the improvement of strength is the right way. Of course, it is for people like us who are power types. Others naturally have their own abilities. We can learn from them, but we can't rely on them." Alice nodded repeatedly to show that she understood. If she hadn't wanted to stay on the stage for a while, she wouldn't have used the previous moves. After all, this was not a move that suited her. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was quite educated, the man didn't say anything more. He didn't need to hit the drum hard, but just said, "You can contact me directly if you come up in the future. We can then compete privately. This will not affect your performance in the arena." The man reported his communication number to Alice, and Alice gave her the communication number after adding it. Before, when Jiang Zhuxiang saw Alice in this scene, he wanted to rush out, but was stopped by the dean's wife. After seeing the subsequent development, Jiang Zhuxiang knew that the dean's wife's reaction was correct. Chapter 689, Checking for Character Issues. Jiang Zhuxiang waited until Alice's opponent was off the field before walking out of the box with Yu Enfu's wife. Seeing Alice sitting on the ground without moving, he knew that she must have been injured. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he needed to go over and help her quickly. And from the reaction of the arena, he knew that they actually didn't care much about those who had already left the field. Unless they had lost consciousness, they would carry him away. The dean's wife took Jiang Zhuxiang to the sidelines through the express passage. Jiang Zhuxiang first took Alice's pulse with his hand. Although he knew that the injuries here were all illusory, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried. After all, the human body is the most delicate instrument, and any mistake will cause immeasurable consequences. Fortunately, Alice's pulse was normal, and Jiang Zhuxiang finally believed that the damage values here were all illusory. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Do you want me to help you up? If the body is not really injured, it should be no problem to get up by yourself. However, there is another feature of the arena. That is, even if there is no physical injury, the experience is still there. The damage on the virtual network will give people different degrees of physical experience. So Alice really can't stand up by herself now," and said a little helplessly, "You should help me. I can't get up now." The dean's wife knew this situation better than Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, she had been here when she was young. She reached out to help Alice stand up, and asked, "Do you want to continue watching here, or go offline directly?" Jiang Zhuxiang supported Alice's other side, and helped her up with the dean's wife. After hearing what the dean's wife said, Jiang Zhuxiang was also very curious, wondering what Alice would choose. Alice gasped in pain, but still said, "It's a pity to leave like this. Xiaoxiang, do you have any medicine to relieve pain? Give me one first, and we will go back to the private room to continue watching the competition." After helping her up, the dean's wife signaled Jiang Zhuxiang to take Alice to the fast channel with her. So when Alice said this, she was already in the fast channel. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay, I'll find it for you when we get back to the private room. I can't spare my hands now." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know whether his medicine was effective on the virtual internet. After all, no one had tried to use his medicine on the virtual internet before. So Jiang Zhuxiang said frankly, "I'm not sure whether my medicine is effective on the virtual internet. If you can't stand it, tell me." Alice said, "Okay." As a normal person, Alice really doesn't have the habit of lying. And her credit value is still very high in Jiang Zhuxiang. So Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything more. Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife walked for nearly 10 minutes before taking Alice back to the private room again. As soon as the door of the private room was closed, Alice hurriedly said, "Can you find a bed for me to lie on first? I can't stand up now." The dean's wife reached out and pressed a button on the wall, and a single bed appeared directly. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Is this bed enough?" Alice quickly said, "Enough." Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife helped her to the bed and let her lie down by herself. Jiang Zhuxiang finally had a free hand to help Alice find medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't use this kind of pain pill very often. After all, painkillers are more or less harmful to the human body. Jiang Zhuxiang found the only painkiller he had prepared before, and only pinched half of it to give Alice a try. Alice complained that Jiang Zhuxiang was stingy while swallowing the pill. She still trusted Jiang Zhuxiang's pharmaceutical level. After all, the previous use effect confirmed this. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the remaining half pill, and then waited to see Alice's reaction. To be honest, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about this. After all, if his pills were still effective, then the value of his medicine would become even higher. Within half an hour after Alice took the medicine, she went from humming at the beginning to concentrating on watching the game below. Jiang Zhuxiang asked himself helplessly, "Can you tell me if this is effective? Otherwise, I will worry about whether it is ineffective." "Okay." Alice then realized that she seemed to be out of control. So she quickly said, "It is very effective. It seems that Xiaoxiang has added another sales channel for your medicine. If you want, you can use me to promote it. As long as you give me 10% of the profit in the end, it will be fine." Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. But she was not obsessed with money after all. And she had never thought about making much money from her small pharmacy. She didn't need any publicity. However, Alice had done her best today. So Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Don't even think about 10%. I still have to support my employees. I can give you 0.5% as your hard work fee. What do you think?" Alice was happy to get the contribution points. After all, she just tried a pill on the virtual internet. If her own finance minister said so, she wouldn't even give her 0.5%. Xiaoxiang probably did it for her own sake because she was injured. Alice had nothing to be dissatisfied with, so she happily accepted it. Seeing Alice start to concentrate on reading again, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped disturbing her and sat quietly beside the dean's wife, watching and exchanging some information with the communicator, such as the identity of Alice's opponent. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that Alice was away from home, so it would be better to find out before getting to know her. Otherwise, they would be too sorry for Ron. The dean's wife rarely used her privilege to ask the arena for his information. The arena said with some embarrassment, "We take confidentiality measures for the information of the participants. Why do you want to know his information? If it does not harm the participants, I will find it for you. Otherwise, I can only apologize." The dean's wife was quite satisfied with their attitude. So she said directly, "They had exchanged contact numbers before. I just wanted to know what kind of person he was. It was also a way to protect my child. After all, no one wants to see their innocent child get hurt." Although Alice was no longer a child, she was still someone who needed protection in the eyes of the dean's wife. Arena breathed a sigh of relief. If he just wanted to know this, it would not be considered a disclosure of privacy. He could give the dean's wife an answer without looking up information. Chapter 690 Legian's Message. The person in charge of the arena assured the dean's wife, "That man will never have any improper thoughts about your little girl. He has been here since we established it, and has brought out several outstanding female superpowers. Those female superpowers are very grateful to him. Now he doesn't come out often. According to his record and ability, he is now a shareholder of our arena. It is her luck that the little girl can meet him today. Madam, you can rest assured." The dean's wife saw his solemn look and didn't ask any more questions. She just said, "Okay. Thank you for clearing up my doubts." After the dean's wife said goodbye to him politely, she began to educate Alice. Girls should think about it for at least one day before giving out their contact numbers when they go out. You are lucky this time. If something happens to you next time, I will send you back. When Alice first heard what the dean's wife said, she was lying on the bed leisurely. When the dean's wife became more and more serious, Alice got off her bed obediently, stood up to listen to the lecture, and repeatedly said, "I won't do it again in the future." After the dean's wife explained the consequences to Alice clearly, She began to explain to her the news she had just received from the arena. Your opponent has good ability and character. You should ask him for advice while you are here. It should be very useful for your current ability. As for the rest, the dean's wife was not very convenient to reveal. Otherwise, the arena would definitely be dissatisfied. Alice said, okay. I will seize the time and ask as many questions as possible. When they stayed in the virtual network for longer than the time originally allowed, Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang were kicked off by the virtual network, leaving the dean's wife alone there. And the dean's wife followed directly out, seeing her own Xiaoxiang rubbing her eyes. The dean's wife said, if you want to rest, go to the lounge to rest. Alice can go with Xiaoxiang. However, Alice is still injured. For her recovery speed, you'd better not sleep on the same bed first. I'll ask someone to come and make a bed for you. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, no. My rest is just a nap. So I don't need two good conditions. Jiang Zhuxiang looked around carefully and directly chose the sofa in the living room. The reason why he didn't bring it up before was mainly because he was worried that Alice would have no place to rest. Now that Alice is fine, Jiang Zhuxiang is also very concerned about his own resting place. The dean's wife said helplessly, then don't sleep too deeply. Otherwise it will easily cause problems. After all, there is only one thick quilt here, which was used by Alice before. So her own child naturally has no more. The dean's wife can only adjust the temperature controller here a little higher to prevent her own Xiaoxiang from catching a cold. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice had a good rest, they helped the dean's wife complete some private orders that were impossible to complete until the bakery closed. The dean's wife met the dean on the way back and went back together. The dean's wife said lazily, Xiaoxiang, do you want to go out and play by yourself recently? Jiang Zhuxiang said, I may leave tomorrow. After all, Lei Zhen will probably be waiting anxiously if I don't go back. As for Alice, she just happened to stay to accompany the dean's wife. Ron would not leave the Academy of Sciences before getting the results. Jiang Zhuxiang was a good help this time. Except for Alice's red eyes. Others were normal. After all, if Jiang Zhuxiang could come once, he could come twice. One day, they might live together again. Jiang Zhuxiang hugged everyone and sent a message to Lei Zhen. If he had gone back, it would be fine for him to go out now. If he hadn't come back yet, he could stay for a while longer. Lei Zhen didn't answer the call and sent a voice message directly saying, I'll be there soon. Lei Zhen didn't get along with his parents very well, so he had time to pick up Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, let's go in first. Lei Zhen is coming. I'll leave when he arrives. If you want to prepare dinner, don't worry about me. If you need help, just tell me. The dean said, if he comes, let him come to my study. I have something to tell him. The movement of the Earth's crust must not be concealed. Although there is no definite news, the dean obviously wants Lei Zhen and others to know in advance, so that they can take corresponding measures. Jiang Zhuxiang said, can I come with him at that time? Jiang Zhuxiang is still very curious about such a mysterious thing, which is also caused by the fact that the dean's wife and others never hide any major things from Jiang Zhuxiang. The dean naturally doesn't care much about Jiang Zhuxiang's request. After all, Zhuxiang may know about this matter earlier than himself. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang has a little trumpet Alice by his side. She will bring out any news about Ron, but occasionally pay attention to the occasion. Jiang Zhuxiang got the privilege of entering the dean's study at no cost, and just waited for Lei Zhen to come. Lei Zhen rarely drove to see his parents, so he naturally drove to pick up Xiaoxiang. Less than 10 minutes after they sat down, Lei Zhen arrived. After entering the door, he respectfully expressed his gratitude to the dean's wife and the dean, and then was taken away by the dean. And Jiang Zhuxiang was also taken away. When the dean took people away, he also mentioned that dinner would be eaten here, and asked the dean's wife not to forget Jiang Zhuxiang and others' appetite. The dean's wife rolled her eyes at the dean in annoyance. It's not like she hadn't prepared it before, so why did she need him to say it? The dean's wife and Alice went into the kitchen together, and Jiang Zhuxiang and others sat down in the dean's study. The dean directly handed the corresponding data to Lei Zhen, and told him the results of his own analysis, asking Lei Zhen to remember to pass the news back to the Lei family, so that he would not have to contact the old guy again. Lei Zhen looked at the dean's rare willful expression in silence, and without saying anything, he agreed directly, okay, I will send it back. Just looking at the thin page of content, His father might not be able to understand the data at that time. Lei Jin said with some embarrassment, "Do you have a corresponding analysis report here? If so, can you give me a copy, so that my father will not be unable to understand the content and cause trouble?" The dean directly sent a copy to Lei Jin's communicator. Chapter 691. The Belated Yin Lei. Lei Jin first checked it himself after receiving it to make sure he could understand the analysis above, and then edited the results together, intending to send it through his and his father's special channels. The dean originally sent the things to Lei Jin to forward in order to improve confidentiality, and he was very pleased to see Lei Jin do so. After Lei Jin sent it, the dean glanced at Jiang Zhuxiang. "Is there anything else you want to know? If so, ask Lei Jin yourself. The results are all with him. I will also send him any follow-up." Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head silently, indicating that it was okay. It seemed that the dean would not let him know any news related to the Academy of Sciences in the future, so he should be more careful in the future. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little reluctant. After all, he was one of them. But now, he can only know the news through Lei Jin. The dean's behavior is actually a way of provoking Jiang Zhuxiang to return to science. Even if he doesn't move back, he should at least come here to work, so that his wife won't miss her so much. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't really understand the dean's awkward thoughts, but asked Lei Jin with a little disappointment, "Why don't we go back now?" Jiang Zhuxiang is in no mood to have dinner with the dean's wife now. Jiang Zhuxiang is afraid that he will not be able to control his emotions at that time. Lei Jin said with some concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Then let's go back first." After that, he planned to say goodbye to the dean. The dean looked at Jiang Zhuxiang speechlessly. This was not physical discomfort, but mental discomfort. If he let her go back like this, he didn't know when she would come back next time. The dean gave up his previous procrastination and said directly, "You probably don't have any work now. Otherwise you should come back to the laboratory to help. Your brother Yin Lei is getting busier and busier now, and you can come back to help him share some of the experimental tasks. Yin Lei has taken over more and more things in the Academy of Sciences recently. The laboratory is indeed a heavy burden for him. He had discussed with himself before that he wanted to find an assistant researcher. It happened that Jiang Zhuxiang had worked with Yin Lei before, so she could start working directly at that time without any running in. Moreover, Yin Lei would probably lose his motivation to work when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, she was a junior sister. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, "I'll come over to help for a few days, and I'll consider whether to stay when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that the eldest brother would be getting busier and busier. He hadn't seen anyone since he came back this time, so it was only right to help him. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Lei Jin, but he didn't know what this guy was thinking. What else could Lei Jin think? Naturally, he supported it. "You can come over without worry. I will take care of the things at home. As for the Tao Tai, they can take care of themselves recently, so you don't need to worry about them too much. As their elders, there is no reason for the younger generation to clean up the mess." So Tao Tai and the others have restrained themselves a lot after returning, and they seem to be more stable. Seeing Lei Jin's attitude, Jiang Zhuxiang was not too worried, and said directly, "Then you have to take care of the family. If anything happens, I will come to you." Jiang Zhuxiang still has more trust in Lei Jin's ability to manage the house. At least someone who can manage a family well cannot manage a small family well. The dean was also very happy to see that they reached an agreement, and immediately said, "I will let Yin Lei come back for dinner in the evening, and you can chat." The dean was still quite satisfied with his right-hand man. Otherwise, he would not care about him so much. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded without any objection, and pulled Lei Jin out of the study room, just in time to see how the dean's wife prepared dinner. Under the guidance of the dean's wife, Alice cooked several dishes, all of which were traditional dishes of their fragments. The dean's wife taught her so that she could adapt to the eating habits here as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be bad if she couldn't adapt to the local climate. When Jiang Zhuxiang came in, she was serving a plate of lion's head. Jiang Zhuxiang leaned over with a little curiosity. "How does this taste?" Of course, the question was asked to the dean's wife. The dean's wife smiled and set a trap for her daughter. "It tastes good. Do you want to try it?" Although this dish was basically successful, the taste was very varied. For an old lady like her, it was really unacceptable. "I just don't know how," Jiang Zhuxiang felt. Jiang Zhuxiang curiously picked up a toothpick and poked it, and took a bite carefully. In an instant, there were all kinds of sour, Sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty tastes in his mouth. Jiang Zuxiang's tears were about to flow down. The dean's wife would actually cheat her like this. It turned out that she was not her biological child. The dean's wife saw Jiang Zuxiang's red eyes, and she coughed a little embarrassedly, and handed her a cup of warm water for her to rub her mouth. Jiang Zuxiang listened to the whole meatball silently, and then began to drink water crazily. The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zuxiang with a warrior's eyes. Alice was also very satisfied with Jiang Zuxiang's performance. At least she didn't eat a bite and throw it away directly. After Jiang Zuxiang drank a glass of water, he touched his stomach and felt that he was already half full. He wondered if he could eat more later. Jiang Zuxiang asked with lingering fear, "Will she be responsible for our dinner? If that's the case, they should not eat and go back directly." Fortunately, the dean's wife was not so cruel. "I also cooked enough for you. Alice's cooking will be a new dish. You can try different flavors." The dean's wife took out the dishes she had cooked one by one, just half for each person, and the table was full. The dean's wife looked at the time. "Xiaoyan hasn't come yet. Please urge him." The dean turned on the communicator speechlessly, and sent a message to Yan Lei. This guy must have been so immersed in the experiment that he couldn't even take care of the outside things. Yan Lei received the dean's message and hurried over. He was still panting when he entered the room. It seemed that he ran over. Jiang Zuxiang handed him a glass of water to calm his breathing. Yan Lei took a sip and put it down, saying to the dean, "I'm sorry I'm late. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? You can eat first." Yan Lei is much more relaxed about his current diet. He can eat even leftovers. But why would the dean and his wife do this? Although they are not as good to Yan Lei as to Jiang Zuxiang, at least they will not let him eat leftovers. Chapter 692. Yan Lei seeks help. However, out of bad taste, no one at the table intends to tell Yan Lei that today's meal was cooked by two people, and by two people with completely different skills. Yan Lei's luck today was a bit bad. When he first picked up the food with his chopsticks, he picked up the dish made by Alice, because he had no previous information. Yan Lei looked a little strange, but he still swallowed it and continued to try. After trying every dish on the table, Yan Lei remembered the dishes that tasted normal and ate only those dishes silently. Although other people were eating before, most of their attention was on him. From time to time, someone choked and silently endured it. After he finished trying, everyone left their seats one after another to adjust their expressions, so as not to be discovered by him. Only Alice stayed in her original position and looked at Yan Lei with a little guilt. Later, she was dragged out by Ron for a turn and came back, and said, "This is your first time trying to cook the dishes here. It's not bad to have this level. I think you have to thank the dean's wife. It seems that she must have spent a lot of patience when teaching you today." Alice nodded to show that she understood. "I will go to express my gratitude after dinner and apologize to researcher Yan Lei." Although Alice did not stop them from doing this before, she still felt a little guilty. When they returned to the table again, everyone sped up their eating speed. After all, it was getting late. For Jiang Zuxiang and others, they had to hurry back and needed to hurry up. After dinner, Jiang Zuxiang and Lei Jin said goodbye to Yan Lei together and apologized. Yan Lei was a little confused and didn't know what they were talking about. After sending Jiang Zuxiang and others away, everyone apologized to Yan Lei one after another. The final right of explanation was given to the dean's wife. After all, everyone was still a little worried that Yan Lei would retaliate after they told the truth. Although this matter was just an insignificant joke of one person, others still did not dare to take the risk. The dean's wife slowly explained the cause and effect. In general, the meal tonight was cooked by two people. No one reminded you of this when you sat down to eat. So the strange flavors you tasted today were definitely not made by me. How about it? You feel surprised from time to time. At that time, you thought I had lost my original level, right? The dean's wife was rarely so curious about Yan Lei's reaction. Yan Lei finally knew why his dean often had a blank expression. Having such a lively lady sometimes really requires a strong heart and an ice face. Otherwise it will break down in a minute. Yan Lei felt that his expression must be very stiff now, and tried to control his emotions. "So you were laughing secretly when you hid away just now? Should I thank you for not doing it in front of me?" The dean's wife felt that he was a little angry, and hurried to make amends. "Sorry. We didn't mean to laugh at you. The rest of us also tasted Alice's dishes at that time, so we wanted you to taste it too. After all, we share the same suffering." Yin Lei was a little amused. Thank you. Next time don't think of me like this. Okay. If this happens again in the future, I'm worried that I will turn my face against you. Even if the dean tells me. The little guys ran very fast. And Yin Lei decided to teach them a lesson tomorrow. Don't think that you are just a mentalist, and have no attack power, and can tease yourself at will. The dean's wife naturally saw what Yin Lei was thinking. But she could only pray for them silently. After all, he didn't dare to attack her. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. And Yin Lei decided to take a rest. For the sake of her conscience, the dean's wife decided to tell Yin Lei a good news to calm him down. Xiao Xiang will return to the laboratory to work in the future. If you are assured, you can let her take over part of your work, so that you can relax a little. Of course, if you think you can do it, we will also try to let Xiao Xiang run a laboratory by herself. The dean's wife still respected Yin Lei's opinion. It was better to say this kind of thing in advance, so that Yin Lei would not say it because of his and the dean's face, and the two of them would be embarrassed at that time. Yin Lei naturally didn't mind his junior sister helping him. After all, his junior sister was very capable. She helped him a lot when they were in the same lab. She did a good job on the tasks assigned to her. Yin Lei said, "When will Xiao Xiang come? Let her come as soon as possible. There are more and more things to do recently. I'm a little too busy." Yin Lei said this sincerely. The dean had been a little too much recently. He handed over most of his tasks to him. His rest time had been compressed to 6 hours recently. He worked except for eating. Sometimes he had to deal with some emergencies while eating. Yin Lei had been looking forward to someone helping him. The dean's wife said, "If you want her to come, go and discuss it with her yourself. As long as she is willing. It's okay for you to let her come tomorrow." The dean's wife knows her little sister well. She should be willing to start working. After all, it's boring to stay at home. Lei Zhen might have some opinions, but Lei Zhen should have his own things to do. Even if he has opinions, there is no reason to stop him. After all, his little sister didn't sell herself to him. Yin Lei said, "Then I will contact her tomorrow morning and ask her to come in the afternoon. It's a bit too much to contact her now. After all, the little sister may have rested now. It would be embarrassing if there is a special situation." Yin Lei is still a little taboo about this. The dean's wife said, "You can contact him anytime. I'm going to rest first. You can do whatever you want." Yin Lei still has a room here, but he often sleeps in the laboratory recently, so he comes back less often. After saying that, the dean's wife got up and left. After all, Yin Lei is already an adult, and he should not need her help to clean up the room. Yin Lei also went back to sleep after the dean's wife left. After all, he still has a busy day tomorrow. Although there will be a little sister to help, he still has to do what he should do. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang just finished his exercise and received a communication from Yin Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised and answered, "Big brother, have you been getting up so early recently? Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Although Jiang Zhuxiang promised the dean last night, he never thought that Yin Lei would send him a communication the next day for this matter. Chapter 693 Old Problems. Yin Lei got straight to the point and said directly, "Xiao Xiang, you should have nothing to do today. Right? I heard from my wife that you promised the dean to return to the laboratory. Can you come over today and help me?" Yin Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang always talked about what they had to say. After all, they had a good relationship before. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang left the Academy of Sciences later, they would still think of each other. To be precise, Yin Lei felt that his position in Jiang Zhuxiang's mind should be higher than Lei Zhen. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about his plan for today. Originally, he planned to go to the wild today. However, if Yin Lei needed anything, it would not be impossible for him to go over and help him first. After all, he went to the wild to find herbs for himself. If he returned to the laboratory to work, these things would naturally be arranged for him. However, Jiang Zhuxiang had not yet told Lei Zhen about this matter, and was not sure how he would react. So Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Wait for me to ask Lei Zhen. If he is not particularly opposed, I will come to help you. But I guess I can't give you a reply until noon. If Lei Zhen disagrees, it will take some time to convince him." So Jiang Zhuxiang did not say it with certainty. However, this degree is still acceptable to Yin Lei, then go ahead and ask. "I'm waiting for your good news." Yin Lei did not think that Lei Zhen had the ability to stop Jiang Zhuxiang from working, especially when he himself could not stay at home completely. Yin Lei hung up the call and immediately plunged into his busy day. On the other side, Jiang Zhuxiang, after preparing breakfast, saw Lei Jin and his group coming to eat breakfast as usual. After Jiang Zhuxiang distributed breakfast, he called Cao Tai and the others to come for breakfast. As for Lei Jin and the others, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he didn't need to call them, as they were already sitting at the table. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang stopped Lei Jin, who was about to leave. "I have something to ask you. Please wait a moment." Lei Jin rarely receives such treatment, so he waved to his team members, indicating that he would follow and they could go first. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin to sit at the table in the yard and got straight to the point. "The dean and the senior brother both want me to go back to help. What do you think?" Jiang Zhuxiang regarded Lei Jin as a partner, although she wanted to ask for his consent. Jiang Zhuxiang would not care if he really disagreed. She would do this just out of respect. Lei Jin knew Jiang Zhuxiang quite well. He carefully considered what Jiang Zhuxiang asked. His daughter Xiang had been staying at home for a long time, which was indeed a bit boring, especially when he went out. Lei Jin didn't know how his daughter Xiang spent her time. He couldn't be so selfish because he wanted to see his daughter Xiang every day and didn't let her go out. After thinking about it, Lei Jin said, "Just be happy. But if you go out to work, can you come back every day?" Lei Jin still didn't want to miss his little Xiang, so he fought for himself to a certain extent. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless, and he couldn't say for sure about this kind of thing. "I'll try my best. But if I'm busy, I can't say anything." After all, the senior brother often sleeps in the laboratory recently. Jiang Zhuxiang never agreed to something that he couldn't do, so he didn't make any promises in exchange for Lei Jin's consent. Lei Jin knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was telling the truth, but he still had to fight for it. "If I come to pick you up every day, can you come back here to rest?" If someone picked him up, his little Xiang would not choose to sleep in the laboratory. Right? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. But if he didn't agree after all the efforts, it would be a bit too much. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. "Okay. If you don't mind the effort." Jiang Zhuxiang was not heartless after all, and he could still feel Lei Jin's sincerity. Lei Jin saw that Jiang Zhuxiang agreed, so he readily said, "Then you go and reply to the senior brother. Do you want me to take you there today?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No. You should catch up with the team members first. Otherwise Lei Kong will have something to say again." Lei Kong always has something to say to his captain. After all, Lei Jin is too unreliable and often makes trouble. Therefore, Lei Kong sometimes specifically asked Jiang Zhuxiang to help take care of things, at least not to let them down. That's why Jiang Zhuxiang reminded him. Lei Jin left a little helplessly, and Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Yan Lei, saying, "I can come this afternoon." Jiang Zhuxiang tidied up the house and told Cao Tai and the others that he had something to do in the afternoon. As for what they would do, that was their business. After all, they also had their own things to do. Jiang Zhuxiang only agreed to one thing: "I will prepare lunch for you. But I may not prepare lunch for you in the future. You have to solve it by yourselves. After all, I can't come out of the laboratory at noon." Cao Tai and the others said, "You can go without worry. We were able to survive before, and now there is no problem. Besides, Lei Jin and the others are here. They will not leave us alone. At most, we can go with them. It's just that Feifei is a bit difficult. Otherwise, you can take it to the laboratory and let it transform into its original form. Its original form can be shrunk. If Feifei goes with Lei Jin and the others, it will definitely have a certain impact on them." Cao Tai and the others are not sure whether Lei Jin and the others can accept Feifei. In order to avoid problems in the future, Cao Tai still needs to take precautions in advance. Speaking of which, Qilin is also a problem. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Then you are not afraid that it will affect me and my senior brother?" "I will let it go. But my senior brother has never experienced such a test before." Taotia's words made Jiang Zhuxiang a little amused. He was not omnipotent and could not guarantee some things. Cao Tai said, "Why don't you take it over today to try? If it works, it will be considered a solution to a problem." Jiang Zhuxiang was a little helpless when he saw them insisting, "Okay, I'll try it. If it doesn't work, you can find another way. I can't ignore the situation of my senior brother. After all, he is now responsible for a lot of work and cannot tolerate any unstable factors around him." Jiang Zhuxiang also told the truth. If he hadn't considered this, he would not have moved out of the Academy of Sciences. Tao Tai nodded to show that he knew. If it really didn't work, they would naturally find a way. Chapter 694. Tao Tai who tricked Jiang Zhuxiang. However, even if they had discussed where Fei Fei should go, they couldn't just decide on it. They still had to discuss it with him. After all, this person was actually the senior of everyone except Kunpeng. If they made a decision for him without notifying him, Tao Tai felt that they would definitely be severely punished. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Tao Tai to see Fei Fei. Fei Fei was originally discussing with Qilin what they should do today. After all, every time Tao Tai went out, they didn't take them with them, so they could only find things to do by themselves. But they didn't expect that they would come to him today. Could it be that they realized their mistakes and decided to correct them? Tao Tai and the others didn't mean to leave them alone. It's just that every time they go out, even though there's no danger, they still have to concentrate. If Fei Fei and Qilin mess around, they don't know if there will be any accidents. Tao Tai asked cautiously, "Do you want to follow Xiaoxiang to see where she used to work? However, if you want to go, there are a few small requirements. If you can accept them, you don't have to stay at home bored this afternoon." Tao Tai waited carefully for Fei Fei's answer, looking very serious. On the contrary, Jiang Zhuxiang seemed very relaxed. After all, this matter did not cause any loss to Jiang Zhuxiang himself. Fei Fei looked at the expressions of the two people. She was naturally willing to go out and take a look. She just didn't know what the request was, and how they were going to deal with Qilin. Did they plan to let him go with them, or had other arrangements? Fei Fei asked her doubts directly. What are the requests? And what are you going to do with Qilin? During this period of time, Fei Fei and Qilin depended on each other for life, which made Fei Fei take better care of Qilin. After all, it was rare to meet a little guy with a similar situation as herself, and Fei Fei couldn't help but want to take better care of him. Jiang Zhuxiang consciously stepped back several steps after hearing Fei Fei's question. She had a hunch that Tao Tai's answer would definitely make Fei Fei unhappy. Sure enough, as soon as Tao Tai finished speaking, Fei Fei immediately jumped up and beat Tao Tai. Tao Tai didn't dare to fight back at all. The key point was that after beating him, Fei Fei said dramatically, "Okay, I agreed to your request, but I asked him to come with me." Fei Fei pointed at Qilin and said that if he was embarrassed, he would lose face together. Otherwise, how would he establish his prestige in front of the younger generation in the future? This made Jiang Zhuxiang feel that Tao Tai was beaten in vain. Tao Tai also dared to glare at Qilin, but didn't even dare to glance at Fei Fei, fearing that he would be punished again. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was not in a mood to gloat over the misfortune. He asked himself to take these two to the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang was really worried that the laboratory would be turned upside down by them, and his fate would be uncertain at that time. The culprit of all this was Tao Tai, the guy who made this suggestion. Jiang Zhuxiang decided that if something really happened, he would definitely expose this person, and would never take the blame alone. Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly looked at Fei Fei and Qilin, who had already turned into their original forms, with great interest. Their current appearance was that of Fei Fei and Qilin in their cub stage. They looked like kittens and puppies at first glance, but they had their own aura, which made people dare not underestimate them, and they would not quarrel with each other. In order to carry them better, Jiang Zhuxiang had to contribute his backpack that he usually used to cover up, let them walk in by themselves, and then carefully cover the lid, leaving enough space for them to breathe, and then carefully carry them on his back. After they became smaller, their weight also became smaller accordingly. But Jiang Zhuxiang still felt like he was carrying 2 mountains on his back, fearing that he would be taught a lesson by them at any time. Before leaving, Jiang Zhuxiang still glared at Tao Tai and the others fiercely, and even cancelled the lunch that had been promised. Tao Tai turned his head with a guilty conscience, and dared not say anything about Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. After all, he had severely cheated Jiang Zhuxiang, and dared not mention the lunch at all. The process of returning to the laboratory was originally very relaxed, but because he brought these 2 little guys, Jiang Zhuxiang did not dare to relax the whole time, fearing that these 2 little ancestors would be dissatisfied and retaliate against the Academy of Sciences. However, Fei Fei and Qilin did not consider as much as Jiang Zhuxiang, perhaps because their bodies had returned to the size of cubs. Their habits began to become similar to those of cubs. In Jiang Zhuxiang's backpack and under each other's body temperature, they could not help but feel a little drowsy. When Jiang Zhuxiang arrived at the laboratory, he glanced at his senior brother who was busy and focused, and then he tiptoed into the lounge to see what the 2 guys in the backpack were like. when he saw the two guys in the backpack sleeping with their tongues sticking out. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that his previous worries were all false alarms. Jiang Zhuxiang tiptoed to make a comfortable nest for the two guys, put them in and let them continue to sleep, and then went out to find the senior brother to explain the situation. Yin Lei naturally felt the movement of Jiang Zhuxiang entering the laboratory before seeing Jiang Zhuxiang go to the lounge first. He didn't say anything, just waited for her to come out and explain the situation to her. After receiving the message of Jiang Zhuxiang's consent, Yin Lei sorted out a list of things that Jiang Zhuxiang could do, and planned to slowly hand it over to Jiang Zhuxiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang came out, Yin Lei picked two simpler things for Jiang Zhuxiang to adapt to today. After explaining the tasks, Yin Lei asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" After all, his little Xiang's face now is not a relaxed face. Jiang Zhuxiang heard his senior brother ask this, and couldn't help but tell Yin Lei about what happened today. At the same time, he took him back to the lounge carefully to look at the two who were supposed to be asleep, but saw four very energetic eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang immediately carefully blocked in front of the senior brother. "How do you feel now? If you are satisfied, can you please stop causing trouble in the lab? I will definitely explain the situation to Tao Tai when I go back today. You can do whatever you want in the future. I will never agree to anything Tao Tai and the others will do." Jiang Zhuxiang used his eyes to clearly express his meaning, hoping that they could accurately receive his meaning and avoid conflicts between the two sides. Fei Fei lazily raised his head and stood up from the nest, intending to move his body. When he walked out of the nest, he kicked Qilin and signaled him to come out. Chapter 695 Fei Fei's first visit to the laboratory. Yin Lei looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a bit of amusement, looking like she was facing a formidable enemy, and gently patted her shoulder to let her relax. These two were obviously not very aggressive now, and they looked pretty good. Originally, the laboratory did not allow such small things to be brought in. Now seeing their performance, Yin Lei said, "Take them to get familiar with the environment here, and teach them that they cannot touch those things, and then let them move freely." Yin Lei's words were a bit happy, and after he finished his instructions, he continued to stare at them, obviously deeply attracted. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised to see his senior brother's change of attitude. He had been sharing the same hatred with him before, but now he had changed sides so quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang silently glanced at Fei Fei and Qilin. It seemed that these two were very charming and had captured his senior brother's heart so quickly. Seeing that he liked these two little guys so much, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't remind him of their abilities for a while. After all, they were staring at his movements. Obviously, if he did something inappropriate, they would react. Jiang Zhuxiang was alone, and obviously didn't dare to anger them. He could only take the two over to have a look like serving a master. Fei Fei shook her tail, obviously very satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's understanding. Although she was a descendant of Shenong, if there was anything that made her unhappy, she would still teach her a lesson. As for Qilin, it was actually just a follower of Fei Fei. Seeing Fei Fei and Jiang Zhuxiang getting along like this, she could only silently pat Jiang Zhuxiang's legs to comfort her when she passed by. After all, this was a guy that she couldn't resist, and she couldn't do anything more. Jiang Zhuxiang felt Qilin's apology and felt quite comforted in her heart. Fortunately, not both of them were so bad. Otherwise, she would really collapse. Jiang Zhuxiang spent an hour explaining the laboratory affairs clearly, and said what should be paid attention to. The rest depends on their mood. Jiang Zhuxiang silently glanced at Fei Fei, hoping that it would not cause a major mistake on his first day back to the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his workstation, doing his own things while paying attention to the movements of the two. Fei Fei took Qilin around, and occasionally stopped to look at something he was interested in. Whenever this happened, Jiang Zhuxiang would be particularly frightened, not knowing what consequences they would have. Later, Yin Lei said, "Xiaoxiang, focus on what you are doing, and I will pay attention to other things." The little apprentice sister was distracted too much by these two, so the experiment would easily go wrong. Yin Lei personally did not think that Fei Fei and the others had much lethality, so he said this. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at what he had in his hand. The liquids were mixed in a mess. If they continued like this, there would definitely be an explosion. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly retracted his attention to his own affairs. In fact, if they really wanted to cause trouble, he might not be able to stop them. Jiang Zhuxiang silently encouraged himself. At most, he would pay for any losses himself. He must not bring them here tomorrow. Which seriously affected his work efficiency. In fact, after Jiang Zhuxiang stopped paying attention to them, Fei Fei and the others did not cause trouble. After all, they still knew their limits. Originally, they just thought Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction was more interesting. So they deliberately teased her. Now that they saw that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about them, they directly found a place where they could see and nestled, obviously not intending to move. After asking the little sister to focus, Yin Lei also paid attention to the reactions of the two. But his attention was still very obscure, and was not discovered by Fei Fei and the others. After seeing them calm down, Yin Lei said with some relief, "Aren't they quite sensible? It seems that he can also consider finding something to raise in the future. But he needs to pay attention to the type, and can't find a cat like Fei Fei that will bully the owner." The afternoon passed in relative peace. Yin Lei finished his work on time, and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, who was also finishing up, and asked, "What are you going to eat for dinner? Will you stay here to rest at night?" This was Jiang Zhuxiang's first day back in the laboratory, and Yin Lei still wanted to treat his junior sister to a good meal as a welcome. If she went back to the dean's house to eat at the night market, it would be fine. The dean's wife would be happy to do so. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I won't have dinner. Lei Jun will come to pick me up later. However, we can go to the dean's wife first to explain that I will be working here again in the future. Visiting the dean and his wife is something that needs to be done. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang will feel embarrassed if he occasionally meets them in the future." Yin Lei said, "Okay, I'll go with you. It just so happens that he also needs to report the day's situation to the dean, and he can also chat with his junior sister on the way." After Jiang Zhuxiang finished the finishing work, he looked at Fei Fei and the others with a bit of embarrassment. "Do you want me to continue to carry you or hold you over?" Jiang Zhuxiang personally prefers to carry them over, so that others will not notice it. Jiang Zhuxiang still doesn't want his senior brother to be accused of breaking the rules. However, Fei Fei and Qilin, who had slept enough in the afternoon, still rejected Jiang Zhuxiang's efforts. Fei Fei directly hugged Yin Lei's legs and uttered a clear word, "Hold." Then he began to climb up with all four legs, and Qilin squatted in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. It didn't mind entering the school bag, but it had to keep the same action with Fei Fei. So it behaved like this. Jiang Zhuxiang twitched his mouth and picked up Qilin a little helplessly. Fortunately, Fei Fei didn't choose him. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang was not sure whether he would turn around and leave. Jiang Zhuxiang adjusted his gestures to make Qilin more comfortable. At the same time, he found a piece of cloth to cover it slightly, so as not to be discovered by others all of a sudden, which felt like covering one's ears and stealing a bell. As for the other side, Fei Fei resolutely refused Yin Lei's help and wanted to climb onto Yin Lei's shoulder. Yin Lei could only tense his body and treat himself as a tree. Feeling Fei Fei's sharp claws occasionally touching his skin, Yin Lei had the urge to ask Jiang Zhuxiang for help, but he finally suppressed it. Fei Fei also successfully occupied Yin Lei's shoulder after fighting for half an hour. Looking at Jiang Zhuxiang triumphantly, Jiang Zhuxiang and Yin Lei exchanged a sympathetic look, and then took the two out of the laboratory. Chapter 696 Yin Lei accepts the penalty. After seeing the cloth that Jiang Zhuxiang covered the Qilin with, Yin Lei said helplessly, "It's better not to cover it. It's more obvious. I'll go to the dean to apply for their admission permit, so that other people won't have any complaints. Of course, whether anyone finds out today or not, he will pay a fine. After all, they have violated the laboratory rules." Jiang Zhuxiang silently took back the cloth and continued to follow Yin Lei forward. Looking at the Fei Fei who was showing off on Yin Lei's shoulder, he felt that he had indeed deceived himself. With such a guy around, he would still be discovered no matter how he covered himself up. Yin Lei protected Fei Fei with one hand, worried that she would fall, and asked his junior sister, "Do you know that someone from other fragments has come to see the dean recently?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yin Lei in confusion. "Who are you talking about? If it was Ron and Alice, didn't they have dinner together before?" Yin Lei said that he hadn't noticed their interaction with Jiang Zhuxiang before, and thought they didn't know each other, who made all his attention attracted by those strange smells that day. Otherwise, Yin Lei wouldn't ask this stupid question. Yin Lei said, "Who else? Isn't it just those two? I heard they are called Ron and Alice." Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's unsurprised expression, Yin Lei began to be surprised himself. "Do you know them?" Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "I do know them. They are good friends I met in other fragments." "What? Did they do something big when I was away?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think Alice and the others would do anything big. After all, they were not the kind of people who would cause trouble. So he was still a little surprised and waited for Yanlei's answer. Yanlei originally thought that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know them, so he planned to mention the matter to Jiang Zhuxiang. Now that he saw that they knew each other, he didn't think it was a big deal. However, since it was mentioned before, Yanlei still had to explain it well. I heard that they have been following the dean's wife and the dean respectively recently. There are rumors in the Academy of Sciences that they will replace our positions. Jiang Zhuxiang would hear this rumor sooner or later if she continued to work here. So Yanlei planned to tell her in person. It was originally to prevent her from acting impulsively. But now it seems that he was worrying in vain. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "When did the researchers of our Academy of Sciences become so gossipy? And didn't they know about the relationship between me and the dean a long time ago? I suspect someone is fanning the flames. If you have time, you can pay attention to it. If you don't have time, you can let someone else do it." Jiang Zhuxiang still has no good impression of people who act in secret. So he suggested Yanlei to do this kind of thing so straightforwardly. After all, once this kind of thing starts, it will still affect the mood of the researchers. In fact, the best way is to let the dean or the dean's wife deal with it, so that researchers without problems can still do experiments with peace of mind. And only those with problems will be uneasy. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to mention this matter to the dean's wife later. After all, it was not a trivial matter. I believe the dean's wife has heard about it. After mentioning this matter, Yanlei did not talk about other topics with Jiang Zhuxiang. He was afraid that he would encounter embarrassing topics at that time. He rushed to the dean's wife with Jiang Zhuxiang. When Jiang Zhuxiang and Yanlei entered the bakery, the dean's wife and others were tasting a new cake developed by Alice. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming, Alice immediately cut a piece and let Jiang Zhuxiang taste it. Jiang Zhuxiang was not polite. He sat down next to Alice and scooped a mouthful with a small spoon and put it in his mouth. The light cream flavor spread in his mouth. It was slightly bitter and not greasy at all. Instead, it set off the original milk flavor. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Your craftsmanship has improved rapidly recently." Alice was very happy to hear Jiang Zhuxiang's praise. Then she noticed the little thing in Jiang Zhuxiang's arms. Its round eyes were staring at the cake on the table. Alice couldn't help but reach out and touch its head. "Do you want to eat it, little guy?" A drop of cold sweat dripped down Jiang Zhuxiang's forehead. This guy's charm was really great. Alice was attracted to it after just seeing it once. She even lost her previous vigilance against animals and actually touched it directly. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I don't know if it can eat this kind of thing. Don't mess around." Although it is known that the bodies of Qilin are very strong. But now the body in this juvenile state is not necessarily so. Jiang Zhuxiang still dare not take risks. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't notice Qilin's inner desire. It continued to stare at Alice with its round eyes, as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. And it would be the greatest cruelty if she didn't let him eat it. Alice was a little bewitched, and directly scooped a spoonful and handed it over. "I didn't put any extra seasoning when I made it, so there's no problem for the cub to eat it." "Xiaoxiang, don't worry." Jiang Zhuxiang originally wanted to stop him, but Qilin had already moved his mouth and quickly ate the small spoonful of cake. Jiang Zhuxiang could only carefully pay attention to its reaction. Fortunately, there was no adverse reaction. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to say a few words to Alice, but when he saw her full of joy, he didn't know what to say. After all, Qilin must have contributed to this. Yanlei was called over by the dean's wife, who also cut a piece of cake for him. However, the dean's wife knew Yanlei's taste and did not force him to taste it. Instead, she asked the little guy on his shoulder, "Do you want some too?" Fei Fei was much more reserved than Qilin. He held his little head high and nodded reluctantly. The dean's wife cut a small piece of cake into pieces, put it on the table, and motioned for it to come down and eat it. Fei Fei jumped down from Yanlei's shoulder easily and slowly began to taste his own piece of cake, not caring much even if the cream got on his mouth. The dean's wife looked at Fei Fei's cute appearance and asked Yanlei, "Where did you get this little guy? Does it have any companions?" The dean's wife liked those arrogant little guys the most and wanted to raise one too. The corner of Yanlei's mouth twitched. This little guy was not raised at home, and was brought by the junior sister. If he wanted to ask, he should ask the junior sister. Yanlei told the dean's wife the truth. Chapter 697 Animal Pass. The dean's wife asked Jiang Zhuxiang directly if he had any other little creatures to raise. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "They are all unique. If you want to raise small animals, there should be domesticated animals on the farm. Don't even think about these two. They are not as docile as you see." If Fei Fei and Qilin knew that the dean's wife wanted to raise them, they would definitely want to teach her a lesson. When Jiang Zhuxiang said these words to the dean's wife, he even deliberately opened Qilin's ears. Yan Lei did the same. The dean's wife said a little frustratedly, "The small animals tamed on the farm have no spirituality at all, and are not as smart as these two. Forget it. The farm will only release the mutants after the ferocity is eliminated. So it is normal for the dean's wife to look down on these animals." Jiang Zhuxiang suggested, "If you want a spiritual mutant, I suggest you tame one yourself. As long as you don't worry about the risks. The one you tame yourself will always be more to your liking." Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion is actually quite risky, especially when the dean's wife herself is not very powerful. The dean's wife looked at Fei Fei and the others with a little envy, and nodded, saying, "I'll consider it. This matter still needs to ask the dean's opinion. After all, if you want to tame a mutant beast that can be domesticated, you still have to tame it at home. And naturally you have to get the consent of the head of the family." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Just make your own decision. We won't interfere with the future. Just be happy. Even if the dean disagrees, it's no big deal. If you like them, I'll bring them here every day in the future." Jiang Zhuxiang has always let things take their own course. After encountering the accident of the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang gave up his original plan and decided to bring the two of them here every day in the future. The dean's wife was still confident that she could convince the dean. If she could see them every day, she would be very happy. After all, they were her favorite species. Even if she couldn't get them, she would still be very happy to see them every day. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time. It was almost time for Lei Zhen to come. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I will go to see the dean with my senior brother first. If I have time, I will come again. If I don't have time, I will go back directly. After all, if Lei Zhen's time is delayed too much, his team members will still have opinions." Yan Lei stood up when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words, picked up Fei Fei, and planned to follow Jiang Zhuxiang's actions at any time. The dean's wife also stood up and said, "You go ahead. It doesn't matter if you don't have time to come. I can see you every day anyway. Right?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, turned around and walked in front with Qilin. Yan Lei followed directly. The dean's office was not far from here. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others arrived in 5 minutes. The dean was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, especially the two small animals in their hands. "You are knowingly breaking the law? Have you paid the fine?" Yan Lei said, "I will pay it after sending my junior sister away. I want to ask you for 2 passes, so that I don't have to pay fines every day in the future. This is what I allowed Jiang Zhuxiang to bring here, so I have to pay the fine myself." Yan Lei was very persistent about this. Seeing Yan Lei like this, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't argue with him. After all, he would definitely lose the argument. It would be better for him to do more things to repay him. The dean teased Qilin for a while. As for Fei Fei, the dean also saw that it was unwilling to contact people. The dean would not make himself unhappy and said, "It's naturally no problem to give you 2 passes. But you have to make sure you don't lose them. Otherwise, if the previous thing happens again, the consequences may not be acceptable to our Academy of Sciences." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No problem. We also know the severity of the matter. In addition to carrying the pass in the laboratory, we will keep it at other times. You should be able to rest assured. I will keep it in my own personal space. No one can enter the benefactor space, which is the safest means." The dean said, "Okay. I will prepare it for you when you come tomorrow. The fine you paid today will be regarded as the material fee. The pass needs to be made of special materials. The pass made of this special material is impervious to water and fire. It can only be eliminated by the same special method." So the dean was still very cautious when agreeing. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally knew this. "Then I'll come back tomorrow." Lei Zhen's communication happened to come, and Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I'm going back." The dean nodded and asked Yan Lei to send Jiang Zhuxiang out. Yan Lei was willing, and after sending Jiang Zhuxiang to the door, Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, "You stop here. I can walk the rest of the way by myself." Lei Zhen and his friends came here on foot, so he just had to meet up with them. Yan Lei stood there and handed Fei Fei to Jiang Zhuxiang, asking her to take it with her. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the backpack again, and whether they were willing or not, Jiang Zhuxiang stuffed them indirectly, and didn't care about accommodating their little temper when he was on the road. Fei Fei and Qilin struggled a little, but finally softened their bodies and let Jiang Zhuxiang stuff them in. Jiang Zhuxiang was carrying him on his back, and he saw the shadows of Lei Jin and the others. After saying goodbye to Yan Lei again, Jiang Zhuxiang went up to meet Lei Jin and the others smoothly. Lei Jin also saw Yan Lei not far away, waved and greeted him, and then asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "How was your day? Are you used to returning to the laboratory?" Lei Jin also paid attention to the state of his little Xiang at all times. If she was not happy, Lei Jin would not let her go out again. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally said, "It's pretty good. There are not many things to do today. Did you get a good harvest today?" Jiang Zhuxiang had learned to care about Lei Jin's situation. After all, they were now nominally married, and had no plans to divorce for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to maintain this relationship. Lei Jin was very happy about Jiang Zhuxiang's concern. After all, his own Zhuxiang had never cared about him before. Lei Jin explained their experience today in detail. Chapter 698. Fei Fei and Qilin were subdued. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Lei Jin while listening to his description. Lei Jin and his team had a good harvest today. They also had time to help him collect herbs. It seemed that they had plenty of time. I don't know how the Taotai are doing now. After all, they have been out for a whole day. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Did you encounter Taotai when you were outside?" Although he knew it was unlikely, Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to ask. Lei Jin said, "No. Maybe they also considered that if they acted with us, we would definitely get nothing. So they avoided us from a distance." Lei Jin's detector had detected their approach before, but they left again soon. Jiang Zhuxiang said with some worry, "I don't know how they are doing outside. It would be great if I could see them back when I go back." Jiang Zhuxiang had always been with Taotai and the others before. Now they were separated for the first time, and Jiang Zhuxiang was really worried. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang's sad face and quickly said, "Can you send a communication to ask? They should still be within the communication range." Lei Jin felt that Jiang Zhuxiang was too worried and confused. This kind of thing could actually be easily solved. Jiang Zhuxiang patted his head, thinking that he was really stupid, and quickly opened the communicator to contact Taotai. Taotai and the others were on their way back. They had agreed with Jiang Zhuxiang that they would come back at night, so they were rarely so serious about their journey. Taotai did not answer the communicator immediately after hearing it ring, but kept running at full speed. At the same time, he opened the communicator to see who sent the call at this time. Seeing that it was sent by Jiang Zhuxiang, Taotai clicked it helplessly. "What do you want to talk to me about at this time? We are already on our way back. If you want us to bring anything, we don't have time to help you find it." Taotai has always known that Jiang Zhuxiang would only come to them when there was something going on, and would not contact them at other times. But now they would not follow her instructions. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "If there is nothing going on, I will not disturb you on your way." After that, she hung up the communication. She sent the communication just to confirm whether they had returned. And now was just the right time. Only Taotai was a little speechless. What was going on in this situation? She actually sent a communication to herself when there was nothing going on. It seemed that she was a little too idle now. After Taotai hung up the communication, it was still a little late for them, and it would be bad if they missed dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang felt relieved after sending the communication. He began to follow Lei Jin and his team with full concentration. He returned home before the Taotai and his team and began to prepare dinner. Although he had eaten a small piece of cake before, he still consumed it. Now he still needed to hurry up to prepare it. After all, it was getting late. Lei Jin pushed Lei Kong and asked him to go in to help. He was not familiar with the kitchen at all. Even if he went in, he would be a hindrance. Lei Kong glared at his captain speechlessly, but still went in. It was really a bit unfair to let Jiang Zhuxiang alone to prepare dinner with so many people. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised that Lei Kong came into the kitchen, but when he heard that he was there to help, he didn't hesitate and directly found some things that he could do and assigned them to him, while he concentrated on the things at hand. In order to speed up the meal, Jiang Zhuxiang was busy all over. All the pots were placed on the stoves in the kitchen and were cooking. Jiang Zhuxiang needed to turn the food in the pot from time to time, and also pay attention to their cooking time to avoid the taste deteriorating. When Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, Cao Tai finally came back. As soon as he entered the door, he could smell the fragrance of food. But there was no food on the table. It seemed that they were still in the kitchen. It seemed that they came back at the right time. Cao Tai signaled everyone else to stay outside and rest for a while. He went to the kitchen to tell Jiang Zhuxiang that he was back. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had to be informed of such things. Otherwise she might be worried. Cao Tai finally understood the purpose of Jiang Zhuxiang's communication. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard Tao Tia's voice, he relaxed and said with a smile, "You go wait outside first. We will be ready here soon. You won't be hungry." Cao Tai looked at the two little guys still in Jiang Zhuxiang's backpack and said, "Okay. No problem. Do you want me to help you get rid of the things on your back? Don't you think it's heavy?" If Cao Tai hadn't said it, he really wouldn't have noticed it. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You should ask them for their opinions first. I can't take care of this kind of thing now." He didn't have the mood to take care of their emotions. Cao Tai said, "Okay." After that, he walked behind Jiang Zhuxiang and communicated with the two guys, who had become smaller now. Fei Fei and Qiling were a little stunned by the food Jiang Zhuxiang made before. Now Cao Tai wanted to take them away, and they were still unwilling. Cao Tai couldn't convince them, so he had to let them go and let them stay on Jiang Zhuxiang's back. He only reminded them 2 words, "Don't make trouble." Then he left the kitchen. Jiang Zhuxiang obviously didn't want anyone to disturb him in the kitchen. After finishing all the dishes, Jiang Zhuxiang turned off the fire, asked Lei Kong to serve the dishes, and went to the side to rest. To be honest, after dinner was ready, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he couldn't eat dinner anymore. Just smelling the food was enough to make him full. Jiang Zhuxiang took off his backpack and grabbed the 2 out. "Aren't you going to have dinner? No one will feed you for dinner. If you maintain this small body, you probably won't even be able to grab the food." Jiang Zhuxiang knew the ability of Cao Tai to grab food, and he was really worried about these 2. Fei Fei and Qiling were already hungry after seeing so many delicious dishes. When they heard Jiang Zhuxiang say this, they quickly said, "Then we'll go out first and see you at the table," because they were in a hurry to restore their human form. They disappeared into the kitchen in a flash. Jiang Zhuxiang only saw the tips of their tails disappearing quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang put away his backpack and watched Lei Kong put the dishes on the plates one by one. He helped to carry the dishes out and asked people to help carry them. Soon the table was full of plates. The last thing Lei Kong took out was the rice that was already in the bowl. The late dinner began. Chapter 699, Lei Zhen's long-term plan. After sitting down at the table, Lei Zhen's team members put food on their plates and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Is work going smoothly? If someone bullies you, you must tell our captain, and then let our captain help you vent your anger." Of course, the team members are willing to help Jiang Zhuxiang vent his anger, but it is not good to interfere. So they said so. Jiang Zhuxiang was holding a bowl of soup and drinking it slowly. Hearing the concern of the team members, he smiled and said, "No problem. If someone bullies me, I will definitely not hide it." Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not refuse the team member's heartwarming gesture. But Jiang Zhuxiang thought that no one dared to bully him when he was working in his own academy. So he probably didn't need them to do anything. Lei Zhen naturally saw that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care. And he also knew that his Xu Xiang had enough ability to protect herself. Although he was touched by his team members' words, he probably didn't take them seriously. If he said too much, it might cause her to be disgusted. And then she would think that everyone looked down on her. Lei Zhen quickly tried to smooth things over. "Okay. I will naturally pay attention to Xu Xiang's affairs, so you don't have to worry about it. Just go and eat your meal." The team members all started to make noises, saying that their captain was jealous. But they stopped making noises and ate quietly. However, Fei Fei and Qiling, who had been eating quietly, started to speak up. "As long as you take us with you to the laboratory in the future, we can guarantee that no one will dare to bully you, even if they have such thoughts." Fei Fei is responsible for making people happy, and Qiling is responsible for influencing everyone. These 2 are actually the best partners. Of course, Fei Fei silently said that it would be better if there were such delicious food every day. Jiang Zhuxiang no longer had any resistance to Fei Fei and the others' requests. After all, the dean's wife liked them very much. So she naturally said, "Okay. My safety will be left to you 2 in the future." Lei Zhen frowned when he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words, but he didn't say much. It seems that his ability is not enough to be relied on by Jiang Zhuxiang. especially when there are so many masters around Jiang Zhuxiang. However, he will work hard, at least to be able to stand in front of Jiang Zhuxiang in the future. After finishing this dinner, which Lei Jin thought was a bit embarrassing, Lei Kong mentioned it to Jiang Zhuxiang while helping him clean up. The captain has always hoped to be able to protect you, but there are too many people around you who can do this, so he has never known how to do it. To be honest, I don't think you will need the captain. If it continues like this, I think the captain will be very frustrated. I don't know if the relationship between you can be maintained at that time. I think you need to think about it carefully. Sometimes this kind of thing will happen when you find a woman who is stronger than you. A man will be frustrated to find that he is actually dispensable to his lover. This feeling will have two consequences. One is to strive for progress, and the other is to cheat out of inferiority and find other women who can show their abilities. Although Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang are actually a good match, it is reasonable that this kind of thing will not happen. However, when a lot of strong people appeared around Jiang Zhuxiang and were committed to competing with Lei Jin for Jiang Zhuxiang's attention, Lei Jin fell into this embarrassing situation. It was not Jiang Zhuxiang's problem, but Lei Kong didn't know who else to talk to. Jiang Zhuxiang also saw Lei Jin's previous performance, but there was no better way. Could he ask Tao Tai to stop caring about him in the future? This was impossible. After all, in Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes, Lei Jin's weight was still not as important as so many elders. Jiang Zhuxiang could only say, I will talk to Lei Jin and Tao Tai, but I am still not sure of the specific results. After all, this kind of thing is not something I can control, and I can't influence Tao Tai's thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang actually didn't think his elders did anything wrong. Did he have to reject the kindness of his elders just to consider Lei Jin's feelings? Lei Kong also knew that he was a bit too much, and said awkwardly, I believe the captain can still adjust. You just try to comfort him. I also know that you are in trouble with Tao Tai and the others. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Lei Kong stood up and left. Jiang Zhuxiang stood there for a while, shook his head with a smile, and decided to go to Lei Jin to talk later. But Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think it would have any effect. It mainly depends on Lei Jin to stand up on his own. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think Lei Jin needed to go to her herself, and if she went to talk to her, it might be counterproductive. However, since Lei Kong came to find him, he couldn't ignore him. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished his work, he went to find Lei Jin. Lei Jin would stay here every night until Jiang Zhuxiang went to bed, and today was no exception. Jiang Zhuxiang looked for Lei Jin in the living room. He was watching old TV series out of boredom. Lei Jin stayed every time just to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang, so he was quite bored before Jiang Zhuxiang came to find him. After Jiang Zhuxiang came in, Lei Jin quickly turned off the projection equipment, stood up to greet him, and asked, Why are you here so early today? Did someone help you? In the past, Lei Jin would be rejected by Jiang Zhuxiang when he wanted to help. I don't know who got this privilege today. Lei Jin's question inevitably carried a bit of jealousy. Jiang Zhuxiang said bluntly, Lei Kong stayed to help me today. He asked me to come and comfort your fragile heart, saying that he was afraid that you would feel inferior. Jiang Zhuxiang did not mean to transfer, but if he didn't say this, Lei Jin would know it from others in the future. So it would be better for him to say it himself, so that Lei Jin would not be angry with Lei Kong again. Lei Jin frowned. Nonsense. How am I fragile? Don't listen to Lei Kong's nonsense. Although Lei Jin occasionally felt a little helpless, it aroused his determination to struggle. One day, those elders will have their own lives, and Xiao Xian will sooner or later be alone. At that time, I will be more capable, and everyone can rest assured. Jiang Zhuxiang said, He is also for your own good. Do you really not need me to comfort you? Or let the elders leave for a few days? Chapter 700 Lei Jin falls into the hands of the senior brother. Jiang Zhuxiang made this suggestion to take care of Lei Jin's feelings. After all, he couldn't let Lei Jin be excluded from his life. Lei Jin said, Is it okay? Lei Jin has always respected Tao Tai and others. Even Fei Fei and Qilin, who came later, are respected predecessors in Lei Jin's eyes. If Jiang Zhuxiang offends them for himself, it will be a bit too much for the two of them. Jiang Zhuxiang said, There is nothing wrong with it. Anyway, Fei Fei and Qilin are very popular with the dean's wife recently. After I bring them to the laboratory, I can give them to the dean's wife. You can follow me to the laboratory to help. The senior brother is a little busy recently, and you can go there to help. Although Lei Jin can't help much in scientific research, he can still run errands or do some physical work. Lei Jin heard Jiang Zhuxiang say this. Naturally, he would not give up this rare opportunity, and hurriedly said, "Then I will go back and talk to Lei Kong about the future work arrangements, so that I can spare time to accompany you." After that, Lei Jin left in a hurry. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin's performance with a little amusement. It seems that Lei Kong will know what it means to shoot himself in the foot later. After Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion back and talked to Lei Kong really felt that he had shot himself in the foot. It was originally intended to ease the relationship between them. As a result, his team leader was going to be absent from work again, and he couldn't protest because he was still expressing his gratitude to him. "Lei Jin, thank you for caring about my relationship with Xiaoxiang. I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention in the next few days. I'll bring you a gift then." Lei Kong, I was really stupid at that time. Why did I think of doing this? Lei Jin happily went back to his room to prepare, and Lei Kong stayed there with a look of despair on his face. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang told Fei Fei and Qilin about what he had agreed with Lei Jin before, and asked for their opinions. If they didn't want to go to the dean's wife, it was not impossible for them to go to the laboratory with him, considering the two completely different treatments they received in the laboratory and in the bakery. Fei Fei and Qilin abandoned Jiang Zhuxiang without hesitation and said, "Let's go to the bakery." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Okay. Follow me to the laboratory to get the access card first, and then I will send you to the dean's wife. There is another person going with us today." After Jiang Zhuxiang finished explaining the matter, he put the breakfast he had prepared on the table and asked Cao Tai, who was in a hurry to go out, to come and eat. Lei Jin also came with the team members. The two families have been cooking together recently, which saves trouble and effort. The main reason is that no one in Lei Jin's family can cook, and Lei Jin also wants to get along well with his own Xiaoxiang. Therefore, Lei Jin does not force himself to practice cooking. After breakfast time, Cao Tai and Lei Kong each took their people away. Cao Tai and Lei Kong had a lot of opinions about Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin, who stayed in place, but they were not easy to show in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin didn't care about that and asked Jiang Zhuxiang directly, "Can we set off?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Fei Fei and Qilin. Fei Fei and Qilin consciously transformed themselves into their original forms and became smaller. There was nothing to be afraid of for Lei Jin, who was still in the original place. After all, Lei Jin was half of their junior, to a certain extent. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the backpack and let them crawl in by themselves, and then planned to carry it on his back. Lei Jin quickly took over. "Let me do it." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Fei Fei and Qilin. If it was one of these two, he would naturally be willing to be lazy. Fei Fei nodded lazily, and Jiang Zhuxiang handed the backpack to Lei Jin without any objection. After Lei Jin took it over, he put it on his back steadily. Jiang Zhuxiang's backpack was actually a little small. Carrying it on Lei Jin was like an adult secretly carrying a child's backpack, which was a strange sense of humor. Jiang Zhuxiang laughed for a while, and walked out side by side with Lei Jin. They were careful to guard against the attacks of mutant plants on the way, and they successfully arrived at the Academy of Sciences. When entering the laboratory, Lei Jin was still a little scared. "Xiaoxiang, you have to take such risks every day to reach your destination. Let me take you here when you come next time. I am worried." Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly, "How can it be so exaggerated? Don't worry. When I came here alone, it was definitely not as thrilling as today. Have you forgotten what my superpower is? I can easily disguise myself as a plant. Okay? Those mutant plants today were all attracted by you. Okay?" His own aura of supernatural power could not suppress Lei Jin's thunder power. Otherwise the road would be much quieter today. Lei Jin was a little embarrassed after he reacted. "Then let's keep a little distance when we come here next time. It will be bad if we implicate you. After all, he still has some attack power, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to defeat those mutant plants." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "There is no need for that. When the time comes, I will find you a Mu Xian to take with you, and those plants will consciously ignore you. I didn't expect it today." After that, Jiang Zhuxiang pushed the door and entered the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang said hello to the senior brother, took the backpack off Lei Jin's back, pointed to the two little guys inside and said, "Senior brother, have you got their admission permits? If they get them, they can take them with them directly, and then send them to the dean's wife, so that they don't have to spend time looking after the two little guys. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't mind paying the contribution points. After all, the two little guys are nominally one of his family, so there is no reason to let the eldest brother spend a lot of money. Yanlei took out the things he had prepared before from the corner of his test bench and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to take the two little guys. As for the contribution points, Yanlei didn't mention it directly, because he didn't lack this contribution point. Jiang Zhuxiang could only send the two little ones to the dean's wife first, and other things would be discussed when he came back. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Zhen, "Do you want to wait for me here or come with me?" Jiang Zhuxiang still hoped that Lei Zhen would stay here and wait for him. After all, there were many things to do here. During the time he was away, Lei Zhen should be able to help the senior brother with some things. Lei Zhen naturally understood Jiang Zhuxiang's needs and took the initiative to say, "Then I will stay. If the senior brother needs anything, please tell me." Chapter 701 Lei Zhen's strength is to abuse dogs. Yanlei glanced at Lei Zhen and told Jiang Zhuxiang, "Go early and come back early. This guy has never been to the laboratory before. If anything goes wrong, I will come to you." Strictly speaking, Yanlei has no good feelings for Lei Zhen. After all, their identities are destined to make them unable to live in harmony. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew this, and looked at Lei Zhen soothingly, indicating that he should follow the senior brother. "Okay. I will be back as soon as possible. If you have anything to do, you must ask the senior brother before you act." The implication is that Lei Zhen should try to act as little as possible on his own, so as not to be caught by the senior brother. Lei Zhen nodded with amusement. He had been with Yanlei before, and he knew his temper quite well. Lei Zhen said, "Okay, I will listen to you, senior brother." Jiang Zhuxiang went out a little nervous. On the way, Fei Fei, who was still in the backpack, said lazily, "Is that man your partner? In fact, you don't need to worry about him at all. He and your senior brother are two people who are completely evenly matched. He showed weakness before just to win your sympathy." Fei Fei still knows a person's true character very well. After all, only by knowing a person's personality and preferences can you cater to his preferences and make him unable to stop. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Well, I know. I'm just worried that the laboratory will still exist when I go back. If the two of them fight and no one can stop them, then the world will definitely be turned upside down." Fei Fei thought about it and decided not to speak anymore. After all, according to the personalities of those two people, they might really do such a thing. Jiang Zhuxiang quickened his pace and arrived at the bakery of the dean's wife. The dean's wife had just opened the shop at this time. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang rushing over, she was a little surprised and said, "You came so early. You can actually sleep a little longer before coming. Although your senior brother is in a hurry, you should also pay attention to your own health." The dean's wife was still worried about Jiang Zhuxiang's health. Yanlei would definitely come after Jiang Zhuxiang in everything. Jiang Zhuxiang took 2 breaths and said, "It's okay. I'm fine. It's good to get up early. The two little guys are ready. The dean has also given them admission permits. I thought about sending them to you this morning. I hope you can take care of them today. I will come to pick them up in the evening." After saying that, he handed the backpack to the dean's wife and turned to leave. The dean's wife hurriedly shouted, "Come here for lunch and let Lei Zhen come with you." Jiang Zhuxiang's voice came from afar. "Got it." When the dean's wife heard it, she couldn't even see the shadow of the person. The dean's wife couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. How did Yanlei oppress her Xiao Xiang? Couldn't he even finish talking to her before leaving? If Yanlei knew, he wouldn't know what to say. After all, he didn't ask Xiao Xiang to do anything. She just liked to think about it. After Jiang Zhuxiang left, Yanlei found a task for Lei Zhen and sent him to do it. Out of sight, out of mind. So when Jiang Zhuxiang came back, it was still quite calm. Jiang Zhuxiang was very relieved. It seemed that the two had finally learned to coexist peacefully. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen's work progress for a while, and then asked Yanlei about his work today. Yanlei said helplessly, "Just do whatever you can. My work list is on the terminal." Yanlei is busy with his own work now, and he really can't spare the time to help Jiang Zhuxiang choose things to do. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Yanlei's work with sympathy, and slowly went over to light up the terminal screen, and flipped out the work list that Yanlei had been adding. The work on it has been increasing and has never decreased. After carefully selecting, Jiang Zhuxiang checked 2, and the 2 work items jumped up, and then other work arrangements appeared below. The dean really never let Yanlei have time. Jiang Zhuxiang ignored the overcrowded work list and took the time to do her own things. Lei Jin took the work in his hand and sat next to Jiang Zhuxiang, just in time to accompany her and help her when she needed anything. This kind of interaction made Yan Lei so jealous. He asked these two people to come here just to torture himself. With them around, Yan Lei felt that his work efficiency would decrease. He was being tortured. Yan Lei hurriedly finished a task in his hand and said with a little gritted teeth, Xiaoxiang, can you not bring him here tomorrow? I think it will affect your work efficiency. You are not allowed to fall in love during working hours. Yan Lei decided to warn his junior sister to respect the feelings of the senior brother. Otherwise the two of them would definitely go too far in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang said innocently, we are not in love again. We have been married for a long time, and have been an old couple for a long time. Moreover, I don't think my work efficiency has decreased. I think it is useful to bring him here. Yan Lei gritted his teeth. My work efficiency has decreased. Jiang Zhuxiang was even more innocent. What does that have to do with me? Lei Jin is innocent. Senior brother, please don't vent your anger on others. Okay? Yan Lei said that he was blocked and didn't know what to say. Yan Lei turned his back and didn't look at them. Jiang Zhuxiang said to Lei Jin with a smile, Big brother seems to be getting more and more childish. When will he be able to find a partner? The dean's wife and the others must be very anxious. Do you think I should go and help introduce one? Jiang Zhuxiang said this while continuing to work, not affected at all by Yan Lei's words. Yan Lei, on the other hand, after hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, his hands trembled. And the medicine he had just prepared failed to react instantly. And he felt bad. Lei Jin patted his Xiaoxiang with a smile. Don't say this kind of thing in front of people. Otherwise they will be embarrassed. Look, isn't Big Brother shy? Even his hands are shaking. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Yan Lei and continued with his work silently. Yan Lei couldn't help it. It was not good to beat someone in front of his junior sister. He could only walk out quietly to calm down. Otherwise, it would be bad if there were mistakes again. After all, the materials were still very precious. For the whole morning, Yan Lei endured the dog abuse behavior of Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin. His work efficiency was extremely low. He almost didn't want to go out for lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, people are iron and rice is steel. If you don't go, the dean's wife will definitely be worried. Then the dean will remember you. Chapter 702 Ron was tricked. Yan Lei thought about the consequences of being remembered by the dean, which must mean that he would have more things to deal with. He immediately put down what he was doing and stood up, using his actions to show that he still had to eat. Lei Jin looked at Yan Lei with a mocking look. This guy really bullies the weak and fears the strong. His own Xiaoxiang is really powerful. He never gets nervous when standing in front of the dean and the dean's wife. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang and walked in front, completely ignoring Yan Lei, who was angry with his expression. Yan Lei waved his fist behind them angrily. But in the end, he didn't say anything. The pressure of the dean, these people who have always been treated preferentially, will not understand. Jiang Zhuxiang and his group arrived at the bakery. Alice and Ron also came. Jiang Zhuxiang immediately abandoned Lei Jin and went with Alice to help the dean's wife. Perhaps because he was in a good mood recently. Jiang Zhuxiang was not as annoying as before when he saw Xiaoyan. He even nodded and said hello to her. Xiaoyan was a little confused and asked the people around her, Did I see it wrong just now? Miss Jiang just said hello to me? The people around him confirmed with a smile. Yes. What's so strange about this? Miss Jiang has always been easy to get along with. She often helps us when she comes here. These people actually didn't understand why Xiaoyan was so afraid of Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang was such a gentle person. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. But tears were streaming down her face. She didn't know why she was so afraid of Miss Jiang. It must be because Miss Jiang had left her with a deep psychological shadow. Xiaoyan carefully helped Jiang Zhuxiang, secretly looking at her profile, and found that she was smiling all the time. She couldn't help but feel relieved. The dean's wife asked, Why did you think of asking a Jin to accompany you today? Wasn't he very busy before? Doesn't he need to lead the team now? Lei Jin's superpower team is still quite famous. The dean's wife doesn't think he will be willing to give up such a powerful team. Jiang Zhuxiang said, Isn't it good to let him come? Didn't you always want us to spend more time together? Jiang Zhuxiang would not say that he wanted him to come over, as if he cared about him. The dean's wife naturally saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was not speaking the truth, and said with a smile, Okay. It would be best if you have time to spend together. And we don't have to worry about it. In the past, it was not obvious how much Jiang Zhuxiang cared about Lei Jin. Now she knows that it is best to adjust. Otherwise they will have to worry about their future. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that his ears were a little hot for some reason. And he quickly dipped some water to cool them down. The kitchen was quiet for a while. The three people outside were also sitting idly. And the waiter at the front desk did not dare to ask them for help. So he had to leave them alone. This dilemma was not resolved until the dean appeared. "Dean, you guys came quite early. Didn't you? It seems that it was a good idea to let Xiaoxiang come to help you. Otherwise, I'll give you some of my work. Otherwise, it's really a bargain for you." The dean has been contacting people from other fragments to obtain their fragments' mobile data recently. The work is very tedious. And he really has no energy to deal with other things. Yanlei quickly said, "Then I'll go back and continue to work. And come back when I can eat. It just so happens that I haven't finished my work this morning." If the dean assigns him more things, Yanlei will definitely be exhausted. And he will have to face Jiang Zhuxiang and the dog-abusing couple. He really can't live like this. The dean said speechlessly, "Okay. Stop pretending. I don't know what you look like." The dean turned to look at Lei Jin. "Why did you come here today?" Lei Jin said, "I came here with Xiaoxiang. Just in time to help Xiaoxiang do something." Lei Jin always felt guilty when facing the dean. After all, he was his father-in-law. The dean nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Lei Jin was not Yanlei after all. He needed education occasionally. But he didn't need to be too demanding. If there were any problems, he could leave it to Jiang Zhuxiang to deal with. The dean's last concern was Ron. "I have obtained the data of 2 fragments. And the situation is basically the same as your fragments. When the data of the remaining fragments are obtained, I will ask the other fragments to send people to discuss how to deal with this matter together. You don't have to be too anxious." Ron said, "Well, thank you for your attention. You don't have to worry too much. This kind of data is a good thing. At least if the Earth can be restored to its original state, those of us who survive can also live up to those who have left. No matter what the cost of true restoration is, they will not care at that time. Only after experiencing the fragmented Earth will they know how precious the intact Earth is." The dean nodded. "If you have nothing to do, you can also go to the laboratory and find something to do, so as to save yourself from waiting so anxiously." The dean is still very good at exploiting labor, even if it is not his own fragments. Lei Jin and Yanlei looked at the dean's familiar tricks and admired him very much. No wonder they were tricked so badly. Yanlei and Lei Jin were a little scared and decided to be more cautious in the future. Ron was a little stunned. "What can I do in the laboratory? It would be bad if I messed up." Ron didn't expect the dean to think so highly of him. Their laboratory was very strict in finding people, fearing any losses. Maybe this is one of the reasons why their laboratory can be so fruitful. The wisdom of many people is always more useful than the brains of only a few people. Ron has been a little shaken. The dean took advantage of the situation and continued, "Even if you don't know anything, it's always okay to help out. Let Yanlei introduce you. He is in charge of all the experimental projects now. Let him help you choose the one you like." After that, the dean looked at Yanlei, indicating that he would arrange things later. Yanlei gave Ron a look of wishing him the best, nodded and agreed. This was all caused by his own lack of determination. Not that they deliberately tricked him. If you want to blame someone, blame the dean for being too persuasive. Ron didn't notice anything wrong, and he was still happy. Just then, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice brought out the food. Seeing Yanlei's performance, they were a little speechless and whispered to Lei Jin, "Who did you trick again?" "You didn't trick Ron. Did you? Be careful that Alice will come to settle accounts with you. The integrity of the eldest brother is getting lower and lower. Let's see if he can stand it." Chapter 703 Yanlei's Grievance. Lei Jin said helplessly, "This matter was provoked by the dean. She can't go to the dean to settle the score. My senior brother and I are innocent." Lei Jin also expressed deep sympathy for Ron's experience. But this kind of thing can be completely avoided if he has a little brain and persistence. He doesn't believe that he will have the face to complain to Alice at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Ron's grateful look and was embarrassed to say anything. If Alice really came to settle the score at that time, he could just explain it to her. Anyway, the work in the laboratory is much easier than what Ron did before, and Alice will be angry at that time. Lei Jin saw that his Zhuxiang's face had returned to normal, and he quickly stood up and followed up, "Okay. Don't be angry. I'll go help you." Okay. After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very angry at first, and now he took advantage of the stairs to come down. But he was still a little embarrassed when he saw Alice. Lei Jin, on the other hand, did not feel embarrassed at all, and behaved exactly the same as before. Nodded and went into the kitchen. Alice put down the dishes in her hand and called Ron, "Come and help carry them. Don't just think about sitting and eating." Alice has always disliked men who are lazy, and have always set high standards and strict requirements for Ron. Ron immediately went to work, which made Jiang Zhuxiang feel relieved. It seems that even if the truth is revealed in the future, Alice will not be too angry. After all, they found something for Ron to do, and he can get contribution points. After entering the laboratory, even if he is just an assistant, the salary and benefits are good. Jiang Zhuxiang is still confident about this. Ron immediately followed Alice and waited until everything was ready before sitting down to eat. Of course, Lei Jin was also treated in this way. Who asked the dean's wife and the dean to be here today? So he, as a son-in-law, needs to perform well. After lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin back to the laboratory first, and Yan Lei stayed to talk to the dean's wife. Yan Lei, I think the lab still cannot support relationships. Otherwise it would be too unfair to other single employees in the same lab. I think this needs to be written into the lab management regulations in the future. What do you think? Dean? It's obvious who Yan Lei is targeting. The dean sensed it from the atmosphere when they were having dinner before, and said slowly, "Isn't this not good? Sometimes this kind of situation can improve the work enthusiasm of researchers. And if you are affected, it only means that you are not strong enough." The dean sometimes helps his relatives and not his wife. His daughter finally agreed to come back to work, and this rule is aimed at her. It would be bad if she quits. Yan Lei also heard the director's implication, and could only say pitifully, "Can you let them be more careful? At least don't let me see it." The director said, "You can just go and talk to him about this kind of thing. As long as they are willing to be more careful, your life will be better. Right? After all, you are in the same lab, and it is much easier to talk. If I go and talk to him, wouldn't it be bullying?" The director still has his own persistence in this matter, and he will never do such things as forcibly breaking up a couple. Yan Lei could only swallow the bitter fruit himself and return to the institute with the labor force that was fooled by the director. Yan Lei first took Ron to his small office, where all the experimental materials were, so he could pick them out for Ron himself, and he could explain some of the things he didn't understand. Ron looked for a long time, and set his eyes on the laboratory of the combat robot. Yan Lei didn't think it was strange, because men would have this hobby more or less. Yan Lei just said, "Go ahead. And if you are not satisfied, you can come to me and tell me." You still have 2 chances to change the laboratory. For those who have just come into contact with the laboratory, Yan Lei is still relatively tolerant. For the elderly, such as Jiang Zhuxiang, Yan Lei will never give her so many chances. After all, her direction of expertise has been determined. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang is actually an all-rounder, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin did not start working immediately after returning to the laboratory. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that Yan Lei must have something to say to him when he came back, so it would be better for him not to act rashly before that. As for Lei Jin, he was just following the advice of his little Xiang, and he also needed to pay attention to the progress of Lei Kong and the others. Lei Kong was a little surprised when he received Lei Jin's communication. "You actually still remember those of us who are busy outside? Is the laboratory so empty? It seems that we should also go to the laboratory to experience it. If we can stay there, we don't have to come out to do such things. Right?" Lei Kong's words sounded like he was talking about this with the people around him. But unfortunately no one around him dared to answer his question. When the gods fight, it is better for mortals to stay away. Lei Jin said helplessly, "Okay. I'll give you a holiday when I go back this time. How's your progress now?" Lei Kong muttered, "It's about right." Then he began to report the progress here. 1/5 of the mutant plants have been cleared. The mutant animals now basically have their own territory, and will not easily attack humans. It seems that they are ruled by something, and are very well behaved. What do you want us to do by doing these things? I don't think it's necessary to do such things. Lei Jin said, "You think it's useless now, but you will know it's necessary in the future. Continue to complete the task. There will probably be news in 2 days. At that time, it is estimated that there will be a large-scale task. We are now seizing the opportunity. Some news is not easy to reveal from one's mouth. One's father must have known the news. But he is not willing to reveal it now. He will probably wait for the Academy of Sciences to give him the exact news before he takes any action. Lei Kong knew from his captain's behavior that he probably got some top-secret information. So he didn't ask any more questions and agreed, got it. Then he hung up the communication and continued to work. After Lei Jin was concerned about the affairs of his team, Yin Lei came back seamlessly. So he didn't even have time to say a word to his Xiao Xiang, and had to prepare to listen to Yin Lei's long speech. Chapter 704, Hongmen Banquet and False Alarm. Yin Lei couldn't say anything when facing these two guys who sat together again. He could only stay away from them silently. Out of sight. Out of mind. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin were a little confused. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Is there any task that needs to be completed immediately this afternoon? If not, I will choose the task myself." Yin Lei didn't intend to speak at first. When he heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said, he thought of the tasks that needed to be completed urgently. Yin Lei immediately walked to the terminal and pointed out the more urgent tasks to Jiang Zhuxiang. "These are the more urgent ones. You choose two to do, and I will do the rest." Yin Lei is not the kind of person who will blindly exploit Jiang Zhuxiang. The big money will come by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. He chose two of them, one of which was about material processing. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to let Lei Jin do it. After all, material processing is very easy as long as the method is appropriate. Except for the first one, which needs to be learned well. The other things can be repeated mechanically. Yin Lei didn't say anything when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangement. He even thought that this arrangement was quite good. The two of them were busy, and had no time to show their affection in front of him. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin still knew how to show off. For example, Lei Jin deliberately said, "I don't understand this step. Xiaoxiang, can you show it to me again?" Jiang Zhuxiang would glare at him, then demonstrate it to him again, and then watch him do it himself. If Yin Lei hadn't gone to do his own thing after handing the task to Jiang Zhuxiang, he would have been shown off again. Jiang Zhuxiang did the remaining task for himself only after he was sure that Lei Jin had figured out the processing steps of this material. This was a task about data analysis, which was quite brain-intensive. No wonder his senior brother hadn't done it until now. Jiang Zhuxiang imported all the data into the data table, and then started modeling and analysis. He worked hard for an entire afternoon, but he only analyzed half of it. This was because he had found a faster formula before. Otherwise the speed would be even slower. No wonder the senior brother was reluctant to do this task. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time, saved the previous progress, and then shredded the draft to prevent the information from being leaked. Of course, the most important formula was already in Jiang Zhuxiang's mind, so there was no need to worry too much. Jiang Zhuxiang got up and went to Lei Jin to check his progress. Lei Jin had been doing this repetitive work all afternoon and had almost completed 80%. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming, Lei Jin quickly said, "Wait for me for a while, and I will be done. I will pick up Lei Kong and others at that time. You should talk to the dean first. We will not disturb you in the evening." Lei Jin felt that since his Xuxiang had been busy with him all day, he should relax in the evening. It is better not to go to this kind of social event. Anyway, he and the dean's wife are here, so it doesn't matter if there are some connections. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and felt that this was fine. He didn't really want to attend this kind of non-internal dinner in the first place, but he had no reason to refuse before. Now it was just right, and the dean's wife didn't have to make things difficult for them. Jiang Zhuxiang found a seat next to Lei Jin and sat down, and sent a message to the dean's wife. The dean's wife was preparing her clothes for the dinner, and she didn't feel surprised when she heard Jiang Zhuxiang said he wouldn't go. Instead, she said, "It's okay not to go. Go back and have a good rest with Lei Jin. This kind of thing is originally for us to come forward. This dinner is said to be a friendly gathering of neighbors, but in fact it is a Hongmen banquet for several people who have already determined to merge with the fragments of the Academy of Sciences to test it." The three families of Lei, Yan, and Jin also sent people to assist. And even the Shui and Mu families also had people coming, which is definitely enough to support the scene. The dean's wife didn't really want Jiang Zhuxiang to come and get involved in this mess. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. This time, the families had a tacit understanding. Those who came were all at the peak of their strength. They knew that there would be a fierce battle. Only the dean could say such a heartless thing, as it's good for young people to exercise more. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think as much as the dean's wife. He just said, "You must protect yourself at night. You can use the dean's words as a shield when necessary. And the dean must be surrounded by combat robots. So there will be no danger at that time." The dean's wife glared at Jiang Zhuxiang in a reproachful manner. "How can you talk like that? Be careful that the dean will settle accounts with you later." Looking at the time, it was getting late. So she said, "You should go back early too. I'm leaving too. So I won't say any more to you." After that, the dean's wife simply hung up the call. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the serious atmosphere, looked at the few materials that Lei Jin had not processed, and hurried to help. 5 minutes later, Jiang Zhuxiang went to the terminal to hand in the task, and put the task items in the warehouse. Yin Lei would naturally remember to hand them in. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang to say goodbye to Yin Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried about the dean's wife, and agreed with Yin Lei, "You will go to the dean's house to rest tonight. Wait for them for a while, and see what their expressions are when they come back from the dinner. And tell me then." Jiang Zhuxiang no longer cared whether that behavior was disrespectful or not. If he was really worried, he would still take extraordinary measures. Yin Lei was still aware of the dinner tonight, and could understand Jiang Zhuxiang's concerns. Not to mention Jiang Zhuxiang. Even he was a little worried about whether there would be any conflicts at that time. Yin Lei solemnly agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's request. "No problem. You just wait for the results at that time. I will definitely help you." Yin Lei was quite familiar with the time of the dinner, and he would just come out of his room on time. Jiang Zhuxiang then left the laboratory with Lei Jin. And Yin Lei also returned to the dean's house with a worried look on his face, waiting for the results of the dinner. In fact, the atmosphere of this dinner was quite harmonious. These people didn't know much about the situation here, and they were worried about being at a disadvantage even if they wanted to take action. This time, they were mainly trying to find out the strength here. Occasionally, someone would suggest a competition, and there would be people here who were able to take it up. The dinner ended like a friendly exchange meeting. Chapter 705 Jiang Zhuxiang's New Mission. The dean's wife still felt a little incredible until the end, and complained to the dean, "What do they mean by this? Is it fun to scare us like this? I originally thought they were going to fight us with real weapons. If I knew it was just a formality, I would definitely keep Xiaoxiang and the others. It would be good to take them to get to know each other." The dean's wife still had a deep resentment. After all, no one would feel good if they were falsely alarmed. The dean patted her shoulder with a smile. "There is nothing to regret. Xiaoxiang and the others will have many opportunities to get to know these people in the future. Moreover, Xiaoxiang and the others have seen them when they went out before. By then, they may be better than us. Why are you worried about this kind of thing? And they will definitely continue to test our strength next. If you really want to take them to meet people, it's not impossible. By then, you can let Xiaoxiang and the others be tour guides to see the situation here." The dean opened his door to let his wife in and comforted her. Although the result was unexpected, it was also expected. If it were him, he would not act rashly before he knew the strength of the other party, so as not to lose both his wife and his army. The dean saw this matter very clearly, but he would not explain it so clearly to the dean's wife. After all, his wife might not understand, but just couldn't figure it out for a while. The dean's wife was startled when she walked into the house. Yin Lei was still sitting on the sofa in the living room. The dean's wife patted her chest and said, "Xiao Yin, what are you doing not sleeping now? Are you waiting for us to come back?" Yin Lei had never done this before, and he always came back later than them. When the dean heard the dean's wife's startled look, he quickly looked over and found that it was Yin Lei. So he said helplessly, "Speak nicely. Maybe Xiao Yin has something to say to us." The dean closed the door and asked the dean's wife to sit over first. "Tell me what you want to drink. I'll go to the kitchen to get it." Yin Lei quickly stood up. "I'll be there." After saying that, Yin Lei went directly to the kitchen to bring out 3 cups of tea, and brought some snacks by the way. They might not be able to eat well during the dinner, so it's better to eat a little now. Otherwise it would be bad if they were too hungry to sleep. The dean's wife thanked Yin Lei and began to eat her snacks quietly, with her husband around. The dean's wife was never willing to worry. The dean ate 2 pieces of food to fill her stomach, and then began to talk to Yin Lei. They didn't do anything this time, but they decided to stay for a while. "Now we have arranged a house for them. We may have to trouble you to watch them more. If they want to see something, don't hide it. Sometimes appropriate deterrence can make them more obedient." Yin Lei supported the dean, and knew that the dean didn't suffer any loss. It was just that what happened next depended on them. As long as those people saw their strength, they would not dare to act rashly. Yin Lei nodded and said, I will treat them well. You can watch us next. Yin Lei has already planned how to show them the strength of the Academy of Sciences without leaving any traces. Jiang Zhuxiang might have to help them at that time. The dean nodded and said, Tell me if you need anything. I will make sure they cooperate when they can. As long as we hold on. Even if the Earth is really restored to its original state, we will not suffer any loss. In the case of fragments, things are still relatively simple. If we want to restore to the original state now, the original concept of the country will probably be brought up again. At that time, everyone wants to gain greater benefits. And some things are bound to become more complicated. Yin Lei said, No problem. I will probably ask Xiao Xiang to help. You know her. She will definitely not be polite to you. If those people have any bad behavior, they will definitely be suppressed. You won't blame me for tiring her. Right? The dean didn't think so, but just looked at Yin Lei with a smile. You won't ask Lei Jin to come with you. Right? You really don't do this because they are too annoying in the lab. The dean is still very clear about how Jiang Zhuxiang and others work in the studio. So he said this. Yin Lei smiled awkwardly and said, Absolutely not. I just don't want them to stay in the lab and waste their talents. I always think Xiao Xiang can do well in everything, including Lei Jin. Even if he thought so in his heart, he certainly couldn't say so. Yin Lei was not stupid. The dean said no more and asked the dean's wife, How is it? Let's go back and rest. If there is anything, let this boy and Xiao Xiang talk to him. The dean was still concerned about the health of the dean's wife, fearing that she would feel uncomfortable staying up late. The dean's wife naturally heard the conversation between her husband and Yin Lei just now. But there were some things that she couldn't tell Yin Lei. Anyway, Xiao Xiang would come over tomorrow, so she could just tell them then. For her senior brother, sometimes she had to be careful about how to get along with him, especially when she took Lei Jin to the laboratory. The dean's wife nodded, said goodbye to Yin Lei, and went to rest with the dean. Yin Lei watched them leave with the ambiguous eyes of the dean and his wife, feeling helpless that he was really cheated by his own junior sister. He was clearly trying to tip them off. But now, he was scolded by the dean. Although the dean's wife didn't say anything, she would definitely say bad things about him to Jiang Zhuxiang. He must ask his junior sister for some interest. Yin Lei thought so. And the idea that he had just felt a little cheated was gone. When they went to entertain those people outside, it would be just a small reward for him. After Yin Lei made this decision, he started to send messages to Jiang Zhuxiang. He didn't know if she was still waiting. Jiang Zhuxiang answered the message very quickly, and it seemed that she had been waiting. Yin Lei didn't hide anything and told him everything the dean told him. He also gave his suggestion. You and Lei Jin have been running around outside, so you must be more familiar with them. When the time comes, you can take them around. I will tell you the route in advance. Chapter 706 Game. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little worried about the dean's wife. How are the dean and the others? Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to Yin Lei's arrangement. After all, what he said was the truth. It was normal to use what they knew to help his people gain some advantages. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think he was being used. Yin Lei said, They are fine. There is no problem. They don't have to compete with him. They just have a peaceful meal. I think you are completely worried for nothing. After Yin Lei confirmed that Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection, his tone relaxed a lot. It's funny to say that Yin Lei is actually a little afraid of Jiang Zhuxiang, even though Jiang Zhuxiang is much younger than him. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed that the dean and his wife were fine, he stopped talking and said directly, Then I'll come over tomorrow to talk to you. Now I'm going to rest. This kind of reception task is also very tiring. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to rest up today. As for Lei Jin's opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang ignored it directly. After all, he always agrees with himself, and he doesn't think he has any opinion this time. Yin Lei also knows how Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin get along, so he didn't say much and hung up the call directly. Lei Jin really didn't have any objections. He had heard what he should have heard just now. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang had hung up the call, he said directly, I'll come to see you tomorrow. Lei Jin still needed to go back and talk to Lei Kong. It was rare for him to take the initiative to ask to go back to his place first. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't stop him. After all, it was getting late. He sent Lei Jin out directly, closed the door, and went back to his room. He checked to see if the others had returned. He found that he seemed to have forgotten to bring Feifei and Qilin back today, but the dean's wife should have made arrangements. Jiang Zhuxiang was not too worried. He just hoped that the dean's wife would not be too surprised to see them transformed. Jiang Zhuxiang was slightly worried for a while, and then stopped thinking about it. He sat cross-legged on the mat, and continued to play with the faintly glowing amber crystal. He forgot to put it back when he took it out to play with it. When he started practicing, he found that when he had this thing beside him, the words of his ancestors would not bother him. So now when Jiang Zhuxiang wants to practice, he will take it out and put it in front of him. After playing with it for a while, Jiang Zhuxiang put it in front of him and planned to start practicing. Maybe it was because the earth began to show signs of recovery recently. Jiang Zhuxiang always felt that his practice seemed to become simpler. With such help, Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not let it go. Recently, he spent every night practicing in order to unlock the hidden part of Shinon's secret technique as soon as possible. Jiang Zhuxiang's efforts were not in vain. He had unlocked a part of the things marked with strange characters before, which seemed to be written in Oracle Bone script. Jiang Zhuxiang did not have any research in this area, so he put it aside for the time being, and planned to slowly learn and solve the puzzles after the whole article was unlocked. The next morning, when Jiang Zhuxiang opened his eyes, he found that the amber crystals in front of him seemed to be more dazzling, and the lines on them were getting denser and denser. It felt like a map. Jiang Zhuxiang squinted his eyes, and couldn't see what it was, so he didn't look at it anymore. He just waited for it to completely reveal its true face before identifying it. Jiang Zhuxiang put the thing back into the wooden box, and then stuffed it back into his personal space. After a simple wash, Jiang Zhuxiang went downstairs to prepare breakfast. After preparing everything, he started his morning exercise. Lei Zhen and his team members, who came in from the door, saw Jiang Zhuxiang's agile figure. Lei Zhen's team members whispered behind Lei Zhen, "I didn't expect the captain's wife to like physical training so much. If they quarrel in the future, they won't fight. I think the captain will be beaten unilaterally. After all, the captain can't bear to hit his wife. Do you think we should remind the captain to prepare some protective gear for himself, so that he won't be able to protect himself when he encounters domestic violence?" Lei Zhen walked in front with a red face, but he couldn't teach them a lesson in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. He could only pray that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't hear these words. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh at himself. Lei Zhen's prayer didn't work. Jiang Zhuxiang still heard what the team members said, and almost got a stitch in the side. Jiang Zhuxiang could only finish this set of actions hastily to avoid any accidents. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mean to hide anything and said directly, "Don't worry. I will never fight with your captain. If there are extra protective gear, you can keep them for yourselves. He doesn't need them." Jiang Zhuxiang thought that he was not a cruel person, so he had to explain this matter. Lei Zhen's team members didn't know how to react to Jiang Zhuxiang after hearing this. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang went back to her room after saying this. She also had to wake up the Tao Tai. She didn't know when they went to bed last night. Now none of them showed signs of getting up. It seemed that it would take some effort this morning. Lei Zhen didn't care how embarrassed his team members were, and went directly to help Jiang Zhuxiang, who made them talk too much. Lei Kong looked at the horrified people helplessly. "Be careful in the future. It's not just talk that trouble comes from the mouth. This time Jiang Zhuxiang has a good temper. Next time you meet someone else who is unwilling to endure, let's see how you will end up." The few who spoke before looked at Lei Kong innocently. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuxiang, they wouldn't dare to speak like that. They are not stupid. Lei Kong saw their indifferent look and stopped talking. People like them would only know to turn back when they hit the wall. It's useless for others to say it. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen woke up Tao Tai, a group of people had breakfast and did their own things. Before Lei Kong left, he asked Lei Zhen, "When will your things be over?" Lei Zhen said, "I will come back after I meet the people of other fragments this time. After all, the laboratory should be much easier by then. And some things can be settled." Of course, this kind of thing is a beautiful expectation of Lei Zhen. There are still many follow-up things, but those have little to do with Jiang Zhuxiang and others. At that time, it mainly needs people who can really make decisions to take action. Chapter 707, A Larger Route Map. Lei Kong was quite satisfied with Lei Zhen's answer and said, "Don't regret it when the time comes. Otherwise I will go on strike." After saying this slightly threatening sentence, Lei Kong waved his hand and led his people away. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Hai and said, "Recently, People from other fragments have started to come over one after another. If you encounter strangers provoking you in the wild, don't act rashly. Take a picture of your face and send it to me. I will give you advice on how to deal with it when the time comes. At this critical juncture, no small matter can be neglected. Jiang Zhuxiang is also a little worried that Tao Tai and others will cause trouble. When Tao Tai are in the wild, they basically go after mutant beasts. When they encounter humans, they will instinctively retreat. They think that the situation described by Jiang Zhuxiang is basically impossible to happen. However, Tao Tai will still remember the advice from their younger generation. Okay, if I really meet one, I will take a photo and send it to you. But I think there will be basically no humans in the place we go. If we really meet one, it will be considered luck. If someone really dares to appear in the same area as us, then we may try to make friends. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any big objection to the Tao Tai wanting to make friends. As long as it wouldn't hurt them, you can decide on this matter by yourselves. As long as it doesn't pose a threat to you, I won't say anything to you. It's getting late, so if you want to go out, hurry up and go out. He and Lei Jin also had to hurry up and go out with Lei Jin. After all, the mission assigned to them by the Academy of Sciences could not be neglected. Tao Tai and the others saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing else to say, so they took Jiangqi and the others away directly. Tingsha followed slowly at the end and assured Jiang Zhuxiang, I will watch them. Don't worry. After saying that, he followed the team. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to worry about. So he packed up and went to the Academy of Sciences with Lei Jin. Alice and Ron also received the task of receiving people from other fragments that Yan Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang had mentioned before. Poor Ron had just visited the combat robot laboratory yesterday and had not touched the combat robot yet. Today he had to face those unfriendly old foxes from other fragments. The only consolation was that Alice was with them, and Lei Jin and his wife also accepted this task. When the time came, everyone would help each other, and they would not need to worry too much even if those old foxes were difficult to deal with. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin arrived at the Academy of Sciences, they still didn't know where to find the other people with the fragments, so they could only go to the dean's house to find the dean and ask him to show them the way. Fortunately, the dean and his friends got up late today. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends might not be able to find anyone. Even so, the dean only gave Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends a few room numbers and left in a hurry, leaving the dean's wife to explain to them. The dean's wife motioned for them to sit in the living room and wait, because they were not the only ones to do this. So they had to wait for the other two to come over and explain to them together. After saying this, the dean's wife went to tidy up the kitchen first. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't sit still, so he went to help the dean's wife, and asked who was going to do this with him. They were recommended by Yan Lei, and why the other two were chosen. The dean's wife didn't intend to hide it, and told Jiang Zhuxiang the answer directly. It's Alice and Ron. They were chosen by the dean. He was mainly worried that you two would suffer losses. After all, Alice and Ron are also members of other fragments. At that time, some things they do will be more acceptable. You just need to ensure that the interests of our fragments will not be harmed. The dean's wife felt that the dean didn't mind that his fragments suffered a little loss. What he cared about most was that his fragments would not be underestimated. Only in this way would they not be coveted by others. However, the dean's wife would not say such words to dampen the enthusiasm of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. After the dean's wife had finished packing, Alice and Ron also arrived. The dean's wife explained the mission to them in detail and pointed out the importance of it. Then she sent them to the door and watched them leave. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice got together, and Ron and Lei Jin followed helplessly at the end. Alice asked Jiang Zhuxiang in a low voice, how does the Academy of Sciences plan to let us take them on a tour? I don't think they are necessarily willing to wander around the laboratory. After all, they basically only see the benefits and are unwilling to see the process. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I haven't received the route map yet. Wait for me to contact my senior brother. He said he would send me the route map before. I don't know if he forgot it. After that, Jiang Zhuxiang called Yan Lei. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's communication, Yan Lei realized what he had forgotten. It was also because today's task resumed the previous amount of willingness, which made Yan Lei busy early in the morning. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten such a thing. Yan Lei clicked on the communication and said, I will sort it out for you right away. Then he hung up the communication. The route had been considered before, but it had not been marked on the map. Therefore, it was quite fast to do it. Less than 10 minutes after Jiang Zhuxiang was hung up, he received the route map drawn by Yan Lei. Jiang Zhuxiang shared it with Lei Zhen and Ron. Alice naturally didn't need it, and looked at the same one with Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice studied the route map together. There were not many places mentioned in the Academy of Sciences. Most of them were in the territories of the other three families. There was also one in the Shui family. Because of Shui 1, the Shui family and the Academy of Sciences have reached a cooperative relationship. This time, Shui 1 took the initiative to offer their foundation as a deterrent. The dean saw their sincerity and signaled Yan Lei to add their family. After sharing the joys and sorrows, the evil deeds of the Shui family in the past can be dissipated. At that time, they can basically interact with the other three families on an equal footing. Alice sighed. This net is a bit too big. We definitely can't show them all in one day. Should we split up at that time? Alice thinks that if efficiency is considered, it is better to act separately. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, our purpose this time is to wait for the other fragments to come and then make a decision. There is no need to consider efficiency. If we are slower, we can also bring the later ones along. Chapter 708, Fragments with Different Attitudes. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that it was necessary to let those who came late participate in the process. Otherwise, if they only listened to other people's retelling, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that they would not have too deep feelings. When they wanted to think about it, they would not consider the reliability of the news they heard before. They might even think that they bribed those other fragments to fool them. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation, Alice no longer said anything about group action. She followed Jiang Zhuxiang quietly and watched her knock on those people's doors. Before knocking on the door, Jiang Zhuxiang reminded, turn on the translators. Sometimes language barriers can easily cause problems, and Jiang Zhuxiang still has to try his best to avoid mistakes in this regard. After the door opened, the person inside first asked, who are you? What can I do for you? Inside was a middle-aged man with blue eyes and blonde hair. From his frowning brows, it can be seen that this middle-aged man who looks wealthy is not someone who is easy to fool. Jiang Zhuxiang introduced the identities of their group and explained their purpose. The dean asked us to take everyone out today to appreciate the scenery here. What do you think? Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that not everyone would want to participate in this visit. So Jiang Zhuxiang still gave them room for choice. This person frowned at first, but finally agreed. Wait for me to pack some things. You can call me Borg. Since the other party has made such an invitation and introduced himself, Borg will not refuse directly without any gentlemanly manners. Informing each other's names is the first point, and agreeing to try is the second point. If there is any dissatisfaction at that time, there is also a reason to refuse. Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he did not refuse directly. Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that this person would be difficult to deal with, so Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not refuse this little request he made. Jiang Zhuxiang, just take your time. We still have to ask other gentlemen and ladies. You can just wait for us in the hall. It would be great if the next person could be solved as easily as this one. But Jiang Zhuxiang was not so optimistic, so he still had to take precautions in advance, lest he get impatient when the time comes. Borg naturally knew what kind of character the people who came with him were, and he had no opinion, only saying, be careful. If they don't want to go, there is no need to force them. Borg's words were also a friendly reminder. There were two people who really didn't like to move much, and if they were forced at that time, it would definitely cause a conflict. Jiang Zhuxiang thanked Borg for his reminder. Okay. Take your time. Jiang Zhuxiang silently kept Borg's words in mind, and decided to mention Borg's attitude to the dean at that time. And it was not impossible to give him some benefits at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Borg close the door before he went to the next door. This time, it was Alice's turn to knock on the door. This was the order they had agreed on before. Alice was not afraid of the stage. She knocked 3 times, and then stood there waiting for the person inside to react and open the door. Unfortunately, this person was probably not so active. After they waited for 5 minutes, there was still no movement. Alice consciously knocked on the door again. This time, she knocked 6 times in a row, making sure that the person inside could hear that someone outside was looking for her. This time, someone finally responded faintly. Who is it? Wait a minute. Alice stopped her actions and waited for the person inside to come out and open the door. Jiang Zhuxiang already had a feeling that the people inside would not participate in this visit. But the result would be confirmed only after someone came out to ask. The person inside slowly came over and opened the door. Looking listless, staring at his messy red hair with his eyes drooping, and spoke weakly, "You came here early in the morning to disturb my sleep. You'd better have something important. Otherwise I'll teach you a lesson." After saying that, he waved his pale and soft fist. Alice looked at this person speechlessly and said directly, "Excuse me, sir. We are from the Academy of Sciences. We are really sorry to disturb your sleep. The Academy of Sciences asked us to organize you to visit our situation. You can choose to go or not." Although Alice's words were very polite, her tone was hypocritical. I think she didn't want this person to join their team. That person really didn't want to participate in this visit. He said directly, "Since you know you are disturbing me, that's good. What's so good about your fragments? If it weren't for the fact that our fragments are moving here for some reason, do you think your fragments are worth our attention? Don't bother me again if there is nothing else." After that, he closed the door in front of Alice. Alice took a step back and her nose was almost hit. Alice was very angry and wanted to continue knocking on the door to reason with him. Ron quickly pulled her back and said, "Why are you arguing with this kind of person? He doesn't even know why he came here. He doesn't know what will happen to him when he goes back. We have other things to do. Don't be angry." Ron had to persuade Alice to go to the next door. This time it was Leijian's turn. Leijian knocked on the door 3 times without rushing. Soon there was a sound of kicking and stomping inside. Alice adjusted her expression and didn't face the person inside with a face of asking for debt. The person who poked his head out was a lady. Her hair was neatly tied up, and she was wearing comfortable home clothes. She was very gentle when she saw the person outside the door. "Good morning, everyone. What can I do for you?" Leijian also replied, "Good morning, ma'am. We would like to invite you to join us in visiting our fragments. Another gentleman has accepted our invitation. Are you willing?" The attitudes between people are indeed mutual, and Alice's face really eased. The lady thought about it for about 2 minutes and decided to join their team, saying, "I need to pack up. You should have someone else to invite. Where should we gather then?" Leijian was quite willing to answer questions for people with such a clear attitude. "When you are ready, you can go to the hall to wait for us. Another gentleman will also be waiting there." After receiving this news, the lady said gently, "See you later." Jiang Zhuxiang and others continued their invitations. Chapter 709, The Laboratory Full of Crises. With the unremitting efforts of Jiang Zhuxiang and his 4 companions, except for the person who refused before, all the other visitors of the fragments agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's invitation. Even though some people's attitudes were not very good, they finally agreed, and did not let Jiang Zhuxiang's purpose go to waste. However, Jiang Zhuxiang also knew the temper of these people. If he and his companions did not show them the corresponding strength in the future, it was not impossible for them to get off the bus halfway. Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions did not dare to be careless about the next process. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed the last person, he went directly to greet the people who were already waiting in the hall, so as not to make them feel impatient. However, the dean informed all the staff of the Academy of Sciences of this action. When Jiang Zhuxiang and others were still unable to take the time to entertain the people in the hall, the staff in the hall had already accepted this task. Tea and snacks were replenished at any time, and the entertainment items were prepared just right. Otherwise they would feel impatient. When Jiang Zhuxiang and the other 4 arrived, the scene was full of joy. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to worry at all. Leijian and Luo also breathed a sigh of relief, considering that most of the visitors were men. Jiang Zhuxiang motioned Luo to come forward and speak. After all, Luo had a congenital advantage in appearance, and Jiang Zhuxiang was very clear about this. Ron did not refuse and stood in the middle of the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time now. Everyone, please pack up your things. My friends and I will take you to visit a project of the Academy of Sciences first, and then we will set off to other places. I hope you will be mentally prepared. Although we don't have a very tight schedule, we still need to have a sense of time. Right?" Everyone present can be regarded as Ron's elders, and naturally they would not be willing to lose face in front of the younger generation. Therefore, after Ron said this, everyone ended their own entertainment, checked their luggage, and then stood up. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice stood aside, ready to help if anyone needed it, especially if it was a lady. Leijian and Ron stood together, ready to deal with the men's troubles. Ron was the first to explain, "We need to walk to the first stop." I hope you don't mind. Just treat it as a warm-up for our trip. Ron didn't know if these people were willing to accept it. If they didn't want to accept it, there were other ways. But Ron would not compromise so quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice also kept an eye on the attitudes of those people. If there was any need, they would definitely cooperate with Ron's actions. Fortunately, these people still knew the purpose of their coming. Although those who had accepted Ron's invitation may have some grumbles in their hearts, they still accepted Ron's arrangement verbally. No problem. This distance will not affect our physical strength. And I believe that you will not deliberately consume our physical strength. Although they accepted Ron's arrangement, they still had to say a few words verbally. Ron smiled and pretended not to hear, and motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to lead the way. Although there were detailed addresses on the route map, Ron was familiar with the place and trusted Jiang Zhuxiang more. So he was too lazy to look at the map. Moreover, if there was anything that needed cooperation at that time, he believed that Jiang Zhuxiang could also arrange it well. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the exit and said to the people following him, "Please follow me." Then he quietly walked in front of everyone and led the way. When they were close to the destination of this trip, Jiang Zhuxiang spoke again. "The Academy of Sciences offers you a tour of our combat robot laboratory. Today, you will see the production process of our combat robots and the combat power test of combat robots." This is the process that Jiang Zhuxiang discussed with the laboratory director during the process of leading the way. The most important research and development process will naturally not be exposed to the public. They only need to give those people enough shock. The production process is already the sincerity of their Academy of Sciences. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, those people got a little excited. The combat robot project has been involved in various fragments, and the achievements of each fragment are different. But there are still not many that can be put into production or even used. This time, they are very satisfied to see the production process of the Academy of Sciences. Even if they can't learn it, they can tell their respective R&D teams at that time. And maybe there will be a breakthrough at that time. Of course, not everyone is convinced. Some people are secretly muttering, "What's so good about your combat robots? They are just our former defeated opponents." Jiang Zhuxiang has always ignored such words. When the time comes, seeing is believing. They naturally can't say such sour words. Jiang Zhuxiang used his ID information to open the door of the laboratory, but did not go in immediately. Instead, he waited for a while at the door. Someone came in and greeted him. "Please follow me. The routes in the laboratory are complicated. If you go wrong, you may fall into a dangerous situation." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally has to wait for someone familiar to come. Jiang Zhuxiang slowly called the people behind him to follow. The person who just came to greet him smiled and warned, "Please follow my route. Otherwise, we will not be responsible if you encounter danger." He naturally did not need to worry about Jiang Zhuxiang and the other four. But for those outsiders, they could only warn them in advance to avoid them from bothering him later. The people following behind nodded, although they might still be a little bit dissatisfied in their hearts. At least they were very obedient on the surface. However, even with such instructions, some people still had a slight accident on the road. Someone accidentally took a wrong step, causing the step in front of him to be empty, and the whole person fell forward. However, the person behind him saw this scene and directly reached out to grab him, avoiding a tragedy. After all, no one knew what was waiting for him under the hole. Seeing this scene, the person leading the way cursed secretly, reached out and pressed a button on his wrist, put the activated mechanism back, and then warned again, "You should have seen the consequences. Don't ignore my words, or someone may not be able to save you in time." After this incident, the group of people followed him meticulously on the rest of the journey. Chapter 710 The Provoke Borg. When they finally arrived at the production base of the combat robots, the clothes on the backs of the group were already soaked with cold sweat. The thrilling encounters along the way made them realize that the Academy of Sciences was not a place they could underestimate before they even saw the combat robots. They just lacked the talent of superpowers, and their brains were enough to make up for this shortcoming. I believe that any superpower who did not get the hint would be severely damaged by this series of traps today. Jiang Zhuxiang was very happy to see that they were so obedient. From this point of view, it should be possible to reduce a lot of energy to make them obedient on the road in the future. At the same time, the production process of the combat robot began to be displayed in front of those people. From the production of a small part, to the combination of parts, to the limbs and torso, and the most important head, The Academy of Sciences did not intend to hide it. After the entire combat robot was finally assembled, the laboratory staff carefully put a small chip into a small gap behind the combat robot's head, and then disappeared. At the same time, the combat robot seemed to come alive, and began to move its hands and feet slightly. The group watched intently. The head of the laboratory saw the scene and waved his hand directly, saying, "Use this combat robot in the following process." Just in time for them to see the strength of the robot they saw being formed. Anyway, part of it has been made public. So why not make it clearer so that they won't dare to mess with their academy in the future? No one else in the laboratory had any objections. After the order was issued, the staff transported the combat robot to the test room in an orderly manner, and signaled the person who led the way before to bring the person over, and then conducted a series of tests that required instruments in front of them, and made some data of the combat robot public in front of those people. At the same time, he said, the next step is the real person test stage. If you are interested, you can come up and try it yourself. In the past, their laboratory would ask for external assistance for such things. For example, the superpowers of the three families of Lei, Yen, and Jean were very willing to do such things. Not only could they have an opponent who would do his best, but they could also get contribution points, which could be said to kill two birds with one stone. The people whose turn it was were waiting in the lounge. After hearing what the head of the laboratory said, they were silently hoping that those people would refuse and not compete with them for this opportunity. Unfortunately, those who had witnessed the production process of the combat robot knew the value of this opportunity, and directly sent the strongest one among them to try it out. Of course, the words were still very nice. Let our strongest Mr. Borg try the level of the combat robot. Mr. Borg must show mercy. After all, it must have taken a lot of effort to produce this kind of robot. None of them thought that the Borg would be defeated by the combat robot, so they still had to be polite in their words. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang and others knew the strength of these combat robots. They said nothing and waited to see how these people would slap them in the face. Borg was originally full of confidence, but after seeing the attitude of Jiang Zhuxiang and others, he became more cautious and decided that if he was defeated, it would be okay to admit defeat. After all, his personal safety was more important. He still had to stay and fight for the corresponding benefits for his fragments. After entering the field, Borg looked at the combat robot on the opposite side very cautiously, and at the same time mobilized all his energy, trying to suppress the momentum of the combat robot from the beginning. Unfortunately, although the combat robot had a human character on it, it did not have the fear of a human. It completely ignored Borg's psychological tactics, and only focused on moving its parts, so that there would be no obstacles at that time. After both sides were ready, the head of the laboratory said, "Begin." The two sides fought in an instant, and the situation between them was temporarily evenly matched. Unfortunately, Borg tried his best at the beginning, while the combat robot's strength became stronger and stronger. If Borg had reserved some at the beginning, it might have been a draw later. In this situation, Borg was still at a disadvantage after fighting for a while. If he had not been supported by a spirit that did not want to admit defeat, he would have failed long ago. As for the words he said to himself at the beginning, he had completely forgotten them now. Finally, the gentle lady said, "Okay, Borg, you are not here to compete. Please consider the position of your fragments. After all, they all came here with important tasks, and their brains are far more important than their superpowers." After hearing the lady's reminder, Borg was a little absent-minded for a while, and the battle robot took the opportunity to throw him hard on the ground. The pain in his back immediately reminded him of his current situation, and he immediately said, "I give up." The battle robot was about to rush over to continue when Borg spoke, but fortunately the head of the laboratory reacted quickly. Otherwise Borg would have suffered a lot. "The battle is over." These 4 words were like a switch. The combat robot retracted its action and looked at the head of the laboratory with a bit of disappointment. It was obvious that it had not had enough fun. It had heard from its companions, who were born earlier, that they could enjoy their first battle to their heart's content. It didn't make sense for it to be so restricted when it came to itself. The head of the laboratory quickly comforted it. "After this person leaves, there will be others to play with you. This person is just here to try. You don't have to take it seriously." Of course, these words were transmitted to the combat robot's mind through a special channel. Otherwise, it was hard to say how Borg and the others would react. After Borg walked out of the test room, he said with some emotion, The strength of your Academy of Sciences is not inferior to that of the people of your superpower families here. No wonder the people from the Academy of Sciences took action this time. Even Alice could hear the instigation in his words. However, Borg's intention was doomed to fail. The only person who was considered a superpower family and accompanied Jiang Zhuxiang this time was Lei Zhen. And Lei Zhen was hoping that the Academy of Sciences would have such a powerful person. Only in this way, his Xiaoxiang would be able to focus her energy on herself instead of on the Academy of Sciences. As for Ron and Alice, they were also good friends of Jiang Zhuxiang and would not care about what Borg said at all. Chapter 711 Jiang Zhuxiang's Special Hospitality. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally heard the hidden meaning of Borg's words, but she just smiled slightly. She still trusted the people who followed her today, and Lei Zhen was not someone who could be easily provoked. So at this time, Jiang Zhuxiang could still say calmly, "Of course. This is the pride of our academy. But the other three also have their own pride. Next, do you want to have dinner first or continue to visit?" Although the combat robots can only be regarded as the military guarantee of the academy, they have not touched the real foundation of the academy at all. But for Jiang Zhuxiang, it is still necessary to appease Lei Zhen and others. Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang smiled at each other. They were very clear about each other's thoughts. So Lei Zhen would not misunderstand Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts at all. Instead, he could have a tacit understanding with him. Alice, who was originally worried about Jiang Zhuxiang, was relieved when she saw this scene. After all, for Jiang Zhuxiang, although Lei Zhen was not the first person in her mind, he was also the person she would accompany her for the rest of her life. It would be best if there was no rift between them. Borg was naturally dissatisfied with their performance, but things were not very urgent yet. Even if they wanted to sow discord further, they could not do it too obviously. Otherwise, if they fell into a disadvantage, these handles would be enough to ruin them. Thinking of this, Borg could only silently signal the others, "Let's take a break first and solve our stomach problems. I wonder how you plan to entertain us." Although the previous dinner was not bad, they felt that this would not be the highest level of the Academy of Sciences. So Borg and his friends still wanted to test Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends. Others naturally saw Borg's signal, but they were not as anxious as Borg and his fragments. Their expectations were just a smooth transition. For Borg and his fragments, it was still a bit difficult for them to accept that their fragments would have to rely on this fragment in the future. After all, they were used to the high and mighty in the past. Therefore, they did not actively cooperate with Borg's gesture, but just said, "Little guys, don't worry too much. As long as you try your best, we can eat anything." Although they also want to confirm the strength of this fragment, they don't want to be too aggressive. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with their attitude. At least, they were not completely won over by Borg. It is not impossible for their fragments to cooperate with them at that time, as long as there are enough benefits at that time. The premise for them to believe that their fragments can give such benefits is to let them see the strength of their fragments. Jiang Zhuxiang's original perfunctory heart suddenly disappeared, and decided to let them take a good look at the food culture of their fragments. To have such a shocking effect, Jiang Zhuxiang naturally could not do it alone. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice explained the situation, they contacted the dean's wife and asked her to help cooperate. Although the dean's wife thought Jiang Zhuxiang's view was a bit childish, she thought that she was still for the future of the fragments. So she didn't care about it and directly informed Jiang Zhuxiang, "Take them to the bakery. I will prepare the corresponding things. It's just a meal," which is not a difficult task for the dean's wife. The dean's wife can get it done with a few instructions. Jiang Zhuxiang is very grateful to the dean's wife for her cooperation. After all, if this kind of thing is really investigated, it will not be very pleasant. Only the dean's wife is willing to accompany him to make trouble. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished this matter, he said to the others, "Our dean's wife has prepared lunch. Now please follow me to walk over there. It's very close to here. I believe you still have the energy to do it." Jiang Zhuxiang said this to Borg, who made him want to do something after being severely punished before. Others naturally had no objection to Jiang Zhuxiang's words. Only Borg's eyes were red. After the battle just now, his legs were still a little shaky. Now the little girl's words were obviously directed at him. However, even if others saw this, they would not offend Jiang Zhuxiang for Borg now. The kinder ones would just walk to his side and support him a little. Jiang Zhuxiang did not stop this. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had not thought of pushing Borg to death. When Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the bakery slowly, Borg had no energy to care. Although the distance was not far, Jiang Zhuxiang deliberately chose a route that required constant changes. Although it was a shortcut, it consumed much more energy than taking the main road. Jiang Zhuxiang led the group into the store. When the staff saw Jiang Zhuxiang, they came up to her directly. "Miss Jiang, the lady has reserved a private room for you." In the past, in order to attract some young people who like to hide, the private room was set up. Unexpectedly, it was used by Jiang Zhuxiang and others now. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, followed the staff into the private room, led the people behind him in, and the people who supported Borg quickly put Borg on the chair. Now no one dared to underestimate these young people. They had already experienced their silent methods. In the future, unless they had no choice, they definitely did not want to be enemies with them. As for Borg, since he had already offended him, he gave up on himself and lay down on the chair, gasping for breath, and tried to choke. "Is this how you treat guests in your Academy of Sciences? You don't even serve a glass of water to the guests?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Borg's behavior with amusement. It seems that some people have lost their basic judgment ability after a failure. Do they think they can still maintain their superiority in this situation? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about them. No matter what they raised, Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not give them a handle. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the door of the box and signaled the people outside to serve tea, and at the same time asked them to give Borg some special care. The staff outside understood what he meant. Everyone else had normal tea, but Borg's cup, although there was no difference in color and aroma, was particularly bitter after he drank it. It was not harmful. At most it made Borg feel a little bitter. Moreover, after drinking this cup of tea, all the damage Borg had suffered in the fight would be restored. If Borg was calm enough, he would be able to perceive this benefit. Borg did not have any extreme reaction. He could also feel that his body was recovering quickly. However, after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's half-smile, Borg was still a little angry. He snatched the tea from others and drank a sip, then jumped up and said, "You are treating me differently." Chapter 712, Perfect Arrangement. Jiang Zhuxiang said without even raising his eyelids, "What's wrong with different treatment? I didn't harm you, nor did I poison you. And my different treatment is good for your recovery. What's wrong with that? Can't you, a grown man, even endure this little bit of hardship?" After saying that, Jiang Zhuxiang looked up at Borg sweetly. The words that Borg was about to say were completely blocked in his chest. As Jiang Zhuxiang said, her different treatment was indeed not malicious at all. The original dissatisfaction has now turned into frustration. He was given a favor without knowing why, and he couldn't refuse it. Borg's face was pale, and he didn't know how to treat Jiang Zhuxiang. Finally, the lady spoke up, "Okay, Borg, Miss Jiang and the others are just concerned about you, so don't bother about their little prank. Where is your gentlemanly manners? Or are you just talking about gentlemanly manners?" She never liked hypocritical people like Borg. He talked about gentlemanly manners when it was beneficial to him, and immediately tore his face off when it was not beneficial to him. It was really despicable. Borg thought of the purpose of his visit on the verge of exploding, and sat down heavily. He didn't say a word the whole time. Of course, this is a story for later. Now, Borg's performance was a relief to those who came with him. If Borg had not given in, they really had no other way to let him go. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Borg with a bit of pity. If he continued to make trouble, Jiang Zhuxiang could help the dean collect more evidence against him during the negotiation. However, Jiang Zhuxiang knew to stop when he was ahead. If he continued to insist, he would not make friends, but enemies. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Please wait a moment. The dishes will be served soon," no matter how dissatisfied they are with him now. After a meal, it is estimated that there will be no problem. After all, when the dean's wife is fully powered, even the enemy's stomach can be conquered. Sure enough, when the round table was gradually filled, the people's minds were on the dishes on the table. They took their usual tableware and waited for Jiang Zhuxiang to say that they could eat. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't keep them waiting too long. After the staff brought the dishes and the dean's wife came over, Jiang Zhuxiang announced directly, "Let's eat." They didn't even introduce the ingredients. They started eating right away. Even the dishes made with more horrible ingredients were swept away. After eating, they used bread to dip in the sauce to clean the plates. Jiang Zhuxiang knew there would be such a scene before he started eating. So he told Ron and the others on the communicator that they would eat outside and let them eat their fill here first. Ron and the others knew that the dean's wife would certainly not fail. So they had anticipated this scene and followed Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions, moving their chairs far away from the battlefield. After they finished eating, they signaled the staff to bring hawthorn water, and they went to solve their own stomach problems. Fortunately, the dean's wife had anticipated this and left a small portion of each dish, which was enough for 4 people to have a meal. As for themselves, they had already eaten lunch before they came. So now they could help Jiang Zhuxiang and the others entertain those people. Those people knew the dean's wife during the previous dinner, so they had no objection to her greeting them. Instead, they were more polite. After all, they had seen the strength of the Academy of Sciences before. If they were rude to the dean's wife, they were afraid that they would be beaten by the battle robots. The dean's wife also knew their mentality, so she didn't say much. She just quietly accompanied them to drink hawthorn water and waited for Jiang Zhuxiang and others to finish their meal. Jiang Zhuxiang and others finished their lunch in 10 minutes, and then went in to ask those people, "Do you need a lunch break? If not, we will proceed to the next trip." The vehicle had been arranged when they were eating. If they really wanted to take a lunch break, they could actually take it in the car. After all, the next trip still had a long way to go, and the road had been cleaned up by Lei Zhen's team members, so it was relatively safe. They considered Jiang Zhuxiang's proposal for 5 minutes and said, "We can't sleep now. If we take the car, we're afraid we'll vomit. Otherwise, let's walk for a while first, and you let the car follow us. We can get in the car when we've almost digested it." The lunch was so delicious that they were reluctant to vomit, so they made this proposal. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled at the dean's wife. They had expected this kind of thing, so they didn't refuse. They said directly, "Okay, but we won't all accompany you. One person will lead the way for you, and the others can rest in the car. Okay? Or they can take turns to rest at that time. After all, it's unreasonable to let only one person work hard." They also knew how they ate before. These little guys hardly ate much, and they certainly couldn't eat much in the 10 minutes they just went out. They felt a little guilty. Borg said directly, "No problem. If you are assured, you can just give us the map and let us find the next destination by ourselves." However, Borg still had to fight for his own interests. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and declined. "That's not necessary. How can we let the guests find the way by themselves? Don't worry. We take turns, and we'll definitely take you to the right place. Maps are not something that can be given out casually. They are related to the geographical secrets of the fragments. If they find the key to the defense of their own fragments will be in trouble." Borg also knew that it was impossible to take advantage so easily, so he stopped fighting and walked out of the gate of the Academy of Sciences directly behind Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. The next destination was the Lei family. They had carefully considered this destination. The Lei family was the place with the highest military power among the 3 families, after the double deterrence of the Academy of Sciences and the Lei family. Even if the Yin family and the Jin family were slightly inferior, they would not be underestimated. At that time, they would only think that they were hiding their strength. Moreover, the Shui family where Shui Wen was the final destination. The strength of the Shui family now even had to give way to the Academy of Sciences. After all, Shui Wen had not stayed in the Academy of Sciences for so many years. Chapter 713. Alice made a prompt decision. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen discussed, "Let us lead the way for them first, and we will lead the way to your house to you." No problem. As for the Lei family's own affairs, Jiang Zhuxiang still believed that Lei Zhen was more familiar with them than they were. They did this to save Lei Zhen's energy and facilitate him to discuss the arrangements of the Lei family with the Lei clan leader. Lei Zhen was not dissatisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangement, but said, "Don't be stubborn. If you can't hold on, just get in the car. I will take care of you for the rest of the journey." Although Lei Zhen knew that Jiang Zhuxiang's ability was still good, he still had some doubts about Alice and Ron's physical strength. Lei Zhen was afraid that Jiang Zhuxiang would hold on to take care of them, and the consequences of that were definitely not what Lei Zhen was willing to accept. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Alice and Ron, and nodded in agreement. At worst, he could just use the light body technique. Anyway, the guys below didn't know what kind of superpowers he had. A small trick like the light body technique could be completely covered up by using wind-type superpowers. Alice and Ron naturally knew what Lei Zhen was worried about. They didn't want Jiang Zhuxiang to hurt himself because of taking care of them. They secretly made up their minds not to let Jiang Zhuxiang help them. They didn't believe that they couldn't hold on for such a short distance. Seeing that they had no objection, Jiang Zhuxiang got off the car first to lead the way for those people. Jiang Zhuxiang called them, "Follow me. Remember to conceal your breath. Although we have almost cleared the mutant plants in our fragments, there will still be some that slip through the net. If you are attacked because you underestimate the enemy, our fragments will not be responsible. After all, no matter which fragment you go to, accidents in the wild will not be blamed on people." Borg and the others naturally knew this taboo, but they had always only released their own supernatural aura to intimidate others, so it was really difficult for them to restrain themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang looked around and found that only the lady did a better job. But even so, she did not completely restrain herself. Jiang Zhuxiang sighed, took out a stack of breath-retaining talismans from his backpack and distributed them to them. This is a small prop that can help you restrain your breath, but it may not be effective all the time. If your superpowers fluctuate too much, you will be exposed at that time. The method of use is to tear this piece of paper with your own superpowers. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished explaining, he waited for them to take action. After all, the breath-retaining talismans still need to be determined according to each person's different superpowers to be effective, and it is impossible for Jiang Zhuxiang to tear them up for them himself. The few people hesitated for a moment, but still did what Jiang Zhuxiang said. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had no reason to harm them. Jiang Zhuxiang turned a blind eye to their suspicion. Trust still needs time to test. Jiang Zhuxiang put away the rest. Maybe he would use it in the future. Although he could make it himself, he still had to save the materials for this kind of thing. Along the way, Jiang Zhuxiang would occasionally point out the plants they saw on the road. Of course, now there were only those plants that would not attack people actively, except for ordinary plants. The group did not feel boring just walking on like this. Instead, they felt that time passed quickly. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang still used the communicator to record the distance he needed to take. Once reminded, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Next, let someone else lead the way for everyone. He is also from other fragments, but his wife is my good friend. I hope you will have a pleasant cooperation." The next person to come out was Ron. After Jiang Zhuxiang prepared him a little, he turned back to the car. After Ron and Jiang Zhuxiang high-fived, he went to take over the next mess. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice still trusted Ron, so they didn't pay too much attention to the situation outside at this time. Instead, they discussed in the car whether those people would do something weird. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "They behaved well before. Only Borg had objections before. The others hid well. I wonder if anyone will be exposed after arriving at Lei's house." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect them to visit Lei's house quietly. He always felt that something weird would happen. Alice also had this worry. They will definitely have to test you before they can rest assured to cooperate with you. But they have always come here in an open and above-board manner, so you don't have to worry about them using any tricks. Moreover, after seeing the strength of the Academy of Sciences before, they still know how to test you so as not to disgust you. Lei Jin, you just need to defeat them openly at that time. Although Alice is also a member of other fragments, she has no good feelings towards those old foxes, so she is not very polite when she speaks, and she is not afraid of being heard by people outside the car. Lei Jin smiled and said, "Thank you for thinking about me. I won't be polite. At that time, it depends on who is stronger. I believe that our Lei family will not lose to them." Lei Jin was still very confident about this kind of strength. After all, the Lei family was the leader of the three families. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, "Our Academy of Sciences can make them dare not act rashly. I believe your Lei family can do it too." After Jiang Zhuxiang successfully intimidated them at the Academy of Sciences, he always felt that the other families would not have any problems. After all, the Academy of Sciences used to be the bottom of the family. If they couldn't hold on, they would really be regarded as a joke by the Academy of Sciences. Lei Jin assured under Jiang Zhuxiang's gaze, they will never get any benefits from the Lei family. Their conversation came to an end for the time being. Ron had almost completed his journey outside. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were a little curious. Why hasn't he come up to change people yet? There was a reason why Ron didn't come up. On the one hand, he wanted to help Alice a little longer. On the other hand, the young people below who had finally met similar values were reluctant to let him go. Alice waited for another 10 minutes. But Ron still showed no sign of coming up. Alice said directly, "I'll go down and call for help." "Is he addicted to walking down there?" Alice did this because she was worried that Ron would get too close to those people. If he was used by them, then their position as Jiang Zhuxiang's friends would not be firm. Jiang Zhuxiang might also be implicated. Chapter 714 Lei Family Hospitality. Jiang Zhuxiang did not stop her. She was also concerned about what Alice was worried about. Jiang Zhuxiang believed that Ron would not easily change sides. She was just worried that Ron's behavior would be used by someone to stir up people's hearts. And it would be really difficult to deal with it. Alice jumped out of the car and walked quickly to the front of the team. Seeing that the group of people were still talking about Ron, Alice interrupted them directly. Ron, aren't you tired? Go up and rest first, and I will serve everyone next. After Alice finished speaking, she pulled Ron out of the encirclement and pushed him to the position of the car behind. While glaring at him secretly, Ron was relieved to see Alice coming down. Although he was willing to help Alice for a while, he didn't want to continue in this situation. Even if Alice didn't show up, he would have to find a way to get out in 5 minutes at most. Alice's strong handling made Ron relieved. Otherwise, he really couldn't get out. After seeing Ron return to the car, Alice smiled and said to the old foxes, "Let's continue now. After the third section, we will be able to reach the next destination." At that time, my partner Lei Jin, who is also the young patriarch of the Lei family, will take everyone to visit the Lei family. Now let's hurry up and get on the road, so as not to waste the good time on the road. They had been delayed for long enough before. Now the halo in the sky was about to disappear. Even if they arrived at Lei's house, they would probably have to rest first. They also knew that their previous delaying policy was probably seen by the people in the car. So after this smart girl appeared, they did not plan to continue delaying. After all, it was meaningless. It would easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, the section of Alice's road was the section where they made the least tricks. It was a little faster than the section led by Jiang Zhuxiang before, and they arrived at Lei's house just before it got dark. When Lei Jin saw his own shelter, he woke up Jiang Zhuxiang. Now that they were there, it would be better not to stay in the car to rest. Lei Jin said, "If you still want to sleep, I'll arrange a room for you to rest. As for the others below, I'll probably have time to take them out for dinner and then arrange a place for them to sleep. If you want to visit, you'll probably have to wait until tomorrow, so you don't have to worry." Lei Jin knew Jiang Zhuxiang well, so he told him his next plan. Ron was a little surprised by Lei Jin's honesty. After all, when he was a fragment before, Lei Jin didn't have this awareness. It seems that Jiang Zhuxiang has trained him well. Jiang Zhuxiang rubbed his face to sober himself up. "It's okay to get it. It's not good for me to be absent. I'd better go with everyone." After that, he got off the car with Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to Alice and stretched out his hand to feel her pulse. "Can you hold on?" Jiang Zhuxiang had just rested and recovered a little, but he didn't know how Alice felt now. Alice was very touched by Jiang Zhuxiang's concern. Her own man was not so attentive. "It's okay. What are Envoy Lei Jin's plans for later?" As long as Lei Jin's arrangements for later were not too complicated, she could still hold on. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't see anything wrong with his pulse, so he explained the next itinerary to Alice. Alice said, "Okay, I'll go with you later. If they have any extra programs, let them do it themselves." Alice still had to admit that her and Jiang Zhuxiang's physical strength was still not as good as Lei Jin and Ron's. If there were any extra programs, she and Jiang Zhuxiang would not participate. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, "I think so too." At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice had fallen behind the team. Lei Jin turned to look at them and reminded them, "You guys keep up. Otherwise I won't care if you are locked out." Of course, Lei Jin used this to scare them. If anyone dared to lock Jiang Zhuxiang out, Lei Jin would definitely teach him a lesson. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "I know." Then he pulled Alice into the Lei family shelter quickly, and walked a few steps to line up with Lei Jin and the others. The Lei clan leader and his wife were waiting at the inner door for Lei Jin to bring people over. For them, they didn't think there was anything wrong with this. They were welcoming their sons and daughters-in-law and their friends, not those old foxes from other fragments. If there were only a few of them, they would definitely wait in the living room for others to bring them over. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised to see the Lei clan leader and his wife. When he came forward to greet them, he was rubbed by Mrs. Lei as expected. Jiang Zhuxiang accepted it expressionlessly, and looked at the Lei clan leader and Lei Jin with a little envy. Seeing their very normal greeting scene, Why did he make such a fool of himself in front of Alice and the others? Lei Jin deeply sympathized with Jiang Zhuxiang's experience. But he would never get himself involved. He knew what kind of person his mother was. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuxiang, he would have to accept this treatment. Lei Jin felt a little guilty, and a little fortunate. After Jiang Zhuxiang had finished tidying himself up, the Lei clan leader said, "Everyone has come from afar. Please let us welcome you first." It was normal for them to test the fragments at the dinner table. Alice and Ron were already used to this arrangement. But the old foxes were still a little uncomfortable, feeling that they were wasting food. However, it was not their food that was wasted, and it was their stomachs that took advantage. So they did not say much, and wished that there would be more such arrangements. The Lei clan leader's dust reception banquet was naturally arranged in the cafeteria. Although the chefs in the cafeteria were not very skilled, they were generous in the ingredients, which was enough to show their intentions, and everyone would feel more at ease when eating. The Lei clan leader considered the momentum and the feelings of Jiang Zhuxiang and others. If only those old foxes came, the Lei clan leader would definitely take them out to eat, eating the kind of food that was beautifully arranged but not filling, which was said to be the exquisite diet of their fragments. Lei Jin was quite satisfied with his father's arrangement. It would not be rude for his little Xiang to leave early after eating. After all, they were still there to support him. Chapter 7:15 Lei Jin and Ron joined forces again. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with this arrangement. He didn't need to follow the trivial restaurant etiquette. He could take whatever he wanted. The only requirement was not to waste it. If he finished eating first, he could leave first. Jiang Zhuxiang followed the Lei clan leader and his wife, and took a plate to prepare his favorite dishes. He would also serve rice, chopsticks, spoons, etc. by himself. Compared to Jiang Zhuxiang's ease, Alice and Ron had no idea what to do. If the old foxes hadn't been demonstrating to them, they would have definitely reacted the same way. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Lei Jin and took the initiative to teach Alice about science. As for Ron, he naturally gave it to Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say much. Just follow me. Do what I do. If you want to eat something, just take it yourself. Don't worry about your previous dining mode. It's just that the amount of food here may be a bit too much. You have to consider the capacity of your own stomach. As for tableware, there should only be chopsticks and spoons here. No knives and forks. It's just right for you to learn how to use chopsticks and spoons to eat. After all, you still have to do as the locals do. Alice was still a little uneasy. After all, she used knives and forks to provide food before. Although it was still a bit inconvenient to eat here, it was still okay. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. Jiang Zhuxiang recommended a few dishes to Alice that he thought tasted good. Alice looked at the shape of the dishes, which were all in block shape, so it would be more convenient to use chopsticks to pick them up. Alice followed Jiang Zhuxiang's advice, and put the dishes on her tray. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang would never cheat her, unlike Alice's cautiousness. For Ron, even if he couldn't learn to use chopsticks, he could just use a spoon or his hands. So, under the leadership of Lei Jin, Ron quickly selected a few dishes, took 2 bowls of rice, and went to find a seat with Lei Jin. For this reception, the Lei clan leader and his wife did not ask Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends to eat with them, although they had booked a private room before. It was estimated that the Lei clan leader and his wife would take the group of old foxes to sit in the room. Seeing that Lei Jin and the others were already seated and ready to eat, Jiang Zhuxiang urged Alice to choose another soup and a portion of rice. Alice naturally saw Lei Jin and the others' quick actions, and consciously accepted Jiang Zhuxiang's urging. After quickly choosing the soup she wanted to try, she followed Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang took the plate and sat down next to Lei Jin and the others, sitting on one side with Lei Jin, motioning Alice to sit opposite him, so that he could take care of her at that time. Of course, Ron was also arranged opposite Lei Jin, but Lei Jin didn't think so much about it. He just wanted to leave the seat next to him for his little Xiang. Lei Jin and his friends had already started eating before Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends came over. Ron had already finished a bowl of rice. Of course, using a spoon. He was now chewing a large steak with chopsticks. Alice saw Ron's flexible use of the chopsticks, so she started her own attempt without hesitation. Although it was difficult, she still experienced the joy of success. While finishing her own meal, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Alice, you have learned well. If you keep going like this, one day you will be able to use chopsticks flexibly." Alice accepted Jiang Zhuxiang's praise with a smile, and wanted to try to pick up the piece of tofu that looked soft with chopsticks. But she accidentally broke it into pieces, and her original confidence immediately fell. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly comforted, "This kind of food is difficult to control. We usually use a spoon. Tofu can only be successfully picked up by people who are very skilled in using chopsticks." Alice was a little happier after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's comfort. But after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang easily put the tofu into her mouth, she secretly made up her mind that she would have to practice hard in the future. The meal passed in the struggle between Alice and chopsticks, and Jiang Zhuxiang also ate at the slowest speed ever. After all, it was a bit difficult to eat while holding back laughter. Jiang Zhuxiang rubbed his cheeks and stomach and decided not to eat face to face with Alice in the future. After Jiang Zhuxiang delivered the plate to the designated location, he asked Lei Zhen, "Where are we staying tonight?" As for the group of old foxes, they are taken care of by the Lei clan leader and his wife, so they don't need to worry about it. Lei Zhen said, "If you want, you can live in the same room with me. Anyway, my room is big enough, and I can put another bed in it when the time comes." Lei Zhen has learned how to let his Xuxiang accept him without making a sound, and let her get used to his existence first, so that it will not be too difficult to make further progress in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "I'd better not trouble you. You should have other guest rooms at home. Just arrange a guest room for me. Is it really okay to act so high profile in the home of the Lei clan leader and his wife?" Jiang Zhuxiang still has to consider the mood and views of the Lei clan leader and his wife. Lei Zhen said, "Father has said before that he will keep those people under his eyes, so he will probably bring them home to live. So the guest room is still a bit tight. It's a rare occasion for you to come. It's not good to live outside. Xiaxiang, why don't you try it first? If you can't accept it, you can kick me out. At that time, I can sleep in the study." Seeing that Lei Zhen had retreated to this point, Jiang Zhuxiang did not continue to insist, but still asked Alice and the others, "What about Alice and Ron? Are they going to live in the same room too?" If possible, Jiang Zhuxiang would still try to live with Alice. Fortunately, Lei Zhen was well prepared and reached a united front with Ron. Ron pulled Alice's hand and stopped her from speaking. Lei Zhen said, "They will also use the same room, so don't think about living with Alice. It's rare for them to have time together, so we should not disturb them." At the same time, Lei Zhen winked at Ron. Lei Zhen had already given Ron the specific address before, asking him to take Alice first. Ron understood and left with Alice. Jiang Zhuxiang had no chance to communicate with Alice at all. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang also realized Lei Zhen's intentions. Chapter 716 The Drum People. Jiang Zhuxiang glared at Lei Zhen speechlessly, without saying much, and motioned Lei Zhen to lead the way. "I have only been to your money deposit once before, and I don't remember where it is." Jiang Zhuxiang has decided to adopt a non-violent non-cooperation policy. Of course, if Lei Zhen dares to do something out of line, Jiang Zhuxiang doesn't mind using violence. Lei Zhen smiled awkwardly and led the way in front. He was still quite nervous. His little Xiang seemed unhappy. It seemed that he had to be obedient at night. Otherwise his little Xiang would definitely not look at him well. At this time, Lei Zhen was a little envious of the relationship between Ron and Alice, because they had a more open mind. They never minded having some physical relationship. But his Xiaxiang was much more shy, so he was a little restrained no matter what he did, for fear of making his Xiaxiang angry. However, Lei Zhen actually misunderstood Jiang Zhuxiang on this point. Jiang Zhuxiang was not a shy person in nature. Otherwise, he would not have been active with Lei Zhen and his team members for so long before. If Lei Zhen really dared to be more assertive, Jiang Zhuxiang would not mind something happening. But Lei Zhen was always timid, so Jiang Zhuxiang simply stopped reminding him, to see how long he could be entangled. After Lei Zhen brought Jiang Zhuxiang back to his room, he first made a bed for Jiang Zhuxiang in an empty space. As for bedding, Lei Zhen still had to ask Jiang Zhuxiang, "Do you need me to prepare quilts for you, or do you want to use your own?" Lei Zhen actually wanted to use his own quilt for Jiang Zhuxiang, but it must be cleaned. In this way, Lei Zhen would have the illusion that he and his little Xiang were in the same bed. After Jiang Zhuxiang left here, Lei Zhen would definitely use the bedding used by his little Xiang for himself. After all, it was still difficult for him to collect his own little Xiang's smell. When Lei Zhen was thinking about this, Jiang Zhuxiang broke his hope. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the bedding in his personal space, arranged it by himself, and then found his pajamas and said, "Where is your bathroom?" Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to take a shower and rest. Lei Jin quickly pointed the way to Jiang Zhuxiang. Seeing the closed bathroom door, Lei Jin was also a little imaginative. He even tried to listen to the sound coming from the bathroom. Unfortunately, he didn't know what tricks his little Xiang had used. He couldn't hear any sound from inside. Lei Jin was a little frustrated. Jiang Zhuxiang dried her hair under the dryer. When she came out, she saw Lei Jin staring at the bathroom door. She said speechlessly, "Go in and wash. I'm ready." After Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, she wrapped herself in the quilt. She didn't care what Lei Jin was going to do, as long as he didn't cross the line. Lei Jin stayed in the bathroom for an hour before coming out. Jiang Zhuxiang had fallen asleep with steady breathing. Lei Jin wanted to sneak over to try to steal a kiss. But considering his little Xiang's alertness, he gave up this tempting idea. He was not sleepy for the time being. Being in the same room with his little Xiang was a test for Lei Jin now. Lei Jin quietly planned to go out and wait for his parents to come back. When Lei clan leader and his wife entertained those old guys, they inevitably used wine. People who had not been exposed to this kind of thing for a long time could not stop drinking once they started. In the end, everyone went home drunk. Fortunately, Lei clan leader and his wife still had their instincts. Otherwise, they might not even be able to return home. So, after Lei Jin felt that someone was messing with his door, he consciously went to open the door. Seeing the drunk people outside, Lei Jin let everyone in a little speechlessly, and let them lie on the floor of the living room. Lei Jin didn't know how to deal with it for a while, especially with his mother and the lady, two women, which made Lei Jin not know what to do. After thinking about it, Lei Jin could only disturb Jiang Zhuxiang and let her deal with his mother and the two ladies. As for those men, Lei Jin had no problem dealing with them. Lei Jin quickly returned to his room, woke up Jiang Zhuxiang, and explained the situation outside. Jiang Zhuxiang scratched his hair a little irritably. "Can't you just let them have a good meal? What are you doing with the wine?" However, seeing Lei Jin's expectant eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang had to get up to deal with this matter. Otherwise, if he left those people in the living room for a night, he didn't know what would happen. Jiang Zhuxiang was too lazy to change other clothes, and went out directly in his pajamas. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang's pajamas have always been conservative and warm, so it doesn't matter if he wears them outside. Seeing the crooked people in the living room, Jiang Zhuxiang first instructed Lei Jin, turn up the temperature a little bit. Although people who drink alcohol will feel hot, they can't cool down at this time. The pores of people who drink alcohol expand. If they cool down, it is easy for drunk people to catch cold. Lei Jin actually lowered the temperature for them before calling Jiang Zhuxiang. Now, after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation, he quickly raised the temperature by 2 degrees and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Lei Jin has decided to follow Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions for all actions, fearing that his reckless actions will lead to bad consequences. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Go knock on Alice's door first. They should not be asleep yet. Let them come out to help. If there are only 2 of us, the action is still too slow." Jiang Zhuxiang decided to make a hangover soup to sober them up first. But before that, someone needed to watch these people so that they wouldn't get drunk. Lei Jin alone would definitely not be able to watch them. Lei Jin nodded to show that he understood, and only hoped that he would not disturb their good things when he went to call people. Otherwise, he would definitely be troubled by Ron later. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared the ingredients for the hangover soup before Lei Jin came back. Some of them needed to be made temporarily by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang watched those people while preparing his own things. The wood type ability had the effect of soothing people's hearts, and temporarily prevented these people from getting drunk. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely not be able to handle it alone. Lei Jin brought Ron and Alice, who were disheveled, over. It seemed that they went to bed earlier than he expected. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice with a little apology. Chapter 717, Mrs. Lei's Request. Alice walked to Jiang Zhuxiang's side, looked at what she was holding, and said, "Is there anything we can do?" Alice knew Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts better. Lei Jin came to knock on their door, probably because of Jiang Zhuxiang's idea. She was used to Jiang Zhuxiang asking her to do things from time to time, and she liked the feeling of being valued by Jiang Zhuxiang. Therefore, Alice didn't care at all that Jiang Zhuxiang would bother her. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Ron's face, which seemed to be much better now. so she would order them around without hesitation. Jiang Zhuxiang assigned the tasks. Alice, take care of the dean's wife, and this lady first. If they want to vomit or get drunk, you should deal with them in time. I believe they don't mind you using force when necessary. After Jiang Zhuxiang gave Alice instructions, he turned to Lei Jin and said, the rest of the people are left to you and Ron. If they get drunk, the damage will probably be even greater. You should make sure they don't hurt other people, especially the two ladies. Otherwise it will be very troublesome to deal with them afterwards, especially since the wine was provided by the Lei family. If they use this as an excuse to ask the Lei family to make concessions, it will be more difficult for the Lei family to deal with it. Lei Jin and Ron understood what Jiang Zhuxiang meant, and they naturally didn't want to have any trouble afterwards. So they said, we will try our best to control it. So you have to hurry up and prepare the hangover soup. Otherwise, we won't have time to rest tonight. It was tiring to run around with them all day, and they didn't want to sacrifice their rest time at all. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. Okay. I have prepared the things you need before, and you just need to boil it. You can take care of it before it is finished. Boiling also takes time, and it is impossible to be done all at once. Stability during this period is also very important. Lei Jin and the other two nodded in agreement, and Jiang Zhuxiang went into the kitchen to work. While looking at the sobering soup in the pot, Jiang Zhuxiang checked the information to see if there were any other ways to sober them up as soon as possible. In the end, it was discovered that martial artists in ancient times could force the wine out with the qi in their bodies. This kind of qi is the energy in the body. If they can regain consciousness after drinking the sobering soup, they can try it themselves. After all, it is still difficult to fall asleep with alcohol. More than half an hour later, Jiang Zhuxiang poured the hangover soup into wide-mouthed bowls and found a tray to carry them out. The living room outside was already filled with a sour smell. It seemed that they had already vomited. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the ground, and there was no residue. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, has the indoor ventilation equipment broken? It seems that they have completely forgotten about this matter. Otherwise, the smell here would not be so bad. Lei Jin got up embarrassedly to open it. They really forgot about this matter when they were busy before. Jiang Zhuxiang put the hangover soup on the coffee table in the middle of the living room, and then called them to come and take it. I don't know if those people can swallow it by themselves. If not, special measures will be taken at that time. Fortunately, they did not completely lose consciousness. Jiang Zhuxiang also brought a bowl of sobering soup to Mrs. Lei. Mrs. Lei drank the sobering soup obediently, and then her eyes gradually became clear. She looked at the place she was looking at, and it turned out to be in Jiang Zhuxiang's arms. Mrs. Lei sat up straight and said a little embarrassedly, I didn't crush you. Did I? Jiang Zhuxiang said a little helplessly, I'm not that fragile. Are you completely sober now? If you are completely sober, then there is no need to force the wine out. Mrs. Lei said, it's okay. But I still have a headache. It seems that we drank a lot at night. I really trouble you. Mrs. Lei naturally saw Lei Jin and his men still busy, and she was a little embarrassed about their previous behavior. Seeing that Mrs. Lei was completely sober, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to ask about their previous achievements. Did you introduce the strength of the Lei family to them? Communicating at the banquet is a common method used by their fragments. I don't know if the Lei clan leader and his wife did it well. Mrs. Lei said, of course. I did. But I don't know if they heard it. You also know that it's not easy for us to say how strong we are. At the table, they naturally tried to prove the strength of their family. But there were cultural differences between the two sides, and I don't know if they understood it well. Jiang Zhuxiang also considered this issue and said, it doesn't matter if they don't understand. Let Lei Jin take them to feel the strength of the Lei family tomorrow. Can you and Chief Lei let them perform well tomorrow? Or give them some rewards? Tomorrow they will definitely visit the Lei family's training room. At that time, someone may come to compete. At that time, it will depend on the strength of the Lei family's superpowers. Mrs. Lei said, no problem. We will fully cooperate. At that time, can I come down? See if there is a lady here? If she wants to compete with others, it's not good to let her compete with men. Then we will be bullying her. Mrs. Lei likes this kind of thing very much, so she wants to fight for this opportunity. Jiang Zhuxiang said, this is not something I can decide. I can only guarantee that if she wants to leave, she will notify you. At that time, the decision of whether to let you leave is still in the hands of Chief Lei. Right? For Mrs. Lei, Lei Jin does not have the power to decide her actions. The only person who can slightly restrict Mrs. Lei is Chief Lei. In fact, Chief Lei sometimes cannot control Mrs. Lei. At this time, Mrs. Lei directly said, he will definitely agree. Xiaoxiang, you must notify me at that time. Mrs. Lei was already eager to try, as if she could spar with others right away. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin helplessly. How long has it been since your mother sparred with others? Why is she so excited? Lei Jin turned his head away helplessly. He didn't know why this happened. His mother was quite restrained before, after feeding all the sobering soup. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others looked at their recovery. If there were still people who were not fully awake, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Jin and the others to guide them to force the alcohol out of their bodies. The two ladies were quite restrained, so Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice didn't need to do this work. Chapter 7:18, Mrs. Lei's Challenge. After dealing with these drunks, Jiang Zhuxiang stretched his body and asked Lei Jin, can we go to bed now? The hands of the clock on the wall had already pointed to 12 o'clock. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried that he would not be able to get up tomorrow morning. Lei Jin followed Jiang Zhuxiang's gaze, and naturally saw the time. He said a little embarrassedly, Xiaoxiang, you should go to bed quickly. Ron and I will take care of the rest. Lei Jin would naturally not order Alice around anymore. After all, we should treat everyone equally in some matters. Ron saw Alice's eyes asking for his opinion, nodded in agreement, and only added, don't go to the wrong room. Ron still had to fight for his own welfare. If the two girls lived together, it would be too pitiful for Lei Jin and himself. Alice rolled her eyes speechlessly. She had already done what she should have done before. He wouldn't think about doing it again later. She wouldn't indulge him to do such a thing. If he dared to do it, she would dare to sleep with Jiang Zhuxiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice returned to their rooms, Lei Jin and Ron asked for their opinions and took them to their rooms to settle down. Since they were only staying for one night, there was no need to clean up. Lei Jin and Ron sent them away and left directly. The lady was sent by Mrs. Lei. Mrs. Lei herself didn't pay much attention to the room decoration, but he knew that other women might not be the same as herself. So she had the patience to accompany her to choose slowly, so as to avoid her dissatisfaction. In fact, the better decorated room in the Lei family was the one where Jiang Zhuxiang had lived before, but the style was more girly and pink. Unexpectedly, this lady didn't care and said directly, let's take this one. In her eyes, the other rooms were the same as if they had not been decorated, and only this one was acceptable. Mrs. Lei was actually a little reluctant to let her use this room, but considering that her son had taken his daughter-in-law to his room, this room might not be used in the future. So Mrs. Lei didn't say much, nodded and said, okay, as long as you are satisfied. Do you want to go in and see if there is anything you need? If you tell me now, I will ask them to prepare it for you immediately. This room has been cleaned since Jiang Zhuxiang moved out, so there shouldn't be anything missing. Mrs. Lei asked this just to be on the safe side. The lady was not polite. After carefully checking the facilities in the room, she said to Mrs. Lei, there's nothing missing. You should go back and rest. Your husband must be waiting for you. This lady is a single person. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to go out until now. But she doesn't discriminate against married women. She can feel the strength of this woman in the previous interactions, and her husband may not be able to control her. Mrs. Lei repeatedly confirmed, is there really no problem? After repeatedly confirming, she left the room. Her husband was indeed still waiting for her. Mrs. Lei said, starting today, abstain from alcohol for 3 months. Lei clan leader said, isn't 3 months a bit too long? Although it was me who suggested drinking today, didn't my wife drink happily? Mrs. Lei said, me too. If she was not an accomplice, Lei clan leader would not be able to solve the problem by just abstaining from alcohol for 3 months. But definitely half a year. Lei clan leader said a little aggrievedly, then 3 months is fine. But do I need a reason? Chief Lei could actually guess what he was asking, but he still wanted his wife to tell him in person before he gave up. Mrs. Lei looked at Chief Lei with a half smile, but still gave an explanation. Isn't it too much for my son and daughter-in-law to help me sober up when I'm old? What if my daughter-in-law dislikes us and doesn't want to live with us in the future? Mrs. Lei still wanted to be a good mother-in-law, even though her son had moved out and lived with his girlfriend. She still had expectations for the future. Maybe she could live with her son and his family. The Lei family would still be handed over to her son, and the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would be the focus of her son's consideration. The Lei clan leader gave up and accepted the punishment. However, if his son gave him something to show his filial piety. His wife could not blame him. The Lei clan leader knew that his daughter-in-law had good wine brewed by ancient methods. If he complained to his son, he might be able to get a few bottles. Mrs. Lei naturally didn't know the Lei clan leader's trick. Otherwise, she would definitely give it up. The Lei family fell into peace. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang got up early as usual. Lei Zhen got up very alertly and carefully looked at his little Xiang's face. Seeing that she was not pale due to lack of sleep, he was relieved. Otherwise, he would definitely settle the account with his father earlier. If he wanted to test, he didn't have to drink. Lei Zhen quietly followed Jiang Zhuxiang, helping to pass things from time to time. But he did not disturb Jiang Zhuxiang's movements. So Jiang Zhuxiang did not drive him away. After breakfast was ready, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You go and wake people up. I will go to complete my morning exercise first." Jiang Zhuxiang was used to morning exercise. Now if he forgot every morning, he would feel uncomfortable all day. So he asked Lei Zhen to wake people up. Lei Zhen also knew his little Xiang's habits. But he did not say anything and went to execute the order directly. Jiang Zhuxiang found the previous exercise room with familiarity. Mrs. Lei was already in it. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted her and started his own exercise on the side. Jiang Zhuxiang was not afraid of Mrs. Lei watching from the side. Jiang Zhuxiang still trusted Mrs. Lei's character. Mrs. Lei continued her own training while paying attention to Jiang Zhuxiang's progress. When Jiang Zhuxiang was almost finished, Mrs. Lei suggested, "How about we spar? We don't need superpowers. Just rely on the skills of hands and feet." Mrs. Lei would not use her superpowers to bully Jiang Zhuxiang. For her, the ability of a person is much more important than the energy absorbed from the outside world. This is why Mrs. Lei didn't care much about her Ian in recent years, and liked martial arts more. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time. The others should have just got up. It wouldn't take much time to spar with Mrs. Lei. He nodded and agreed. Chapter 719, Lei Zhen. The Excluded? When the dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang nod, her eyes suddenly lit up. And she informed Jiang Zhuxiang before she started to act, "Then I'm here." After that, the dean's wife rushed towards Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang squatted slightly on the spot, ready to let go. Although his ability was not as good as Mrs. Lei's, he might not lose to her in terms of hand skills. It was just that his combat experience was still a little less. And Jiang Zhuxiang did not dare to take it lightly when facing Mrs. Lei's attack. Fortunately, Mrs. Lei and Jiang Zhuxiang were not fighting for their lives. After Mrs. Lei's fist reached her eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang used clever strength to move it away, using the force to make Mrs. Lei's fist have no attack power, and then used her own strength to launch an attack. Of course, in terms of strength, Jiang Zhuxiang was definitely not as good as Mrs. Lei. And Mrs. Lei easily pinched Jiang Zhuxiang's fist. After Mrs. Lei pinched Jiang Zhuxiang's fist, she naturally would not miss this opportunity. She wanted to capture Jiang Zhuxiang and end the battle. Naturally, Jiang Zhuxiang would not let her succeed so easily. After being taken over by Mrs. Lei, Jiang Zhuxiang used his other hand to pinch the numb point on Mrs. Lei's arm. Mrs. Lei had to let go of Jiang Zhuxiang's fist. The two fell into a stalemate again. Mrs. Lei took a breath silently and launched another attack. Jiang Zhuxiang relied on his understanding of the acupuncture points of the human body to escape Mrs. Lei's attacks again and again. The battle that could have ended quickly was delayed like this. Lei Zhen was a little helpless to find that his mother and Xiaoxiang had not appeared yet. So he could only go to find them silently. Thinking of Jiang Zhuxiang's previous words about going to exercise, Lei Zhen's first thought was the exercise room. When he approached the exercise room, Lei Zhen heard the sound of fighting inside, and was a little worried. Could it be that his mother and Xiaoxiang were fighting? After Lei Zhen pushed the door open, he saw the scene inside. His mother and Xiaoxiang were fighting fiercely, which shocked Lei Zhen. When did his Xiaoxiang become so skilled? The two people who were fighting did not notice that someone came in. Lei Zhen began to worry about how to make them stop fighting. If he rushed up so rashly, the two would definitely not show mercy to him. Lei Zhen decided to try to stop them verbally first. "It's time to have breakfast. If the two ladies want to spar, can we continue next time?" The two were completely deaf to any sound from the outside world when they were concentrating on fighting. Lei Zhen said it 3 times, but they still didn't respond. He could only think of other ways silently. Since verbal reminders were useless, he could only use force to interrupt them. However, if he wanted to interrupt them with force, It was obviously not enough to rely on his own strength. Lei Jin went out silently to find someone to help. Considering his mother's martial arts level, his first choice should actually be his father. It's just that those old foxes were outside. If his father made a move, they would inevitably speculate or even follow him directly. Considering the gender advantage, the only person Lei Jin could choose was Alice. Lei Jin quietly explained the current situation to Alice and asked for her help. Alice had never expected that her best friend would actually fight with her mother-in-law. She naturally wanted to help, but she was still a little dissatisfied with Lei Jin. Lei Jin must have been negligent in this matter. Otherwise, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would not have reached the point of fierce conflict. Lei Jin naturally didn't think of where Alice's thoughts were. He just took Alice to the exercise room. Lei Jin's choice was still correct. After Alice followed, she didn't attract much attention. If someone noticed, they would at most think that this kid was a little fickle. Before entering the exercise room, Lei Jin still emphasized to Alice, "I don't know why they fought. After we go in, we will separate them first, and then listen to their explanations before deciding how to deal with them. Don't add fuel to the fire." Lei Jin still knew the friendship between Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang. If Alice helped Jiang Zhuxiang regardless of anything, the scene would become even more chaotic. Although Alice was a little dissatisfied, she listened to Lei Jin's words and nodded to indicate that she would not mess around. The two of them entered the training room. The two people in the training room were still fighting in ecstasy. Lei Jin counted softly, 1, 2, 3. After counting, the two rushed over at the same time. Alice hugged Jiang Zhuxiang, and Lei Jin blocked his mother, separating them by at least 5 meters, and then asked them what was going on. Jiang Zhuxiang and Mrs. Lei didn't know why they separated them for a while. Their answers were very consistent. "We are just sparring." "Why are you so nervous?" Alice and Lei Jin were both confused. They were just sparring in this kind of battle. But seeing their serious expressions, they had to admit that it was true. They could only admit that they were too nervous and said that everyone was waiting for them to have breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang and Mrs. Lei looked at the time. They seemed to have spent too much time. No wonder they came to find them. The two of them sorted out their clothes, then went to the bathroom together to wash their faces, and planned to go out for breakfast hand in hand. Lei Jin and Alice felt that they were neither here nor there. Alice and Lei Jin could only follow them back to the dining table. Alice silently asked Lei Jin, "Does your mother and Jiang Zhuxiang always get along like this?" Alice also learned about their fragmented mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship through some TV dramas on the virtual internet. Now seeing the relationship between Jiang Zhuxiang and Mrs. Lei, she couldn't believe her eyes. Lei Jin himself is still dizzy now, and silently said, "My mother seems to treat Xiaoxiang as her daughter. Sometimes better than myself. I don't know how they get along with each other. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a strong person when getting along with me, but I didn't expect that he would be in such a state in front of his elders." Alice felt a little sympathetic to Lei Jin. Obviously, Jiang Zhuxiang had conquered his mother, and his family status was obviously at the bottom. His friends would not encounter the so-called mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problem. Alice didn't care how pitiful Lei Jin was. She followed him silently and held Jiang Zhuxiang's other hand. As for Lei Jin, who cares? Lei Jin silently reflected on his previous actions. It seems that he should have a sense of crisis. In the future, his mother is likely to play with his Xiaoxiang and exclude him. It is necessary for him to cut off the contact between the two of them. Chapter 720. Jiang Zhuxiang was teased. The people who had been sitting at the table for a long time smiled at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others and asked curiously, "What fun things did you play so early in the morning? Do you need Lei Jin to call you?" When they saw Lei Jin coming back alone at the end, they knew that Lei Jin and Alice definitely did not have an ambiguous relationship. But Mrs. Lei and the others' behavior was a bit suspicious. However, although they asked this question, they did not expect them to answer. They just hoped to provoke the relationship between them and Lei Jin or even the Lei clan leader. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others' actions could be said to be done without telling the Lei clan leader and his son. Mrs. Lei narrowed her eyes slightly at this intention. Although she was confident that her husband would never doubt her, she would not give others a chance to talk about her. Mrs. Lei glanced at Jiang Zhuxiang and asked for her opinion. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded silently. This kind of thing actually didn't have much impact on her, so she just said it out. "Mrs. Lei, I got up early in the morning and happened to meet Miss Jiang, who was also working out in the exercise room. We had a sparring match. Miss Jiang is quite strong, so we forgot the time. I need my son and Alice to come and call us. I'm sorry to disturb everyone's breakfast. Although Mrs. Lay said she was embarrassed, she didn't have such thoughts on her face. She explained this only to her husband. As for the other people present, Mrs. Lay didn't care about their feelings. Lejeune nodded and agreed with his mother's statement. At this time, he still had to be outward-looking. Even Alice behaved in the same way. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, he didn't need to make any statement. With Mrs. Lay charging ahead, he just had to silently not drag his feet. The atmosphere at the table was a bit dull for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the Lay clan leader, who didn't intend to smooth things over. What was he planning to do? Was he planning to make everyone fight? The Lay clan leader naturally didn't intend to ignore it completely. He just wanted to teach those people a lesson. Can others arbitrarily make up the wife of their Lay family? When those people were about to speak up to smooth things over, the Lay clan leader said, "Okay. There are still things to do next. So don't waste time. Sit down and have breakfast." This was naturally said to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. As for those people, what they wanted to say was blocked. But they had no excuse to attack. So they could only agree awkwardly, yes. Everyone should stop standing. It must be tiring to spar in the early morning. Sit down and replenish your energy. The only woman in the team spoke up. The men didn't plan to speak up at all. And they didn't dare to speak up again. If they added fuel to the fire and made Chief Lay even more unhappy, the purpose of their group would probably be ruined. Mrs. Lay was relatively gentle to this woman, and she also wanted to give her a way out. So she said, "Okay, everyone, don't be polite. Today's breakfast is prepared by Miss Jiang. Everyone, eat more." Mrs. Lay sat down after she finished speaking, and asked Alice and the others to find a seat by themselves. The atmosphere at the table finally entered a normal dining atmosphere. Those people no longer tried to provoke, and obediently filled their stomachs, and then planned to start visiting the Lay family's special exercise room. Chief Lay didn't plan to follow him, but Mrs. Lay followed him directly because she was going to leave. Chief Lay silently watched his wife, who had promised to accompany him today, walk away from him, and at the same time glared at his daughter-in-law, who had seduced his wife's heart. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lejeune speechlessly. "What's going on in your family? It's obviously not my fault. But you want to blame me." It's a pity that Lejeune also felt this unsatisfactory scene. He didn't intend to pay attention to his little Xiang's protest, because he also wanted to protest like his father. He didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang's little dissatisfaction. Of course, Lejeune's protest was directed to his mother. After all, Lejeune was reluctant to say anything about his little Xiang. Mrs. Lay was very aware of her son's little mood. She didn't care at all, and held her daughter-in-law's arm tightly. She also took Alice away by the way, successfully obtained Ron's resentment, and walked with the woman in the previous team. The four women completely ignored the thoughts of the men present, and formed their own faction. Mrs. Lay also introduced some things about the Lay family to the other three women, to help them understand the situation of the Lay family, completely ignoring the facts that others didn't know. Lejeune and Ron could only look at each other in silence, taking on the responsibility of introducing others, and letting the ladies move freely. The first place they went to was the training room of Lei Hua's family. Because of the fire-related supernatural power inheritance, Lei Hua's family's training room was the most popular. They would fight without saying a word. They were also the strongest family besides Lejeune's family, and the most suitable family to hit their confidence. Lei Hua had already known Lejeune's plan before, and had notified the manager of his own training room early to prepare the venue to welcome the distinguished guests. He had also arranged some of the challengers with the best record in the past to prepare for the end, and made sure that the visitors from other fragments would have fun at that time. Of course, the challengers did not need to retain their strength at all, as long as they did not intentionally hurt people. The Lei clan leader could protect them. Lei Hua said directly after seeing people coming in, "Who is going to give it a try?" Lei Hua himself is not a good-tempered person, except for Lejeune. He is completely unconvinced. After knowing that these people are here to explore the Lei family, he has no good feelings at all. He must teach them a good lesson. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at this flaming appearance helplessly and asked Mrs. Lei in a low voice, "Will they get into trouble by doing this?" Although Jiang Zhuxiang also agreed to teach them a good lesson, he still didn't want to completely break up with them. If they really broke up with them because they did too much, then they would be the ones who suffered. Mrs. Lei patted Jiang Zhuxiang's hand and said, "Don't worry. They still know their limits. And those old foxes won't be willing to use their lives to exchange for their own fragments of interests." At worst, if they go too far, I will stop them myself. Xiaoxiang, don't worry too much. Mrs. Lei pinched Jiang Zhuxiang's face and said with a smile. Chapter 721 Friendship of Other Fragments. Lei Jin frowned when he saw his mother's actions. That was a place he had never touched. How dare she do that? And as Xiaoxiang didn't refuse, Lei Jin couldn't help but feel a little sad. Ron saw this scene and felt fortunate from the bottom of his heart. In their fragments, adult children would not live with their parents, so he didn't have to worry about his Alice being taken away by her mother. At this time, Ron could only pat Lei Jin on the shoulder and comfort him. Anyway, we will stay here for at most one day. Just pretend you didn't see it. Ron didn't think Lei Jin had any advantage in competing for favor with his mother in front of his partner, especially when his partner didn't have this awareness. Ron always felt that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't really care about Lei Jin. Otherwise, she would stay away from those who had an ambiguous relationship with her. However, Alice didn't seem to have this kind of self-awareness. Thinking of Alice's constant hanging out with Jiang Zhuxiang, Ron felt that he had no right to sympathize with Lei Jin. If it weren't for the fact that there were outsiders around, Ron would have directly separated Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang, who had been holding hands until now. Lei Jin also saw Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice holding hands, and silently reminded himself that he must separate them after everyone else left. At this time, everyone had entered the training room. Lei Hua opened the protective shield above the venue, and said to those who had entered the venue and were about to start the competition, "Stop it. Don't hurt our distinguished guests." Lei Hua was still very confident about the people on his side, even though he was much younger than the other party. But youth is an asset. The one in the venue responded loudly, "Yes." Then he posed, "Please give me more advice." The other side directly took action. Completely rude. The people outside the field didn't care much about this, and didn't care much about winning or losing. Lei Hua asked Lei Jin, "Where are you going to take them next?" Lei Jin said, "We should go to a Jin's house. I think we have dealt with these two blows here, and the rest will be left to other places." Lei Jin still had to give them some face. Otherwise, what if they didn't want to go after the blows were done? Lei Hua looked at the situation in the field where his side was about to win, and nodded silently. "You are right. I think you need to let a Jin go a little later. Otherwise, they are about to explode." Lei Hua signaled his captain to look at the expressions of the people sitting next to him, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Jiang Zhuxiang was also talking to Alice about this matter at this time. "Are we too much? They don't want to go on the next trip." "Right," Alice said. "No. Their personalities will not let them give up easily here. As long as they can see a glimmer of hope, they will continue. This is the spirit that their fragments uphold, and they will not give up until the end." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the faces of those people, and felt that they might not still have this spirit. People often want to save face as they get older. It would not look good for them to hit them so hard. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Do you want us to give them a break? Let them save face." Alice said, "No. Don't do that. Do you think they can't see it? If you do that, they will think you are deliberately insulting them. They would rather die for the sake of face and suffer in life than accept such a break." Jiang Zhuxiang saw Alice's firm opposition and had to say nothing. Seeing that the person in the field fell to the ground and could not stand up again, he quickly signaled the referee outside the field to announce the result so that he could carry the person out and treat his wounds. This person's fate was a bit worse than the previous loser. Jiang Zhuxiang only saw a charred piece at first, and didn't know how serious his injuries were. The referee looked at Lei Hua, who looked at the people who had stood up, and asked, "Can he be considered defeated now?" Lei Hua considered that if they thought he still had the strength to fight, he would wait a little longer. Those people looked at the person lying motionless on the ground in the arena, shook their heads and said, "We admit defeat," and quickly find a healing person to rescue him. Although the physical fitness of individuals with superpowers has improved a lot today, they still have to protect their bodies. After all, it is the foundation of human beings, and they can't do things like not finding a doctor for him. Lei Jin said, "We never use healing people in our family, but there is an ancient doctor, Xiaoxiang. Do you think there is still a need to rescue the one inside?" Lei Jin knew the strength of Lei Hua's men, and he was a little skeptical about whether he could survive. Jiang Zhuxiang said speechlessly, "As long as he is still alive, it is necessary to rescue him. It depends on whether they can afford the medical expenses afterwards. There are still many good medicines in Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space, but they are relatively precious and almost priceless. Those people were still a little shocked when they heard what Lei Jin said. And said repeatedly, "We can afford it. We can afford it. As long as this doctor can save him, we will definitely offer a heavy gift and our friendship. At that time, as long as it does not violate our legal requirements, we can help this doctor do it." His eyes were earnest and his attitude was sincere, completely different from his previous condescending attitude. Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at the person inside. He didn't expect that he was so valuable. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't wait for Lei Jin to make a decision and directly said, "Lei Hua, open the protective shield. I will do my best." Lei Hua naturally didn't hesitate to Jiang Zhuxiang's words. This protective shield was made by Jiang Zhuxiang. Even if he didn't agree, she could still remove it. Lei Hua directly removed the protective shield to avoid damage. However, Lei Hua carefully glanced at his captain, wondering if he had any objection to Jiang Zhuxiang's approach. Lei Jin naturally had no objection. He followed Jiang Zhuxiang's steps directly. If there was anything inconvenient, he could take action. Jiang Zhuxiang pressed the pulse of the man lying on the ground, took out a heart-protecting pill to protect his heart pulse, and then slowly began to clean the wound on his body. At the same time, he took out a cork and motioned Lei Jin to put it in the man's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. After all, it would still be very painful to tear the clothes off him, enough to wake him up in pain. If he bit his tongue at that time, it would be bad. Chapter 722, Thunder and Fire Punishment. Lei Jin took the cork and stuffed it neatly into the man's mouth, and helped close his jaw to prevent the cork from falling out. Jiang Zhuxiang took out 2 pairs of scissors and handed one to Lei Jin, saying, "I will help him cut open the clothes on his upper body, and you are responsible for the things on his lower body. You must remove all the clothes. Otherwise it will stick to the wound and easily cause inflammation." Jiang Zhuxiang specifically reminded Lei Jin of this, so that he would not be unable to do it for some reason. Lei Jin originally wanted to leave some fig leaves for this man, but after hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation, he simply took off all the clothes on his lower body. At the same time, seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was still doing it slowly, he said eagerly, "Let me help. Xiexiang, you continue to prepare other things." How could his own Xiao Xiang touch another man's body? Although Lei Jin couldn't say it directly, he could help to isolate him in a tactful way. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's help. He took the disinfectant he was going to use next. Because of the limited time, Jiang Zhuxiang had decided to use wine to disinfect directly. Jiang Zhuxiang still had that kind of strong wine in his personal space. It was all prepared for emergencies before, and now it was just right to use it. Jiang Zhuxiang first put the wine jar on the ground, then got out a wooden basin, poured the wine into the basin, soaked the gauze, and then planned to clean him. In order to completely remove the filth in his wound, he needed to use some strength. He was awakened by the pain as Jiang Zhuxiang expected, and struggled with his hands and feet to avoid Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. Lei Jin couldn't stop him by himself. So Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and said, "Don't stand aside and watch. Okay? Help quickly." Jiang Zhuxiang stared at those who stood still in silence. Didn't they see how busy we are here? After being reminded by Jiang Zhuxiang, they hurried to help, pressing hands and feet, making sure that Jiang Zhuxiang could successfully disinfect him. After Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned every inch of the wound, he asked Lei Jin to cover it for him first. He needed to prepare the burn ointment. There was still a little bit of the previous stock. Jiang Zhuxiang took it out first, and then asked Lei Jin to help him apply it first. First, focus on the wound in the eye, and I will make up for the lack right away. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly took out a medicine jar and started mixing the necessary herbs. The others returned to their idle state and helped Lei Hua clean up the place to avoid wasting time. After Jiang Zhuxiang treated the remaining wounds with the prepared ointment, he asked the others, "Should we continue to take him with us or stay at Lei's house first? If we leave him behind, I will prepare enough ointment." Jiang Zhuxiang personally preferred to leave him behind. After all, it was too troublesome to take him away. If there was any accident, he would have to be protected. It was really a big burden. But for others, the Lei family was not worthy of their trust. So they insisted on taking the person with them. They said, "If there is any danger, we will be responsible for protecting him. You don't need to worry about it. We just need to trouble you to prepare a tool that is more convenient to take him away. Stretchers are too troublesome. It would be better if there is a cart." Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Lei Jin. He didn't prepare such things, so he needed to get them. Lei Jin didn't expect that his family couldn't get their trust. He could only prepare such things helplessly. He said, Lei Hua, this is the trouble caused by your men. You are responsible for the aftermath. Lei Jin still knew how to send others. Lei Hua looked at his captain innocently, and could only go to prepare things obediently. Lei Jin said, I'll wait here for a while. You go to Lei Jin first. I'll push people to gather together. Their arrangements here have not been completed yet. And Lei Jin still doesn't plan to waste time on this person. Jiang Zhuxiang stuffed the remaining ointment to Lei Jin and asked him to take good care of the patient. Then he followed Mrs. Lei and led people to Lei Jin's house. Everyone was still a little depressed. Even those who wanted to test the strength of the Lei family didn't want to leave after seeing the fate of the previous person. Therefore, everyone in Lei Jin's training room just watched the confrontation between the Lei family members, and then it ended. When Lei Jin and his men caught up, they said, let's continue to the next sightseeing point. I hope there is no danger at the next sightseeing point. They already knew that the person who had this fragment was quite powerful, and their original thoughts had mostly dissipated. Next, they wanted to honestly understand the matter of this fragment and see if there was any possibility of cooperation. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin with a smile and said, the next sightseeing point is the Yin family. They are all fire-type superpowers, but they are not focused on attacking, but on refining. If you don't want to go, we can change to the next one. The next one is the Jin family, which mainly has gold-type superpowers and is more familiar with instruments and metals. The aggressiveness of the Jin and Yin families was actually quite strong, but Jiang Zhuxiang saw that they were a little scared. So he deliberately avoided talking about it and only introduced other aspects of their two families. The man who had just been hurt by the fire said directly, not going to the Yin family. He didn't want to hear or see anything related to fire at all, and his opposition was very strong. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the others. If they also thought so, then they should go directly to the Jin family. The others looked at the man twitching because of the pain, and didn't want to stimulate him anymore. So they nodded quickly and said, not going to the Yin family. Not going to the Yin family. Then he said to Jiang Zhuxiang, let's go directly to the Jin family. We are also interested in metals and instruments. As for the Yin family, we will go there when we have the chance in the future. At least we can't take this person with us. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his understanding and gestured to them. Please take him to the car we came earlier. We will prepare some food first, and we will have lunch and dinner in the car. Seeing that the man didn't want to stay in the Lei family any longer, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to leave immediately. As for the follow-up of the Lei family, let Mrs. Lei stay and continue to deal with it. Lei Jin still has to go with him. Mrs. Lei naturally saw this series of accidents and had already ordered people to prepare everything that should be prepared. By the way, she planned to teach Lei Hua a lesson. In the future, such things that are easy to be caught by others should not be done so obviously. After Lei Jin got the food, he said a little embarrassedly, thank you for your hard work. Mother, I will apologize when I have time later. This time, it was also his own fault. To Lei Hua, Lei Jin directly said, today, I made a bad arrangement. If my father makes trouble for you, just tell me directly, and I will take the responsibility for you. Lei Jin still won't let his team members take the blame. Otherwise it would be too irresponsible. Lei Hua said in a rough voice, it doesn't matter. This is also my misjudgment. I didn't expect that the old man was so fragile. You don't have to take the responsibility for me. Just prepare some of the medicine prepared by Miss Jiang for me. Chapter 723 Bitter Medicinal Food. Mrs. Lei watched their brotherly love throughout the whole process. But she was not very moved. You don't have to push each other around. I think your clan leader or father will not let any of you go. You better prepare to accept your own punishment. Mrs. Lei knows clan leader Lei quite well. In this matter, clan leader Lei will definitely give each of them 50 lashes. After listening to the words of the dean's wife, Lei Jin also reflected on his father's usual practice and said directly, Lei Hua, I'm leaving first. If my father wants to find me, just say I'm busy. Lei Jin decided to disappear for a while. When he appeared again, his father would definitely have forgotten about punishing him. Lei Jin left immediately after he finished speaking, leaving Mrs. Lei and Lei Hua dumbfounded. When did Lei Jin learn this method? It seemed that his personality had changed slightly after being with Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time. Mrs. Lei didn't know whether she was happy or sad. Lei Hua was obviously sad at this time. Lei Jin's departure meant that he had to face the punishment of the Lei clan leader alone. Lei Hua said that he couldn't bear it. Mrs. Lei patted the poor Lei Hua on the shoulder and said, "I will help you explain it. Try not to let him fire at you completely. At that time, bring Lei Kong along. Even if his healing ability is useless, it can always relieve the pain." Mrs. Lei felt that Lei Jin was a little bit unfair to her friends. And as a mother, she had to save his image. Lei Hua thought about Lei Kong's character. If he knew about his captain's behavior, he would only add fuel to the fire. Lei Hua said righteously, "Don't bother Lei Kong. Now that the captain is gone, he is still very busy. I hope you can help me explain a few words. If I really get hurt, I will definitely ask Jiang Zhuxiang for medicine." Jiang Zhuxiang will definitely be embarrassed to refuse. Mrs. Lei thought about it, and felt that it made sense. So she accompanied Lei Hua to find the leader of the Lei clan. While Lei Hua was trying to reduce his sentence, Lei Jin had already returned to Jiang Zhuxiang's car. When he entered the car, Lei Jin was unanimously noticed by those who were not injured. And most of their eyes were not kind. Lei Jin didn't care about this kind of look at all. Lei Jin had seen a lot of it when he was in the wild before. Now he only cared about his own Zhuxiang's attitude. Jiang Zhuxiang had no dissatisfaction with Lei Jin. After all, although the Lei family was a little too strong this time, the effect was obvious. They had a deep understanding of the strength of the Lei family, and would definitely not dare to take any action easily. Moreover, it also reduced their workload. They didn't have to go to the Yin family. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin and nodded. Other attitudes were not too obvious. After all, there were still a group of victims here. It would be bad if they were disgusted at that time. After all, the road ahead still had to continue. Lei Jin felt the implicit hint from his own Xiaoxiang. But he was not dissatisfied. He was very quiet during the following trip, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, and let Jiang Zhuxiang and the others contact a group of people. Even when Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to change the dressing for the injured, Lei Jin did not come up, but instructed Ron to help. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied with Lei Jin's performance. After all, conflicts should be reduced. Jiang Zhuxiang arranged Lei Jin's work in logistics. After all, logistics support is also a very important part. Before arriving at Jin's house, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Jin to contact Jin Yin and report their progress here, so that they could be prepared. Because of the patient, Jiang Zhuxiang asked the driver to slow down, so when they could arrive at Jin's house, it must be evening. I don't know if they can catch up with dinner by then. But fortunately Lei Jin had prepared dinner before, so he was not in a hurry. But the patient's dinner needed to be prepared separately. He needed some food that was easy to digest and could replenish energy. And it would be best to add some medicinal materials to match his condition. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time, asked for other people's opinions, and decided to cook some medicinal food in the car. Fortunately, he still had the ingredients in his personal space. He just needed to wash them and cook them directly. However, if he added medicinal materials, the taste would be a bit sorry. He hoped that he would be able to eat it. However, looking at the people around him, Jiang Zhuxiang carefully explained to them the use of the things he prepared. If he didn't want to eat it, he believed that they would persuade him. At worst, he could still drink it. Right? The man had eaten and drunk the Chinese patent medicine prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang before, so he was dormant because of the effect of the medicine. He had no idea about this matter. Otherwise, he would definitely protest. The bitter smell of herbs filled the carriage. Others felt a little sympathetic towards the person who was going to drink this thing. Even though they were not in the same camp, they had a certain understanding of Jiang Zhuxiang's methods, and decided that they would never fall into Jiang Zhuxiang's hands if they were injured in the future, even though her treatment method was the most harmless and thorough. Before arriving at the Jin family, Jiang Zhuxiang signaled the other fragments to wake up the injured. The medicinal food was ready, and Jiang Zhuxiang decided to let him drink it now, and he could go to rest directly later. After waking up the man, the other fragments explained the current situation to him, brought the medicinal food to him, and planned to feed him with a spoon. After the man tasted the first mouthful, he didn't want to take the second mouthful. Jiang Zhuxiang gestured to them to force him to drink. He didn't want his hard work to be wasted. The other people in the fragments struggled for 2 seconds and explained his situation to the injured. If he drank it immediately, he could still save some face. Otherwise, they had no way to refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangement. The injured was quite sensible and said, "Can you not give it one spoonful at a time? Let me drink it all at once. The taste of this kind of food will stay in the mouth for a long time if it is fed with a spoon. It will be much easier to accept if it can be finished at once. The other people in the fragments asked Jiang Zhuxiang for his opinion. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded without any objection. They put the bowl to his mouth and watched him swallow the bitterness with big mouthfuls. They silently felt that they were a bit like accomplices. Especially when he said he needed sugar after drinking. Sugar is always eaten by children. When they came out, they didn't think of bringing such things. They turned their eyes to Jiang Zhuxiang and his group. Chapter 724 Awkward Situation. Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out a bag of candy prepared by the dean's wife from his personal space. Opened it. Poured out a piece and handed it to the injured. And stuffed one into himself. And then asked Alice, "Do you want it?" Jiang Zhuxiang had never thought of eating this kind of candy before. This was the first time he tried it. And it tasted good. As a girl, Alice would naturally not refuse such a thing. She reached out and took one and put it in her mouth. And handed one to Ron at the same time. Ron stuffed the candy into his mouth a little speechlessly. And reminded Jiang Zhuxiang to treat everyone equally. Lei Jun seems to have not eaten it yet. We are all in the same boat. For Ron, eating candy is definitely not something that a man can accept. Jiang Zhuxiang turned his gaze to Lei Jun and asked tentatively, "Do you want it?" Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think Lei Jun would like candy. To be honest, it was a strange thing for Jiang Zhuxiang that Ron would eat candy. Lei Jun would never refuse anything from his little Xiang. And nodded to say, yes. Jiang Zhuxiang handed him the candy package. He still had several packs here. So he just gave this pack to Lei Jun. Anyway, he didn't like it very much. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a new pack of candy from his personal space and handed it to the injured person. Saying, "You can eat one when the pain is unbearable. I don't recommend giving you painkillers. If you can get through it yourself, it will be good for you in the future. Painkillers are addictive. And Jiang Zhuxiang is always very careful when prescribing them." The injured person said helplessly, "What should I do when I rest at night? If there are no painkillers, I will be woken up by the pain. Right? It is impossible to hold sugar in your mouth when you fall asleep. What if you choke?" In response to the injured person's concerns, Jiang Zhuxiang directly said, "Oh, the oral medicine I prescribed for you contains sleeping pills, which can definitely make you sleep until dawn. Unless you wake up, you will never feel pain." Jiang Zhuxiang has always believed that sleep is the best way to repair the human body. If he didn't have a task during the day, Jiang Zhuxiang wouldn't mind letting him fall asleep during the day. The injured person had nothing to say. It seemed that the medicinal food just now should also contain this ingredient. Otherwise, why would he feel groggy now? The injured person said, "Can you guarantee my sobriety during the day? I still have to deal with things on my fragment side?" The injured person needs to strive for his sobriety time. Otherwise his fragment side will think that he has an accident, which will affect the stability of his fragment side. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I will adjust the prescription for the daytime. At that time, as long as you can endure the pain in your body will definitely keep you awake." Since he is willing to endure the pain, Jiang Zhuxiang will not waste his medicinal materials. You know, medicinal materials are also very precious. The injured inexplicably felt as if he had offended the doctor, but he didn't know what was going on. After dealing with the injured, the Jean family appeared in front of everyone. There was a funny person standing at the door waiting. The driver turned on the headlights and found that the person was Jean Yin. Lei Jun said, "I will go and explain to him first." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. The main thing was to take special care of the injured. There was nothing to pay attention to the rest of the night. If you want to visit the Jean family, you have to wait until tomorrow. It's still a little too dark now, and they have already solved dinner in the car. If you want to meet other people in the Jean family, you have to postpone it until tomorrow. Lei Jun went downstairs and talked with Jean Yin for a while before coming back to help open the door and let the injured person go down first. Jean Yin has arranged a medical room for him. He will be cared for by a healing psychic tonight. And you can also have a good rest. Lei Jun did this to take into account the rest of the people in other fragments. The Jean family's medical room is configured according to the standards of the Academy of Sciences. And there is no need to worry about their medical level. The people in other fragments said, "Let's send him over first. We need to take a good look before we can decide whether to keep someone to watch the night together." Although they have no grudges with the Jean family, they must be on guard against others. And who knows whether the Lei family will collude with the Jean family to do something unfavorable to them. Lei Jun could basically guess what they were thinking. So he didn't say much, letting them do whatever they wanted. Lei Jin turned to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others and said, Jin Yin has arranged rooms for us. Our rooms are basically together. Jin Yin will take them to the medical room first. I already know the location of the room. Do you want to go with me to rest first? As the host, Jin Yin couldn't just leave the other fragments alone. So he just let Lei Jin and other acquaintances do what they wanted. Fortunately, Lei Jin was also very familiar with the Jin family. After all, his mother was from here, and he used to come to the Jin family to play when he was a child. So he didn't need a guide or anything. Jiang Zhuxiang was very tired today and didn't want to accompany the other fragments anymore. He nodded and said, You lead the way. Jiang Zhuxiang had already given the ointment and other things to Jin Yin, and the internal medicine and prescriptions to Jin Yin. When the time comes, he only needs to hand them over to the staff of the medical room, and they will naturally know how to deal with it. Lei Jin took Jiang Zhuxiang and his group away, and Jin Yin was in high spirits to appease these people, at least not to let them do anything in their Jin family. Of course, they would not be polite where they should be deterred, as long as they grasped the degree. After arriving at the medical room, the staff handled it in an orderly manner according to Jiang Zhuxiang's previous arrangements. The staff here have all been trained in the Academy of Sciences. For them, as long as they act according to the standards. As for the patient's feelings, as long as the condition is controlled and improved, other details can be ignored. The medicine was already boiling in the small medicine stove. The bed had been disinfected, and a staff member had taken the ointment from Jin Yin and started to change the medicine for him. The other people in the fragments felt that they did not exist in the eyes of these staff members, and said to Jin Yin awkwardly, We think there is no problem here. Let's go and rest. And don't disturb their work. Jin Yin knew this result, and his staff was definitely well trained. So he nodded and said, Please follow me. Chapter 725. Different Styles of Jin and Yin. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up and called Lei Jin and the others first, mainly to communicate with Jin and Yin first, so as to avoid conflicts when doing things. Lei Jin was naturally not dissatisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangement, and he also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang's consideration was very reasonable, so he nodded and did not express any opinions. Alice, on the other hand, still didn't know much about the Jin family, and asked curiously, What does their family mainly do? Will there be any accidents during today's visit? Alice was still a little scared about what happened in the Lei family. If something like this happened everywhere they went, how many people would be left intact after their visit this time? Alice's worry was also due to her lack of understanding of the nature of the Jin family. Jiang Zhuxiang explained while stirring the pot, Don't worry about this. No one from the Jin family will fight with them. They are mainly here to show their control over instruments and metals. If you are interested, you can try it. Some of their instruments are better than our Academy of Sciences. In addition, Lei Jin and Jin Yin had discussed their previous lessons before, and I believe that the Jin family will not make the same mistakes as the Lei family. Alice said doubtfully, Okay. Can you go with me then? Alice always needs someone to take her to try unfamiliar places, and to avoid any misunderstandings. At this time, finding a local snake is the best choice. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Lei Jin to open the door. They had made an appointment with Jin Yin to have breakfast together before, and he should be here soon. Lei Jin opened the door, and saw that it was indeed Jin Yin. He quickly let him in. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice brought the prepared breakfast to the table and greeted Jin Yin. Sit down. How was their situation last night? In addition to communicating with Jin Yin, Jiang Zhuxiang still needed to understand the situation of other fragments. Alice helped Jiang Zhuxiang distribute breakfast, and at the same time, she pricked up her ears to listen to Jin Yin's answer. Jin Yin said, It's good. The staff worked hard, so they have nothing to say. Some things are to make sure that they can't find any mistakes on the surface, so that they will retreat on their own. Jin Yin has been training with the head of the Jin family for a period of time, and has mastered some of this kind of open tactics, so it is no problem to use it to deal with him. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Jin Yin's words, nodded in agreement, and glanced at Lei Jin. This guy is a little lacking in this aspect. He only uses force, which is also the usual practice of the Lei family. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything in the past, and hoped that this incident would make him realize his shortcomings. Lei Jin naturally knew Jiang Zhuxiang's good intentions. This time, the Lei family did something wrong. They will be more cautious in the future. After Jiang Zhuxiang played with Lei Zhen, he continued to ask, "Have we arranged where to visit today?" Jiang Zhuxiang still checked the places to visit to avoid the situation of the Lei family. When Jin Yin received this task, he had already arranged the corresponding places. He didn't have time to tell Jiang Zhuxiang last night. If Jiang Zhuxiang didn't invite him to come this morning, he would take the initiative to come and explain. Jin Yin sent the corresponding location description to everyone through the communicator, and then said, "If there is anything inappropriate, you can tell me now. As long as they haven't come yet, we can still make adjustments to avoid some unnecessary troubles." Jin Yin and Jiang Zhuxiang were also talking casually, which was why the head of the Jin family asked Jin Yin to be in charge of this matter. The head of the Jin family also knew about the things that happened in the Lei family before. This time he did not plan to show up and let the younger generations handle it themselves. If there was anything that could not be solved at that time, he would show up himself, so as not to lose face at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully reviewed it and directly accepted the arrangement of the Lei family out of trust without asking more questions. Now Jiang Zhuxiang dared not be arrogant anymore. Fortunately, Jin Yin's arrangement was relatively safe. The places chosen were all places that would not cause any problems at all, and they could show the characteristics of the Jin family. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite satisfied and nodded, saying, "I have no opinion. You can take a look too." Jiang Zhuxiang certainly wouldn't make the decision by himself, and he still had to listen to Alice and the others' opinions. After experiencing the previous accident, Alice and Ron no longer dared to leave everything to Jiang Zhuxiang alone. After all, if something unexpected happened, they would all have to bear the responsibility together. Alice and Ron carefully asked Jin Yin about the specific conditions of these locations to ensure that there would be no armed conflicts. Only then did they nod and agree to this arrangement, and said, "If there is anything wrong, can we stop it at any time? This is very important. If it can be stopped at any time, then the previous patient would not be so angry." Jin Yin knew that they would be afraid of the ropes after being bitten once, so he nodded and agreed to their request. "As long as there is danger, you can stop at any time." Jin Yin still has the final say on this matter. After seeing that they have no other opinions, he said, "Then it's settled. Let's finish eating quickly and go find them. I don't know what kind of breakfast they are used to." "Miss Jiang, how did you arrange it before?" When Jiang Zhuxiang was at the Lei family before, he naturally arranged it according to the Lei family's habits, and also to let them try their fragmented diet. But now, Jiang Zhuxiang still has to consider their feelings. So Jiang Zhuxiang suggested, "You can ask them before deciding. Now we still have to please them. After all, the previous things were a bit wrong, and Jiang Zhuxiang still had to compromise on some things." After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, Jin Yin also understood the place where they were basically not used to eating their own fragments of food. Jin Yin sent a message to the kitchen to arrange breakfast, mainly preparing bread and other things, and also preparing some things for them to let them choose freely. Perhaps because he was not an only child, Jin Yin respected people's right to choose in some things. Unlike Lei Zhen, who was used to being the only one and would not consider too much for others, Jiang Zhuxiang could still adapt to his style, but just said, "What should we do if they go to have breakfast? It's not good to let them watch them eat." Chapter 726 Fun at Breakfast. Jin Yin said, "If you can still eat, you can eat some more with me. If you can't, you can find a place to play by yourself. Just make an appointment and come together at the time. But Miss Jiang, I have to trouble you for a while. I don't know what to prepare for the injured patient. Please give me some advice, so as not to affect his condition at that time." Jin Yin has always been more concerned about Jiang Zhuxiang. In his opinion, if Jiang Zhuxiang didn't rush to stay, the injured patient would definitely die. So at this time, he wanted her to accompany him throughout the whole process. Jiang Zhuxiang still felt a little awkward about Jin Yin's address, so he corrected it at this time. "It's natural for me to stay, but you don't have to call me Miss Jiang anymore. Just call me Xiaoxiang with him. Otherwise I don't know who you are calling." Jiang Zhuxiang had never cared so much about his name before, but he was used to it by Lei Zhen and the others, so he felt awkward. Jin Yin would naturally not refuse anything that could bring him closer to Jiang Zhuxiang. Doctors could be respected by others no matter what era they were in, as long as their skills were good. Jin Yin said at this time, "Okay, Xiaoxiang, I'll trouble you later." Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head to show that he didn't care. But if he stayed, Lei Zhen and the others would definitely follow him. and by then everyone would be there. So it seemed that Jin also wanted everyone to accompany him. Jin stared at Jiang Zhuxiang and smiled, leading the way in front, first waking up the other people in the fragments, and then going to the medical center to bring that person over. Fortunately, they were also very self-disciplined. When Jin knocked on the door, they had already woken up and were waiting in the living room dressed neatly. Jin was not surprised to see them, but just asked, "Did you have a good rest last night?" They responded, "We had a good rest. I wonder how the one in the medical room rested last night. Mr. Jin, can you take us to see him?" They also felt the professionalism of their medical room last night, and now they asked this question just to find a topic. Jin said, "No problem. We were going to take everyone to visit him anyway, and we can take that gentleman to have breakfast together. I hope that gentleman will have a good appetite too." Jin didn't say much to them, and took them directly to the medical room. For the one in the medical room, he really rested well last night. Knowing that they arrived outside the ward, the staff still reminded them, "The gentleman inside may not wake up yet. I hope you can wait until he wakes up before going in." Even if the staff saw Jin, the young master of the Jin family, they treated him equally. It was absolutely not allowed to disturb the patient's rest. Jiang Zhuxiang agreed with this point, and sat down directly in the waiting area outside the door. Jin looked at the other people apologetically. "Let's wait a while. If these staff see us waking up the gentleman casually, they will definitely kick us out." The people in other fragments had already felt the strength of these staff members last night, so they naturally did not intend to challenge their authority. After waiting for half an hour, the staff inside finally came out to inform, "Everyone can go in." The people in other fragments were not in a hurry at this time, and let Jiang Zhuxiang and others go in first. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang still had to change his medicine and so on. Jiang Zhuxiang handed the ointment prepared last night to the staff, and asked them to help change the medicine. He still had to be a little bit cautious, and even asked them to boil the soup. The people in other fragments naturally saw Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, and they originally had fewer opinions about them. Moreover, looking at the expression of the injured, it can be seen that his injuries have healed a lot. Otherwise, he would not have rested so well last night. However, they still wanted to know the specific situation. "Can this gentleman move with us today?" they asked the staff member. Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said nonchalantly, "If you lie on a cart, there is no problem. Of course, it is also okay to be in a wheelchair. At most, it will heal slowly and leave some scars. I believe this gentleman should not care much about this." The staff knew the origin of this person. If he was one of them, they would definitely advise him to rest well and not to toss. But for others, they would at most suggest, "The best thing is to recuperate here. But if you want to move around, it is also okay, as long as you pay attention to the range of motion." The people from other fragments asked the original owner, "Do you think you can hold on?" The injured person who just woke up said, "I feel fine. Besides, there are doctors here. Right?" He now trusts Jiang Zhuxiang very much. As long as she accompanies him, there will be no problem at all. Although Jiang Zhuxiang looks very young, the people from other fragments saw that he was full of confidence. So they said no more, and signaled the staff to help prepare a wheelchair. After he was ready, Jin took them to the restaurant. The kitchen had already prepared breakfast, and was just waiting for them to come and eat. As for the breakfast of the injured person, Jiang Zhuxiang still prepared medicinal food. He was not as resistant to it as he was the first time. He drank it all in one breath, and then watched the others eat with a little greed. The other people who were eating looked at him with eager eyes, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Can he try it?" They didn't know whether he could eat other foods in his current state of holy body, so they still had to ask Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally said indifferently, "You can't eat oily things. You can't eat hairy things. And you can do whatever you want with the rest." Jiang Zhuxiang was just fulfilling his responsibility to remind him. As for the others, if he eats too much, he will suffer, and he can't blame himself at that time. After careful consideration, the other fragments decided, "You should bear it for now. At worst, we can pack some for you to take with you, and you can eat it when you can." They already knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had the ability of space, and if they took it with them, it would keep the food fresh and last until he recovered. The man said a little frustratedly, "Okay, then pack one of each for me." The man felt that any normal food was delicious after being tortured by the medicinal diet, and couldn't help but be a little greedy. Fortunately, Jean didn't care about this little food, and generously asked someone to come and help pack it. After packing, he put it in Jiang Yuxiang's personal space, and jokingly said, "Don't eat it secretly." Chapter 727 Human-Machine Cooperation Room. Jiang Yuxiang said speechlessly, "I have a lot of this kind of stuff in my personal space. I always leave it there, and no one eats it. Do you want me to take it out and show it to you?" The dean's wife would prepare one for him every time she tested a new product. It was difficult for him to refuse her kindness. So there were more and more bread and snacks in his space. Jiang Yuxiang occasionally thought about whether to take it out and sell it in his virtual online store. Jining was just joking with Jiang Yuxiang. So he quickly said, "No. No. I'm just talking." Jining naturally knew the relationship between Jiang Yuxiang and the dean's wife, and then said, "Okay. Let's go." The others had almost finished eating, and they stood up after wiping their mouths. The first stop that Jean took them to was the laboratory for instruments. This was a large laboratory. The Jean family members, who liked to exercise their superpowers by manipulating instruments, would come here to practice. The instruments here were basically manipulatable with superpowers, ranging from daily necessities to war machines. Jiang Yuxiang saw a man controlling a small robot rolling forward on the open space. When he saw them coming in, he stopped in front of them with a big leap. The small robot clasped its hands in greeting, and the man controlling it said, "Welcome to the Human-Machine Cooperation Room." Then he walked away while controlling the machine. Jean didn't care. People who come here won't waste time. Jean explained to the people behind him. People who are in contact here are very focused. I won't disturb them when they are practicing. If you want to watch, please watch quietly. If they are willing to explain to you after the practice, they will tell you. If they don't want to, don't disturb them. The rules here were set at the beginning of the establishment. Jean himself would not break them. So Jean would not let these visitors off the hook. Instead, he repeatedly emphasized the rules here and tried not to let them mess around. Seeing Jean serious look, the visitors from other fragments nodded and agreed, and then dispersed to see how those people cooperated with the equipment. This kind of visit was really a peaceful form of visit for them. Jiang Yuxiang and the others didn't need to worry too much, and they were also interested in seeing what they wanted to see. Jiang Yuxiang and Alice planned to go around together. Leijun and Ron also had their own favorite things, so it was rare for them to act separately. Jiang Yuxiang first followed Alice to see the equipment related to strength training. Someone used supernatural powers to control the dumbbells up and down. Alice tried another dumbbell herself next to her, but it was not as fast as the one controlled by supernatural powers. Alice said with a little admiration, after they are proficient in this training, it must be very effective to use this tool to fight. Jiang Yuxiang nodded and accompanied her to see some other instruments. After Alice had her fill of the sights, she said, "Whatever you want to see, I'll go with you." Alice could see that Jiang Yuxiang had no special hobbies for these things, so she had to accompany her to see what she liked. Jiang Yuxiang said, "Let's go around first. I don't know if there are any instruments I want to see here." Jiang Yuxiang wanted to see medical instruments, and wondered if they were prepared here. After walking around, they really didn't find such instruments. Alice said a little disappointedly, "Why don't they prepare such instruments? Could it be that they can't control such instruments?" Jiang Yuxiang looked at her disappointed expression with a bit of amusement. "I'm not disappointed. So why are you disappointed? They probably don't prepare this kind of equipment because medical equipment is used on the human body, and any mistakes will have a great impact. This is also their consideration of caution. I had a hunch before." After Jiang Yuxiang finished explaining, he planned to go to the entrance to wait for them to come back after watching. However, Jiang Yuxiang still let Alice go. "If you want to see other things, go by yourself. I'll go to the entrance to wait for you to come back." The others seemed to be still in high spirits, so Alice could still watch for a long time if she went there at this time. Alice really wanted to take a look, so she didn't refuse, saying, "I'll take a look and come right over." Jiang Yuxiang sat back on the chair at the entrance and began to edit a message to report the situation of the past 2 days to the dean, so that he would have an idea, especially the situation of the Lei family. Although the Lei clan leader would communicate with the dean, Jiang Yuxiang still had to describe it from his own perspective. While Jiang Yuxiang was busy, the visitors finally had enough of it and began to come out one after another. The first to come out were the injured from before. For him, he still had to recuperate and heal his injuries. It took too much energy to see such a delicate operation. Seeing him coming back, Jiang Zhuxiang handed him a bottle of Huiyuan Dan, which is mainly used to replenish the body's vitality and allow injured people to recover better. It is quite suitable for his current situation. He still trusts Jiang Zhuxiang's level. Now even if Jiang Zhuxiang hands him a bottle of poison, he will probably eat it without hesitation. This time, he didn't listen to Jiang Zhuxiang's explanation and just poured a pill and swallowed it. After everyone came back, Jinin said, "It's getting late now. Do you want to have lunch and rest before continuing? The morning time is still very short. It's already 10:30. Jinin still has to consider their stomach problems." The other fragment said, "You can arrange it." Jinin took the group to a restaurant and planned to have lunch here. This restaurant is actually a hotel. After lunch, they can take a nap. The chef's skills are also good. Especially his knife skills are very good. This is his way of practicing his supernatural powers. Jinin greeted the chef and reported the number of people here, letting the chef decide what dishes to arrange. The special thing about this hotel is that the guests do not have the right to order dishes. They eat whatever the chef prepares. The amount of dishes will be determined according to the number of people. So Jinin will report their number. They occupied the only large round table here, waiting for the chef to serve the food. The injured patient asked cautiously, "Can I have the same food as you for lunch?" The person he asked was naturally Jiang Zhuxiang. Seeing his cautious look, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to give him some power and nodded in agreement. "I won't restrict your diet when you eat out in the future." Chapter 728 Metal Laboratory. The injured person was very happy to hear Jiang Zhuxiang's answer. But he was still a little worried. Will this not affect the healing of my wound? This worry of his is also a problem that normal people would think of. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had always insisted that he eat medicinal food. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "It will have some impact, but not too big. At most, your wound will heal a little slower. In addition, the possibility of scarring will increase a little. But you, a grown man, should not care about such things. In this era, appearance is no longer the first factor that people consider. Strength is the focus of competition between people." When the injured heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said, he said indifferently, "It's okay if it's slow. It doesn't matter if there are scars, as long as they are not too exaggerated. You should have ointments that can remove scars. Right? Can I buy some when the time comes?" He thought that for a doctor of Jiang Zhuxiang's level, it would be easy to get some ointments to remove scars. At most, he could spend his contribution points to buy them. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, "We'll talk about it later." While they were chatting, the owner of the hotel served them some tea and snacks to prevent them from waiting too anxiously. After all, with only one chef, the speed of serving food was still a little slow. Jiang Zhuxiang also took out some snacks made by the dean's wife from his personal space and asked everyone to help consume some. When the chef brought the dishes one after another, everyone began to concentrate on eating. The chef's dishes tasted really good, but they were still a little worse than the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped eating when he was 80% full. Alice saw that Jiang Zhuxiang stopped eating, so she stopped eating too. Alice always followed Jiang Zhuxiang's eating habits. The rest of the dishes were eaten up by others. Jiang Zhuxiang asked with a bit of amusement, "How are your stomachs? Do you need digestive medicine?" For Jiang Zhuxiang, it is quite common for others to eat too much, so he carries hawthorn pills with him in case of emergency. Leijin and the others said a little embarrassedly, "Need." Jiang Zhuxiang took out the bottle and said, "1 pill per person. Go out and walk around after eating. Don't lie down immediately. Otherwise your stomach will definitely not feel comfortable." In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang still prefers them to go directly to the next visit site instead of taking a lunch break. But considering their physical strength, they still can't do this. Jinin didn't expect them to eat so much, so he took them to the gym prepared by the hotel to let them digest the food. The space here is relatively large and convenient for them to move around. As for the injured person, Jinin said, "What do you think he should do? It is impossible for this person to speed up digestion through activities. If he keeps holding on like this, he will not be able to rest well." Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Then don't rest. Anyway, he has been pushed by others and has hardly consumed any physical strength. Find him something to entertain himself, and don't let him be too bored when others are resting." Jiang Zhuxiang handed him the remaining hawthorn pills and said, "Take this as a snack. When the time comes, you can find something you want to read and read it. When everyone is going to rest later, The injured person also knew his own situation and obediently followed Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangements. He found a virtual network terminal and logged into the virtual network to kill time. After lunch break, Jiang Zhuxiang arranged for Lei Zhen to come to him, also to provide them with a chance to reconcile. Unfortunately, the injured were only slightly polite to Lei Zhen for Jiang Zhuxiang's sake. As for real reconciliation, unless the Lei family made a big concession at that time, otherwise, their problems would be impossible to get over. Lei Zhen saw Jiang Zhuxiang's worried look and quickly said, "Don't worry too much. It won't have much impact after all. We can take it slowly." Jiang Zhuxiang had no other choice but to say, "Then take it slowly. You have to be a little better to him in the future." Lei Zhen nodded, but he still didn't agree with it in his heart. After seeing them return to the team, Jin Yin said directly, "Okay, let's go to the next location. The metal practice room, where there are various metals, mainly used to train gold-type superpowers to control metals. This is another feature of our Jin family. If anyone is interested, you can try it. When it comes to the issue of metal control, the Jin family welcomes everyone to come and learn from each other. The Jin family also has this confidence. The Jin family is at the forefront of metal control. Among the people coming from other fragments, there are indeed gold-type superpowers, but they are not the main superpowers." After hearing what Jin Yin said, he still planned to go down and give it a try. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still asked, "Will there be any danger?" Jin Yin said, "No problem. This kind of control is practiced by one person, and the instrument will score it at that time. As long as the person does not overdraw his superpower, there will be no problem." In Jin Yin's view, no superpower user will overdraw his superpower casually, unless he does not want to improve it in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang is not as optimistic as him. He decided to see who will play later and remind him well. After arriving at the metal laboratory, people from the institute came to distribute masks and glasses to them. Because some metals are toxic and some incredible substances will be produced during the transformation process, it is better to be careful for those who are in contact with this kind of thing for the first time. As for the eyes, the light of some metals is still irritating to the eyes. Considering the particularly sharp eyesight of the superpower users, it is safer to wear glasses. This kind of glasses and masks are applied from the Academy of Sciences. They are the latest products of the Academy of Sciences. After using them, they have to fill in the user experience. Jiang Zhuxiang put it on skillfully. Seeing that others didn't know how to put it on, he explained it to Alice while helping her put it on. If someone still didn't know how to put it on, then Jin Yin would need to help. After all, they were all men, and it was not good to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to help. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care, but was afraid that Lei Zhen would get jealous. After they were fully armed at the door, they slowly entered the laboratory. The places they saw were full of metals, which looked like a metal age. There were also people shuttling in it, constantly changing the metals in order to have more changes and characteristics. That enthusiasm made even Jiang Zhuxiang a little eager to try. In this atmosphere, the person with the other fragments, who originally had the ability of gold, took the initiative to say, "Can I go down and try?" Chapter 729, The Mysterious Shui Family. Before agreeing, Jin Yin still glanced at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded slightly, and Jin Yin said, "You can try, but you should be careful to measure how much power you have, and don't overdraw your power at that time. Otherwise we will have a second injured person here." Jin Yin looked at the person, who was already sitting in the wheelchair, meaningfully. The person who spoke said, "I will pay attention, and I will definitely not be in a situation like him. And it is not his fault that he became like this." Although the man agreed very well, there was still thorn in his words. Seeing Jin Yin's slightly stiff face, Jiang Zhuxiang did not let him face this kind of difficulty alone. He stepped forward and said, "Okay. Just in case, I have a Yuan Dan here. If you feel that your superpowers are insufficient, you can use it to replenish your energy. But you can't eat too much. After the energy of a pill is consumed, it will automatically block your superpowers. At that time, even if you want to persist, you can't persist. It's up to you whether to use it or not. The pills developed by Jiang Zhuxiang are all usable for superpowers, but sometimes they have some strange special effects, just like this time's Yuan Dan. However, even so, superpowers are still flocking to it. After all, crystal cores are still a little inconvenient for superpowers, and even carry zombie viruses. Therefore, unless they have no choice, They rarely absorb crystal cores directly in battle. They have to calm down and carefully avoid those zombie viruses to absorb the energy in them. Therefore, the person who was going to try the other fragments got Jiang Zhuxiang's pill. And the first thing he thought of was that he would never use this kind of pill indiscriminately. This kind of pill must be kept for use at a critical moment in the future. Otherwise it would be too wasteful. Considering this, he was still very careful when he left the scene, controlling his gold-attributed supernatural power to probe into the metal and control the metal to deform. Thinking of the pill Jiang Zhuxiang gave him, he wondered if he could give her a small gift, controlling the metal in his hand, so that it slowly turned into the shape of a rose, and finally took shape before the supernatural power was completely consumed. He carefully took a breath, took it and walked to Jiang Zhuxiang and said, "This is a little gift from me to you. Thank you for the pill before." He did this to preserve his elixir, hoping that he would not take it back. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the flower, which was a bit rough, but it was still good for the first attempt. He knew his little thoughts and took the metal rose without much care, saying, "Thank you for your gift. How do you feel now? If it doesn't work, you can try taking an elixir." Jiang Zhuxiang would not take back what he gave away, so he took the flower lightly. He was reluctant to waste that kind of elixir, and quickly said, "No problem." He was afraid of being forced to waste the elixir. Seeing that he was so persistent, Jiang Zhuxiang said nothing more and said directly to Jin Yin, "Is there anything else you haven't seen? If not, we need to go to the next place. We don't know if the others have arrived yet. We only have one last place left to go." Jiang Zhuxiang had considered letting all the visitors from other fragments feel the strength of their fragments. Now because of the little accident of the Lei family, the process of the visit has been accelerated inexplicably, and Jiang Zhuxiang is still a little annoyed. Jin Yin said, "We don't have anything else to show here. As for the others who haven't arrived yet, I don't think you need to be too anxious. You can ask other people from the Academy of Sciences to organize it." Right? Jin Yin felt that Jiang Zhuxiang was a little too worried. The president of the Academy of Sciences should have his own considerations for such things. Jin Yin, besides, the feet are on other people's bodies. You can't control when they will arrive. You'd better relax. The Academy of Sciences still has a lot of talents, and the president will not let Jiang Zhuxiang worry about it alone. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said no more, motioning others to follow. The next place to visit is the last one of our group. It is mainly related to water-based superpowers. However, it is much more dangerous than here. It's not just the problem of superpowers, but also that they live in the big lake. There are many mutant animals in the big lake. I hope everyone will not act rashly at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang revealed the situation of the last stop to them in advance. It was Shuiwen's territory, which was actually more dangerous than any shelter. Otherwise, the Shui family would not be able to keep it. He just hoped that these people would be obedient. These people have been quite trusting of Jiang Zhuxiang's words for some time. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang has never broken his promise. Even if they don't believe Jiang Zhuxiang's warning, they still said, "We will act cautiously. Miss Jiang, please give us more advice when the time comes." At that time, as long as they follow Jiang Zhuxiang, there will probably be no problem. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and said, "As long as you follow my advice, I promise to take you back unscathed. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." After that, Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Jin Yin to take them out. They needed to get to the Shui family as soon as possible, as the waters were more dangerous at night. Jin Yin also knew the importance of the matter, and prepared some things for them. When sending them to the car, he also said, "If it is already dark when you get there, don't go into the waters. It is better to stay in the waters for one night before going in than to go overnight. I believe the Dean will not care about this time." Jin Yin also knew something about the Shui family. Although the current person in power had a good relationship with Jiang Zhuxiang, he still had to remind Jiang Zhuxiang not to be too casual. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, and was quite satisfied with Jin Yin's hospitality this time, saying, "Welcome to the Academy of Sciences next time. I will definitely treat you well." Jin Yin and his friends had never been to the Academy of Sciences before, so Jiang Zhuxiang really wanted to invite them to go there. Jin Yin said, "Okay, I'll come and bother you if I have a chance." Jin Yin was quite curious about the Academy of Sciences, but now was not the time to say more, so he urged them directly, "Go quickly. Be careful on the road." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and signaled the driver to drive. On the way to Shui's house, Jiang Zhuxiang began to send a message to Shui Wen, informing him that he was coming with people, and asked him to come and meet them when the time came. Chapter 730, Floating Bridge Challenge. Shui Wen was very happy to receive Jiang Zhuxiang's call and said directly, "I will definitely wait for you at the door." Shui Wen hadn't seen Jiang Zhuxiang for a long time, and now he would cherish this opportunity. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and declined. "You don't have to wait for us. I will notify you when we arrive. It's no big deal for me to wait for a while with my people." Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think that the people from other fragments were so bold that Shui Wen could wait at the door in advance. Shui Wen naturally knew Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts, but he didn't insist. He just asked her to notify him in time when the time came. He couldn't bear to let Jiang Zhuxiang wait too long. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Shui Wen talked, the halo in the sky gradually set in the west. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the others, "Do you want to eat a little in the car now? Or wait until we get there to eat?" If they eat in the car, they can eat what Jin Yin prepared for them, which is not very troublesome. If they eat after they get there, they can try the unique food of the Shui family, which is a bit fresh. But Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know whether they could get used to the Shui family's diet, and Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't make a decision for them directly for a while. When they were at the Jin family, except for Jiang Zhuxiang, everyone else was more or less full at noon. Now they didn't have any desire to eat another meal, so they kept agreeing, "Let's eat when we get there." Besides, the Shui family should have mutant beasts in the water, so there should be fresh ingredients for them to try. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything about their choice, but just reminded the injured person, "Others can try the Shui family's ingredients, but you can't. Your wound can't touch those things. I will prepare medicinal food for you now." Jiang Zhuxiang's face was unnegotiable, and Jiang Zhuxiang would not compromise on this point. The injured also knew some taboos of healing, and knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was doing it for his own good. So he said without any resistance, "Okay, but is there really nothing suitable for me to eat there? It's a bit regrettable after all. It's rare to arrive at such a special place. It's a bit unpleasant if you can't try anything." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, "It's not that you can't eat anything. You can still try the plants that grow in the water. I'll ask them to find them for you when the time comes." In addition to mutant animals, the mutant plants of the Shui family are also very special. Some can also be used as medicinal materials, especially the lotus seeds produced by one of the mutant lotuses. The effect of clearing heat is particularly good, which is very suitable for the current situation of the injured. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's expression, the injured was relieved. It seems that there are still many interesting things there. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared dinner for the injured in the car, and then concentrated on asking the driver to hurry up, hoping to reach the Shui family before it was completely dark. The driver's skills were still good, and they did reach the outskirts of the Shui family before it was completely dark. But the floating bridge had not been lowered yet, and Jiang Zhuxiang needed to notify Shui Wen. Shui Wen received Jiang Zhuxiang's communication, looked at the sky outside, and said to the old housekeeper of the Shui family a little helplessly, "It seems that we still have to let them stay outside for one night. You go and help arrange it first." Shui Wen originally thought that they would be able to arrive at the Shui pavilion in time, but now it seems that the old housekeeper's estimate is more accurate. The old housekeeper said with a smile, "Don't worry. If the waterside is well arranged, it will be a good experience. I believe Miss Jiang won't mind." The old housekeeper knew the relationship between his current clan leader and the Miss Jiang outside, so he would naturally arrange it well for him, and would not let her feel coldly treated. Shui Wen knocked on his forehead and said, "I will go to pick them up first. You can also go and get busy. I will stay outside with them at night, just in time to save them tomorrow morning." Shui Wen was not worried about his own Xiaoxiang. He was just afraid that the other people from the fragments would embarrass Xiaoxiang, and accompanying him was enough to divert their attention. The old housekeeper looked at Shui Wen's hurried steps and nodded with satisfaction. This clan leader of his family was much more reliable than the previous clan leader in doing things. In this case, he must cooperate well and summon his son to work together. He hoped that there would be a place for them to sit when they came, while the old housekeeper and his son were busy. Shui Wen also arrived at the duty station and ordered the duty personnel to lower the floating bridge. Someone from the opposite side was coming to visit. The duty personnel were still a little shocked when they saw Shui Wen coming to give a reminder in person. They didn't know which distinguished guest was worthy of the clan leader to come and greet him in person. While thinking, They quickly lowered the floating bridge. The weight of the land vehicle was still a bit too heavy for the floating bridge. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw the floating bridge being lowered, everyone had already gotten off the vehicle. Then she put the land vehicle in her personal space and planned to take it out when she went out. The floating bridge was something that Alice and her friends had never seen before. It was suspended in the air and swayed. It looked a bit exciting. Alice was a bit eager to try it. But the owner hadn't shown up yet. So it was not easy to go up and try. For the people who came from other fragments, this floating bridge was a bit of a challenge to their psychological endurance. The lady asked Jiang Zhuxiang a little worriedly, "Is this the only way we can get through? Is there no other way?" She was a little afraid of heights and didn't dare to step on it, especially in the current situation where the light was not very good. Jiang Zhuxiang gently comforted her. "There is indeed only this line here. If you really can't do it, I can ask the owner of this place for a short-distance aircraft. But you also know that the aircraft will not be safer than this bridge in this situation. I still suggest you try this floating bridge. This is also a rare experience. Isn't it? It seems that as people get older, their courage is indeed getting smaller and smaller. Not as good as Jiang Zhuxiang and others." After weighing the two methods, the lady decided to follow Jiang Zhuxiang's advice and try it. She looked at the people around her, hoping to find someone willing to go with her. But the others were all men. After looking around, she returned her gaze to Jiang Zhuxiang's face and asked pleadingly, "Miss Jiang, are you willing to go with me?" Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice, who was eager to try. Helplessly, she would not be willing to bring such a burden with her. It seemed that she could only go by herself. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. Chapter 731 Overnight Stay at Shui's House. Lei Jin heard Jiang Zhuxiang agree to this from behind, and frowned a little worriedly. He knew his son's ability, and it was no problem for him to cross the floating bridge alone. But if he brought a very timid person to hold him back, it was hard to say, and there might be some unexpected situation at that time. Lei Jin walked behind Jiang Zhuxiang and said, "I'm behind you." If something happened at that time, he could also help, so that his son could not handle it. Jiang Zhuxiang did not comment on Lei Jin's approach. It was indeed the first time for him to do this kind of thing. It was hard to say whether there would be any accidents at that time. If he wanted to follow, he could follow. Jiang Zhuxiang also told Alice, "If you walk fast later, be sure to help her. Alice is quite strong." Jiang Zhuxiang still trusts her. Alice looked at the pale-faced lady, looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a bit of sympathy, nodded and agreed. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished preparing, he said, "Alice and I will wait for the lady to go first. Ron, you stay behind. Brother One, please help me watch them. After all, it's the first time here. It would be bad if something unexpected happens." Shuiwen had already come from the other end of the floating bridge, and it was convenient for Jiang Zhuxiang to ask him to help now. Shuiwen smiled and said, "No problem. Xiaoxiang, you can go over without worry. And don't worry about this lady. We have installed a safety net under this floating bridge. Even if you fall down, there will be no problem." Shuiwen was not used to seeing such a delicate lady who was still a drag, so she helped Jiang Zhuxiang to warn her lightly. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the lady's face turn red and white, and glared at Shuiwen helplessly. Why did he scare her for no reason? Jiang Zhuxiang took out a safety rope from his backpack and equipped the lady with it. He handed the other end of the rope to Alice, tied the safety rope himself, and gave the other end to Lei Jin. He tied the remaining end with the lady and gently pushed the lady. "Let's go." Alice had already started to go up the bridge, and he couldn't delay too long. Otherwise, the length of the rope was limited, and Alice would be dragged down by them. The lady trembled as she began to step on the wooden planks of the floating bridge. The planks began to shake, and she stepped back and leaned on Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Don't worry. Just keep going forward. I'm right behind you. Don't worry." Jiang Zhuxiang gently pushed the lady's back, and she finally continued to move forward, but at a snail's pace. Jiang Zhuxiang could only walk slowly with her behind her. Alice in front of her had already started to walk backwards on the floating bridge. At the speed of the lady, Alice didn't have to worry about stepping on the air. After walking and stopping for half an hour, the floating bridge, which was only a few dozen meters long, finally reached the end. The lady looked relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were no longer tired and didn't want to talk. Lei Jin patted Jiang Zhuxiang's head to comfort her, then stood at the bridgehead to see how fast the others were. with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others' demonstration. The people behind walked very fast. After Ron and Shuifu came over, the floating bridge was put away again. Shuiwen looked at the time. The housekeeper should have prepared a place to stay for the night. It seemed that the slow speed of that person was also good. At least they didn't need to wait now. The lady who had recovered a little embarrassedly thanked Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head to indicate that it was nothing, and then looked at Shuiwen, asking with his eyes if they could take a rest. Shuiwen cleared his throat and said, "Everyone follow me. I have prepared a tent for everyone to stay by the water tonight. I will stay with everyone by the water. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the water pavilion. If you are not in a hurry, we can also arrange for you to stay there for one night. It is also a feature of our place." Shuiwen introduced the tents while walking forward. Everyone followed with a little weak legs. Jiang Zhuxiang walked slowly with Alice at the back. The two discussed, "I don't know if it is a single tent or a double tent. If it is a double tent, we can live together? In such a wild place, the tent cannot be very big." Alice felt that Jiang Zhuxiang would not accept such an intimate accommodation, so she made such a suggestion. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin, who was walking in front, and said, "Okay. We can live together when the time comes." Based on Jiang Zhuxiang's understanding of Shuiwen, it is more likely that he will arrange to take charge of the tent. After all, Shuiwen also has to consider himself. While the two were mumbling, they were already close to the water, where a bonfire had been lit. A number of cute small tents were neatly arranged around the bonfire, and each tent had a portable emergency light, which was really attractive to everyone who had traveled all the way and endured the test of the floating bridge. The old housekeeper came over from the bonfire and said to Shuiwen, "The tents are ready. Have you had dinner? If not, I will arrange it for you right away." The old housekeeper has always been very thoughtful, and will not let go of such details. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Shuiwen and motioned Lei Jin to explain the situation to him. After hearing what the old housekeeper said, Lei Jin quickly said, "Then I'll trouble you. Old man, we'll come over to help you after we sort it out. The group must be in a mess now." Lei Jin still has to give the people from other fragments some time to sort it out. The people from other fragments nodded in agreement after hearing what Lei Jin said. The old housekeeper naturally had no objection and said, "Don't worry. You can finish sorting it out and then come out. If you want to rest, you can take a short rest first, and then you can come out to eat directly." The old housekeeper really didn't need their help. It was still very convenient to do things on his own territory. And there was also the head of his own family. The others naturally thanked the old butler for the arrangement. They would not really not come to help, but they did go to tidy up first. The tents arranged by Shuiwen for them were all of the same style, so there was no need to allocate them. Everyone picked a tent for themselves and got in. Of course, people who knew each other would still choose tents that were closer to each other. For example, Lei Jin and his group chose a few tents that were closer to the campfire. After a simple tidy up, they went out to help. Chapter 732, Shuiwen's arrangement. The old housekeeper who was busy by the water saw them coming out and quickly signaled Shuiwen to go over and greet them. They should be your old friends. Treat them well and don't let them feel disappointed. Although the old housekeeper watched Shuiwen grow up, they didn't have much time to spend together. Now that he has a chance, he will nag a few words, as if he is afraid that he will not have the chance to say it in the future. Shuiwen has always been respectful to the elderly. After hearing his words, he stood up from the water, walked towards Jiang Zhuxiang and the others with a smile, and asked, "Why don't you go and rest? It will take some time for us to eat here." Shuiwen was always casual when talking to Jiang Zhuxiang, so he asked directly. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I can't sleep yet, so I came out to see if there is anything I can help with. What should I eat tonight?" Jiang Zhuxiang saw the old housekeeper washing things by the water, which should be the ingredients used in the evening. Shuiwen led them to the campfire. "We will have grilled fish tonight. Have you tried it when you came to the Shui family before? It tastes good with water shield soup." Shuiwen knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had visited the Shui family before. The old housekeeper mentioned this to him before, but he didn't know the specific process. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I have tried it before, but I didn't make it myself. They prepared it for us to eat. What can we do to help now?" Shuiwen sat down by the campfire and started to get things out. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously. Shuiwen put half a pot of water in a pot, then took out a bag of dry dark green leaves with a fishy smell and handed them to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Tear this thing into pieces and put it in the pot. Help me watch the pot. When the water boils, Xiaoxiang, you can adjust the saltiness. I'm going to help the housekeeper. If you have time, help catalyze some onions, ginger, garlic, etc., which will be just right for removing the fishy smell. After saying that, he put the pot of water on the fire and walked to the water side with confidence. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice divided the things inside. The pot was quite big, and the four of them didn't know how much they should put in it, so they started to work silently. Later, people from other tents came out. Jiang Zhuxiang found someone to take over his job, and he prepared the onions, ginger, and garlic that Shuiwen wanted. He also took out a knife to cut them and sent them to Shuiwen. They were about to start grilling the fish, so Jiang Zhuxiang helped to stuff these things into the fish. When the pot of soup started to boil, Jiang Zhuxiang put a little salt in it, and then asked people to turn down the fire to prevent the pot of soup from drying up. The grilled fish over there was almost done. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised to see that Shuiwen and the others had not prepared staple food. Will it not be enough to eat? Shuiwen said, it's almost time to go to bed now. It's better to eat less. Otherwise you won't be able to sleep at night. Besides, the energy in the mutant fish meat is still very sufficient. Shuiwen doesn't think it will be enough to eat. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the time and didn't say anything else. At most, he would provide food when they were hungry. Jiang Zhuxiang helped distribute the food. Everyone received 2 palm-sized pieces of fish and a bowl of soup. They began to eat around the warm campfire. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice did not hesitate to start eating. The fish tasted good after such a simple cooking. For Jiang Zhuxiang, he felt full after eating half of the fish. No wonder Shuiwen did not prepare other staple foods. Jiang Zhuxiang did not have this feeling when he ate it before. I don't know what changes Shuiwen made to this fish. I must ask about it when I have the chance. But now, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the half that he had not finished eating. It was a pity, and he planned to put it away. Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang's performance and said, if you can't finish it, you can give it to me. This kind of meat will be very fishy when it gets cold. This is what Lei Jin knew when he asked Shuiwen before. Lei Jin originally planned to get some of this fish meat as a reserve for cooling, but gave up after hearing this shortcoming. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that Lei Jin would not lie to him, so he pushed his plate towards Lei Jin. Seeing that Alice's plate had become clean, he was a little surprised. Have you finished it all? Alice nodded. I've finished it. But it's still a little short. But with this bowl of soup, it should be enough, because she has been exercising all the time. Alice's consumption is still quite large, so there is no leftover like Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at her still flat stomach and said with some emotion, I didn't expect you to be able to eat so much one day. Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't drunk his soup yet, but now he could only drink half a bowl at most. However, the lady before also ate only half of it like Jiang Zhuxiang, and the rest was also solved by others. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think much about it. After helping Shuiwen and the others pack up, he asked Shuiwen about tomorrow's arrangements, and then planned to rest. Shuiwen said, do you need me to make special arrangements for them tomorrow? Didn't you want to scare them before? Now I see that they get along well with you, and they are so kind to lead people across the floating bridge. Do you still want to stick to your original plan? For Shuiwen, this kind of thing still needs to be asked clearly. Otherwise it will be bad if the arrangement is wrong. Jiang Zhuxiang explained the previous situation to Shuiwen in a low voice, asking him not to mess around tomorrow. At least not to let them get hurt. Their lesson is enough. If you arrange any dangerous projects tomorrow, at least you have to ensure safety. Now we still have a wounded person. Jiang Zhuxiang still has to provide them with good protection. After all, they are the people they brought out. Shuiwen didn't expect that Lei Jin would make such a mistake. Looking at Jiang Zhuxiang's warning eyes, Shuiwen patted her head and told her not to be so nervous. I will pay attention and will definitely not cause trouble for you. I will let the old housekeeper arrange tomorrow's arrangements in a more detailed way. You don't have to worry too much. At most, let them drink some water. You don't have to worry about the water here. It is said that the boat you made before is still there. Do you want me to take you to see it tomorrow? Shuiwen didn't expect that his little Xiang would dare to do such a trick under the nose of his ruthless uncle. He really wanted to take Jiang Zhuxiang to revisit the old place. Jiang Zhuxiang glared at him speechlessly. Let's talk about it tomorrow when we are free. You should arrange their affairs first. When did Brother Wen become so fond of teasing people? It seems that some things still have a great influence on people. Chapter 733, Thrilling Fairy. Jiang Zhuxiang did not say more to Shuiwen, and went back to his tent to rest. Shuiwen touched his nose helplessly, and asked the old housekeeper, "Do you think Xiaoxiang is angry with me?" His previous behavior seemed a little inappropriate, but it should not be to the point of making her angry. The old housekeeper looked at his patriarch, who still had a childlike heart, a little helplessly. But he was still happy to see him and Jiang Zhuxiang become friends. The Shui family was able to develop to this point after the return of their patriarch, and it was also inseparable from the Academy of Sciences. At this time, he still couldn't favor his patriarch. "You are indeed a bit bad sometimes. No matter how young Miss Jiang is, she would not want her previous ugly deeds to be exposed. You should apologize to her tomorrow." The old housekeeper sincerely persuaded the head of his family, hoping that he could maintain a good relationship between the Shui family and the Academy of Sciences. Shuiwen smiled and said, "It's okay. Xiaoxiang has a good temper. She will forget about it tomorrow. Don't worry too much. Where are you going to sleep tonight? Do you want to come and squeeze with me?" The old housekeeper should not rush back so late. The two of them should be able to sleep in his tent. The old housekeeper shook his head and refused. "I still have to go back. Although the Shui pavilion has been cleaned up, but I still have to check it out. Don't worry. Someone will come to pick me up. I had agreed with my son to come and pick him up after the end, so there was no need for the head of the family to worry." After hearing what he said, Shuiwen stopped trying to persuade him. After all, this kind of thing still requires people to be willing. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the sound of running water. After changing clothes in the tent, he came out and saw that the old housekeeper had brought people to the waterside in a boat. It seemed that he was going to take them to the water pavilion. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the boats. They were still the ones he had taken before. He didn't know how to change. After Jiang Zhuxiang looked around, he went to find a place to wash up. He didn't know where to have breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to exercise first. After all, Shuiwen hadn't risen yet. Jiang Zhuxiang found a vacant space by the river and started to exercise. After the old housekeeper had the boats tied up, he asked them to prepare breakfast for the people here first, and he went to wake up Shuiwen so that he could organize people to put away the tents. After all, he still needed the right people to do this. His status was still a little insufficient. Shuiwen was called up by the old housekeeper a little helplessly. After hearing him mention this matter, he went to Lei Zhen a little helplessly and asked him to wake up Xiaoxiang. He also told Ron to wake up the other fragments. Otherwise, this matter would be difficult to do. Lei Zhen said, "Don't worry about Xiaoxiang. She must have gone out to exercise. What are you going to do by waking them up?" Shuiwen explained the old housekeeper's intention, and Lei Zhen said speechlessly, "What's so difficult about this? You can just let them pack it up themselves. I don't believe that any of them have never set up a tent. If they have set up a tent before, they will be able to take it down. You don't have to waste other manpower to do this. You might as well consider what they have for breakfast." Shuiwen was still a little inexperienced. If he had trained under his father like this, he would definitely be able to handle such small matters more smoothly. Shuiwen patted Lei Zhen on the shoulder, thanked him for his suggestion, and asked him to help pass on the matter. He went to ask the old housekeeper about breakfast. Lei Zhen asked Ron and Alice to go to each tent and explain the situation, and said that they could ask for help at any time if they needed any help. By the way, Lei Zhen also packed Jiang Zhuxiang's tent, and did not ask where she was. After Alice packed her tent, she decided to go find Jiang Zhuxiang. She had not exercised today, so they didn't have to worry about breakfast anyway. Lei Zhen and Ron were very tired watching the other fragments packing their tents, and they hated these two people who went to avoid idleness. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen waited until the old housekeeper called for dinner before they came back together. Breakfast was noodles with fish fillet soup and some chili. After eating a bowl of hot noodles, everyone's discomfort from sleeping in the tent last night disappeared. Jiang Zhuxiang asked the old housekeeper with a smile how to make this kind of pasta, and decided to add this to his breakfast menu in the future. The old housekeeper was also very happy that someone appreciated his cooking skills, and slowly explained to Jiang Zhuxiang the rules and regulations. Seeing that the old and the young were talking happily, the others did not disturb them, and quietly began to tidy up the camp. Shuiwen also began to arrange the order of boarding the boat later, so as to avoid any trouble in advance. After Jiang Zhuxiang talked with the old housekeeper, he found that Shuiwen had already arranged everything, so he did not say more, and obediently followed the instructions to get on the boat. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen and the injured were on the same boat. Also to take better care of people. The person driving the boat was also the most experienced. And the journey was very smooth. Jiang Zhuxiang also asked Lei Zhen to change his medicine once. And there was no accident at all. On the boats of the other people, curiosity caused some troubles, including almost falling into the water, and mutant fish attacking the bottom of the boat. When Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen put the injured on the water pavilion, they saw those who were still on the way. And they were a little surprised, and gave the boat driver a thumbs up. Your skills are really good. The Shui family member, who was driving the boat, smiled a little embarrassedly. This is also due to you, and the two of you. You didn't cause me trouble. So I naturally drove fast. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been so smooth. You can see that those people will definitely be a little embarrassed when they arrive. He knew too well what kind of character people who came to Shui's boat for the first time were like. So he didn't think it was strange even if they fell into the water. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't quite believe his judgment. But he wouldn't argue with him right away. So he said, then let's wait here. I wanted to see what those people could do. In fact, some things really couldn't stand nagging. When they stopped at the dock, the passengers were more or less disheveled. Even Alice and Ron were no exception. And some people's shoes were soaked. Jiang Zhuxiang asked them a little speechlessly, what on earth did you do? You can get so embarrassed just by riding a boat. Alice said a little excitedly, Xiaoxiang, you know there are fish in this lake. Right? Should we try fishing later? I wanted to catch them with my hands just now. But they were too slippery, and I was almost dragged down by them. Xiaoxiang, do you have a fishing rod? Chapter 734, Fish Pond Farmhouse. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice in amazement. Catching fish with bare hands? Didn't the captain who brought you here stop you? Don't you know that the fish in this lake are all mutant fish? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think Shui Wen would do such an unreliable thing. There should be some basic knowledge before getting on the boat. Jiang Zhuxiang cast his eyes on the group of captains over there, and wanted to go over and ask them clearly. Alice waved her hand and said, he did say that. But I didn't put my hand into the fish's mouth. And nothing will happen. Xiaoxiang, don't worry about it. Do you have a fishing rod? If not, I'll go to Mr. Shui to ask for it. As the patriarch of the Shui family, he should have a fishing rod for himself. Jiang Zhuxiang really had no other way to deal with Alice. So he could only say, don't mess around. I still have a fishing rod here. Wait until you are done. Don't go fishing alone. Okay. The mutant fish is still very powerful. And the Shui family never uses fishing rods to deal with them. But Jiang Zhuxiang also knows that she will not believe it if he doesn't let her try it herself. So Jiang Zhuxiang can only let her try it under his eyes. Alice just wants a chance. And she also hopes that her good friend can go fishing with her. It is said that this is a way of self-cultivation in ancient times. Alice thinks Jiang Zhuxiang will definitely like it. Seeing Alice stop talking, Jiang Zhuxiang hurried to find Shui Wen. Seeing that Shui Wen's clothes had also been changed, he asked speechlessly, you didn't play the same trick as them, did you? As the head of the Shui family, if he was so willful, it would really make people feel a little scary. Shui Wen shook his head hurriedly. And he couldn't let Jiang Zhuxiang think that he was such an unstable person. I just helped them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in trouble. Who knew that these old people were so childish? This is completely an unprovoked disaster for me. After Shui Wen explained himself, he directly said to Jiang Zhuxiang, do you want to see your room tonight? I have already told the dean that you can stay here tonight. Other people who came from other fragments have also been taken to visit. It is said that the big thing you will decide when you go back this time. And we don't have to be so careful at that time. Shui Wen thought of the dean's attitude when practicing with him this morning. It was lighthearted but also a bit heavy. It seemed that it would take a lot of price to really finalize that big thing. Shui Wen didn't care what the price was. He just hoped that everyone could do what they liked, and he could return to the laboratory at that time. Even if it was only occasionally. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect the dean to let them stay outside like this. But it was good to be able to stay for one night before going back. After all, according to the current situation, they would definitely start to get busy as soon as they returned. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious. Do you plan to let everyone live together or separately? It would be a bit troublesome to manage them separately. The place where they are now is the home of the Shui family leader. In the past, this place was where the Shui family leader and his family lived. It can fully accommodate Jiang Zhuxiang and his group. There are also some larger water pavilions. But those water pavilions inevitably require people to be separated. Xu Wen said, let you live together. Otherwise our captain will have to pick you up separately. And our captain is not so free. After Xu Wen finished speaking, he asked them to follow him. Xu Wen had already decided to let Jiang Zhuxiang and his group live here, so that he could take care of them. Of course, the others also paid attention to Xu Wen's movements. When they saw him walking in, they followed him in. They didn't want to be left behind. The old housekeeper took the wheelchair of the injured person and followed the head of the family to the guest room that had been prepared before. Considering that the water pavilion was humid and no one lived on the first floor, they went directly to the second floor through the lifting device. The rooms of the water pavilion were arranged around the center, and the middle half was arranged for distinguished guests to live in. Xu Wen naturally left this room to the two little girls Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice. Xu Wen specifically asked the housekeeper to decorate the decorations here according to the little girls' preferences. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were very satisfied with this place. After putting their things in the room, they planned to continue to follow everyone to see other people's rooms. Xu Wen said, what's so good about other people's rooms? You and Alice should clean up first. Then you can wait at the dock. We will go there and show them the characteristics of our place. Xu Wen didn't want Xiao Xiang to waste their energy. The remaining rooms were actually the same, and there was nothing to see. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't insist and stayed. When Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door, Xu Wen immediately said, the remaining rooms are the same. You can choose one by yourself. Pack up your things. It's best to bring a small backpack. If you have any self-defense items, bring some. I will take you to see the characteristics of our Xu family later. If you want to leave, you can try it. Xu Wen actually had no reason to be polite to these people. After explaining directly, he left the old housekeeper here and went to arrange the next things. Others had no objections. What they saw today were all quite novel, and they also wanted to try other fun things quickly. So they didn't care much about Xu Wen's different treatment. Only Lei Zhen and Luo En sighed silently. They couldn't live with their partners tonight. But Lei Zhen had expected it. After all, Xu Wen had a good relationship with Yan Lei, and a better relationship with Xiao Xiang. It was good enough for him to get such an attitude from him. After everyone packed up, they gathered at the previous dock. The boat was still parked there. Xu Wen still let them get on board according to the previous arrangement, but emphasized that they should not make trouble on the boat. There would be plenty of time for them to play after they arrived. For the things Xu Wen promised, the others still took the boat to the first location, the Xu family's fishing pond. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the pond that had already begun to drain and the mutant fish that began to jump in the pond. And he knew why Xu Wen brought them here. Xu Wen directly said, when the water level drops to about 1 meter, everyone can go to the fish pond and try. At that time, whether you want to use a fishing net or a harpoon, as long as you ensure your own safety, you can deal with the fish you catch yourself. Chapter 735, The Battle in the Lotus Pond. Of course, Xu Wen still arranged a captain for those who wanted to try, at least to ensure that they would not capsize. After all, there were so many mutant fish below, and it would be a terrible thing if they fell in. Jiang Zhuxiang had visited the work process here before, but he had never tried it himself, and he didn't know if there would be any accidents. So he was still cautious and said, if you don't want to participate, don't go down and get involved. After all, you are not very skilled, and it would be bad if something happened at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't want to see another casualty, and Jiang Zhuxiang had not studied the toxins of mutant fish. If someone was really bitten, he would have to study the medicine again, which would be a troublesome thing. After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, everyone who was eager to try was a little hesitant. After all, their lives were more important. In the end, only 2 people decided to go down and try. Xu Wen arranged a boat and life jackets for them. The life jacket here is not an inflatable jacket, but a piece of clothing that covers the whole body. When he falls into the water, it can prevent him from being bitten by mutant fish. It will swell up when it encounters water, so there is no need to worry about drowning. As for the others, they all stood on the shore to observe. Seeing that Alice looked a little bored, Jiang Zhuxiang said, why don't you try fishing on the shore? There are many fish here now, and you are more likely to catch them. Besides, it is safer on the shore. Jiang Zhuxiang really wants Alice to do what she did before. Fishing. Alice said helplessly, don't you think there are too many people here? So many mermaids will be shy, and we won't be able to catch any fish. Alice thinks that fishing requires a kind of mood. Patient waiting and the joy of harvest are inseparable. If there are so many fish here, there will be no such mood at all. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect Alice to think so much, so he could only let her go. It seems that he could only try it with her later. As for other people, some people also thought about trying fishing here. Jiang Zhuxiang gave them the fishing rods he prepared and stood aside to watch. The few who went down to try chose a fishing net and a harpoon. Shuiwen reminded them when they started trying, the mutant fish is still very powerful. Don't be too greedy. You could only get 3 fish in one net. Otherwise you will be pulled down. Be careful. Shuiwen, who used the harpoon, was not too worried. After all, the harpoon could only pierce 2 fish at a time. After Shuiwen arranged this place, he found that Jiang Zhuxiang looked a little bored. So he said, "Do you want me to take you to see other places? There is also a lotus pond not far from here. Although there are only some dead branches and leaves now, the lotus pods are still there. They usually don't touch such things unless someone needs them. Now that Jiang Zhuxiang is here, it's just right to prepare a batch for him." Shuiwen has greeted him before. Jiang Zhuxiang was really bored. After hearing Shuiwen's proposal, he was indeed a little tempted. After looking at the situation in the field, he didn't need to watch it himself. So Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. At the same time, he asked Alice, "Do you want to go with me?" After all, Alice should have never played the lotus seed pod picking game before, so it should be quite interesting. Alice thought about it and nodded in agreement. So she left Luo En and Lei Jin here to watch. We will be back soon. You guys take good care of them, and I will bring you good things when the time comes, whether the lotus seeds have mutated or not. Jiang Zhuxiang will make some lotus seed soup for them at night. Of course, it doesn't matter if they want to eat it this way. Lei Jin said, "Okay. Then we'll wait. You can go without worry." Alice and Ron said goodbye, and Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice followed Shuiwen to the lotus pond. There were only dead branches and leaves there, as Shuiwen said, and the only way to pick lotus pods was to sit in a wooden basin. Shuiwen prepared a wooden basin for Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang tried it with his feet out of curiosity, but it still felt a little unsafe. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "What if it falls over? We still need some protective measures." Shuiwen said, "You need to control this yourself. Don't worry. The mutant fish here have been driven away, and you won't have any problems even if you fall down." Shuiwen had considered this problem before. After all, it was Xiaoxiang who wanted to go down and try. How could he not consider the safety issue? Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to take the basket and prepare to go down. As for Alice, she had already sat in the wooden basin. Shuiwen prepared a small wooden paddle for each of them, which was just convenient for them to row over. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen silently rowed the small wooden basin into the dead branches and leaves, while maintaining balance and carefully reaching for the lotus pods. Jiang Zhuxiang soon got a harvest, but Alice had already fallen into the water. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice, who was standing in the water to pick lotus pods, with a bit of helplessness. "Don't you feel sad? You are soaked all over." Jiang Zhuxiang actually had a set of clothes for himself in his backpack, but he didn't know if Alice had prepared any for him. Alice continued to pick. "It's okay. Just wait and dry it after you go up. You should pick quickly too. I think they should be fast over there. After all, such a simple operation will not have any accidents." Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, "Okay. Then you be careful." Jiang Zhuxiang began to collect the lotus pods silently, and finally took the lotus pods that Alice had picked. After all, if she wanted to use the wooden basin to go back, she would definitely have to climb into the wooden basin, which would easily fall over. So it would be safer to let Jiang Zhuxiang hold it. Jiang Zhuxiang paddled back while watching Alice struggling to drink from the small wooden basin. After Jiang Zhuxiang's wooden basin reached the shore, he handed the 2 baskets of lotus pods to Shuiwen and asked Alice, "Why don't you use the wooden basin and come over by yourself? The wooden basin can be left there. After all, this kind of thing will not break." Alice said, "No. I must go up. I don't believe I can't conquer this little thing." Alice was obviously fighting with the wooden basin, and Jiang Zhuxiang's persuasion was useless. Jiang Zhuxiang, who had no choice but to go ashore first after persuading her, had originally planned to go over and pull Alice back. Jiang Zhuxiang sat on the shore, peeling lotus seeds while waiting for someone. Chapter 736 Picnic by the Fish Pond. After half an hour of struggle, Alice finally returned to the wooden basin with mud all over her body. She paddled back to the shore slowly with a wooden paddle. Jiang Zhuxiang hurried over to help stabilize the wooden basin so that she could get ashore. Alice fell exhausted on the land on the shore. After paralyzed for about 5 minutes, Alice wiped her face and sat up. She found that Jiang Zhuxiang was the only one there. She was a little surprised. Where is the head of the Shui family? Alice was going to ask him where she could take a bath. But now there was no one in sight. Jiang Zhuxiang said, I asked him to prepare things. You need to take a bath now. Otherwise you can't follow us. Don't worry. There is a temporary bathing place at the Shui family. You can wear my clothes first. Fortunately, Alice is similar in stature to her. Just a little taller. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to wear her own clothes. Alice had no other choice now. And she didn't dislike Jiang Zhuxiang's clothes. So she said directly, okay. After saying that, she reached out and took a lotus seed from Jiang Zhuxiang to taste it. After chewing it twice, she immediately spit it out. With a deceived expression on her face. Why is this thing bitter? Alice thought that the things that Jiang Zhuxiang cherished so much must taste good. But it seems that sometimes it is not necessarily the case. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, the lotus seeds have not been taken out yet. You are too impatient. After saying that, Jiang Zhuxiang handed Alice a lotus seed with the core removed. Try this again. Alice took it and chewed it twice. A sweet taste of lotus seed spread in her mouth, immediately dispelling the bitter taste in her mouth. Alice began to peel lotus seeds for herself. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about Alice, but just reminded her, wash your hands first. Although the bodies of the superpowers have been strengthened, their stomachs have not been strengthened. Eating unclean things will still cause stomach upset. Alice had to put down the things in her hands and wash her hands. When she came back from washing her hands, the temporary shower room prepared by Shuiwen was ready. Jiang Zhuxiang put his own set of clothes in a bag and handed it to her, including a towel. Wash yourself first. After washing, we should go over. Now there is not much time. So hurry up. After all, it took quite a while to find a place to stay. It was already 11 o'clock. Time for lunch. Alice could see the time, and nodded. I'll be there soon. Alice, who had lived in the wild before, had experience in taking a quick shower. Jiang Zhuxiang took some of the lotus seeds that had been peeled and gave them to Shuiwen while Alice was taking a shower. Tell them to take it back and cook it into porridge at night. Of course, if you like, you can also make some for yourself. It tastes good. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that Shuiwen and the others should not have tried this before. Otherwise, there would not be so many lotus pods left in the lotus pond. Shuiwen took the thing from Jiang Zhuxiang with a smile and said, then I must try it tonight. The thing that Zhuxiang is thinking about must be a good thing. Shuiwen actually still trusts Jiang Zhuxiang's vision. It's just that they didn't know how to deal with this thing before, so they wasted it for so long. In the future, she will definitely pay attention to it and make it a commodity for the Shui family to sell to the outside world. The Shui family is now in the process of development and still needs a lot of funds. After Alice came out, Jiang Zhuxiang put the lotus pods belonging to Alice in a bag and handed it to her. Keep it for yourself. If you have time later, you'd better peel them and put them in a fresh keeping bag. Otherwise, it will be easily damaged. In fact, this kind of thing can be dried and preserved. But there is no such condition now, so it can only be disposed of as soon as possible. Alice nodded to show that she understood, and the two followed Shuiwen to the previous fish pond. I don't know what happened there. It still takes a long time to fish in the fish pond. At this moment, it is still in full swing. However, Leijun and Ron are now helping on the shore with other people from the fragments, helping to weigh and record the fish caught, and then put them in specially customized containers for foreign trade. When Jiang Zhuxiang and others came over, they didn't notice it and were still working hard. Shuiwen wanted to remind them, but Jiang Zhuxiang stopped her and found a table to help. Shuiwen also knew what Jiang Zhuxiang meant, and took Alice to other places to help. It was indeed inappropriate to call people away in this atmosphere. Zhuxiang was thoughtful. This busyness lasted until 1 p.m. After all the fish were loaded, Leijun and his friends realized that Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends were also helping. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his stomach and groaned, I'm so hungry. Alice and his friends felt the same way, and all looked at Shuiwen. Shuiwen said, everyone who helps by the fish pond will be treated. You wait and eat. If it weren't for your help, They wouldn't have finished so early this time. I just happened to benefit from it this time. Usually, it takes until 4 p.m. to fish a pond of fish. It's really thanks to Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends that it's finished now. The Shui family members surrounding Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends said, "The clan leader is right. I really want to thank you this time. Just wait. We'll be done soon." After saying this, they dispersed and got busy. The mutant fish that had been selected before would be used as ingredients to reward everyone this time. And there were also some small things like shrimps and crabs, which would definitely make a delicious meal. The fire was soon lit by the fish pond, and earthen stoves were set up one by one. The cleaned fish and shrimps were cooked by the skillful Shui family in various ways. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends felt even hungrier when they smelled the smell, and Jiang Zhuxiang silently took out a handful of lotus seeds to satisfy his craving. Shui Wen walked around the crowd and brought some dishes to let Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends try. This kind of cooking and eating situation was only available when they were young. Obviously, the Shui family, who had been busy before, treated Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends as their own children. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice tasted them one by one, and the taste was obviously good. But some of the larger pieces of fish meat had not yet been seasoned. Otherwise the taste would be even better. Those smaller fish, shrimps and crabs were fried and served with pepper and salt, and the taste was really good. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to eat more and more. Chapter 737. The big pot of rice smells good. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly grabbed the last shrimp from Alice, put it in his mouth happily, and looked at Alice with a little provocation. Alice was a little helpless, and could only knock on the small bowl with chopsticks. It seems that her chopstick skills need to be improved. Shui Wen saw this scene, and couldn't help laughing. She didn't expect that Xiaoxiang still had a childlike innocence today. It seems that the things she experienced before have worn away the magazines on her body, leaving her with only transparency, so that she can still have a childlike innocence until now. Shui Wen asked, "Do you want to eat more? If you want more, it's not impossible for her to take it." And Shui Wen also thinks that the people who are busy now should be happy to let Jiang Zhuxiang eat more as a thank you. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a bottle of water from his backpack and said, "No, save it for later and eat with everyone. Besides, eating too much fried food like this will make you thirsty. So let's eat it with rice later." Jiang Zhuxiang could already smell the aroma of rice cooked in the wood stove, and couldn't help drooling. Although Alice used to eat Western food, she couldn't control the urge to swallow her saliva now, saying, "When can we eat?" Lei Zhen and Ron behaved better. After all, if they did so, they would definitely be embarrassed in front of their partners. As for the other fragments, they have now completely dispersed into the crowd. Occasionally, they help to order things, and some help to put in some firewood. Sometimes they are fed by the Shui family. It seems that they have a good relationship with the Shui family. Even the injured push the wheelchair and wander in the crowd. People on the road will help him when he encounters uneven places, and they don't want him to help. Just let him watch from the side. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a little envy, "It seems that they are doing better." Jiang Zhuxiang also wanted to join them. Shui Wen said speechlessly, "What is there to envy? They saw me here, so they didn't come to pull you. And you can naturally gain their favor by standing with me. There is nothing to fight for." Shui Wen said with a little threat, "Do you want me to make room for you?" If Jiang Zhuxiang dared to nod, he would definitely not let them have a good time. After such a long time of getting along, it turned out that they were not as good as a picnic with him. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite sensible. He always adhered to the policy of stroking Shui Wen. Otherwise, if he got angry, the consequences would definitely not be less serious than a fending tongue snake. Shui Wen's methods were also very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take the Shui family into his arms so smoothly. After Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head to deny, Shui Wen did not pursue him. He just looked at the busy scene over there and said, "Let's go set up the table, so that you don't have to smell it here, but can't eat it." The table and other things had been arranged to be delivered before, and we just need to set it up. But we need a relatively flat open space. Fortunately, there is a small rice drying field not far from the fish pond. The Shui family used to grow rice, but they couldn't get good rice seeds during the management of the previous clan leader. Even if they got them, they couldn't grow any good results, so they abandoned it. However, Shui Wen has planned to bring up this matter again, but the Shui family is currently unable to spare the hands. They still have to start trying next spring at the latest, even if they have less. At least they have to ensure that they can be self-sufficient in food. Of course, this matter will be discussed later. Jiang Zhuxiang is still willing to help Shui Wen now. He also brought Alice along. As for Lei Jin and Luo Yin, they will follow automatically. So Jiang Zhuxiang and the others don't need to call them. The 5 of them set up all the tables, arranged the chairs, and covered them with disposable tablecloths. They don't need to clean them up when the time comes. They can be thrown away directly. These disposable tablecloths are made of degradable materials, so there is no need to worry about adding burden to the land. After getting everything ready, Jiang Zhuxiang said, I wonder how they are preparing. Let's go over and see if there is anything we can help with. Shui Wen shook her head. Let's not go over and get involved. There are so many of them, so there must be enough. Let's sit here and wait. After saying that, Shui Wen dragged a chair out and sat down, motioning Alice and the others to come and sit down, so that they could sit at the same table. Jiang Zhuxiang thought it was a good idea, so she found a place to sit next to him. Seeing her and Shui Wen's performance, Alice sat down without hesitation and planned to eat while sitting. Lei Jin and Luo Yin didn't dare to be lazy, so they turned back. Alice said a little angrily, Why is he so hard-working? Does he want to make me look lazy? Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, He thinks we are lazy. Not just you. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Shui Wen mischievously. This is the culprit. Alice looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and said with a smile, That's right. I don't need to worry if there is an accomplice. They really sat on the Diaoyu Island and waited for everyone to bring the food. Jiang Zhuxiang also expressed his gratitude with a smile. As for Shui Wen and Alice, they just stared at the food and didn't say a word. Obviously, they regarded Jiang Zhuxiang as a spokesperson. They didn't care much. After all, one was the patriarch and the other was a distinguished guest. It was good to get a smile from them. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw the injured, he still reminded him, Don't touch fried food too much. Forget it. Come to my table, and I'll watch you. Jiang Zhuxiang was still worried that this person would not take it seriously, so he decided to watch him himself. After all, the food this time was so delicious that Jiang Zhuxiang himself couldn't control himself. The injured originally planned to follow the other fragments quietly. He could decide what to eat at that time. At most, he would just ask for forgiveness afterwards. Now that Jiang Zhuxiang had messed it up, he didn't dare to do anything wrong. He could only walk to Jiang Zhuxiang's table and sit in the empty seat quietly. Alice looked at him with a little sympathy and brought him a set of bowls and chopsticks. Shui Wen was originally asked to say a few words, but Shui Wen just said let's eat and sat down. The others also silently let go of their stomachs and ate. Jiang Zhuxiang reminded the injured person to control the number of times he stretched out his chopsticks to the fried dishes while eating. When he saw that he had almost finished eating, he directly asked Alice to remove his bowl and chopsticks. Jiang Zhuxiang still knew his limits. The man was indeed already 80% full. And then, he could only watch others eat. Chapter 738 Plans for the next year. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that he was a little pitiful for some reason, and took the initiative to suggest, You can go to other places first, and I will ask them to prepare medicine for you after I finish eating. Just be careful and don't fall. It's still relatively safe around here, as long as he doesn't do anything wrong. He didn't think it was a big deal, and said, There's nothing to visit around here if I'm alone. Or you can give me the medicine to make, so you don't have to waste time. After all, there should be a place here that hasn't been visited, and I don't know if they will have time to see it after they finish eating. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, That's fine. I'll go with you and put the herbs and water in the pot for you. Just make sure it doesn't boil over. When 3 bowls of water become 1 bowl of water, call me, and I'll come over to help you. Speaking of boiling medicine, it's actually not a difficult thing. The most important thing is the water grinding skill. He nodded repeatedly and followed Jiang Zhuxiang to the place where the earthen stove was built before. Jiang Zhuxiang prepared it for him, as he had said before, and after telling him to be careful with fire, he left directly. In fact, this is also good. He has no resistance to fire now. After he finishes this boiling, he should not be afraid of fire at all. When Jiang Zhuxiang had almost finished eating, he went to see him. He was concentrating on the water in the pot, with a confused look on his face. He didn't know whether the remaining water had reached the level of a cup of water. Jiang Zhuxiang picked up the pot and looked at it. He initially judged that it was almost done, so he said, No need to light the fire anymore. Just let it go out by itself. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a large bowl and poured out the medicine juice. And put it on the partition of the wheelchair for him. You'd better drink it while it's hot. Of course, the degree of heat should still be enough for him to drink. Jiang Zhuxiang no longer stared at him while he drank the medicine, but just gave him a routine reminder. After he finished speaking, he went to help clean up. The others still knew that they should go to other places today. When they were almost done, they urged Shuiwen to take the people away, and they could drink the rest by themselves. Shuiwen naturally followed suit and took them to the next location, which was safer than the fish pond. So Shuiwen thought that everyone could go there to have fun. This was the mutant water shield harvesting area. The water in the area where the mutant water shield grows was usually drained and dried for several days. The harvesters only needed to use tools or hands to remove the mutant water shield leaves intact. After Shuiwen finished explaining, he asked, "Who wants to go down and try it? I'll prepare tools and containers for you. This plant can be easily boiled into soup and is very delicious. It is worth collecting." Shuiwen planned to let them take this as a local specialty of the Shui family. After all, it is inconvenient to carry mutant fish. The other people in the fragments felt that the Shui family was much more peaceful than the previous two families. Although they had seen the power of the mutant fish before, they did not let them enter the place where their lives were threatened. This time, it was just for fun. Everyone said that they wanted to try it, except for the injured, who was still in a wheelchair. After all, it was a bit inconvenient for him to sit in a wheelchair. The others directly said, "When the time comes, each of us will give you a little, and you can just help us count like you did just now." The injured did not force it, and smiled and said, "Okay, no problem." As for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to go down and fight with them. The other three wanted to take something back. So they all went down and also told Jiang Zhuxiang, "Or you can help us count." As for Shuiwen, she can come here to try it any time. This time, she waited on the shore with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Tools and containers were ready, watching the people below folding the leaves of the mutant water shield like a farmer. It was boring after watching for a long time. Jiang Zhuxiang began to talk to Shuiwen about the plan for the next year. Of course, they talked about topics that could be made public. The Shui family has now openly turned to the alliance of the Academy of Sciences, and no longer pretended to be polite to the base. The injured sometimes asked Shuiwen a few questions, but most of the time, they just listened to them. Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen talked about the restoration of rice planting that Shuiwen had thought about before, and also talked about the future situation. Gradually, the injured stopped talking and just listened attentively. I gradually got to know Jiang Zhuxiang and Shuiwen better, and didn't look down on them as I did before. This relieved the dean's persuasion work a lot. Of course, this is a story for later. Time gradually came to the evening. The people below saw the change of the halo, and were not greedy. They came up with containers. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the others calculated the amount, and gave what they should give, they kept it. Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at his income, which was not bad. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to give some to the dean's wife when the time came. She could use this kind of thing to try some new tastes. Shuiwen saw that they were all done and said, "Okay, let's go back first." Just in time to go back and prepare dinner. Shuiwen had contacted the old housekeeper before, and he had prepared the boat and other things. He also sent the dinner menu to her for review. They could start cooking when they returned to the water pavilion. They naturally had no objection and took the injured to the waterside. The boat and other things were already prepared there. After their previous experience, they took the boat back to the water pavilion obediently. After putting their harvest in their room, Shuiwen took them to the restaurant to wait. Here they could directly see the actions in the kitchen. If they wanted to try it themselves, it would be fine. Jiang Zhuxiang went directly to the kitchen to check the lotus seed porridge that had been instructed before. After boiling it for an afternoon, the fire should be almost ready. Jiang Zhuxiang adjusted the temperature to keep warm and asked them, "Does anyone want to drink lotus seed porridge?" After all, lunch was late, and I don't know if they are hungry now. If they are not hungry, it doesn't matter if they leave it there. The injured had known that Jiang Zhuxiang had prepared this thing before, and nodded to say that he wanted to try it. The others said, "Keep it for midnight snack, if I have an appetite by then." So Jiang Zhuxiang made 2 small bowls, and he and the injured each had a bowl. Although the others smelled very tempting, they still restrained themselves in the end. They had to save their stomachs for dinner. Chapter 739, The Big Ship of the Shui Family. Dinner was usually based on fish dishes. But this time, they were cooked in a heavier way, such as pickled fish, sweet and sour fish, etc., which were quite appetizing. The few people who had no appetite due to late lunch were eager to try it. After all, this kind of dish was so attractive. Jiang Zhuxiang was quite surprised by Shui Wen's arrangement. Where did you get this recipe? Did the dean's wife secretly give it to you? After all, these dishes were really amazing. And Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think anyone in the Shui family had this talent. Shui Wen shook her head and denied. The dean's wife is not so generous to me. I exchanged this for the academy with my contribution points. Otherwise, I can't use it. But the dean's wife helped to demonstrate it. So now they can almost reach 80% of the original taste. Let's all try it. This kind of dish is best eaten with rice. So the kitchen has a large bowl of rice. After listening to Shui Wen's explanation, the others served themselves a bowl of rice and started eating. The injured was brought by Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang would not let him eat spicy dishes such as pickled fish. But he could try sweet and sour fish. This time, the injured said with understanding, "It's okay. I can't eat spicy food anyway. Sweet and sour fish is good enough." He finished half of the sweet and sour fish by himself. It seems that he really likes it. Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied with his performance. After all, the wound had not healed completely. Jiang Zhuxiang also hoped that he could move on his own and get out of the wheelchair before returning to the Academy of Sciences. In that case, he would need his full cooperation. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I will check you again tonight to see how well your wound has healed. If the effect is good, I will change the ointment for you tomorrow." The previous ointment had special effects. At this stage, it should be possible to use the pure healing ointment, which has better efficacy. The injured had no objection and said directly, "Okay, we can do it after dinner." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. The dishes on the table were eaten clean as usual. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "In order to prevent you from getting angry, you must give me a bowl of lotus seed porridge before you go to bed later." Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that they probably couldn't eat now. But it was still early before going to bed, so there would be no problem by then. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of the lotus core he had saved before, and he could just get it to make tea for them. This kind of thing has a better effect of reducing fire. So Jiang Zhuxiang went to the kitchen to make it and brought it out, saying, "This is lotus core tea, which tastes slightly bitter and has a very good effect of reducing fire. Everyone give me at least 1 cup. Slightly bitter things are actually good for relieving spiciness." So Jiang Zhuxiang was not worried that they would refuse. They had been trusting Jiang Zhuxiang for a while, and would not refuse anything she offered. They poured a cup of tea for each person and held it in their palms. The light green tea smelled light and fragrant. After taking a sip, the burning mouth felt much better. It seemed that everything Jiang Zhuxiang offered was good stuff. Jiang Zhuxiang also drank a cup of tea. After a short rest, Shui Wen said, "Do you want to see what the Shui family looks like at night? I can arrange a boat for you." In addition to the original small wooden boat, Shui Wen began to supervise the construction of a large boat after returning to the Shui family. It had successfully tested the voyage a few days ago. Now it is the first time for outsiders to use it, and Shui Wen is still looking forward to it. Jiang Zhuxiang also heard about this for the first time. He didn't expect that Brother Wen was so courageous. When he found that everyone was looking at him, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "You guys can decide for yourselves. I'm going to stay and check him. I also need to prepare new ointment. I won't go." Jiang Zhuxiang was still quite slow tonight, so he didn't get involved in such things. Shui Wen said, "There is also a living area on the ship. Xiaxiang, you should go too. You can stay inside when the time comes. When you finish the inspection, he can come out to join in the fun. If you want to make medicine, you can make it. You should carry the tools with you. Right?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "Of course. Such things should be carried with you." Shui Wen said, "That's fine. You go with us. We won't bother you then." Shui Wen then pushed the injured away, so Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely follow. Jiang Zhuxiang was indeed taken away. Lei Zhen looked at his little Xiang with a bit of amusement at her helpless look, patted her shoulder and said, "Okay. If there's no problem, let's go out and have fun together. Don't be so depressed." Jiang Zhuxiang actually didn't care much about this kind of thing. She was just a little too lazy to move before, and now that she had no choice, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind following the will of the people. The big ship stayed behind Shui Wen's house. and the old housekeeper was taking people there to clean up, to get some food and small entertainment facilities up there, so that they wouldn't be too bored at that time. Seeing them coming, he said, "You go up first. We will deal with it right away and start sailing on time." The old housekeeper still has a strong sense of time. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others don't mind when to start sailing. Jiang Zhuxiang took the injured person directly to the living area and found a quieter room to examine him. No one from the other fragments stayed this time. They already trusted Jiang Zhuxiang's medical skills and left it to her to deal with. Jiang Zhuxiang peeled off the gauze little by little and found that the burned area had returned to normal color, and those places that were more eye-catching had begun to grow tender flesh. It seems that the previous ointment worked very well, and it is indeed time to change the medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief and applied medicine to him again, saying, "I will prepare new ointment tonight, and you can use the new medicine tomorrow. Then you don't need to stay in the wheelchair all the time, and you can try to walk on your own." Jiang Zhuxiang plans to add something that can directly form a thin film to the new medicine, so there is no need to worry about the wound being injured again. The injured person was also very happy with Jiang Zhuxiang's conclusion. After all, life in a wheelchair is really not very convenient. The injured person said, "Then I won't bother you. I'll go out first." Jiang Zhuxiang waved his hand to indicate that there was no problem, and he pushed the wheelchair back to the deck by himself. At this time, the ship had not started sailing yet. When the others saw him coming out, they gathered around him and said in surprise, "Xiao Xiang's actions were so fast. What was the result?" Although they all believed in Jiang Zhuxiang's skills, his previous injuries were really serious, so they still didn't believe that the dressing could be changed so quickly. He said, "Miss Jiang is already preparing new ointment. Don't worry. I will definitely be fully healed before I go back. Miss Jiang is really amazing." Chapter 740, Night Tour of Shui Family. The injured person himself felt incredible. It would take at least 10 days for him to fully recover from his injury. Now, in just a few days, the wound is healed to the point of healing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this speed. Lei Jin and the others were not surprised. Jiang Zhuxiang had created too many miracles before. Now, no matter what he did, they wouldn't be surprised. They would just think it was as expected. Lei Jin said, "If you cooperate well, there will definitely be no sequelae in the future, and there may even be no scars left." Lei Jin was very grateful to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, his Xiaoxiang was working so hard to take care of himself. Otherwise, the interests of the Lei family would be difficult to guarantee in the upcoming conference. Lei Jin began to consider whether to let his mother give Xiaoxiang a big red envelope. As for other things, Lei Jin thought it was better not to prepare them casually. After all, he was not sure what Jiang Zhuxiang's preferences were, so he let her buy them herself. The injured rarely gave Lei Jin a good look, nodded and said, "I will cooperate well. Miss Jiang also said that she can teach me a set of kung fu, and then my strength will definitely be able to reach a higher level. The training that was missed during this period of time due to recuperation can be made up, which is the most important thing for the injured. After all, for them, strength is the foundation of their survival." Lei Jin's face froze. Why does his Xiaoxiang like to teach others this kind of physical skills so much? It seems that she is not worried at all that they will use this thing against her. However, considering Jiang Zhuxiang's identity as a doctor, there is really no need to worry about this kind of thing. After all, for a doctor, no one is willing to really offend them. They will only please them so that they can find someone when they need it. But even so, Lei Jin still planned to have a good talk with Jiang Zhuxiang about the issue of being on guard against others in the future. It was really unreassuring to be so unguarded. At this time, the old butler came on board and said, "Patriarch, it's time. There will still be some fluctuations when the boat starts, so they still need to be notified." After hearing this, Shui Wen reminded everyone, "Find a place to sit or find something to lean on. The boat is about to start." After saying that, Shui Wen sat cross-legged on the deck. Of course, there was a cushion underneath, provided by the old butler. Others didn't want to move and sat down directly. After they felt a slight vibration, the big ship left the dock and started to drive into the lake. The route of this big ship had not been set. The old butler sat behind Shui Wen and asked how to ask the specific route in the cab. "What do you think?" Shui Wen looked at the others. "How do you want to go?" Shui Wen was already very familiar with the Shui family, so it didn't matter which way they went. This time, he was mainly taking them out to sea. For them, they only went to 2 places today, and they were still unfamiliar with this vast lake. In the end, the lady came up with an idea: walk along the lake, and then go see what other water pavilions look like. What do you think? This way, they basically visited the Shui family's residence. And there was basically nothing to care about the rest. Shui Wen didn't expect this person to be so sharp. But the Shui family didn't have anything to be ashamed of. So she said directly, then let's decide it this way. Shui Wen nodded to the old butler, who stood up and walked towards the cabin. The boat quickly stabilized. And Shui Wen said, you can move freely now. If you go to the fence, be careful not to fall down. There is nothing else to pay attention to. If Shui Wen himself was not with so many people, he would have wanted to go to sleep. But now, he could only accompany them in boredom. Lei Jin and the others were not so restrained. Alice said directly, I'm going to find Xiaoxiang. You can do whatever you want. If Lei Jin and Alice left, Lei Jin and the others would not leave as well. After all, they were still guides. They all felt that they spoke too late. Jiang Zhuxiang was putting the ground medicinal powder into the container, adding the appropriate gel, and stirring it evenly. The ointment to be prepared would form a transparent film when it dried, and it would not fall off automatically until the medicinal effect was completely absorbed, so that the second application of the ointment could be done. It was very convenient to use. Jiang Zhuxiang used to keep it for himself. Now, if it were not for the special status of the injured, Jiang Zhuxiang would not take out such things to attract people's attention. Alice smelled a slightly bitter smell when she entered the room. For Alice, this smell was already a bit accustomed. She came to Jiang Zhuxiang's side to watch her skillful preparation. After she put the prepared thing into the jade box, Alice said, can this thing be used to remove scars? Although Alice is not afraid of getting hurt, she still cares about scars. Jiang Zhuxiang said, no. This is only used when you have a wound to ensure that there will be no scars. It is ineffective for wounds that have already healed. If you need it, I can prepare it for you separately. Scar removal is not a troublesome thing for Jiang Zhuxiang. If Alice really needs it, she can get it tonight. Alice said, yes. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't raise this need before because he was too busy. In the leisurely situation tonight, Alice expressed her request without burden. Jiang Zhuxiang admired Alice's straightforwardness and said directly, wait. After that, he took out the seeds and planned to start making the necessary medicinal materials. Alice hurriedly stopped him. You don't have to prepare it for me today. Just prepare it for me when you have time in the future. Anyway, scars won't get worse if they are left alone. You have been busy enough tonight. Now come with me to see the scenery outside. Alice dragged Jiang Zhuxiang out as she said that. After all, such opportunities to ride a big ship are still rare. For Jiang Zhuxiang, it can be done at any time. Since Alice is not in a hurry, then he is not in a hurry either. Following Alice's force, he came outside. It happened that the big ship drove to the small water pavilion where Jiang Zhuxiang used to live. Shui Wen saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming out and said with a smile, do you want to see the small boat you made before? Shui Wen didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to come out at this time. The timing was just right.